Shen He, I require your heart to prolong Enong's life. After 4 years of love, it was only when Shen He found herself bound to an operating table in a basement that she discerned the true nature of her boyfriend, Mu Tingyun. His pursuit, his affection, his grand declarations of love were merely a facade to acquire her heart and grant life to his childhood friend, Qin Enong. Do you hate me? Wiping away the tears from Shen He's eyes, Mu Tingyun sneered. Blame your own father for not cherishing you and your mother for not loving you, and for being foolish enough to sever ties with the Shen family. You are akin to a lapdog, a mere bone, tossed your way, can keep you elated for ages. If I can extend Enong's life, it could be considered a death well spent. At that moment, a delicate woman clad in a hospital gown approached Mu Tingyun. She appeared innocent and harmless, yet she smiled and said to Shen He, thank you for nurturing a healthy heart for me. You are a great benefactor, and Mu Gij and I will be eternally grateful to you. Enong, why waste so many words on her? Mu Tingyun leaned down to kiss Qin Enong's forehead, soothingly instructing, be good, lie down on the bed. When you awaken, it will be your new beginning. Helplessly witnessing the affectionate display between the two, Shen He shed tears of regret, her eyelids growing heavy as she succumbed to darkness. She could not rest in peace. The following day, a report captured the attention of the online community yesterday. A helicopter tragically crashed in Haitang Valley. The captain and a female passenger surnamed Shun have been confirmed dead. Verified sources indicate that this passenger was Mu Group's CEO Mu Tingyun's fiancée, Shen He. Accompanying the news was a candid photograph depicting Mu Tingyun kneeling at the charred site of the accident, weeping over the remains of his fiancée. This image was designated as the most heart-wrenching photo of the year. Subsequently, Mu Tingyun transformed into a workaholic, rejecting the advances of any woman. The entire city lauded him as a devoted lover. The public believed Shen He's death to be an accident, yet the youngest medical genius, Shen Jingcheng, suspected numerous ambiguities surrounding his elder sister's demise. Shen He had a fear of heights under normal circumstances. Why would she venture alone to board a sightseeing helicopter? The Shen brothers united in their quest to uncover the truth behind their sister's death, only to meet untimely demises themselves. 4 years later, under the persuasion of elders and friends, Mu Tingyun married his high school classmate, Qin Enong. Post-marriage, they treated each other with utmost respect. Soon after, they welcomed a daughter, naming her Mu Iha, the character he has taken from Mu Tingyun's late fiancée's name. The couple chose this name for their beloved daughter to honor the memory of the deceased Miss Shen He. This news spread, and everyone praised Qin Enong for her grace and generosity, while Mu Tingyun was celebrated for his loyalty and devotion. Perhaps due to a lingering obsession, Shen He, after her death, transformed into a lingering spirit, wandering within 5 meters of Mu Tingyun for years. She watched helplessly as he and Qin Enong ascended to the pinnacle of life, becoming a model couple, treading upon her grave. Shen He lamented her past decisions. Heaven, I implore you for another chance. If given the opportunity to start anew, she vowed to make Mu Tingyun and Qin Enong pay in blood for their transgressions, determined to protect her family from harm. Miss, wake up. It's time to remove the needle. Shen He was roused from her slumber by a gentle shake from a nurse, feeling as if she had awakened in a different realm. The nurse pressed a disinfected cotton swab against Shen He's hand and kindly advised her, Miss, you are experiencing low blood sugar. Remember not to go for a morning run on an empty stomach. You may not be aware, but just a few days ago, an incident of assault and body disposal occurred in the forest park where you jog. Listening to the nurse's incessant chatter, Shen He took the opportunity to survey the hospital room, suddenly realizing that she had truly been reborn. She had returned to a year prior. At this time, her body was somewhat frail, with a weakened immune system, and Mu Tingyun had devised an exercise regimen for her. Foolishly, she had believed that Mu Tingyun genuinely cared for her and wished for her to attain good health. In truth, Mu Tingyun was enamored only with the vibrant heart within her, which served as a life-extending talisman for his precious treasure. Collecting her thoughts, Shen He inquired of the nurse, "Who is Mr. Song?" In her previous life, she had also fainted, but upon awakening, she was solely focused on notifying Mu Tingyun of her safety, leaving all subsequent matters to him. Thus, she had never met the kind-hearted Mr. Song. The nurse spoke with reverence. "It is Mr. Song Jingcheng." Song Jingcheng, Mu Tinjian's uncle, who was afflicted with a terminal illness and had met an untimely demise in her past life, yet was extraordinarily wealthy. After thanking the nurse, Shen He chose not to inform anyone and left the hospital alone. While waiting for a vehicle, a white Land Rover emerged from the underground garage and came to a halt before her. A middle-aged man leaned out from the passenger seat, inquiring with concern, "Miss Shen He, are you being discharged? Why not stay for another day of observation?" Recognizing the familiar face, Shen He was taken aback. Uncle Ma? Uncle Ma, known as Ma Kai, was Song Jingcheng's personal bodyguard. A former Special Forces soldier, he had risked his life multiple times to save Song Jingcheng, gaining his utmost trust. If Ma Kai was here, did it mean that Song Jingcheng was also in the vehicle? Lacking the courage to tap on the rear window, Shen He bent slightly to ask Ma Kai, "Uncle Ma, how is Mr. Song's health these days?" Ma Kai never disclosed his employer's health status to outsiders and replied in a formal tone, "Still the same. I heard from the nurse that after I fainted this morning, Mr. Song kindly brought me to the hospital and even covered my medical expenses." Shen He inquired, "Do you know when Mr. Song has a day off? I would like to thank him in person." Uncle Ma instinctively glanced at the person resting in the back seat. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline Shen He's request, he heard the sound of the window rolling down. "Shen He." Song Jingcheng's voice was clear, reminiscent of frost on a winter's morning, cold yet pure. Although she was Mu Tinjian's girlfriend, her interactions with Song Jingcheng had been limited, and they had spoken only a handful of times. Hearing him call her by her full name startled her momentarily. Meeting his quiet yet penetrating gaze, Shen He felt a tightness at the back of her neck. "Uncle," she addressed him, a habit formed from her time with Mu Tingyun. The man's gaze swept past Shen He's chest, and he suddenly inquired, "Is Tingyun aware of your condition of low blood sugar?" Indeed, he was. Yet Shen He replied, "I can't recall if I've mentioned it to him before." "Then do inform him." Song Jingcheng, a gentleman of considerable refinement, noticed Shen He alone and remarked, "It is difficult to hail a taxi from here. Shall I have Ma Kai arrange for someone to escort you home?" Shen He quickly declined. "There is no need for trouble. My ride is arriving shortly. I must express my gratitude for this morning, Uncle." Song Jingcheng's tone was calm and unassuming. "It is but a small favor. No need to dwell on it." As the vehicle disappeared from view, Shen He lingered by the roadside, lost in thought. Each time Song Jingcheng encountered her, he presented himself as a dignified elder, yet he too demonstrated a capacity for concern. Objectively speaking, Song Jingcheng was truly a commendable man. He possessed a noble lineage, striking looks, and formidable abilities, everything one might desire. With such attributes, what kind of wife would he be unable to attract? He could have fathered as many children as he wished. However, Song Jingcheng remained unmarried throughout his life, passing away alone, his entire estate left to his ungrateful nephew Mu Tingyun. It seems that the virtuous often depart early, while the unscrupulous endure for generations. Upon returning home, Shen He had scarcely arrived at the base of her apartment building when her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Grandma. Upon seeing the familiar name, Shen He was momentarily entranced. Raised by her grandmother, the two shared an inseparable bond, their relationship profoundly intimate. Yet this summer, her grandmother, living alone in the countryside, had tragically fallen into a pond. When Shen He reviewed the surveillance footage of the old house after work, she discovered her grandmother's lifeless form floating on the surface. Throughout the ordeal, Mu Tingyun stood by her side, assisting with the arrangements for her grandmother's funeral, ensuring the elderly woman received a dignified burial, which solidified Shen He's resolve to marry him. With great care, Shen He answered the call. Before she could utter a word, her grandmother's booming voice resonated in her ear. "Meow meow, have you eaten lunch?" Meow meow was Shen He's childhood nickname, uttered only by her grandmother. Hearing the familiar voice stirred profound emotions within Shen He, and she immediately broke down in tears. Grandma. Upon hearing her granddaughter's choked voice, Grandma Shen fell silent for a moment, then inquired with concern, "Tell me, my dear, have your parents wronged you, or has that boy from the Mu family been unkind?" "I simply miss you, Grandma." As Shen He entered the apartment, she removed her shoes and slowly slid down against the wall. Crouching in the corner, she softly expressed, "Grandma, I long to taste your delicious fathead fish. I shall return to the countryside to visit you tomorrow. If that pleases you, you have work to attend to. Perhaps I shall come to the city to see you." The bamboo shoots in the backyard are just beginning to sprout, and I will bring some for you. It has rained recently, and there are also little mushrooms on the mountain as she listened to her grandmother's ramblings. Shen He bit her arm, tears streaming silently. Suppressing her sobs, she replied, "Very well. I shall meet you at the train station tomorrow. No need, I will take the subway to your home." I know the way. Her grandmother, eager to dig for bamboo shoots in the backyard, uttered only a few more words before hanging up. Shen He needed to devise a way to persuade her grandmother to live with her, to prevent the tragedy of her past life from repeating. Though her grandmother was 78, her health remained robust. If she could avert this calamity, living another decade would not be an issue. After finishing her shower, Shen He prepared a bowl of noodles for herself, savoring each bite when she received a phone call from Shen Guanghui. Without any pleasantries, Shen Guanghui immediately issued a command. "Shen He, it's your grandmother's birthday tonight, you must attend. Remember to ask Tingyun if he is available to join us as well." It turned out that the matriarch of the Shen family, Madame Zhong, known as Zhong Pingting, was celebrating her birthday. Zhong Pingting was not the third party that disrupted the marriage of Shen He's grandmother. However, Shen Guanghui, in his quest to curry favor with his wealthy stepmother, neglected his biological mother, displaying the same lack of integrity as his father. Shen He could never forget how, after her grandmother tragically drowned, her father callously failed to attend the funeral. It was a sorrowful affair, devoid of even a single person to support the grieving family. Following her grandmother's death, Shen He unilaterally severed ties with the Shen family. As she slurped her noodles, her tone remained icy. "My grandmother is out in the countryside picking mushrooms." "Shen He, are you trying to provoke me?" Shen Guanghui's tone turned serious as he reminded her, "Your grandmother's birthday is important. Your uncle's children will be there. Your absence would be a disgrace to me." Shen He continued to eat her noodles, mumbling, "I just got out of the hospital, and I'm feeling weak." Her father interrupted impatiently. "You're as strong as an ox. If you're going to make excuses, at least choose something believable." Shen He stared at the needle marks on her wrist, her eyes glistening momentarily. With a tone devoid of conviction, she said, "I recently started a company and am quite busy. I have to work late on design drafts tonight indeed." After graduating, Shen He had launched an interior design studio and had been quite occupied. Upon hearing this, Shen Guanghui grasped her intent and retorted brusquely, "How much do you want?" Shen He refrained from stating a figure, merely remarking, "That depends on your reputation and how much the old lady values it." With that, Shen He decisively ended the call. Shortly thereafter, her banking app notified her of a transfer amounting to 500,000. When she was younger, she had lived in the countryside with her grandmother, while Shen Guanghui only provided a paltry 5,000 a year to her grandmother. That meager sum was their sole means of sustenance, highlighting the extent of the old lattice influence. With a father so devoid of affection, Shen He felt no moral qualms in extracting money from him. Pleased with the transaction, she sent an approving gesture to Mr. Shen before heading to the kitchen. Just as she finished washing the dishes, her phone rang again. Upon seeing Mu Tingjian's name, Shen He felt her heart lurch instinctively, memories of past grievances flooding her mind. Leaning against the countertop, she pressed her hand to her chest, taking a moment to steady herself before answering the call. Shen He, Mu Tingyun, a scion of a wealthy family, spoke with his usual composed and melodious tone. "I received a call from Uncle Shen and learned that tonight marks Madame Shen's 70th birthday. I discovered that she enjoys collecting art, so I arranged to acquire a painting by Master Zhang Jingyu, titled Longevity and White Cranes. Do you think it's suitable? Master Zhang Jingyu's work?" Shen He replied with an enigmatic smile, "If you chose it personally, she will undoubtedly cherish it." During the middle years of Shen Jingcheng, he engaged in an extramarital affair with the embroidery artist, Ms. Zhang Jingyu, and was caught in a compromising position in a car by Ms. Zhong, who was in her late stages of pregnancy. This confrontation reportedly led to her giving birth prematurely, and the child was said to be a daughter. Ms. Zhong had 2 sons with Shen Jingcheng, yet she yearned for a cherished daughter. The premature death of their daughter remained a lifelong sorrow for Ms. Zhong. Throughout her life, the person she despised the most was none other than Ms. Zhang Jingyu. The gift from Mu Tingyun was indeed a dagger to the heart of the elderly matriarch. Shen He recalled that in her previous life, Mu Tingyun had chosen the longevity painting of White Cranes by Ms. Zhang Jingyu. At that time, she still harbored a sliver of hope for her father, wishing that Mu Tingyun would leave a favorable impression on Shen Guanghui, prompting her to advise Mu Tingyun to select a different gift. But now, she would relish the thought of Shen Guanghui and Mu Tingyun tearing each other apart. On the phone, Mu Tingyun inquired, "Are you at the studio? He'll come by later to pick you up, and we can go to your home together. I'm not feeling well today and will rest at home. Please come to my apartment after work," Shen He replied. Upon hearing Shen He mention her illness, Mu Tingyun immediately expressed concern. "What's wrong? Shall I accompany you to the hospital for a checkup?" In the past, whenever Mu Tingyun showed concern for her health, Shen He felt like the happiest woman in the world. Now, however, how deeply he cared for her health mirrored how profoundly he adored that little childhood sweetheart, Qin Yinong. It seemed she had been cursed with misfortune to have encountered such a wretched being as Mu Tingyun. Chapter 3. Becoming a refreshingly unconventional green tea, Shen He harbored a deep-seated resentment, yet her tone remained composed. "I experienced low blood sugar, resulting in some dizziness. But it is not a significant concern." Mu Tingyun exhaled in relief. "You have low blood sugar, yet you never mentioned it to me? In the future, refrain from running on an empty stomach." After a lengthy barrage of advice directed at Shen He, Mu Tingyun finally ended the call. 20 minutes later, the delivery person arrived, knocking on the door, bringing with him a plethora of supplements suitable for those with low blood sugar, along with a bouquet of black magic roses. The black magic rose, with its deep purple hue and velvety petals, symbolizes a profound and noble soul. It was evident that this was Mu Tingyun's taste, akin to the grand yet tumultuous love he shared with Qin Yinong, deeply passionate, dark, and vibrant. At 6 in the evening, Mu Tingyun arrived at the apartment. He rang the doorbell, and upon Shen He opening the door, he naturally attempted to step inside. Shen He, with one leg braced against the door frame and her right hand raised to block his entrance, replied coldly, "Please wait outside for me." Mu Tingyun, amused by her gesture, inquired with a playful tone, "What's the occasion today? Aren't you inviting me in for a moment?" Shen He solemnly explained, "A solitary man and woman in a confined space will attract gossip if seen together." The thought of Mu Tingyun professing his affections to her while simultaneously engaging in clandestine encounters with Qin Yinong filled Shen He with revulsion. A scoundrel's tainted body did not deserve to enter a fairy's enchanted abode. Mu Tingyun, mistaking her demeanor for a new form of flirtation, complied and remained outside, chuckling. "Then do hurry, Miss Shen." He exhibited the refined demeanor of a gentleman from a prestigious family. Shen He perceived his actions as mere hypocrisy. With a cold snap of the door, she retreated to the kitchen for a glass of warm water to dispel her feelings of disgust, before donning her high heels and joining Mu Tingyun downstairs. Upon exiting the elevator, Shen He walked alongside Mu Tingyun in the underground garage, occasionally glancing up at him. Noticing her subtle gestures, Mu Tingyun smiled, resembling a young nobleman playfully indulging his girlfriend. He asked Shen He, "What are you looking at?" Shen He, with a faint smile, replied, "I'm observing how tall you are. Are you not aware? I stand at 185 centimeters." Mu Tingyun, at 24, had the physique of a young man, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, undeniably alluring. With striking features, impressive height, and a distinguished family background, Mu Tingyun possessed the qualities that captivated women. Nodding, Shen He remarked, "I see." From now on, she would adhere to this height standard to craft a shared coffin for Mu Tingyun and Qin Yinong. Once they had departed from this world, she would personally inscribe a pair of elegiac couplets on the coffin lid. On the left, "Conquering heaven and earth in pursuit of green plums," and on the right, "Stealing hearts, love, and men," with the overarching phrase reading, "Scoundrel and shameless." Such exquisite poetry, worthy of a grand coffin, would serve to commemorate their lamentable tale of infidelity. Upon arriving at the Shen family's garage, Mu Tingyun, while parking, inquired, "Has your cousin from your uncle's family returned?" Her cousin, Shen Jingcheng, was Shen He's second cousin, the top scorer in last year's National College entrance examination, currently studying pharmacy at a university. The still nascent Shen Jingcheng was exceptionally taken under the wing of the dean of the School of Pharmacy 2 months ago, becoming his private disciple. Graduates from Kyoto University School of Pharmacy are esteemed elites, often serving as pivotal figures in major pharmaceutical companies. As the dean's personal apprentice, Shen Jingcheng's future is undeniably promising. When it was learned that Shen Jingcheng would return home to attend the birthday celebration of the venerable Lady Shen, many CEOs from pharmaceutical companies deigned to visit the Shen family. The thought of Shen Jingcheng's tragic fate in the previous life pierced Shen He's heart with agony. Such a talented and gifted cousin, who had made significant contributions to the nation's pharmaceutical field, had been falsely accused by Mu Tingyun, leading to his untimely demise. In that moment, Shen He's animosity towards Mu Tingyun surged like a tempest. Yet, she could not allow Mu Tingyun to sense her loathing. As a reincarnated individual, she was acutely aware of Mu Tingyun's insidious schemes. However, what could she do? Should she rush to the police station to report him? The authorities would likely dismiss her as delusional, and Mu Tingyun, sensing the disturbance, would swiftly take ruthless action against her and the Shen family. In this lifetime, Shen He resolved to transform herself and start anew. She would become the most refreshing and endearing presence beside Mu Tingyun, meticulously crafting traps for him to unwittingly fall into, leading him into the deepest abyss of disgrace and ruin. Simultaneously, she aspired to fulfill her role as the eldest daughter of the Shen family, becoming the exemplary older sister that Shen Jingcheng and the others deserved, not wanting to betray the trust her younger brothers had placed in her. Mu Tingyun casually remarked, mentioning that he had heard University's School of Pharmacy was researching a specific drug for hereditary heart diseases, questioning its veracity. If true, it could herald a new dawn for heart disease patients. With a newfound clarity, Shen He began to dissect every word Mu Tingyun spoke, now perceiving the subtle hints he dropped, suggesting she seize the opportunity to inquire about the insider information from Shen Jingcheng. In her past life, Shen He had naively approached him with such inquiries. Shen Jingcheng, known for his brilliance and rigorous approach to academia, had resented her intrusion into the confidentiality of his research, which ultimately severed the bond between them. In this second chance at life, could Shen He really afford to be that foolish once more? She resolved to feign ignorance, suggesting, "I'm not sure, but perhaps I could share my uncle's WeChat contact with you, and you could ask him for assistance?" Upon hearing this, Mu Tingyun's smile faltered. What was wrong with Shen He today? She had previously been astute enough to grasp his insinuations effortlessly, often eager to assist him in alleviating his burdens. Much like a devoted lapdog, easily swayed by a mere morsel. Mu Tingyun felt a flicker of irritation, yet refrained from expressing it towards Shen He. Qin Yinong's recent health checkup results were less than ideal, and Shen He's heart was of great importance. He could not afford to anger her at this juncture. Gently ruffling Shen He's hair, he donned a warm smile and remarked, "I was merely inquiring. Matters of their research room's confidentiality cannot be casually probed." Shen He nodded in agreement, responding sagely, "If one knows not to inquire, then it is wise to remain silent." Mu Tingyun was momentarily taken aback by her retort, his expression darkening as they walked in silence towards the gates of the Shen residence. Uncle Shen He was at the entrance, welcoming guests alongside his eldest son, Shen He. Upon seeing Mu Tingyun and Shen He arriving together, Uncle Shen He greeted them warmly. "Mr. Mu, you have arrived. Please come inside." He personally escorted Mu Tingyun into the house. Shen He, not wanting to be seen as Mu Tingyun's shadow, stood alone on the steps, her expression sorrowful as she gazed at her younger cousin. A harrowing image surged in Shen He's mind. In the thick of night, a battered man bound at the limbs was thrust into a subterranean garage under construction, sealed alive within the cement. That was the tragic fate of Shen He in his previous life. Shen He clenched her fists tightly, her heart silently weeping in anguish. Chapter 4. Did you borrow money for nudity? Shen He was utterly perplexed by Shen He's reaction. He inquired, "Elder sister, why do you gaze at me so?" Shen He suppressed the sorrow welling within her heart and gently adjusted the slightly askew knot of Shen He's tie. With earnest gravity, she admonished Silly, "You are the eldest boy of the Shen family and the first among us to successfully enter the police force. Today, as you stand here to welcome our guests on behalf of your younger siblings, you must serve as a role model. Always be mindful of your words and actions. Do not allow our guests to perceive a lack of decorum and upbringing in the Shen family." Shen He, taken aback by her words, dared not move. his body rigid as if carved from stone. The elder sister had always shunned close relations with those from the Shen family. In the past, whenever she encountered his brothers, she treated them with a distant indifference. Yet today, she had taken the initiative to assist him with his bow tie. How strange. After much contemplation, Shen He hesitantly asked, "Elder sister, are you in need of money?" How much do you need?" Shen He retrieved his phone, opened Alipay, and began to explain. "I have 300,000 in my balance. How much do you require? I could transfer some to you right away." Upon noticing that the elder sister remained silent, Shen He glanced up in confusion. The sight of tears shimmering in her eyes rendered him utterly flustered. "Elder sister, you wouldn't have borrowed money for nudity, would you?" In an instant, the headlines of young women being coerced into taking nude photographs due to online loans flashed through Shen He's mind. What a foolish child. Shen He turned away to wipe her face, stifling her tears before responding. "I have not borrowed money for nudity. Besides, my savings surpass yours. How much can a little policeman like you possess?" Among the Shen children, many were quite accomplished, engaged in scientific research or serving the nation, while only Shen He had ventured into business. Financially, she enjoyed considerable freedom. "Then why are you crying?" Shen He pondered for a moment before directing his attention to Mu Tingyun, who was engaged in conversation in the courtyard. "Elder sister, has Mu Tingyun been bullying you?" His expression turned grave, as if he were ready to roll up his sleeves and confront someone. Shen He quickly clarified, "It has nothing to do with him." She continued, "I simply had a sudden realization, acknowledging that I have been a jerk in the past. I should not have distanced myself from all the members of the Shen family solely because of my parents' issues." Hearing these words from Shen, he filled Shen He with joy. He mused, Grandma was not mistaken. Elder sister had indeed been trapped in a dead end. Now that she has opened her heart, she naturally understands the importance of family. Shen He was somewhat astonished. Had the old lady ever uttered such sentiments? The matriarch had always maintained a rather cold demeanor towards her. The number of times they spoke during festivals could be counted on one hand. She had long believed that the old lady disapproved of her. Seeing that the elder sister was entirely oblivious, Shen He patiently elucidated. Grandma studied architectural design in her youth. But due to the traditional mindset of our great-grandfather, who believed that girls should not take over the family business, she was forbidden from engaging in company affairs. Grandma spent her life as a full-time housewife, but she is very supportive of your entrepreneurial endeavors. The first significant business venture of your studio was introduced by her. It is a regret for Ms. Zhong that she could not become an architectural designer. In Shen He, she sees the continuation of her dreams. Shen He feels somewhat disoriented. How much kindness did she overlook in her past life? Shen He, the voice of Shan Guanghui, interrupted her thoughts. She raised her gaze towards the courtyard and saw Shan Guanghui waving at her. Beside him stood an attractive woman, adorned in a purple velvet gown, whose features bore a resemblance to Shen He. That was Shen He's mother, Zhou Yulan, a mother who had given birth but not nurtured. "See, you may go ahead and attend to your tasks. We shall converse later," Shen He said, patting Shen He's arm before taking small steps towards Shan Guanghui and the woman. Before Shen He could approach, Mrs. Zhou raised her finely arched brows, scrutinizing Shen He. Noticing that Shen He bore no gifts, only a handbag, her expression soured, and she chastised, "You arrived empty-handed? Did you not prepare a birthday gift for your grandmother?" Casting a glance at her cousin Jia, who stood nearby, Mrs. Zhou deliberately ridiculed Shen He. "Your cousin arranged for a unique piece of porcelain to celebrate your grandmother's birthday a week ago. As the eldest granddaughter of the Shen family, how could you come without even a token gift? It's utterly disgraceful." Mrs. Zhou's voice rang clear, and her reprimand did not lower in volume. In an instant, the surrounding guests turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Shen He. Is this truly the only granddaughter of the Shen family? The one rumored to be haughty and ungrateful? Hearing the same words a second time, Shen He remained remarkably composed. With a radiant smile directed at Mrs. Zhou and her cousin Jia, she responded, "Mother is correct. Compared to my cousin, I am indeed a heartless little rascal." As Mrs. Zhou was taken aback by Shen He's unexpected maturity, she then heard Shen He continue, "My cousin has been raised by my mother, wise, filial, and understanding. Unlike me, who grew up in the countryside, attended a village school, and lived on roasted potatoes. I never had the opportunity to learn proper etiquette. Shen He felt she had brought shame to her mother. The atmosphere around them grew oddly silent. With her quick wit, Shen He deftly stripped away the facade that Mrs. Zhou wore. In a corner of the courtyard, whispers from the guests arose. So Shen He was indeed neglected by the Shen family. They abandoned their own daughter in the countryside while nurturing their niece. What a peculiar couple Shen Guanghui and his wife were. How could Mrs. Zhou behave so, giving birth to a child but failing to educate her, only to later blame the child for her lack of propriety and morals? No wonder Shen He was deemed unfilial. To expect a daughter to be dutiful, parents must first show kindness. Upon hearing the murmurs, Mrs. Zhou, filled with embarrassment and anger, hastily warned Shen He. Shen He, what nonsense are you spouting? There are relatives from the Mu family present today. Do not make a fool of yourself. Cousin Jia also gently urged. Shen He, you've returned after so long. Please do not start an argument with Annie right away. There are many guests here. It will only provide them with amusement. Amusement? Shen He gazed at her cousin, who exuded a serene and refined beauty, having received a prestigious education from the Shen family, and teased, how could I possibly be as amusing as my cousin? Jia felt a shiver run down her spine under Shen He's playful scrutiny. Shen He stated plainly, I heard that last year, on your grandmother's birthday, you only gifted her a red envelope containing 300. Yet today, for our family's matriarch's birthday, you auctioned off a unique piece of porcelain. You city dwellers are indeed particular. Celebrating the birthdays of close relatives seems so casual, while for someone else's grandmother, it is a grand affair. In our village, such behavior would earn you endless gossip from the local aunties. Upon hearing this, the guests looked at Jia with incredulity. Chapter 5. You are unnecessary on the occasion of her grandmother's birthday. Jia exhibited an astonishingly petty demeanor, presenting a meager red envelope of merely 300 yuan while ostentatiously showcasing a unique porcelain piece to curry favor with distant wealthy relatives. Could it be that Jia is truly such a person? It is hard to believe. The young lady raised by Mrs. Zhou could hardly be this way. In an instant, both Mrs. Zhou and Jia were left blushing in embarrassment. Shen Guanghui, feeling flustered, hastily concocted an excuse to escort both Shen He and Mrs. Zhou to the third floor. This floor served as the office area, relatively quiet and sparsely populated. Upon entering the study, Shen Guanghui berated Shen He vehemently. Shen He, have you consumed firecrackers today? Is this how you speak to your mother? If you have taken the money, you must fulfill your obligations. Shen He, today you are to behave yourself. In response, Shen He, with a nonchalant air, flicked her fingers and calmly retorted, Father, you summoned me here to celebrate the old lady's birthday. Being humiliated by Mrs. Zhou comes at a different price. Since you have not compensated me, I shall certainly retaliate. If you wish for my compliance, then add another 1,000,000, and I will quietly endure Mrs. Zhou's scolding for 3 minutes without uttering a word. Shen Guanghui was left speechless with anger. Hearing these words, Mrs. Zhou could not help but sneer. Shen He, you are indeed insatiably greedy. She turned to her husband, pointing disdainfully at Shen He as she scolded. Have you not yet discerned the true nature of this girl? She is just like your rustic mother, both ensnared in the web of greed. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Mrs. Zhou's head turned, revealing a vivid red handprint on her right cheek. Mrs. Zhou, covering her face, stared incredulously at Shen He. You dare strike me? Shen He, I am your mother. Shen Guanghui was equally stunned, furiously rebuking Shen He. Shen He, you have lost your mind. How could you lay a hand on your mother? Shen He, shaking her stinging right hand, coldly declared, You should be grateful to have given birth to me. Otherwise, I would surely have shattered your mouth today. Mrs. Zhou was rendered speechless by the bloodthirsty glare emanating from Shen He's eyes. She questioned whether she should dare to provoke her further, fearing Shen He might actually wield a knife against her. This girl is nothing but a ruffian from the countryside. Shen Guanghui pursed his lips, remaining silent, and finally, tranquility enveloped the space. Shen He casually rubbed her injured hand, addressing Mrs. Zhou. The so-called greedy woman you disparage nearly perished on the delivery bed after 10 months of carrying your husband. She supported me through the sale of herbal medicine and farming. In this world, everyone may have the right to criticize my grandmother for her greed, except for you two. If I hear you both slander her again, I can assure you 100 ways to meet your demise. With that, Shen He strode past them toward the exit of the study. Mrs. Zhou, having been utterly stripped of her reason by Shen He's slap, could not contain herself and shouted after her retreating figure, "Shen He, you are nothing but superfluous. If not for your sister's dire need for umbilical cord blood treatment due to her leukemia, I would never have borne you." Upon hearing his wife's revival of this old grievance, Shen Guanghui raised his voice, admonishing Mrs. Zhou, "Silence. What purpose does it serve to keep bringing this up? Shen Guanghui, are you really scolding me?" Ms. Zhou gazed at her husband with tears in her eyes, lamenting, "Our Ru Zhu was so extraordinarily intelligent. Had she lived, Shen Jingyan would not even be worthy of the title of genius. Look at Shen He. She possesses mediocre talent, raised by your mother to become what she is. Before so many onlookers, you expose my shortcomings, and now you dare to lay hands on me? What use is she to me? If Ru Zhu were still alive, would I have to endure this humiliation? The mere mention of my deceased eldest daughter rends my heart with sorrow." Shen Guanghui could not help but display an expression of regret and sadness. Shen He was not the true eldest daughter of the Shen family. That title belonged to Shen Ru Zhu. Ru Zhu was astoundingly gifted, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. At merely 12 years of age, while other children were still in 6th grade, she had ascended to the 3rd year of high school. As Ms. Zhou lamented, had Ru Zhu been alive, Shen Jingyan would not even be considered genius. However, fate was cruel. At 13, she was abruptly diagnosed with acute leukemia. In a desperate bid to save Ru Zhu, Ms. Zhou and Shen Guanghui contemplated having a second child, hoping to use the newborn's umbilical cord blood to rescue her. As Ms. Zhou stated, Shen He's existence was meant solely to save Ru Zhu. 8 months later, Ru Zhu's condition deteriorated. To save her, Ms. Zhou, disregarding the doctor's warnings, insisted on a cesarean section. Yet, the second child, Shen He, had unfortunately inherited Shen Guanghui's rare blood type, making her umbilical cord blood incompatible with Ru Zhu's. Shen He was born in the early hours of February 18th, while Ru Zhu passed away that very night. Shen He's birthday became a day of mourning for Ru Zhu. Shen He was nothing more than a mere tool for salvation, and once that tool lost its purpose, Ms. Zhou could not help but harbor disdain for her. In time, the psychologically twisted Ms. Zhou even attributed the death of her eldest daughter to her younger one, deeming her a harbinger of misfortune. Driven by hatred and anguish, Ms. Zhou callously cast Shen He into a small stream on the outskirts of the city, wishing for her to fend for herself. At a critical moment, the grandmother arrived just in time to leap into the stream and rescue Shen He. From that point onward, Shen He was raised by her grandmother in the countryside. At that time, Shen He did not even possess a name. During the season of awakening, as the villagers busied themselves with spring planting, her grandmother noticed the rice paddies filled with seedlings and named her Shen He. To farmers, seedlings symbolized the hope of abundance. By giving Shen He this name, her grandmother wished for her future to be filled with infinite possibilities. Suddenly, Shen He turned around, her expression devoid of emotion as she confronted Ms. Zhou. "Is it because I was incompatible with Shen Ru Zhu that I, as a mere tool, deserve to be discarded into the stream to fend for myself?" With a stiff neck, Ms. Zhou replied, "Yes. Your birthday is your sister's day of mourning. Every time I see you, I am filled with pain and suffering, and you should not exist in this world. If it were not for your sister's illness, you would have no right to be here. Your life is as worthless as grass. That you have survived is merely a stroke of luck. If I could do it all over again, I would act the same. My only regret is not being ruthless enough to strangle you directly, instead of tossing you into the stream, only for that old woman to save you." Despite the awareness that uttering such words would only rub salt into Shen He's gaping wounds, Mrs. Zhou unabashedly proceeded to speak. It was simply a matter of indifference. In a previous life, a similar exchange had transpired. What had Shen He done then? She had rushed at Mrs. Zhou and engaged in a brawl. Upon its conclusion, all attendees of the gathering were well aware of her reputation as a disloyal daughter. From that day forth, Her name was irreparably tarnished. However, in this lifetime, Shen He suddenly smiled with a hint of derision, retrieving her phone from her bag and shaking it at the two of them. She declared, "Your previous statement unequivocally acknowledges the transgressions you have committed against me. I have recorded the evidence." Chapter 6. When father doesn't care and mother doesn't love. Then love yourself, you secretly recorded me. Mrs. Zhou was utterly stunned, staring at the phone in Shen He's hand. Shen Guanghui was equally bewildered by Shen He's audacious act. "Yes, I recorded it," Shen He said with a hint of self-mockery. "Once, someone remarked that I was a pitiful creature, neglected by both father and mother, easily moved for a mere bone, like a lapdog." Those words originated from Mu Tingyan. With her head bowed, long curled lashes cast a dark shadow beneath her eyes, obscuring her sorrowful emotions. She softly reassured herself, "Since father doesn't care and mother doesn't love, then I shall love myself." Upon hearing this, Shen Guanghui displayed a look of pity. Yet Mrs. Zhou remained unfazed, even retorting, "If you choose to be a sycophant, who can you blame?" Indeed, the fate of a sycophant, ending in a tragic demise, is self-inflicted, but that does not absolve Mrs. Zhou and Shen Guanghui of their wrongs. "Mrs. Zhou, are you aware of the consequences of your actions towards me back then?" Noticing Mrs. Zhou's lack of understanding regarding the gravity of the situation, Shen He kindly elucidated, "Article 21 of our marriage law prohibits the neglect and abandonment of infants and other forms of harm against them. Concurrently, Article 52 of the law on the protection of minors explicitly states that acts of infant neglect are subject to criminal liability under Article 232 of the criminal law." At this juncture, Shen He tilted her head slightly and inquired, "Do you know what Article 232 of the criminal law entails?" Mrs. Zhou opened her mouth, unable to respond. She was not a lawyer. How could she possibly know what Article 232 was? Shen He continued, "Article 232 stipulates that those who intentionally commit murder shall face the death penalty, life imprisonment, or a fixed-term imprisonment of no less than 10 years. For less severe circumstances, a prison term of no less than 2 years and no more than 10 years may be imposed. If I were to take you to court, you would face incarceration." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's countenance finally shifted in alarm. "What do you mean? Do you intend to send your own mother to prison?" "Shen He, I gave you life. Without me, where would you be? Are you truly turning against me?" In truth, Mrs. Zhou was already afraid, resorting to loud and blustering theatrics to mask her inner panic. She understood that Shen He was fierce, if provoked. Shen He could indeed commit the disgraceful act of sending her own mother to prison. Seeing through Mrs. Zhou's bravado, Shen He calmly threatened, "If you wish to avoid imprisonment and spare your precious son from being implicated, I offer you 2 choices." Shen He laid out her demands straightforwardly. "Either, after tonight's banquet, you drive yourself to the outskirts and voluntarily jump into that little stream. I will allow you to surface only when I permit. Or," Shen He tilted her head with a meaningful smile, stating, "Transfer 30% of your shares in that media company to me." Without a moment's hesitation, Mrs. Zhou vehemently rebuffed Shen He's second demand. Cursing, "You must be mad. There is no way I'll part with my media company's shares." In this era of media, her company had signed several popular internet celebrities, a veritable gold mine, generating substantial profits. Ms. Zhou would never be willing to relinquish 30% of her media company's shares. Upon hearing this, Shen He coldly nodded and, shaking her phone, declared then, "After the banquet, I shall await you by the brook in the outskirts. Should you fail to arrive, I shall file a report at the police station." With that, Shen He turned on her heel and departed. Gazing at Shen He's audacious figure, Shen Guanghui hesitantly inquired of Ms. Zhou, "Are you truly intending to jump into the river?" Ms. Zhou rolled her eyes, stamping her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Why don't you jump instead? Am I capable of such an act? I am her mother. Can I be led around by the nose like that? What if she really releases the recording?" Ms. Zhou's countenance darkened with worry. 30% is far too much. I can only offer her 10% at most. Upon exiting the study, Shen He traversed the corridor, preparing to descend the stairs. As she passed by the adjoining library, she caught sight of a figure standing within. Curiosity piqued, she halted. A tall, gray-clad silhouette stood behind the library window, gazing out upon the courtyard below. The individual possessed a lean frame and broad shoulders, adorned in a tailored suit, yet the pallor of illness could not be concealed. However, an enigmatic and formidable aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of trepidation. Song Jingcheng? What could he possibly be doing here? Suddenly, a youthful male voice interrupted her thoughts. Big sister. Shen He, clad in a black tracksuit and holding a book, approached from the corner of the room. He inquired, Big sister, is there something you need? Shen He looked up to behold the bespectacled, refined young man, momentarily lost in thought. This was Shen He, the medical prodigy of the Shen family, a star at the A University Medical School in Kyoto, destined to become a titan in medicine. Yet in her previous life, Shen He had not fully matured before being falsely accused and imprisoned by Mu Tingyun, ultimately sentenced to death. Hearing the commotion, the man by the window turned to face them. Shen He and Song Jingcheng's gaze met, his expression cold and solitary. Yet his words were imbued with civility. Would you like me to step out, allowing you siblings some space to reminisce? Suddenly singled out by Song Jingcheng, Shen He felt an unsettling shiver run through her. Was she seeing a ghost? She turned to him, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked, Uncle, what brings you here? Song Jingcheng replied, I heard today is the birthday of the matriarch of the Shen family, and, as I happen to be in the vicinity for some matters, I thought to extend my congratulations. He did not mention his purpose for seeking Shen He, leaving that unspoken. Understanding that Song Jingcheng was reluctant to divulge certain information, Shen He wisely refrained from further inquiry. Jinyan, she said, gesturing towards his athletic attire, many proprietors from pharmaceutical companies have come today. Please remember to change into formal attire when you go down later. With that seemingly caring remark, she took her leave. Shen He gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Shen He had just stood, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Behind him, Song Jingcheng suddenly remarked, Your big sister is said to be at odds with the Shen brothers, yet appears she treats you siblings quite well. Earlier, Shen He and Song Jingcheng had stood by the window, observing Shen He adjusting Shen Silly's bow tie at the entrance. Previously, Shen He had adopted a rather indifferent demeanor towards her family upon returning to the Shen household, yet today her behavior appeared conspicuously unusual. Shen He turned to smile politely at Song Jingcheng and said with a hint of seriousness, Mr. Song, you jest. Those are merely rumors from outside. Shen He is the sole daughter of the Shen family, and our relationship has always been amicable. Though young, Shen He understood the principle that a family's honor rises and falls together. Even if Shen He were truly at odds with the family, he would never speak ill of her in front of outsiders. Recognizing that Shen He was defending Shen He's reputation, Song Jingcheng smiled appreciatively and remarked, You are quite a remarkable young man. He held a deep admiration for Shen Jinyan's character. Shen Jinyan then added, The young master Mu downstairs is Mr. Song's nephew. Is he not? His brilliance shines brightly among our peers. Upon hearing mention of his nephew, Song Jingcheng's smile dimmed slightly as he replied, You excel in different fields. Your scholarly pursuits are imbued with a more genuine spirit. Shen Jinyan did not contest this observation. He closed the book, returned it to the shelf, and turned to Song Jingcheng, saying, Mr. Song, I will convey your request to my teacher. Additionally, I must express my gratitude for your visit to congratulate my grandmother on her grand birthday. With that, Shen Jinyan adopted a gesture of dismissal, stating, Allow me to escort Mr. Song out. Not offended by the implied dismissal, Song Jingcheng replied, That would be troublesome. I shall take my leave through the side entrance. Wishing to keep his itinerary private, Shen Jinyan accompanied him through the side door. As they emerged from the Shen family side entrance and stood beneath the camphor tree in the alley, Song Jingcheng suddenly glanced back toward the small study on the third floor. Despite the soundproofing afforded by the wall, he had overheard the confrontation between Shen He and her parents, Shen Guanghui and his wife. He was taken aback to discover that Shen He possessed such a tumultuous and complex background. However, what piqued Song Jingcheng's interest even more was Shen He's apparent growth in intelligence and the newfound assertiveness in her character. The rapid development of an individual suggests that they have undergone significant changes in a short span of time. What could have been the experiences that shaped Shen He's journey? Chapter 7. A sharp tongue invites a slap as Shen He descended the stairs. she encountered a young boy clad in a dapper British-style suit in the corridor on the second floor. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Shen He. Yet upon seeing her, he maliciously taunted, "Shen He, did you just get a beating upstairs?" This lad was Shen He's younger brother, named Shen Yaozu. His name alone revealed the high hopes that Mrs. Shen and Shen Guanghui had for him. Shen He was too indifferent to engage with him and attempted to brush past. Suddenly, Shen Yaozu spread his arms, blocking her path. With a dissatisfied expression, he inquired, "Did you go to Dad for money today? Let me tell you, Mom and Dad have already made a will. All their assets will belong to me." Upon hearing this, Shen He remained unfazed. Noticing her indifference, the boy shook his left hand, drawing her attention to a new watch adorning his wrist, a luxury Audemars Piguet, valued at over 300,000 yuan. This sum could purchase a small home in the county for villagers. With a face full of exaggerated pride, Shen Yaozu exclaimed, "Look at this. It was my birthday gift from Mom and Dad." He derisively mocked Shen He. "You look like a little puppy, wagging your tail and begging for money from Dad, who is too reluctant to give you anything. Yet, without me uttering a word, Dad would bestow all the fine things upon me. Tell me, what are you doing back at the Shen family? Are you not simply courting humiliation?" Shen He addressed him by his full name, Shen Yaozu. He raised his chin, resembling an arrogant prince, and coldly retorted, "What is it? How old are you this year?" Shen He asked. Without hesitation, Shen Yaozu replied, 13, observing the brazen and overbearing boy before her. Shen He's tone turned enigmatic. "You are neither a charming little toddler nor a mischievous 5 or 6-year-old. Has no kind soul ever told you that a sharp tongue invites a slap? What?" Shen Yaozu felt an ominous premonition just as Shen He tucked her handbag under her left arm, freeing her right hand. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and struck him across the face. Slap! Slap! The two resounding blows left Shen Yaozu with a bruised face, dazed, and seeing stars. Once the chastisement concluded, Shen He seized Shen Yaozu by his tie and dragged him into the public restroom on the second floor. She dispensed a pump of hand soap and roughly applied it to his mouth, scrubbing vigorously. Shen Yaozu attempted to resist, but Shen He possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength, leaving the young boy with no opportunity to retaliate. Directing the faucet towards his face, she unleashed a torrent of water, declaring, "If your mouth is filthy, then let us cleanse it. If it remains unclean, I shall take a knife and slice away the foul bacteria." After completing her task, Shen He turned off the faucet and fixed an impassive gaze upon Shen Yaozu, warning him, "Should you dare to disrespect me again, I will have Mu Tingyun hire a miner to deal with you. You know, there are many juvenile delinquents on the run in this world, and they are a gang of mercenaries willing to obey for the right price. Mu Tingyun's intent to extinguish you is akin to squashing an ant. Utilizing Mu Tingyun as a shield, Shen He navigates the situation effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yaozu's complexion shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of how effortlessly Mu Tingyun could orchestrate his demise, and he understood that Shen He spoke the truth. Although he was a minor protected by law, Shen He could easily recruit other juvenile delinquents to eliminate him. Shen Yaozu trembled in fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Shen He cast a sidelong glance at his quaking calves, scoffed lightly, and then exited the restroom with an air of calm. Among the younger members of the Shen family, only Shen Yaozu was a coward. In the previous life, after Shen Jingcheng and others met with inexplicable fates, Madame Zhou sensed impending danger and hastily absconded with the Shen family fortune, fleeing with Shen Yaozu in tow. The mother and son vanished, leaving the Shen family in disarray. The elderly matriarch, profoundly affected, succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage in a fit of rage. After the loss of their children, Shen Ershu and Shen Sanshu bore their grief while toiling to repay debts. Surprisingly, Shen Guanghui, the indecisive one, remained with the Shen family instead of fleeing. Thus, in this life, Shen He was determined not only to strip Zhou Yulan of all she possessed, but also to instill a sense of humanity into Shen Yaozu. Should he refuse to embrace his humanity, she would reduce him to a lost dog. Lost in thought, Shen He made her way to the first floor. In a room along the eastern corridor, she heard the voice of the matriarch. "Is that you, Shen He?" Shen He hesitated for a moment before turning to enter the matriarch's chamber. Upon entering, she was enveloped by a rich fragrance of incense. She looked up and saw an elderly woman in a russet red tang suit, seated by a table crafting incense molds. Her silver hair was elegantly styled in a low bun, and her serene demeanor, while working, exuded tranquility. White-haired and adorned with flowers, do not mock the beauty of the years. Setting aside past grievances, Shen He held a deep admiration for Madame Zhong. Silently observing, Shen He watched as Madame Zhong successfully released a mold, revealing a beautifully crafted character for longevity atop the smooth ash. Shen He approached the shelf, took a stick of incense, ignited it with a lighter, and bent down to light the ash. As she did so, Madame Zhong spoke. "I heard that the Mu family's young master accompanied you today?" "Yes," replied Shen He. "Have you ever pondered why, amidst the esteemed ladies of Qing City, he chose you?" Such sentiments Madame Zhong had expressed in a previous life as well. Yet, consumed by romantic folly, Shen He had not only dismissed the wisdom, but had also believed Madame Zhong sought to undermine her aspirations of marrying into wealth. With her perspective now transformed, hearing similar words from the matriarch illuminated her understanding of the elder's genuine concern. Shen He humbly inquired, "Madam, what do you believe I possess that intrigues Mu Tingyan?" After a moment of contemplation, Madame Zhong replied, "I am not well acquainted with the Mu family, nor do I grasp their specific circumstances. Thus I cannot discern what their young master might desire from you. However, Shen He, opportunities do not fall from the sky. While romance is delightful, one must exercise caution when discussing marriage." Upon concluding her words, Ms. Zhong observed that Shen He not only remained unperturbed, but also appeared to be in deep contemplation, which piqued her curiosity. This girl seemed unusually different today, exhibiting a notable maturity upon her return, willing to patiently listen to her impart wisdom. Previously, Shen He had vehemently resisted any interaction with her, often concocting various excuses to escape as soon as she began to speak. At this moment, a flicker of sorrow crossed Shen He's eyes, for her infatuation had wrought havoc upon the Shen family's cohesion. If she did not mature soon, she would indeed be as foolish as a pig. The old matriarch mused that Shen He had reached an age where she ought to grow up. The words spoken today would surely resonate within Shen He's heart. With that, Shen He opened her handbag and retrieved a slender wooden box, presenting it to Ms. Zhong. "Happy birthday, madam." Upon opening the box, Ms. Zhong's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of a silver hairpin within. A smile of appreciation graced her lips as she expressed to Shen He, "Thank you. I truly cherish this gift." After presenting her offering, Shen He took her leave. Given the limited space of the Shen family villa, which could not accommodate a banquet, they had arranged to host the celebration at a nearby five-star hotel. As they set off for the hotel, Shen He noticed that the matriarch had donned a green silk qipao, adorned with the hairpin she had gifted her. Chapter 8. A canine quarrel and the gift controversy. Before the banquet commenced, the younger generation took turns to present their gifts and well wishes. The three brothers, Shen Guanghui, Shen Mingli, and Shen Jinan, accompanied by their partners, approached the matriarch to extend their congratulations. Following them were the grandchildren. As the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen He naturally captivated the attention of all present when she approached with Mu Tingyan. She donned a shoulder-bearing, form-fitting mermaid gown, gliding gracefully as if walking on lotus flowers. Her subtly intoxicated makeup accentuated her striking cat-like eyes, shimmering with an astonishing radiance, sparking fervent discussions among the guests regarding her beauty. Standing alongside the third son of the Mu family, she exuded an undeniable aura. Having already presented her gift, Shen He offered a few celebratory words, after which it was Mu Tingyun's turn to present his offering. Holding a gift box, Mu Tingyun turned to Shen Guanghui, who was seated at the table, and requested, "Uncle Shen, could you assist me with something?" Shen Guanghui beamed as he rose to cooperate with Mu Tingyun in unveiling the exquisite embroidery. As the piece was revealed, a depiction of longevity cranes perched upon a pine tree came into view. The guests, upon glimpsing this embroidered masterpiece, were instantly captivated. They converged around it, enthusiastically praising the lifelike quality of the work, and speculating that it must have been crafted by a renowned artist. However, upon seeing the white cranes on the fabric, Mrs. Zhong's expression shifted, her smile fading. With an elegant demeanor, Mu Tingyun remarked, "Grandma Zhong, this is the longevity white crane piece I obtained from the esteemed master of Su embroidery, Song Jingcheng. I present this to you with wishes for your good health and longevity." The guests, upon hearing his words, expressed their admiration, exclaiming how the cranes appeared so vividly rendered, clearly the work of a master artisan. "Mr. Mu is truly thoughtful," they mused. Yet, as the name Song Jingyu resonated within the Shun family, their expression soured. Shun Guanghui cast a fearful glance at the matriarch. Noticing Mrs. Zhong's darkening gaze, he angrily questioned Mu Tingyun. "Tingyun, what is the meaning of this? Why present something associated with her? This is ill-fated." Mu Tingyun furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Uncle Shun, what do you mean by that?" He continued, perplexed. "Master Song Jingyu is universally recognized as a master of Su embroidery. I recall you mentioning Grandma Zhong's fondness for collecting embroidered porcelain, which is why I sought this piece. Where have I erred? Please clarify, Uncle Shun." Listening to their exchange, Mrs. Zhong regarded Shan Guanghui with a scrutinizing gaze. In a fit of frustration, Shan Guanghui appeared ready to stomp his foot, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "I did mention that my mother has a penchant for collecting porcelain and embroidery, but I never claimed she favored the works of Song Jingyu. Yet, he had also not stated that it could not be a piece by Master Song Jingyu." Mu Tingyun's expression hardened, his gaze turning sharp and frigid as he addressed Shen Guanghui. "Are you suggesting I have committed a grave error?" It was Shen Guanghui who had wished to make a grand appearance at the birthday celebration and present a remarkable gift. Yet now he was the one expressing discontent over a perceived misstep. As Mu Tingyun cast a cold glance at Shen Guanghui, the latter felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Sensing Mu Tingyun's rising ire, he refrained from uttering further words. Upon meeting the scrutinizing gaze of Mrs. Zhong from above, Shen Guanghui inwardly lamented his misfortune. Had he foreseen such a tumultuous scene, he would have refrained from summoning Mu Tingyun in the first place. He hastily attempted to clarify, "Mother, this is all a misunderstanding." Mrs. Zhong interrupted him with a derisive laugh, her tone measured yet firm. "Guanghui, though you are not my biological son, you have grown up by my side since childhood. Over the years, I have been lenient with you and have never intended to mistreat or slight you." Her gaze, icy as she fixated on the embroidered piece bearing Song Jingyu's seal, turned steely. In front of the guests, she confronted Shen Guanghui openly. "Many years ago, your father strayed during my late pregnancy. The woman with whom he engaged in infidelity was none other than Song Jingyu. This is a family scandal, unknown to outsiders. Were you truly oblivious? Today marks my 70th birthday, and you present me with such a gift. Do you wish for my longevity and well-being, or do you yearn for my swift departure?" The room erupted in astonishment. What? The affair between Shen Jingcheng and Song Jingyu was indeed true? Was it the eldest son of the Shun family, the biological child of Mrs. Zhong and Shen Jingcheng? I had always believed Mrs. Zhong to be the birth mother of the eldest Shun. Hearing the guests' murmurs, Mu Tingyun realized that Shen Guanghui was not Mrs. Zhong's biological son. He was taken aback, astonished by how effectively Mrs. Zhong had concealed such a scandal. Her previous reticence about this matter was undoubtedly an attempt to preserve Shen Guanghui's dignity. Yet now, at the banquet celebrating her 70th birthday, her stepson, alongside his well-bred fiancée, Yi, had presented the embroidered piece from the mistress as a birthday gift. Anyone would have been incensed in such a predicament, and it was no wonder Mrs. Zhong was furious. Mu Tingyun could not allow the future father-in-law to be humiliated in front of everyone. So he voluntarily took the blame upon himself, saying, "I apologize, Grandma Zhong. This mishap is my oversight." He rolled the embroidery into a ball, feigning an intent to discard it. "Do not throw it away," Mrs. Zhong interjected, addressing Shen Guanghui. "Young Master Mu must have spent a considerable sum on this piece. Guanghui, you should keep this embroidery and, when you find the time, send it to your father. This is the work of his old flame, and I am certain he will appreciate this gift." With a mocking laugh, she added sarcastically, "Your father will surely be pleased from beyond the grave. recognizing your filial piety. Shen Guanghui's face darkened, yet he could only muster the resolve to accept the long-life crane embroidery. Following this, Mrs. Zhong appeared to be unaffected, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing had transpired, while both Mu Tingyun and Shen Guanghui remained unusually silent. After a few bites, Mu Tingyun beckoned Shen He to leave. Upon receiving the car keys from the valet, Mu Tingyun sat silently in the driver's seat. As Shen He settled into the passenger seat, she heard Mu Tingyun's enigmatic voice inquire, "Did you know beforehand?" "What?" Shen He responded, her expression revealing her confusion. Mu Tingyun suppressed his anger and inquired, "Are you aware of the matter between teacher Song Jingcheng and your grandmother?" Suddenly, Shen He's eyes turned red, and without warning, she began to weep. Mu Tingyun was taken aback, utterly bewildered, and asked, "Why are you crying?" Through her tears, Shen He accused him, "Mu Tingyun, do you doubt me? Do you suspect that I intentionally sought to embarrass you? To humiliate you in public? Mu Tingyun, is this how you perceive me? What am I to you? A scheming vixen?" The more she spoke, the more her sobs intensified. Mu Tingyun. In Shen He discerned an unsettling resemblance to Qin Yinong, and this alarming thought jolted him back to lucidity. Upon reflecting on the events of the day, he recognized that his earlier accusations had indeed wronged Shen He. "You truly did not know about this matter?" Mu Tingyun regained his composure. Shen He, feigning defiance, retorted, "No, I am aware, and I did it on purpose. I wanted to see you embarrassed. Your humiliation brings me a sense of pride. I am a wretched person who revels in theatrics and craves attention." By the end of her outburst, Shen He was sobbing uncontrollably. To be honest, she had never cried like this in her life, fearing that her tears might cease, preventing her from maintaining her fade of innocence. Shen He discreetly pinched her thigh. "Damn it, that hurts." Chapter 9. Toying with a Scoundrel. Undercover best friend Mu Tingyun, a quintessential male chauvinist, found himself softened upon witnessing the delicate girl, Shen He, weeping pitifully, akin to a flower drenched by rain. "Shen He, I harbor no resentment towards you. I merely find today as events rather peculiar, as though I have been ensnared in a scheme." Yet, he understood Shen He well. She was not the type to indulge in petty theatrics. Her tears reflected genuine distress, revealing that he had indeed misjudged her. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Rarely did he witness Shen He in tears, and her sorrow stirred a pang of compassion within him. With a gentle tone, he offered his apologies. "I was wrong. I apologize for my unwarranted outburst." An adept green tea, one must possess the ability to create drama, yet also know when to restrain themselves. With Mu Tingyun having humbled himself to apologize for love, any further dramatics on Shen He's part would seem unreasonable. Seizing the moment, Shen He dabbed at her tears with a tissue, sulkingly muttering, "It's all your fault. You've ruined my makeup." Mu Tingyun raised an eyebrow, clucking his tongue in response. "You're such a delicate creature." His tone bore a hint of indulgence. Shen He inwardly cursed. "How shameless. I'm merely toying with you, and you respond with such affection." Indeed, Mu Tingyun was quite the cad. Turning away, Shen He composed her tear-streaked face and initiated an apology of her own. "I'm sorry for concealing my family situation from you." Mu Tingyun furrowed his brow and queried, "Are you implying that your father is not the biological son of Grandma Zhong? Why conceal this?" Shen He quickly pinched the flesh at her side, wincing as tears welled up in her eyes. With her emotions in full bloom, she revealed her vulnerable side and stammered, "Mu Tingyun, you are the third son of the Mu family, and your grandmother's family, the Song clan, wields immense power. Your lineage is illustrious, and you are exceptional in every regard, whereas I at this juncture." Shen He lowered her gaze, exuding an aura of inferiority. She bit her lip gently and whispered, "As for me, I was abandoned by my parents and raised in the countryside by my grandmother. I am merely a wild girl from a rural area, who fought tooth and nail to gain admission to a university's architecture program. My status as a top student there is my most resplendent credential. You are aware that the Shen family rose to prominence with the support of Mrs. Zhong's family. The wealth and splendor of the Shen family bear no relation to me. Knowing I am the eldest daughter of the Shen family, outsiders claim I am unworthy of you, likening me to a wild chicken that has ascended to the perch of a phoenix. If they were to discover that my father is not even Mrs. Zhong's biological son, but rather the offspring of a mere peasant woman, how would they regard me? And what would your family think of me? After articulating so much, Shen He had but one crucial point to convey. Mu Tingyun, I simply desire to be with you. With tearful eyes, she gazed at Mu Tingyun, her look imbued with adoration. What man could remain unmoved by such a gaze? Mu Tingyun, while internally mocking Shen He for her unabashed affection, felt a swell of vanity at being the object of such devotion. Tenderly, he wiped away the tears from her face with his finger and assured her, Shen He, rest assured, regardless of your family background, it shall not alter my feelings for you. Regardless of what others may say, I shall never relinquish you so easily. For you, indeed, are my very essence. I am the elixir of life for your youthful heart. Naturally, I am your lifeline. As Shen He silently chastised Mu Tingyun for his foolishness, she feigned nonchalance, leaning against his shoulder. She whispered, Mu Tingyun, I am aware of my grandfather's infidelity, yet I remain oblivious to the identity of the woman, who I believe to be teacher Song Jingcheng. Do you trust me? I believe you, Mu Tingyun assured her. He had unreserved faith in Shen He, for her love for him was devoid of dignity and boundaries. How could she possibly deceive him? The car came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Mu Tingyun followed Shen He as she alighted, only to see her turn to ascend the stairs alone. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, subtly inquiring, will you not invite me upstairs for a visit? In a previous life, it was at this very moment that Mu Tingyun began to frequently convey his desire to share a bed with Shen He. His heart was set on gaining her complete trust, especially since his beloved's health report was less than favorable. Women are often naive and emotional beings. They tend to form special attachments to their first love. Thus, Mu Tingyun was eager to make her his first, hoping to secure her unwavering affection. Shen He chuckled inwardly, yet outwardly she remarked, I forgot to mention, Qin He has returned to Qing City. You've met her, haven't you? She has been staying at my place these past few days. Would you care to join us upstairs for a gathering? Shen He and Qin He had known each other since middle school and were inseparable during high school, sharing both classes and dormitories. Qin He hailed from a family of police officers. Given Mu Tingyun's hidden agenda, he had been deliberately avoiding encounters with Qin He. Upon hearing this, he shook his head and replied with feigned consideration, You two have not had a reunion in quite some time. I wouldn't want to intrude on your nostalgia conversations. You should return. Would you like me to order takeout for you two to enjoy? That sounds great. Shen He replied, Let's have some spicy crayfish. Although spicy crayfish had recently become available, they were often more shell than substance. Very well. As he watched her enter the building, Mu Tingyun gazed up at the warmly lit apartment, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Why had Qin He returned to Qing City so suddenly? Exiting the elevator, in a secluded area devoid of surveillance and outsiders, Shen He finally shed her facade of bravado, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. This day had been akin to a battle, contending with both Shen Guanghui's family and the beast known as Mu Tingyun, leaving her utterly exhausted. After regaining her composure, Shen He unlocked the door. A glimmer of light spilled from within, momentarily catching her off guard. Meow meow. Qin He, clad only in a towel, emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair. Qin He. Shen He found herself momentarily entranced by the vibrant figure before her, her mind flashing back to the harrowing image of Qin He plummeting from the 26th floor. Ever since that day, Shen He had developed an aversion to watermelons, particularly those that were underripe, their pale flesh splintering upon impact with the ground. Why are you staring at me? Qin He approached, snapping her fingers. Have you lost your mind? Shen He, in a daze, embraced Qin He and inexplicably murmured, Yi Bao, is it truly you? A peculiar emotion flickered in Qin Yi's heart. What was wrong with this girl? Meow meow, you seem quite exhausted. Hurry and take a shower. We can chat in bed afterwards. Qin He ushered Shen He into the bathroom. I will fetch you some clothes. Just wash up first. Shen He was mechanically pushed into the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over her cheeks, she gradually regained her senses. Coming from a family of police officers, Qin He had inexplicably taken to the underground music scene and later fell in love with a street thug. Shen He had advised her against it, But Shen He remained resolute, deeply in love with that delinquent. One day, Shen He unexpectedly received a farewell call from Shen He. When she rushed to the scene, she arrived just in time to witness Shen He plummeting from the 26th floor to her demise. Not long after, both Shen He and her father's police badge numbers were made public, permanently reserved. It was then that Shen He learned Shen He was an undercover narcotics officer who had begun her covert operations before even graduating from university. She had gone undercover to fulfill her father's dying wish, aiming to dismantle the drug trafficking syndicates concealed in Qing City and surrounding areas. Through her sacrifice, Shen He delayed time, aiding the police in successfully apprehending the kingpin of the drug organization. Due to the sensitive nature of their work, the identities of undercover officers are never disclosed posthumously, unless all their family members have passed away. At the tender age of 24, Shen He lost her life in the line of duty. She remained unmarried and childless. With her death, the Qin family line came to an end, and thus her and her father's badge numbers were revealed. Chapter 10. Fishing for big game. After finishing her bath, Shen He emerged from the bathroom to find Shen He seated on the carpet in front of the sofa, cradling a bowl of instant noodles. Shen He approached and snatched the bowl from her hands. "What's this? Are you so broke from playing music that you can't afford a decent dinner?" Shen He, with a playful grin, attempted to reclaim her noodles. "Come on, be kind, and let me have a bite of warm noodles to tide me over." Holding the bowl of noodles, Shen He turned and headed to the kitchen. "I'll cook you some proper noodles. You shouldn't indulge in junk food." "Meow meow, you're the best," Shen He exclaimed as she followed Shen He into the kitchen, playfully scratching her waist. Seeing a smile break across Shen He's face, Shen He finally felt relieved. She leaned against the counter, watching Shen He prepare the noodles. As silence lingered, Shen He could no longer contain herself and asked, her tone turning serious, "What did that multimedia message you sent me this morning mean?" The message contained a cryptic text written in Enshu, a script created by women in ancient times to express their emotions and share their sorrows and joys. During their high school boarding days, Shen He and Shen He had delved into the study of this unique script together. The content of the message Shen He sent this morning translated to, "My boyfriend wants to kill me." Upon receiving this alarming news, Shen He hastily returned from the neighboring city to Qing City. Shen He remained silent, her gaze scanning the apartment with a sense of vigilance. Understanding her concern, Shen He reassured her, "I've already searched your place. There are no cameras, so we can speak freely." Only then did Shen He relax. "I brought you over to help me ensure the safety of this home. A house should be a sanctuary. I must ensure it is absolutely secure. What on earth has happened? Is Mu Tingyun truly problematic?" Shen He had long harbored suspicions regarding Mu Tingyun. His arrival had been like a beam of light, illuminating Shen He's world, and she found herself entranced by the warmth it brought. However, coming from a family of police officers, Shen He viewed Mu Tingyun's motives with skepticism, just as one does not expect pie to fall from the sky. She found it hard to believe that sunshine would fortuitously shine upon Shen He. This was not to say that Shen He did not deserve warmth. Rather, it was the peculiar timing and coincidence that raised her suspicions. Shen He firmly believed that all coincidences are deliberate. Though she had questioned Mu Tingyun's intentions, she had yet to uncover any substantial evidence. Thus, the moment she received Shen He's text that morning, she hurried back to Qing City. As Shen He gazed into the boiling pot, a wave of hatred washed over her. "Bao, if I said that Mu Tingyun's pursuit of me is merely a ruse to gain my trust, to sever my ties with the Shen family, and leave me isolated, only to later seek an opportunity to extract my heart for the sake of his beloved, would you believe me?" After articulating her thoughts in one breath, Shen He looked up at Shen He and asked, "Do you believe it?" Shen He's mouth fell open in disbelief. What the hell? While the notion seemed utterly absurd, she knew Shen He was not one to jest about such matters. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "If this is true, Mu Tingyun must be concealing his intentions very deeply. How did you come to this realization?" Shen He offered a bitter smile, for she had once experienced death. Shen He furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by having died once?" Shen He suddenly recalled, "Bao, you dropped out of school to become an underground singer, disregarding my objections to pursue a romance with Shuezui. I was frustrated and scolded you for your degradation, lamenting that you were like a stubborn lump of clay that could not be molded. Yet now, I must extend my apologies. You have inherited your father's aspirations, Ibao. You're not only your uncle's pride, but also mine. Upon hearing these words, Shen He froze, her face a canvas of disbelief. Meow meow. How could you possibly know? The fact that she was an undercover agent was a closely guarded secret, one that Shen He should never have uncovered. Unless, connecting Shen He's earlier remark about having died once, Shen He began to comprehend the situation. Tears welled in her eyes as she pressed against Shen He's chest, asking with genuine concern, "Does it hurt terribly?" In front of her dearest friend, Shen He finally allowed herself to shed the facade of strength and broke down in tears. Sobbing, "It hurts so much, Ibao, truly." Shen He joined her in tears. Once their emotions settled, Shen He recollected her current mission and inquired of Shen He, "So, has my task been successfully completed?" Shen He fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, she spoke with a solemn tone, "You succeeded." Shen He was the one person in this world who understood Shen He best. She sensed something was amiss from Shen He's grave expression. However, she soon smiled with understanding, declaring, "As long as the task is completed, all that I have done is worthwhile." Hearing this, Shen He felt her heart shatter. How could such a wonderful Ibao meet such a tragic end? Gazing at Shen He's youthful and vibrant face, Shen He vowed to take action to alter Shen He's fate. Wiping her tears, Shen He grasped Shen He's hands firmly and earnestly declared, "Meow meow. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you unconditionally." Indeed, after Shen He finished her meal, Shen He asked, "Are you tired? If you're not, would you like to go fishing with me?" Fishing? At this late hour? Shen He doubted Shen He's sanity. "Since when did you take a liking to fishing?" Shen He smiled enigmatically and replied, "Trust me, tonight we will catch a big fish." Shen He remained skeptical, but decided to follow her lead. In the dead of night, Mrs. Zhou stealthily arrived at the very spot where Shen He had drowned 24 years ago. The stream from that time had now been transformed into a wetland protection park, adorned with luxurious villas and a golf course, a veritable sanctuary for the affluent. Mrs. Zhou walked along the wooden path until she reached the place Shen He had designated for their encounter. Spotting Shen He alone at the observation platform at the end of the road, Mrs. Zhou cautiously surveyed her surroundings to ensure Shen He was indeed by herself before she approached her. "Speak, how much do you want for your revenge?" Until that moment, Mrs. Zhou believed Shen He was merely trying to intimidate her, hoping to extort money from her. Shen He pointed towards the lake ahead, her tone resolute as she declared, "I told you, either you jump in here, or you wait until I'm satisfied before coming back up. Either you cede 30% of your shares in that media company to me, or I shall file a report at the police station. As for anything else, I desire nothing." Seeing that Shen He remained impervious to her threats, Mrs. Zhou could not help but feel a surge of anger. Glaring at the shimmering lake ahead, she spat through gritted teeth, "The water here is 5 meters deep, and I cannot swim. If I were to leap in, would I even survive?" Desperation breeds recklessness. Shen He, do not presume upon our maternal bond to think I will continue to show you leniency. Push me to my limits, and I shall not hesitate to retaliate. In the face of Mrs. Zhou's blatant menace, Shen He remained resolute, stating, "I will not alter my terms." Mrs. Zhou, seething with frustration, fixed her dark gaze upon Shen He and spoke in a peculiar tone. "Shen He, a young lady ought to steer clear of perilous situations. In such places, if one were to be violated, it would be akin to calling upon the heavens for assistance to no avail." At these words, a frost enveloped Shen He's countenance. "What are you planning?" she demanded. "Your infatuation with Mu Tingyun, your sycophantic attempts to win his favor. Is it not merely a ploy to marry into the Mu family and subsequently trample upon your own mother for the rest of your days? Tell me, Shen He, if your purity were to be sullied, would Mu Tingyun still embrace you?" With that, Mrs. Zhou snapped her fingers. A masked man clad in black swiftly approached from the wooden walkway, his gaze fixed greedily and menacingly upon Shen He. Upon the sudden appearance of the dark-clad figure, a shadow of foreboding flickered in Shen He's eyes. "Look, the bait has been taken." Chapter 11. Blame the fisherman. Ms. Zhou extended her left hand towards Shen He. her tone menacing as she threatened, "Return the original recording to me, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will ensure that you never marry into the Mu family." Despite having long recognized Ms. Zhou's cold-blooded and selfish nature, Shen He still underestimated the depths of her depravity. With a mocking thumbs up towards Zhou Yulan, she retorted, "To hire someone to harm your own daughter, Zhou Yulan, that is truly despicable. However, I refuse to return the original to you." In front of Zhou Yulan, Shen He swiftly unlocked her phone and declared, "I will upload your recording online, and you shall be infamous." This decision provoked Zhou Yulan to a frenzy. She rushed over and forcefully knocked Shen He's phone into the lake behind her. As Shen He's phone sank into the depths, Zhou Yulan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She retrieved her own phone, activated the camera, and directed it towards the masked man, saying, "Deal with her." The robust figure of the man easily overpowered Shen He, pinning her to the ground. Shen He struggled desperately, pleading for mercy, but the man struck her with a resounding slap, roaring, "Shut up." The impact silenced Shen He. The sound of that slap sent a shiver through Zhou Yulan's heart. A fleeting moment of compassion flickered in her eyes, but considering her own interests and her son's future, she raised her phone and began recording Shen He. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens approached from afar, drawing closer to the wetland park. Upon hearing the sirens, Zhou Yulan's expression shifted dramatically, and the man hastily attempted to flee. At that moment, Shen He wore a cryptic smile, drawing a dagger concealed behind the trash can, and plunged it into the man's abdomen. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Zhou Yulan, devoid of conscience, had escaped with all of the Shen family's wealth in her past life. How could she expect Shen He to confront her unprepared in this life? Upon seeing the dagger in Shen He's hand, Zhou Yulan suddenly grasped the situation, a chill running down her spine. "Shen He, you deliberately set a trap for me." It was only then that Zhou Yulan realized Shen He had intentionally come to confront her, threatening to upload the audio file online as a means to push her into a corner. With a cold smile, Shen He replied, "Ms. Zhou, every step you take is your own choice. How can you blame me?" Indeed, Shen He was digging a pit for Zhou Yulan, but it was Zhou Yulan who chose to leap into it willingly. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. Upon seeing them, Shen He transformed her previously cunning demeanor. Her hands trembled in fear as she clutched the dagger, her dark cat-like eyes brimming with tears as she panicked, exclaiming, "I've killed someone, I've killed someone." Zhou Yulan was left in stunned silence by her masterful acting. You wretched girl, be quiet." A female officer approached, roughly twisting Zhou Yulan's hands behind her back. The cold handcuffs clamped around Zhou Yulan's wrists, filling her with dread. "Officer, it was this vile girl who plotted against me." Zhou Yulan attempted to argue. Shen He lifted her pale face, gazing pitifully at Zhou Yulan. In a voice filled with despair and anguish, she accused Zhou Yulan, "Mother, even if I contradicted you at Grandma's birthday banquet today, and you despise my disobedience, there is no need to humiliate me by bringing a man into this." Upon hearing her words, several police officers present regarded Zhou Yulan with disdain, as though she were a beast. Zhou Yulan realized that she had indeed fallen into Shen He's trap. In her fury, she began to hurl the most scathing insults at Shen He, her tirade as harsh as it could be, until the police mercilessly placed her in the patrol car. It was then that a female officer approached Shen He, intending to take the dagger from her grasp. Shen He clutched the dagger tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. Her lips trembled in fear as she asked the officer, "Sister, I think I've killed someone. Will I go to prison?" Noticing the slap mark on Shen He's face and the disheveled collar of her shirt, the female officer gently reassured her, "You acted in self-defense. You'll be fine. Moreover, that scoundrel is not in any mortal peril, merely injured." Upon hearing this, Shen He finally felt a sense of relief and willingly released the dagger. The officer placed it into an evidence bag and informed Shen He, "Young lady, you were almost harmed tonight." Thankfully, a kind-hearted angler nearby noticed the situation and alerted us. Had we arrived a few minutes later, the outcome could have been dire. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yulan was left in tears, realizing that it was the fisherman who had thwarted her plans. "Let us go. We need to take your statement at the station." "All right." Shen He glanced across to the opposite bank of the wetland park, where the angler, Qin Yi, was waving at her with the flashlight of her phone. She lowered her head, a faint smile returning to her lips. Across the wetland park, Shen He was pleased to see the police arrive on time and take Zhou Yulan and others away. She whistled, gathered her fishing gear, and prepared to leave. Turning around, she noticed another angler sitting on a nearby viewing platform. Vin you posed in surprise. Had he been there all along? But in the next moment, she displayed her social butterfly nature, waving at him. Hey friend, are you here for night fishing too? Song Jingcheng, holding a thermos, glanced at Shen He and replied with a simple, before inquiring, how was your catch tonight? Shen He, holding an empty bucket, smiled brightly, quite abundant. Friend, I must be on my way. With that, she slipped away with her gear. Song Jingcheng stared at the now silent bank across the water. He had merely stepped out for some fresh air in the middle of the night and had unwittingly witnessed this dramatic scene. Shen He, how had he never noticed before how much trouble Mu Tingyun's girlfriend could stir? Suddenly, an inscrutable figure appeared beside him, and for the first time, Song Jingcheng felt a curiosity about Shen He. In the dead of night, Shen Guanghui was summoned to the police station. Upon learning the full story, he was enraged and immediately slapped Zhou Yulan several times. Zhou Yulan, Shen He is our daughter. Even if you do not love her, she is still a part of you. Yes, Shen He has not shown you enough respect, but did you have to go so far as to harm her? In this world, what kind of mother would seek to have someone violate her daughter? Your cruelty is simply appalling. By acting in this manner, how can you expect Yaozu to navigate life in the future? Zhou Yulan, in a state of disorientation, could not comprehend how she had fallen victim to Shen He's schemes. She believed herself to be infallible in her calculations, unaware that there were fishermen in the wetland park even at such a late hour. It was only at this moment, upon hearing Shen Guanghui mention their son Shen Yaozu, that Zhou Yulan began to grasp the gravity of her situation. She clutched Shen Guanghui's hand tightly, pleading with him. Darling, you must implore Shen He to refrain from pressing charges against me. Whatever it takes, she must sign a letter of understanding. I cannot go to prison. If I do, Yaozu's future will be utterly ruined. It was only when concerned her son's prospects that Zhou Yulan felt genuine fear. Shen Guanghui pointed a finger at her, scolding vehemently. Now you are afraid? Why did you not consider Yaozu before taking action? Shen He is pushing too far. Anger contorted Mrs. Zhou's face as she gritted her teeth and retorted. I am her biological mother. How has she treated me? It is merely March, and she has the audacity to demand that I jump into the wetland park in the dead of night. I am no swimmer. Jumping in would only lead to my demise. Furthermore, she demands 30% of my company's shares outright. She is a greedy devil, and I merely wish to teach her a lesson. It is all that fisherman's fault. As events unfolded to this extent, Mrs. Zhou blamed the heavens, the earth, and the fishermen, yet she failed to recognize any fault in herself. Chapter 12. A display of acting skills, the master of green tea at this juncture. Zhou Yulan continued to utter nonsensical remarks. Shen Guanghui lamented bitterly. Zhou Yulan, you are utterly obstinate and beyond redemption. I care not for your fate. After exiting Ms. Zhou's room, Shen Guanghui turned into the conversation room, where Shen He was located. Upon witnessing Shen He's red-rimmed eyes and her disheveled demeanor, a pang of guilt and compassion spread within him. He approached Shen He and sat beside her, instinctively reaching out to take her hand, but she recoiled as though stung by a serpent. This gesture deepened Shen Guanghui's heartache. Shen He began, his voice tinged with shame. This incident tonight is a result of your mother's folly. I have already reprimanded her. Rest assured, I shall ensure she provides you with an explanation. Shen He remained silent, offering no response. Shen Guanghui found himself engaged in a solitary performance, feeling somewhat awkward. He shifted from his chair and squatted by Shen He's side. Shen he pleaded, would you reconsider pursuing charges against your mother? If she were to be imprisoned, it would adversely affect both you and your brother. Fearing Shen He's refusal, he hastily added, you need not worry. Should you agree to sign a letter of understanding, we shall compensate you handsomely. You do fancy money, do you not? I can provide it. Money? Shen He interrupted, her expression devoid of emotion. Tonight, I nearly lost my virtue. Do you comprehend the repercussions of such a loss? In a fit of despair, she shouted at Shen Guanghui, "Do not even suggest marrying Mu Tingyun. I, a wilted flower, would find it nearly impossible to marry again. I shall become the subject of gossip throughout Qing City. My life will be ruined. You wish to compensate me? Can you truly afford it?" Shen Guanghui was rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he managed to stammer, "Well, it hasn't reached the worst possible outcome. You could still marry Mu Tingyun." Having been wounded time and again by Shen Guanghui and his wife, Shen He's heart was already riddled with scars. She thought she had grown numb to the pain, yet his words struck her like a chill. "I will not write a letter of understanding," Shen He declared resolutely. "I want her to serve time in prison." With that, she rose and departed, her humiliation vividly portraying the plight of a vain woman nearly ensnared in a cunning plot, deserving of an award for Best Actress. A silver-black sedan was parked beneath a tree in the courtyard of the police station. Mu Tingyun sat in the driver's seat, his left hand resting outside the descending window, a cigarette pinched between his fingers. In the dim light of the night, the ember glowed crimson, flickering ominously. The rearview mirror provided a clear view of the police station's entrance. Mu Tingyun smoked nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the mirror. Upon spotting Shen He's figure, he instinctively narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her silhouette. Shen He donned a light cardigan paired with a shimmering silver skirt and flat leather shoes. Her legs, revealed beneath the hem of her skirt, were slender and well-proportioned. Her attire appeared tidy, devoid of overt signs of mistreatment. Mu Tingyun subtly exhaled, feeling a slight relief. With her head bowed low, Shen He walked slowly, exuding an aura of despondency and sorrow, oblivious to the car parked beneath the tree. Noticing Shen He's complete lack of awareness, Mu Tingyun opened the car door and called out to her. Upon hearing his voice, Shen He initially froze, but gradually lifted her gaze to see Mu Tingyun, and then she cast aside her armor and threw herself into his embrace, weeping bitterly. "Mu Tingyun, my mother truly doesn't love me at all," though she perceived herself merely as a tool for rescuing her beloved. Hearing Shen He's lament about her mother's indifference stirred a pang of sympathy in Mu Tingyun's heart. He gently patted her back and soothingly reassured her. "Not every parent loves their child. The sooner you realize this, the sooner you can find liberation. I will love you doubly from now on." Yet, Shen He continued to cry inconsolably. Observing her distress, Mu Tingyun felt a deeper ache for her. He cradled her face, leaning in as if to kiss her. However, Shen He instinctively turned her head away. Mu Tingyun was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you avoiding me?" Shen He, almost biting her lip to the point of drawing blood, replied with a hint of self-loathing, "Mu Tingyun, I feel so dirty." She truly felt sullied by the thought of Mu Tingyun, as every time he drew near, visions of him kissing Qin Yinong invaded her mind, making her nauseous. Considering everything Shen He had endured that evening, Mu Tingyun assumed her discomfort stemmed from feeling unclean. His expression darkened as he queried, "Did that beast touch you?" Shen He wiped away her tears and shook her head. "No, I even stabbed him, and he was injured." Mu Tingyun exhaled in relief. As long as she hadn't been violated, that was a comfort. He harbored a strong aversion to anything tainted, and even if Shen He was merely a tool, she had to be a pristine one. Seeing Mu Tingyun's sigh of relief, Shen He couldn't help but scoff. "Your wretched cucumber is nearly devoured by Qin Yinong. What right do you have to be picky about me?" Fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, she continued, "Mu Tingyun, I now feel a profound fear of men. If I react with rejection towards you, would you mind?" Mu Tingyun, feeling heartbroken over Shen He's experiences that night, understood her fear and had no intention of reproaching her at that moment. He softly comforted her. "You've been frightened. I'm here for you, not to blame you. Would you like me to help you find a psychologist?" Shen He declined, expressing her desire for solitude. "Mu Tingyun, can you take me home?" "Of course. Please wait in the car while I speak with them for a moment." As Mu Tingyun entered the police station's lobby, he spotted Shen Guanghui. Shen Guanghui's eyes darted nervously, betraying his guilt. "Tingyun, about tonight," he began, but was interrupted by Mu Tingyun. "Mr. Shen, the actions of you and Mrs. Shen this evening have been nothing short of astonishing. With parents like you two, Shen He is indeed unfortunate." She has stated she is unwilling to write a letter of understanding. As parents, if you do not cherish her, then I shall lovingly care for her in your stead. Since she is unwilling to write a letter of understanding, I shall certainly assist her in resolving this matter. Mrs. Shen can simply await her inevitable fate within the confines of the prison walls. Mu Tingyun has been troubled, pondering how to sever Shen He's ties with the Shen family and earn her complete trust. The present moment is indeed opportune, and he must not let it slip away. After confronting Shan Guanghui, Mu Tingyun ascended to meet the chief of the local police station. Having arranged everything, he finally exited the station, leaving Shen Guanghui anxiously pacing in the lobby. Once back in the car, Mu Tingyun reassured Shen He, saying, "Shen He, I will always stand by your side. I shall be your strongest support." He tenderly caressed Shen He's long hair and earnestly added, "From now on, you can trust me." In her heart, Shen He silently greeted Mu Tingyun's ancestors, yet tears of gratitude shimmered in her eyes. She gazed at him with deep affection and sincerely remarked, "Mu Tingyun, you are truly wonderful to me." Shen He was resolute in her determination to indulge in this affection. Mu Tingyun playfully flicked her forehead and teased, "You little rascal, only now do you realize how well I treat you?" Indeed, it was so good that it felt as though my heart had been laid bare. Chapter 13. The dazzling appearance of Grandma Su upon arriving outside the apartment complex. Mu Tingyun leaned in to unfasten Shen He's seatbelt. In a half embrace, he encircled her within his arms and, with a playful smile, inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be at home with Chini? What brings you to the wetlands park?" Mu Tingyun's contemplative nature hinted at a growing suspicion towards Shen He. Shen He, choosing honesty, recounted the altercation she had with Mrs. Zhou at the Shen residence. After sharing her experience, she lowered her gaze, her tone tinged with sorrow. "In truth, I didn't record anything. I merely wished to gauge my significance in Mrs. Zhou's eyes. A self-deprecating laugh escaped her lips as she choked back tears. "As you can see, I lost utterly." The palpable sadness emanating from Shen He was almost tangible. Mu Tingyun, feeling her distress, gently patted the back of her hand and comforted her softly. "You should return and rest well. Sleep, and when you awaken, forget about the Shens." He added, "Shen He, from now on, I shall be your family." Upon hearing this, Shen He grasped Mu Tingyun's forearm. Her eyes filled with unease as she asked, "Mu Tingyun, will you always treat me kindly? Can I truly trust you?" Mu Tingyun nodded earnestly, his gaze deep and unwavering. "Shen He, you may choose not to trust anyone else in this world, but you can place your faith in me. I love you as I love my own life." At his words, Shen He finally revealed a reassuring smile. "Mu Tingyun, thank you for entering my life." After exiting the vehicle, Shen He stood at the entrance of the complex, reluctantly watching Mu Tingyun's car fade into the distance, her smile vanishing in an instant. "Meow meow." Chini approached, linking her arm with Shen He's. Having come down earlier, she had spotted Shen He and Mu Tingyun conversing in the car from afar and chose to wait until Mu Tingyun departed before making her presence known. Shen He gave Chini a thumbs up, bow. "Your timing with that call to the police was impeccable." "Hey, I'm quite the expert when it comes to dealing with the police," Chini replied as they strolled towards the apartment building. "I just witnessed you and Mu Tingyun in the car, and honestly, if I didn't know what you were up to, I would have almost believed you were love-struck." "Vin you remarket, Herr Tonitiasink." Shen He chuckled knowingly. "What you stumbled upon was precisely when I asked him if he would always treat me well. He assured me he would, urging me to trust him, claiming he loves me as his life." "Vin ye shivret in disgust." You and Mu Tingyun are merely putting on a show, competing in acting prowess. Concerned that Shen He might be outmatched by Mu Tingyun's charm, she warned, "Be cautious in the company of wolves." "I will be," Shen He replied. "Oh, by the way," Chini suddenly recalled, "I encountered a man at the wetlands park tonight." Shen He halted, her expression turning grave. "Who is he? Do you know him?" "I do not," Chini responded. "What did he look like?" As an undercover police officer, Chini possessed remarkable memory and observational skills. Despite the thick darkness of the night, she remembered several distinctive features about the man. Chini remarked, "It is already April, yet he is clad in a thick sweater and adorned with slender-framed glasses." Oh, and he clutches a thermos in his hand. Recalling another detail, Shen He added, the exterior of his thermos is embellished with a doodle, a pink flower, a pink tulip. Shen He accurately identified the variety of the doodled flower. Shen He nodded eagerly. Yes, that's it. How did you know? Shen He replied, that must be Song Jingcheng. He established a charitable school in the Northwest, providing free education for special needs children. That tulip was a gift from a little girl with autism before her passing. At Song Jingcheng's funeral, the principal of a charity school brought several children to pay their respects. Shen He vividly remembered the thermos belonging to Song Jingcheng. A year prior, when Mu Tingyin took her to visit him, he was holding that very thermos. Coincidentally, Song Jingcheng had recently been unwell and was recuperating in a wellness villa near Wetland Park. Upon hearing Shen He's description, Shen He instinctively thought of Song Jingcheng. Song Jingcheng? Shen He found name familiar, but could not recall where she had heard it. Shen He explained, he is Mu Tingyun's uncle, the youngest son of the Song family. Shen He suddenly realized, so it's that frail one. No wonder he dresses so warmly. Shen He mused, he hasn't even reached middle age, and he can't part with his thermos. I fear this Song Jingcheng is not destined for longevity. Shen He replied, not just that. He is essentially a man of short life. In 7 months, he would pass away. He likely senses the events unfolding across the river. Xin Yi inweeded. Do you have a plan? Unforeseen circumstances with Song Jingcheng had caught Shen He off guard, and she momentarily had no strategy. She replied, we shall confront challenges as they come. By the way, Bao, my grandmother will be visiting the city tomorrow to see me. Please help me devise a way to persuade her to stay with me. Noticing the weight in Shen He's tone when she mentioned her grandmother, Shen He felt a pang of anxiety and asked, has something happened to her? Yes, Shen He replied, this summer will bring her calamity. A shiver ran through Shen He. During their high school years, she often accompanied Shen He back to the countryside. Shen He's grandmother was the epitome of hospitality and had always treated Shen He with kindness. The thought of her grandmother potentially leaving this summer filled Shen He with dread. She suggested, why not lie and say you're ill? Shen He pondered, what illness? Shen He raised an eyebrow. Infertility? Get lost. Shen He playfully chased after Shen He, and the two of them laughed as they returned to the apartment. After a quick wash, they succumbed to sleep. Upon waking, it was nearly noon. Shen He called her business partner to request another day off. After preparing some oatmeal and consuming a handful of nuts, Shen He urged Shen He to accompany her to the train station to pick someone up. At 2 in the afternoon, a uniquely dressed septuagenarian appeared at the high-speed rail station. She donned a pair of handcrafted black cloth shoes and bore a large basket on her shoulder, filled with freshly foraged wild mushrooms. In her left hand, she carried a substantial plastic oil drum filled with farm-fresh eggs, while her right hand grasped a large bag containing sealed cured meats. The elderly lady followed a group of young people as they disembarked from the high-speed train, her steps vigorous as she traversed the underground passage of the station. Just as she reached the exit, a middle-aged man in a suit, clutching a briefcase, intercepted her. Madam, what a coincidence to meet you again, he exclaimed. This gentleman, surnamed Cheng, had previously sat beside her on the train and was a businessman of considerable experience. Are you truly not selling those wild mushrooms? I would offer you 10,000 yuan for the few matsutake in your basket. What do you say? Mr. Cheng, well versed in his trade, recognized that the basket contained wild mushrooms, including 3 rare matsutake of notable size, an unmistakable indication of their premium quality. The price of exquisite wild matsutake is notoriously steep, and finding a reliable source is a challenge. Encountering such a find stirred his desire to purchase them as a gift. His purpose for visiting Qing City was to meet a distinguished individual, a gentleman plagued by illness. Such wild matsutake would be the perfect gift for him. However, Grandma Su firmly shook her head, unequivocally stating, Sir, I cannot sell my matsutake. My granddaughter adores matsutake chicken soup. Your granddaughter is indeed fortunate, Mr. Cheng replied, enviously wishing to be her grandchild himself. Grandma, Shen He and Shen He waved at the elderly lady from the exit. Upon seeing her long-lost granddaughter, Su Jin's face lit up with joy. She pointed to Shen He and told Mr. Cheng, Do you see her? That is my granddaughter. Isn't she lovely? These matsutake are meant for beautiful young ladies. As a grown man, how could you dare compete with a little girl for a taste? The gentleman could only respond with a stunned silence. Chapter 14. A woman's worth is not defined by marriage or men recalling the previous encounter with Mr. Chung on the high-speed train, when he kindly assisted her in placing her heavy bag atop the luggage rack, believing her to be impoverished. He generously offered her a piece of chocolate. Granny Sue reached in her nylon bag and retrieved a fresh wild gastrodia, presenting it to Mr. Chung. Young man, take this home and make some soup. It is excellent for calming the liver and dispelling wind. You appear weary in both body and spirit. This would do you no harm. Wild gastrodia is indeed a precious item. Mr. Chung, appreciating the gift, felt hesitant to accept such kindness from an elder without offering something in return. He promptly handed her a business card. I am Chung Tao Wang. I run a small family business. Auntie, should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call. Are you truly not selling the matsutake? Mr. Chung persisted. How about I add another 10,000? Granny Sue resolutely shook her head. No sale, no sale. Thus, Mr. Chung reluctantly took his leave. Shen He and Shen He approached. Shen He inquired, Who is that, Grandma? A decent young man, wishing to purchase my matsutake. He mistook me for a poor old woman from the countryside, and even offered me a piece of chocolate. Setting aside the eggs, Granny Sue handed a piece of chocolate to the two young women. You share this. Shen He accepted the chocolate, glancing down, Demori chocolate imported, not cheap. Shen He seized the business card from Granny Sue's hand, reading aloud, Chung Tao Wang, General Manager of Shangrong Medical Manufacturing Company, Limited. Keep it. It might prove useful in the future. Returning the card to Granny Sue, Shen He then picked up the bag containing preserved meats, reaching for Granny Sue's basket. Grandma, let me carry the basket. Granny Sue shook her head. It's not heavy. She fixed her gaze on Shen He's dress and chuckled. That dress is made of real silk. Isn't it? Quite expensive. Do take care not to snag it. Shen He had to relent. Shen He lifted the bucket of eggs, saying, Grandma, the car is parked over there. Let us walk over. With her sweet demeanor, Shen He led Granny Sue along, engaging her in cheerful conversation that brought smiles to the elder's face. Shen He lagged a few steps behind, watching the spirited way Granny Sue walked. Her heart ached. How could such a robust grandmother have accidentally fallen into a fish pond and drowned? Shen He drove, while Shen He accompanied Granny Sue in the back seat. Granny Sue took out a plastic bag from her pocket, revealing some crushed sesame candy. She selected a piece and handed it to Shen He, stuffing the remainder into Shen He's hands. Remember, you adored this when you were little. Today, as I passed through town, I spotted old lady Wang still selling sesame candy, so I brought you a piece. Taste it. See if it still has that childhood flavor. Shen He, having experienced financial hardships in her youth, recalled how Granny Sue would always purchase a pound of sesame candy from old lady Wang during their trips to the market. Just a bite of that candy could sweeten Shen He's heart. Rarely did she indulge in such affection. Grandma, please feed me. Grandma Sue playfully scolded her for her shamelessness, yet still offered a piece of food to Shen He. The familiar sweetness enveloped her palate, and Shen He, unable to contain her emotions, felt her eyes welling with tears. Fearing that her grandmother might notice her distress, she turned her gaze toward the window. After stifling her tears, Shen He managed to say, delicious, just like when I was a child. I always knew Grandma Wang was genuine. However, Grandma Sue's expression darkened once more as she recounted. Grandma Wang took a tumble last year and nearly succumbed to the cold in the restroom. Thankfully, a neighbor found her and saved her life. But that fall left her with numerous ailments. I wonder if we will see her at the next market. This remark inevitably brought to mind the haunting image of Grandma Sue's lifeless body drifting upon the water in Shen He's previous life. Her heart clenched, and she quickly grasped her grandmother's hand, pleading, Grandma, since you've come this time, please don't go back. Each visit, Shen He would invite Grandma Sue to settle down with her. Yet this time, Grandma Sue took it lightly, saying, Meow meow, your concern warms my heart. But I'm still in good health and have grown accustomed to life in the countryside. When I can no longer manage, I shall come and live with you, all right? Shen He had established a studio and was in the midst of her career endeavors. Having her elderly grandmother in the city would only become a burden. Hearing this, Shen He felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Suddenly, Shen He, who had been silently listening, interjected with alarming news. Grandma, did you know that Meow Meow fainted during her morning run yesterday? Grandma Sue's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped Shen He's hands, urgently asking, "You fainted? What happened?" Shen He responded on Shen He's behalf. The doctor said Meow Meow is anemic and mentioned irregular menstruation and a cold uterus, which could lead to infertility. Shen He continued to unsettle Grandma Sue. The Mu family is quite large, and there is a throne to inherit. If Shen He cannot bear children, Mu Tingyun will surely part ways with her. Grandma, you're a doctor. Please stay and supervise Shen He in taking her medication to improve her health. Shen He was about to caution Shen He against her reckless words when she heard Grandma Sue declare, "I will stay to care for Meow Meow." Shen He promptly fell silent, astonished by how smoothly this had transpired. Grandma Sue held Shen He's hand affectionately, saying, "Though you were a premature baby, you have always been strong from consuming milk. I had no idea you suffered from anemia and a cold uterus until now. Tell me honestly, have you not been eating well these past few years?" Wishing to spare her grandmother's worry, Shen He replied, "It's just mild anemia." However, the elderly woman fell silent, her heart aching for her granddaughter. Shen He, while nominally the eldest daughter of the Shen family in Qing City, felt distant from her father and mother, lacking affection and care, with no one to tend to her emotional needs and the pressures of work weighing heavily upon her. It was no wonder she had fallen into such poor health. Grandma Sue, feeling deeply pained, resolved to remain by Shen He's side. "Tomorrow, I shall return to the countryside, entrusting the farmland and the chickens and ducks to Uncle Zhang's care, and then I will come back to Qing City to be with you." Unable to resist, Shen He leaned against her grandmother's shoulder and sweetly exclaimed, "Grandma, you are the best." Grandma Sue assured Shen He, "Meow Meow, neither cold womb nor anemia are grave afflictions. I shall prepare a few herbal remedies for you and ensure you consume them daily. You will recover." Originally hailing from City A, Grandma Sue had willingly accompanied her father to the countryside during her youth to serve as a sent-down youth. Su Jin's father was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who continued his practice as a village doctor upon arriving in the rural area. From a young age, Su Jin absorbed knowledge from her father and acquired a basic understanding of medicine. After her father's passing, she inherited his legacy and became the village clinic's physician. However, when the government mandated that physicians must possess certification, Su Jin, lacking the medical license, closed her small clinic and took on the role of a farmer. The meager earnings from farming barely sustained her and her grandchildren throughout the year. In her spare time, Su Jin would venture deep into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs for sale. The funds for Shen He's education were meticulously saved by Su Jin, one coin at a time. Although she lacked a formal medical qualification, it did not diminish her genuine skill. Even now, when village elders suffer from ailments, they discreetly seek out Su Jin for treatment. Grandma Sue possessed considerable experience in addressing minor issues, such as anemia and cold womb. "Meow Meow, do not fret. Such trifles will not impede your fertility." After a pause, she added, "If that Mu lad intends to part ways with you solely because of your inability to conceive, then let him go. A woman's worth need not be validated through men or marriage, having endured the pangs of betrayal in her own marriage." Grandma Sue was most qualified to utter such sentiments. Shen He gave a thumbs up to Grandma Sue, exclaiming, "Grandma speaks the truth." Shen He joined in laughter, remarking, "I never claimed I wouldn't marry Mu Tingyun, but I do yearn for a child of my own." While contemporary society often reflects a dispassionate stance toward procreation among the youth, Shen He harbored a fondness for children. A man may be absent, yet a child must undeniably be present. Chapter 15. A good man is like gold in a pile of excrement. After hosting a welcome dinner for Grandma Sue, Shen He departed from Qing City. Once she bid farewell to Shen He, Shen He purchased half a watermelon from a fruit shop outside her residential complex. Upon entering her meticulously organized apartment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandma, you are indeed my diligent little fairy." Grandma Sue recounted the tale of the diligent little fairy to Shen He, understanding that her granddaughter was praising her industriousness. With a dismissive scoff, Grandma Sue retorted, "I'm not nearly as foolish as her. Why would a perfectly good fairy choose to serve a man as a maid, washing and cooking for him? Reflecting on her own missteps, Grandma Su felt compelled to impart wisdom to Shen He. Meow meow. You have worked hard to gain admission to university and establish your own studio. You must focus on your career and realize your own value in life. Do not be like the little fairy, understood? Despite being a celestial being, she eagerly toils away in the kitchen for a man. If I were her parents, I would be furious. Rest assured, Grandma, I will never let love cloud my judgment. The painful memories of her past life were still vivid in Shen He's mind, and she was determined not to fall into the trap of romantic obsession again. Gazing at Shen He's youthful and beautiful visage, Grandma Su felt as though she were looking at her younger self. In her youth, Grandma Su had fallen head over heels for Shen He's grandfather, marrying him in a whirlwind of passion. Yet, how did he treat her? The mention of Shen He's grandfather, Song Jingcheng, ignited a bitterness in Grandma Su. He was the only university student in their village. During his sophomore year, Song Jingcheng's father tragically passed away, leaving behind only a paralyzed mother. Reluctantly, he chose to drop out of school to care for her, earning a reputation as a dutiful son throughout the region. After his mother's passing, Shen Jingcheng was introduced to Su Jin, the daughter of the village doctor, Su Qi, through a matchmaker. The Su family had come from city as educated youths. Although they were financially challenged, Su Qi was a cultured man with medical expertise, and his daughter, Su Jin, was a stunning beauty. Shen Jingcheng was quite content with Su Jin, and they married smoothly. Within a year, Su Jin bore him a son, Shen Guanghui. As the only university graduate in the village, Shen Jingcheng harbored lofty ambitions and ventured into the city when their child was merely a month old. He remained away for 5 years, returning only once for his father-in-law, Su Qi's funeral. One summer, while Su Jin was carrying her medical bag to visit a patient in a neighboring village, she passed through a cornfield and was accosted by a single man from that village. With great effort, she managed to knock him unconscious and escape. However, the sight of her disheveled appearance as she emerged from the cornfield led the villagers to believe she had been unfaithful. Despite her attempts to explain, no one would lend her an ear. Before long, rumors of her alleged infidelity reached Shen Jingcheng's ears. One sweltering afternoon, he returned to his hometown. In the presence of the village leader and the entire production team, Shen Jingcheng, heartbroken, declared Su Jin, "Your supposed affair with Sieta from the neighboring village has made me a laughingstock in this village. I can no longer hold my head high here. However, I acknowledge my own faults. I have been absent for 5 years, leaving you to raise our child alone. This matter has already transpired. Discussing it further would only bring disgrace to both of us. Su Jin, all the property of the old Shen family shall belong to you, but Guanghui is my child, and he must remain with me. Let's divorce." Shen Jingcheng, renowned as a dutiful son, proposed to leave with nothing but his son's custody, which, in the eyes of the villagers, seemed a great advantage for Su Jin. Poor Su Jin, unable to defend herself, faced the unjust stigma of infidelity despite her innocence, ultimately losing both her marriage and her son. After the divorce, Shen Jingcheng took Guanghui far away. Within just 6 months, Su Jin heard the news of Shen Jingcheng's remarriage. His new partner was the daughter of the steel mill's director, surnamed Zhong, also a university student. Shen He was aware of these developments. However, even more shocking revelations awaited. Su Jin confided in Shen He. 14 years ago, Sieta fell while chopping wood, injuring himself severely. He lacked the funds for treatment and was brought to my doorstep begging for help. He is the man who ruined my life, even as a doctor bound by the Hippocratic Oath. I was reluctant to assist him. It was only when he realized my resolve to let him perish that he revealed the truth behind that past incident. Years later, as old wounds were reopened, Su Jin's eyes brimmed with tears of indignation. She gritted her teeth and cursed. It turns out, Shen Jingcheng had long set his sights on the woman from the Zhong family. He desired both a good reputation and a promising future, yet found no justification for our divorce. Thus, he deliberately enlisted Sieta to tarnish my name. This was the man I once loved, who, in his quest for success, sought to besmirch his wife's honor. He revels in wealth and prestige while I have been branded a wanton. Reflecting on the injustices I have endured, I could only wish to unearth Shen Jingcheng's grave and exact my vengeance upon him. Yet, the thought of that scoundrel's suffering in his final days, rendered unrecognizable by illness, brings me a modicum of solace. However, such comfort is woefully insufficient to assuage the grievances Su Jin has borne. Listening to Su Jin recount her tribulations, Shen He felt a pang of sorrow, an emotion that must have been magnified in Su Jin herself. Tenderly, Shen He embraced her grandmother's shoulders and asked, "Grandma, why did you never share these stories with me before? You were too young then. It was not appropriate to discuss such matters. But now that you have grown and experienced love, there is nothing that cannot be shared." "Mio mio," Su Jin admonished with a grave tone. "I acknowledge that there are indeed good men in this world. However, the likelihood of encountering one is akin to panning for gold in dung." Her words, though coarse, held truth, and Shen He wholeheartedly concurred with her grandmother's perspective. "At some point, bring that Mu Tingyun over for a meal. I shall scrutinize him. Whether he is a treasure or mere refuse must be assessed." Shen He smiled enigmatically, saying, "When the time is right, I shall introduce him to you." Yet she knew that such a day would never come. In her previous life, she had orchestrated a wedding with Mu Tingyun. In this life, she intended to arrange his funeral herself. Shen He rose to fetch a plate of watermelon from the kitchen, presenting it to Su Jin for her delight. "Here, try this watermelon. It is exceptionally sweet." As Su Jin poked at a piece of watermelon, she suddenly recalled the wild mushrooms yet to be sorted. "Meow meow, please arrange the wild mushrooms and store them in the refrigerator for leisurely consumption. By the way, would you like to send some to the elders of the Mu family? Considering that the Shun family is also in Qing City," Su Jin hesitantly inquired. "What about the Shun family? Should we send some there as well?" Although Song Jingcheng had betrayed her, the Shun family remained kin to Shen He. Su Jin hoped that Shen He could have more relatives, so that when she eventually departed from this world, Shen He would not be left in solitude. As for the Mu family, that was a different matter. Shen He would rather prepare a soup with the wild mushrooms to feed the stray dogs than offer a single bite to the Mu family. Regarding the Shen family, perhaps it would be best to refrain as well. Shen Jingcheng had caused their grandmother a lifetime of suffering. If Shen He were to offer the mushrooms painstakingly gathered by her grandmother to the Shen family, it would be akin to pouring salt into her grandmother's wounds. Gazing at the 3 wild matsutake mushrooms in the basket, Shen He was suddenly reminded of a pair of cold, desolate eyes. "Grandmother, I wish to give 2 of these wild matsutake mushrooms to someone, to whom wild matsutake mushrooms are indeed a precious gift. Thus, the individual receiving them must hold significant meaning for Shen He." Instinctively, she began to say an elder. However, for reasons unknown, she altered her words at the last moment, stating a friend. Su Jin cast a puzzled glance at her, but did not press further. If she wished to give, then so be it, for they were hers to bestow. "What about the remaining one? Shall it be sent to your business partner, Junlin?" Shen He scoffed. "He wouldn't appreciate the finer things. It would be a waste. It is up to you. Mother, you rest. While it is still early, I shall go now." Shen He selected 2 wild matsutake mushrooms, placed them in her small basket, and set off to meet Song Jingcheng. Chapter 16. My Uncle's Guidance to the Donya Wellness Mansion. Nestled at the foot of Donya Mountain Golf Course, is conveniently located near a wetland park. The estate comprises 6 exquisite villas, each boasting its own spacious courtyard, complemented by a dedicated team of medical professionals. The clientele capable of acquiring a villa here are undoubtedly affluent. During his convalescence, Song Jingcheng has taken refuge in this serene abode. Unfortunately, Shen He's vehicle lacked the privilege to enter the mansion grounds, prompting her to park in the outdoor lot of the adjacent wetland park. As she approached the mansion's entrance, clutching a small bamboo basket, she pondered how to gain entry when a horn sounded behind her. "Miss Shen?" It was Ma Kai, returning to the mansion, who expressed surprise upon spotting her. "Are you here to see Mr. Song? Is he aware of your visit today?" Meeting Ma Kai's scrutinizing gaze, Shen He maintained her composure. "My uncle is unaware. I made a spontaneous decision to come." She lifted her bamboo basket and explained, "My grandmother brought me some wild matsutake mushrooms from the countryside. I heard from Mu Tingyun that my uncle enjoys them. Concerned they might lose their freshness overnight, I hurried over." At her words, Ma Kai's expression softened slightly. "Miss Shen, That is very thoughtful of you. Mr. Song mentioned just the other day that he wished for fresh mushroom soup, especially with the recent rains. Please get in the car. Mr. Song resides in Villa 6, which is quite a distance away. Ma Kai personally opened the rear door for Shen He. As she settled into the vehicle, Shen He noticed Ma Kai cradling a bronze incense burner, prompting her surprise. Does my uncle have a penchant for incense? This is a calming aromatherapy burner. Mr. Song just moved in yesterday and forgot to bring along. Ma Kai is returning to retrieve it for him. It seemed that Song Jingcheng's condition was indeed grave, relying on soothing incense to find rest. Upon reaching Villa 6, Ma Kai opened the uniquely designed wooden door of the front courtyard. As Shen He stepped inside, she noticed a concealed surveillance camera discreetly positioned in the shadows of the yard. Following Ma Kai dutifully with her small basket in hand, she entered the grand hall. Ma Kai turned to inform her, Mr. Song is meeting with a guest in the tea room. Miss Shen, please be patient. Understood. Ma Kai ascended the stairs with the incense burner and soon returned, diverting into the adjacent tea room. Being her first visit, Shen He refrained from wandering aimlessly, opting instead to sit quietly on the expansive sofa in the living area. After a brief wait of just 2 or 3 minutes, Ma Kai emerged, addressing her, Miss Shen. The gentleman requests your presence in the tea room. With her basket in hand, Shen He followed Ma Kai to the tea room. It was concealed behind a traditional Chinese screen, which featured an intricately carved opening adorned with a beautiful embroidery of pandas. Captivated by the adorable creatures for a moment, she then proceeded into the tea room. Upon entering, her attention was immediately drawn to Song Jingcheng, who sat in a grand armchair. Clad in a black traditional suit and adorned with a string of Bodhi beads symbolizing health and safety, he presented a profile to her. He appeared to be intently listening to the man seated opposite him, his head slightly bowed. However, Shen He discerned a hint of disinterest in his demeanor. The visitor spoke with fervor, yet it was evident that his words failed to pique Song Jingcheng's curiosity. Shen He tightened her grip on the basket's handle, hesitated for a moment, and softly called out, Mr. Song. The tea room fell silent in an instant. The guest, taken aback, along with Song Jingcheng, turned to gaze at Shen He. It was then that Shen He recognized the guest's face. Strangely enough, this was none other than Boss Cheng, whom she had encountered at the high-speed train station earlier that day. Reflecting on Boss Cheng's earlier act of purchasing wild matsutake mushrooms to gift to her grandmother, Shen He couldn't help but chuckle. After all, those mushrooms had eventually found their way into Song Jingcheng's hands. Sheng Taowang also recognized Shen He. A girl of such striking appearance was hard to forget. Although he was not one to be easily captivated by feminine beauty, he appreciated it nonetheless. Upon recognizing Shen He, Boss Cheng expressed his surprise. Young lady, do you know Mr. Song? At this remark, Song Jingcheng's black eyes, as cold as frost after snow, scanned Shen He and Boss Cheng before settling on Shen He's face. Have we met? He seemed to inquire. Boss Cheng refrained from interjecting, his eyes sparkling as they remained fixed on Shen He. Shen He did not conceal the truth and replied candidly, This is Boss Cheng, who traveled on the same high-speed train to Qing City with my grandmother today. Thanks to him, my grandmother has had the pleasure of tasting imported chocolate. At her words, Boss Cheng was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze toward Shen He now held a hint of gratitude. Nodding, Song Jingcheng turned his attention to the bamboo basket in Shen He's hands and asked, What is in the basket? Shen He placed the basket on the table and lifted the soft cover, revealing the matsutake mushrooms. Boss Cheng immediately recognized the wild mushrooms in the basket as the same ones from Granny Sue's backpack. No wonder the lady refused to sell them to him. She intended to gift them to Mr. Song. He thought to himself that the mushrooms were said to be reserved for beautiful women, yet Mr. Song was not among them. Noticing Song Jingcheng's keen interest in the mushrooms, Shen He explained, The recent rainy weather has caused the wild fungi in the mountains to emerge. My grandmother went early this morning to gather these wild matsutake mushrooms. They're still fresh. I thought you might enjoy them, so I brought you a couple. After a pause, she added, I also want to thank you for your help yesterday morning. She referred to Song Jingcheng's act of taking her to the hospital. Hearing her repeatedly address him as Mr. Song intrigued Song Jingcheng. This young girl, who had previously called him uncle with utmost decorum, was now referring to him in such a formal manner. quite a sizable and decent quality, he remarked to Ma Kai. Uncle Ma, please take the matsutake to the kitchen and have Sister Chin prepare a chicken soup. Understood, Ma Kai replied, taking the bamboo basket away. As Shen He contemplated her own departure, she heard Song Jingcheng ask, Shen He, do you know how brew tea? After a brief moment of hesitation, she replied, I know a little. Nodding, Song Jingcheng moved the tea set in front of her. Although Shen He was not well versed in the art of tea, she figured that as long as it was brewed properly, it would suffice. Drawing from her memory of how the eldest Mu's sister prepared tea, she imitated the steps and brewed a pot of Hong Pao. As Song Jingcheng conversed with Chang Taoguang, he occasionally glanced at Shen He, who was performing her task with great vigor, despite her lack of understanding. He raised an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to comment. Boss Chung also realized that Shen He had no understanding of tea art. However, seeing that Mr. Song said nothing, he chose to endure it. After several cups of tea, Boss Chung noticed that Song Jingcheng was still silent, leaving him feeling powerless. Soon, the time to conclude their conversation arrived. Despite his reluctance, Boss Chung dared not linger any longer. He slowly pulled back his chair and stood up to take his leave. Mr. Song, I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to listen to my ramblings. It is getting late, so I shall not impose further. Mr. Song gave a slight nod, bidding him to proceed at a leisurely pace. As Boss Chung grasped his briefcase, he heard Song Jingcheng say, Your research project lies outside the scope of our company's investment. However, I happen to have a friend who is engaged in this area of investment. If you do not mind the trouble, you may leave a copy of your materials for my friend to review. Upon hearing this, Boss Chung was filled with elation and hurriedly produced the prepared documents, presenting them with both hands on the tea table. Mr. Song, regardless of the outcome of this matter, you are indeed my benefactor. Song Jingcheng waved his hand dismissively. Once Ma Kai had escorted the guest away, he fixed his gaze on the cup of tea before Shen He, which was overly dark in hue, and kindly advised her, the Mu family has many rules. In your current state, you must exert more effort. With that, Song Jingcheng deftly picked up a teacup with tweezers and placed it in hot water to warm it. Such a simple action, under his execution, became a visual delight. Understanding that Song Jingcheng's intentions were for her benefit, Shen He did not take offense. She watched his graceful pouring of tea and suddenly tilted her head, asking, Then, Uncle, will you teach me? Song Jingcheng's motion of turning the cup paused for a brief moment. He set the cup down, wiped his hands with a cloth, and abruptly said, Shen He, do not test me. Shen He's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 17. The bravery of a chicken feather stuck in a telephone pole. Song Jingcheng pushed away his chair and stood up, circling the tea table as he walked outside, remarking, Whatever you wish to do, I shall not interfere. This was his way of assuring Shen He that he would not broadcast the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, Shen He felt a slight sense of relief. She followed Song Jingcheng outside, her gaze fixed on a man's slender, yet notably tall figure. Suddenly she asked, What if my actions adversely affect your nephew? Before his death, Song Jingcheng had bequeathed the Song family's enterprise and personal assets to Mu Tingyun, indicating the high regard and affection he held for this nephew. Shen He was curious about Song Jingcheng's reaction should she cause harm to Mu Tingyun. Would he seek to dismantle her entirely? Most likely. Yet, Song Jingcheng replied indifferently, Life is akin to a battlefield. Victories and defeats depend on one's capabilities. Today, he may be wounded by you, but tomorrow, he could be harmed by another. Whether it is you or someone else, it makes no difference. I, a fleeting soul, may protect him for a moment, but can I shield him for a lifetime? Ultimately, he must traverse this path on his own. Shen He was taken aback. Song Jingcheng's defense of Mu Tingyun was akin to that of a protective parent, yet today his demeanor was unexpectedly aloof. She quickly regained her composure, suspecting that Song Jingcheng was deliberately speaking in such a manner to confuse her, perhaps hoping to catch her off guard. Ma Kai, having seen off Boss Chung, returned indoors and noticed Shen He following Song Jingcheng out of the tea room. He inquired, Miss Shen, are you leaving? Just as Shen He was about to nod, she heard Song Jingcheng suggest, Why not stay for dinner? In response to his querying gaze, Shen He realized he was seeking her opinion. She felt hesitant about being alone with Song Jingcheng. Though he was short-lived, he was far from dim-witted. Interacting with him left her perpetually on edge. However, The thought of Mu Tingyun rising to prominence in the business world with Song Jingcheng's support hardened her resolve. The Song family fortune had become a weapon for Mu Tingyun against the Shen family, and Shen He was determined to prevent Song Jingcheng from transferring his assets to him. She needed to reveal Mu Tingyun's true nature to Song Jingcheng. If only, as she gazed at Song Jingcheng's remarkably superior visage, a stir of desire bubbled within her. Though she had vowed never to fall for another man, the longing for a child lingered. With Song Jingcheng's exceptional genes, the prospect of bearing a child, inheriting his traits, was tantalizing. The mere thought startled her. The audacity of such a notion was staggering. Shen He? Song Jingcheng's voice pulled her back to reality. Very well, Shen He replied with a radiant smile. I have heard that the chef in your family has ancestral ties to imperial cooks. I am truly fortunate today. Song Jingcheng's inquiry had been merely a matter of etiquette. Yet he was surprised when Shen He accepted his invitation to stay for dinner. Nevertheless, it was just a meal, after all, and not a significant matter. Nodding, Song Jingcheng instructed Ma Kai, inform the kitchen to prepare 2 additional Sichuan dishes. After finishing his words, Song Jingcheng ascended the stairs to be alone. As an adult single male, it would not reflect well on him to be alone in a room with his nephew's girlfriend. Thus, Shen He remained in the backyard by herself. While the other villas boasted expansive gardens, the garden behind Song Jingcheng's residence had been transformed into a vegetable patch. Monon Daikoi, assuming the role of a farmer, was watering the plants in the garden. Noticing Shen He observing him, he inquired, Miss Shen, do you know how to grow vegetables? Shen He replied, I know a little about many things. I even helped my grandmother plant seedlings in the fields when I was young. Ma Kai praised her indeed. Miss Shen is quite impressive. He refrained from questioning why, despite being the eldest daughter of the Shen family, she would engage in such labor. Nor did he inquire about her grandmother. It was evident that the matter of Shen Guanghui, not being the biological child of Lady Zhong, had reached Ma Kai's ears. Consequently, Shen He's abandonment by Shen Guanghui in her life with her grandmother in the countryside had also become common knowledge. It seemed that Song Jingcheng was aware of this as well. Otherwise, he would not have instructed the kitchen to prepare additional Sichuan dishes, given that her hometown was in Yuqing. The dining room was remarkably spacious, with a table measuring 3 meters in length. Song Jingcheng occupied the main seat, while Aunt Qin placed Shen He's utensils in the central position. Observing that Shen He remained fixated on her utensils without making a move, Song Jingcheng raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you dislike the color of this set? He understood that girls often had peculiar tastes and initially thought Shen He disapproved of their dining ware. Shen He explained, My apartment is small, and my studio is even smaller. I have never dined at such a large table in my life. She exchanged sincere glances with Song Jingcheng and added, It's quite distant from the host. I can hardly hear you, uncle. Song Jingcheng. It appeared that she was merely attempting to sit closer to him. Come sit over here. He gestured to the first position on his right. Shen He quickly moved her utensils over. Aunt Qin approached the dining room to deliver soup spoons and noticed the shift in seating. Momentarily stunned, she returned to the kitchen and nudged Ma Kai, who was eating, and whispered, Is that Mr. Song's girlfriend? What? Ma Kai's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily cautioned Aunt Qin, Keep your voice down. Startled, Aunt Qin lowered her voice and asked, Is she not? Ma Kai glanced toward the dining room, only catching a glimpse of Shen He's profile. Noticing her smiling demeanor as she spoke, he mused, If she were truly his girlfriend, that would be splendid. However, Mr. Song was acutely aware of his short lifespan and had resolutely decided never to pursue romance or marriage. When Mu Tingyun had taken Shen He to visit Song Jingcheng before the new year, Aunt Qin had been on leave, tending to her daughter during her confinement. Hence she did not recognize Shen He. Ma Kai simply stated, She's just a younger generation. Hearing this, Aunt Qin thought to herself, What being younger? They're not merely the younger generation of the family. If they share mutual feelings, wouldn't that make them equals? However, Aunt Qin dared not voice her thoughts. During the meal, noticing that Song Jingcheng had lost interest in all the dishes except for the bowl of matsutake chicken soup, which he had savored a few extra spoonfuls of, Shen He felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She understood that Song Jingcheng was not picky. Rather, he was unwell and could not eat much, nor should he. Uncle, your illness. Shen He intended to inquire about the nature of Song Jingcheng's ailment. But upon noticing his drooping eyelids, she realized that such a question would disturb his mood. In a moment of spontaneity, she altered her query. Is it hereditary? Song Jingcheng was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not comprehend why Shen He was concerned with such trivial matters, he felt that, given her status, it was inappropriate for her to pose such inquiries. Nonetheless, he replied politely, "It is not a genetic disease. In simpler terms, it will not be passed on to children." Then, Shen He was eager to ask why he did not marry and have children to pass on the Song family's legacy. Yet she was acutely aware that this was an indisputable taboo. To broach the subject would surely lead to her expulsion today. Surprisingly, Song Jingcheng did not seem averse to the question. He saw through her intentions and proactively responded, "You wish to know why I do not marry? Why I do not have children?" "Yes." Shen He nodded vigorously. Song Jingcheng's answer was somewhat enigmatic. He stated, "Anyone I admire must be exceptional. Such remarkable women should not lead a life of solitude." Shen He's heart skipped a beat, once again experiencing a tingling sensation akin to being struck by an electric current. Goodness, it felt as though she had unearthed gold from the depths of filth. She lowered her head, silently sipping her soup, feeling a wave of sympathy for Song Jingcheng, increasingly pained by his plight. How could someone as upright and virtuous as Song Jingcheng have been deceived by that venomous viper, Mu Tingyan? Chapter 18. The Divine Dr. Su Miao. The last hope. The wild Matsutake mushrooms have arrived, and the person has been seen. Dinner was graciously shared. If she did not take her leave now, it would truly be known to all that Sima Zhao's intentions are evident to the world. Yet at this moment, she remains an ardent admirer of Mu Tingyun, and she must not allow anyone to perceive her ulterior motives towards Song Jingcheng. This matter requires a gradual approach. If Mu Tingyun is akin to a venomous serpent, then Song Jingcheng is a boundless swamp. This swamp can yield infinite lotus flowers. It can also breed countless poisonous serpents. He is more challenging and formidable than Mu Tingyan. Shen He, wishing to engage with this gentleman for procreation, must devise a long-term strategy, meticulously planning her approach. As soon as dinner concluded, Shen He politely rose to take her leave. "Uncle, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, so I shall return now." Song Jingcheng gestured towards the kitchen. "Uncle Ma, please escort Miss Shen back." "There's no need. I drove here myself." "Then kindly take Miss Shen to the parking lot." With elegance, Song Jingcheng wiped his mouth, leaving no room for Shen He to refuse, and ascended the stairs. Uncle Ma had half a cigarette left, and upon hearing this, he extinguished it and quickly walked to the dining room to accompany Shen He. Upon reaching the parking lot of Wetland Park, Shen He prepared to enter her vehicle. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to ask Uncle Ma, "Uncle Ma, does the calming essential oil used by my uncle have any side effects?" Uncle Ma was somewhat taken aback by the question, noticing only concern in the young lady's eyes. He replied, "Calming essential oils are derived from traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. While they offer many benefits, they also possess certain side effects. Although Mr. Song can enjoy a brief slumber of 2 to 3 hours with the essential oil, it does come with the drawback of reduced appetite. However, this is the least problematic option available. Without any medicinal assistance, Mr. Song can scarcely find sleep." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen He said nothing further and directly entered her car. After watching her vehicle drive away, Uncle Ma returned inside, ascending to the 3rd floor. Song Jingcheng had just finished a shower, donned in a bathrobe, sitting in his study dealing with documents. Upon hearing Uncle Ma enter, he did not look up. Uncle Ma approached the desk and reported, "Miss Shen has returned." Before she left, she inquired whether the calming essential oil has side effects. "I informed her about its impact on your appetite." At this, Song Jingcheng appeared momentarily perplexed. He lifted his gaze towards Uncle Ma and asked, "What do you think this young girl intends by asking such questions?" Uncle Ma honestly shook his head. "I'm not certain. Furthermore, I'm not well acquainted with Miss Shen." Song Jingcheng gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window. From this vantage point, one could behold the picturesque wetland lake in the distance, the sunset casting a golden glow upon the water. Yet in his mind, he envisioned Shen He's lively and bright cat-like eyes. "This young girl is restless," he concluded. Uncle Ma scratched his nose and remarked, "I find Miss Shen rather admirable." The wild matsutake mushrooms are quite rare. Instead of presenting them to the Mu family to curry favor with her future father-in-law, she brought them to you. This gesture is indeed commendable. Song Jingcheng pondered for a moment before responding. One who offers unsolicited kindness is either a schemer or a thief. Monantai koi, sur. Do you have an aversion to Miss Shen? Mr. Song is a gentleman, seldom prone to critique a young lady. However, it is evident that he harbors some discontent regarding Miss Shen. Song Jingcheng offered no explanation. He bent down to open the storage cabinet beneath his desk and retrieved a toy model of a sports car, placing it on the office desk. This is a birthday gift for Ma Shang. Be sure to take it home with you tonight. Ma Shang is Ma Kai's 8-year-old son, whom Song Jingcheng has watched grow up. Ma Kai gratefully accepted the gift, expressing his thanks to Mr. Song, and promised to have Ma Shang come and thank him in person on another occasion. You're always welcome to visit. By the way, Song Jingcheng glanced at the string of Bodhi beads on his wrist and casually inquired, have you uncovered any leads on Mr. Su Miao's whereabouts? Mr. Su Miao is a legendary physician, the honorary director of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Institute, who has made significant contributions to the field of Chinese medicine. His name appears in the acknowledgement sections of numerous medical texts published by the Institute, and he has received multiple national honors. Yet to this day, no one knows his age, residence, or appearance, for he is exceedingly discreet, never revealing himself, and communicates exclusively through the antiquated method of anonymous letters to the Institute. Each correspondence he sends brings fresh revelations to the medical community. His accolades remain showcased at the Institute, awaiting his personal appearance to claim them. Song Jingcheng has consulted numerous doctors regarding his illness, yet each has proven powerless against it. The Traditional Chinese Medicine Institute's Mr. Su Miao has become Song Jingcheng's last hope. Upon hearing this, Ma Kai furrowed his brow and shook his head in shame. Mr. Su Miao is too low profile. I have yet to trace his whereabouts. Song Jingcheng, upon receiving this news, did not appear disheartened. When a person intentionally conceals their whereabouts, investigating becomes quite challenging. If we find him, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, then it is simply my fate. In the early days of his illness, Song Jingcheng had fought against his destiny. But the strength of the ailment proved too formidable. Despite his tenacity, he could only succumb to the pain. The following morning, as dawn broke, Shen He arrived at the studio. Just as she retrieved her laptop from her briefcase, the office door swung open. Before the figure entered, a teasing voice echoed within, "Oh, look, our boss Shen remembers that she has work." Upon lifting her gaze, Shen He was greeted by Jun Lin, known in the world as Prince Jun or Financial Master Jun. He is youthful, affluent, and possesses an eye for beauty. 2 years prior, Jun Lin sought a business partner from the exceptionally talented architecture department at university. Among his myriad requirements, the foremost stipulation was that the partner must possess undeniable beauty. In his words, being a corporate drone is exhausting enough. Why not choose an attractive mascot to uplift the mood? Thus, the beautiful mascot Shen He emerged as his partner. Seeing Jun Lin, Shen He felt a moment of disorientation. For Jun Lin, their separation had lasted a mere 2 days. For Shen He, it had been an extended period since she last encountered Jun Lin. In her previous life, under the psychological manipulation of Mu Tingyun, she had taken the initiative to propose a separation from Jun Lin during their wedding preparations. Jun Lin, in a fit of rage, pointed a finger at her and berated her harshly. The following day, he closed the doors of his enterprise and returned to Kyoto, resuming his former ventures along with all his employees. Jun Lin, the young master of the Jun family in Kyoto, possessed a formidable family background and thrived upon his return. The next time Shen He beheld Jun Lin was at her own funeral. Typically adorned in ostentatious attire, that day he donned a somber black suit, holding a white chrysanthemum as he made his appearance at her funeral. He placed the white chrysanthemum in the empty coffin and sorrowfully declared, "Shen He, my wife was a martial arts champion. She has been gone for 4 years and must have become quite the formidable figure by now. When you arrive below, seek her out. Her name is Xiao Jianhong. Mention my name, Jun Lin, and she will undoubtedly look after you." After that moment, Shen He never again encountered Jun Lin, nor did she hear his name from Mu Tingyun's lips. Chapter 19. the unworthy wretch deserving of love, gazing at Junlin's suave and charming demeanor. Shen He found it hard to believe he was a widower mourning the loss of his newlywed wife. It seemed that Junlin was indeed a sentimental soul. Otherwise, he would not have spurned so many suitors. June Princess, why so irritable this early in the morning? Did you consume some firecrackers? Shen He smiled warmly as she handed Junlin a meticulously packed portion of egg rice cakes. My grandmother visited yesterday and remembered your fondness for these, so she made them specifically for you. Junlin gratefully accepted the lunchbox, opened it, and inhaled deeply with satisfaction, exclaiming, "I feel rejuvenated." He perched on his desk, munching away while lamenting about a new client to Shen He. Last time, I took on a job for a young girl. Damn, she spends her days scrolling through some app, initially insisting on a cream style for her renovation. I designed a proposal, and then she suddenly changed her mind, wanting an American old money aesthetic. One moment this, the next that. I was on the verge of spinning like a top. In the end, she concluded that the cream style was indeed more suitable. It seems I need not work anymore, nor support the many employees in my studio, just to indulge her whims. Not having earned much and feeling mentally drained, Junlin expressed his frustration. Shen He, having undergone her own trials, remained calm and composed. Stay composed. The customer is always right. Junlin, with a stoic expression, retorted, I've converted to Taoism. Let the dead friends perish, but I shall persist. Next time I encounter such a troublesome client, I'll tear into her directly. Shen He chuckled lightly. By the way, Junlin inquired, although you haven't been around these past few days, I've heard quite a bit about your family. Is it true that your mother nearly drowned you when you were a child? Indeed, it was close, but fortunately, a benefactor intervened, and I survived the ordeal. Shen He replied nonchalantly, as if recounting someone else's tale. Junlin, hailing from a prestigious family in the capital, had seen his fair share of eccentricities. Yet when the protagonist of such a story was his dear friend, he felt a sense of indignation on her behalf. Your mother truly deserves condemnation. She ought to suffer a stroke, bedridden and riddled with sores, unable to afford a grave even in death. Junlin unleashed a torrent of curses. After venting, he gazed at Shen He with affection, reflecting, it's remarkable that our little He Miao has thrived against all odds. Given her background, her accomplishments are truly commendable. The grandmother who raised her, Granny Sue, is equally a paragon of strength and excellence. Shen He scoffed and revealed, it doesn't end there. Just the other night, my birth mother attempted to teach me a lesson by procuring a man to assault me. Fortunately, I was prepared and had her sent to jail. Goodness. Junlin was taken aback. Make sure she serves her full sentence. Shen He assured him, I have my plans. Rest assured, I will not let her off lightly. Seeing that Shen He had it under control, Junlin felt reassured. That said, will these matters affect your relationship with Mu Tingyan? Knowing how deeply Shen He adored Mu Tingyan, akin to a devoted admirer, Junlin couldn't help but worry for her. Shen He countered, do you believe I could never be with anyone other than Mu Tingyan in this lifetime? It is not merely my opinion. It is as if the words you are hopelessly in love with Mu Tingyan are inscribed upon your forehead. Junlin shrugged, reminding Shen He, that which comes too easily is seldom cherished. Men are inherently ungrateful. This sentiment indeed resonates when applied to Mu Tingyan. Shen He retorted, and what about you? Are you also one of those ungrateful types? Junlin's chewing slowed as he lifted his gaze to the towering office building outside the window, his tone laced with self-deprecation. I am the most unworthy of love, an ungrateful soul. Shen He regarded him thoughtfully. Everyone possesses their own narrative. Perhaps Junlin had once disappointed a girl named Xiao Jianhong. By the time he realized his folly, she was already gone. Humanity, it seems, is inherently flawed. It is not solely men who are ungrateful. She herself is equally flawed. The glutinous rice cake made by my grandmother is truly delightful. Junlin, with a bold demeanor, declared, I want to eat this again tomorrow morning. That won't be possible. My grandmother has returned home. Just like that. Why didn't she stay a few more days? She will come back tomorrow evening. With a gentle smile, Shen He replied, this time, she won't be returning. That sounds splendid. After finishing his meal, Junlin tidied up his takeout box and seamlessly transitioned into work mode. A wealthy young man, seemingly overflowing with money, sought someone to design a house for his socially anxious beloved. You have plenty of clever ideas. Let us give it a try. Shen He expressed her interest, quickly preparing to accompany Junlin. Junlin drove Shen He to a long-established five-star hotel in Qing City, where they were greeted by a middle-aged man, presumably the wealthy man's assistant. Due to the lucrative compensation, many studios had come to participate in the bidding today, and Shen He recognized several familiar faces among her peers. She urged Junlin to register while she slipped away to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Upon returning to the lobby, as she passed the elevator area, Shen He encountered the middle-aged assistant, who was respectfully escorting a young gentleman into the VIP elevator. Upon recognizing the man's visage, Shen He was taken aback. She hurried her pace and, upon reaching the lobby, grasped Junlin's arm, whispering, "Can you guess who that wealthy young man is?" Junlin could not fathom, replying, "Who?" "It's Meng Shan." Though Junlin had never met Meng Shan, he was well aware of the Meng family, and the name Meng Shan resonated powerfully in his mind. The Meng family is comprised entirely of lawyers, and their renowned third-party legal firm, Golden Judgment, is a prestigious enterprise owned by them. Members of the upper echelons worldwide aspire to have Golden Judgment safeguard their interests. It is said that Golden Judgment handles a wide array of cases, providing not only legal assistance, but also engaging in pawn and employment services. Meng Shan is, in fact, the young head of the Meng family. The more Junlin understood the Meng family's background, the more perplexed he became. How could Shen He know Meng Shan, a person he had never encountered? "Junlin, I must secure this deal," Shen He insisted. In her past life, it was Meng Shan who had personally attended Song Jingcheng's funeral and publicly announced his will. The will bears the golden seal of judgment, along with the emblem of the Song family and the personal stamp of Song Jingcheng, rendering it indisputable. Shen He also intends to negotiate a transaction with Meng Shan, making it imperative for her to secure this business deal. Junlin has faith in Shen He's capabilities, yet he is cognizant of the adage that there are always greater mountains and more skilled individuals beyond one's own. He encourages Shen He, saying, "Keep striving. If you clinch this deal, I shall reward you with a sports car as your year-end bonus." Shen He promptly shakes her head, replying, "I prefer cash over a car." What a little money enthusiast. As their banter continued, a male assistant approached, carrying a stack of business cards. He distributed the cards to all competitors in turn, informing them, "Please submit your design works to this email address within 3 days. We will respond within 5 working days." Shen He glanced down at the card, noting that the name inscribed was not Meng Shan, but rather Jin Hui, the male assistant. Below the name, an email address was also provided. Everyone had exerted considerable effort to come here, yet they had not even glimpsed the principal figure. Many expressed their discontent with such haughty behavior. A young newcomer in the field scoffed. They possess no imperial decree, yet act as if they do. Truly pretentious. Shen He longed to tell him that Meng Shan indeed holds an imperial decree. Chapter 20. Who could remain unmoved by the allure of Shen He? Upon their return to the office, the duo was greeted by a magnificent bouquet of black magic roses adorning the reception desk. Junlin let out a whistle and playfully teased Shen He. "Ah, it appears that Master Mu has once again sent our beautiful Shen a floral tribute." Mu Tingyun held a particular fondness for black magic roses, believing that their velvety texture perfectly complemented Shen He's elegant demeanor. Thus, he consistently presented her with these exquisite blooms. As the two bosses entered, the receptionist Xiao Lin beamed and informed Shen He, "Miss Shen, Mr. Mu visited the office 20 minutes ago and left this bouquet for you, along with a gift." Xiao Lin retrieved a gift box from her drawer, placing it beside the flowers, and conveyed, "Mr. Mu mentioned he would be on a business trip for 3 days, but would return just in time for your birthday." "Birthday?" Shen He nearly forgot about Mu Tingyun's special day. Junlin inquired, "What do you plan to gift Master Mu for his birthday?" 18 top-tier supermodels, Shen He replied earnestly. Junlin burst into laughter, eagerly pointing at the gift box. "Hurry, open it and see what delightful treasure it holds." Shaolin quickly handed a small pair of scissors to Shen He. As Shen He unwrapped the gift box, she discovered a stunning pair of diamond tassel earrings from the Earl Brand's Rose collection. "Absolutely beautiful," Shaolin exclaimed. Junlin exaggeratedly praised. No wonder it's from Master Mu. A casual gift of earrings worth tens of thousands. Shen He, your charm knows no bounds. Yet, as Shen He gazed at the earrings, a wave of nausea washed over her, nearly causing her to retch. She could never erase from her memory the haunting image of Qin Yinong, entirely unclothed, adorned with Shen He's jewelry, frolicking in a bathtub with Mu Tingyun on their wedding night. After Shen He's death, her jewelry had been reduced to mere props in the sordid play of those two. The very earrings Qin Yinong wore that night were these rose earrings. With a sudden motion, Shen He snapped the box shut. She closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing the tempest of hatred within her, and addressed the receptionist, Xiao Lin. Please remove the roses from their wrapping and place them in a vase on the employees' desks. Xiao Lin looked taken aback. Ms. Shen, are you certain? Junlin also found it peculiar, mocking. Didn't you cherish the flowers from Mu Tingyun? How could you bear to dispose of them? Ina a toneofiist. Shen He replied, I would even consider parting with Mu Tingyun. Junlin squinted, his voice firm. Have you two quarreled? Not at all. Shen He shook her head, her tone filled with affection. I love him as I love my own life. How could I bear to argue? Junlin. Though it was undeniably a sentimental declaration, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Upon returning to her office, Shen He sought an ideal angle and snapped several photographs of the earrings, sharing them on her Weibo account with the caption, Roses never wither, and true affection is never betrayed. 4 years ago, as a mere architecture student at a university, Shen He had captured the internet's attention with her unparalleled beauty. Her Weibo account boasted 300,000 followers, and within moments of her post, she received 500 to 600 likes. Shen He remained skeptical that Qin Yinong genuinely did not mind her presence. Gazing at the ever-increasing number of likes, Shen He harbored suspicions that Qin Yinong was lurking in the shadows, akin to a rat in a gutter, peering into her life. She resolved to flaunt her happiness more frequently, intending to irk Qin Yinong. In due course, Qin Yinong would inevitably begin to harbor doubts about Mu Tingyun. The art of strategy, particularly the psychological maneuver, holds its own formidable power. Shen He opened WeChat once more and sent Mu Tingyun a heart emoji. Composing a message devoid of expression, Shen He received the rose offering from Brother Mu. Thank you. Love you. Setting her phone down, she took a sip from her water cup to quell the queasiness rising within her. At the moment Shen He sent her message, Mu Tingyun had just passed through security and was in the process of checking in for his flight. Noticing Shen He addressing him as Brother Mu, a playful smile crept across his face as he replied, Call me brother and let me hear it. Upon receiving his message, Shen He smirked, deliberately choosing not to comply with his request. She responded, I'll call you that in person on your birthday. Intrigued, Mu Tingyun found his interest piqued, and Shen He cast her phone aside, returning her focus to work. Mu Tingyun sent several messages in succession, but upon realizing Shen He was intentionally teasing him, he understood her game. To be honest, he was rather looking forward to their encounter in 3 days. Half an hour later, his plane ascended into the clouds, heading towards H City. Shen He also logged back into Weibo, updating her second post for the day. At 4 in the afternoon, the plane safely landed at H City International Airport. As Mu Tingyun exited through the VIP passage, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number without any notes, but its origin was H City. Recognizing the number, a smile graced Mu Tingyun's face. Yinong. He uttered Qin Yinong's name with a gentle tenderness. Brother Mu. Qin Yinong's soft voice reached Mu Tingyun's ears. Have you arrived? I've prepared dinner, waiting for you to come and eat together. Mu Tingyun replied. I've reached the airport. I'll be at your place in about 40 minutes. Why are you cooking by yourself? What about Aunt Zhang? Qin Yinong responded. I gave her the day off. Brother Mu, I haven't seen you in ages. I just want to be alone with you. Mu Tingyun was quite taken by Qin Yinong's charm. The thought that he had been preoccupied with Shen He lately, neglecting Qin Yinong's company, sparked a pang of guilt within him. Yinong, I'll be with you for the next 3 days. All right, Brother Mu, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, however, there was no trace of a smile on Qin Yinong's delicate, fair face. She exited the contacts interface and opened the Weibo app. Her Weibo still lingered on Shen He's profile. Shen He had posted twice today. The first update featured 3 images, The first two showcased elegantly wrapped rose bouquets, and the third displayed a pair of diamond tassel earrings shaped like roses. The second post was a screenshot of a chat, with both parties' avatars cropped, revealing only a brief exchange. The WeChat user had written, "Receive the rose offering for Brother Mu. Thank you, love you." The other party had replied, "Call me brother and let me hear it." The WeChat owner remarked, "Wait until your birthday. I shall call out to you in person." Without needing to think, Qin Yinong could easily deduce who Brother Mu was. Shen He had never been one to flaunt her affection on Weibo, nor did she often share on her moments. Thus, Qin Yinong was completely unaware of the intimate and ambiguous nature of the relationship between Mu Tingyun and Shen He. Each time Mu Tingyun mentioned Shen He in her presence, he displayed an air of impatience and disdain, leading Qin Yinong to genuinely believe that Mu Tingyun was merely indulging Shen He. Yet, the vibrant bouquet of roses, the exquisitely crafted earrings, and the suggestive chat records stirred turmoil within Qin Yinong's heart. She could perceive that, in this utilitarian affection, Mu Tingyun was undeniably reveling in it. Qin Yinong firmly believed that Mu Tingyun loved her, and that his approach to Shen He was merely a ruse to gain her trust. Ultimately, to secure Shen He's healthy heart for her own sake. After all, she was Mu Tingyun's redemption, the irreplaceable love nestled within his heart. However, Shen He was undeniably beautiful. As a woman herself, Qin Yinong could find no faults in Shen He. Could Mu Tingyun truly be indifferent to spending day and night with such an exceptional woman? Qin Yinong's heart was a tempest of confusion. Chapter 21. Do not tell me you have a mistress outside. 50 minutes later, Mu Tingyun appeared at the doorstep of Qin Yinong's home, luggage in hand. As soon as he entered, he enveloped Qin Yinong in his embrace, noticing that the girl in his arms felt rather too slender. With a pang of concern, he murmured, "You've lost weight again." Qin Yinong replied, "I haven't had much of an appetite lately, and I've been struggling to sleep." She stepped back from Mu Tingyun's embrace, twirling playfully in her skirt, and looked up at him, asking, "Do I still look good even though I've lost weight?" Before him stood a woman of 25, yet she appeared as an ethereal maiden of 17 or 18, untouched by the world's grime. Her eyes sparkled with the innocence of a fawn, and nothing in this world could taint her pure soul. Mu Tingyun felt his heart soften profoundly as he declared, "Yinong, to me, you are the most beautiful in the world." Reassured, Qin Yinong feigned annoyance, pouting, "What about Shen He? She is beautiful too. Isn't she? Why burn her up?" Mu Tingyun's expression soured at the mention of Shen He, and he chuckled softly, his tone laced with derision. "She is merely a lapdog, wagging her tail for a bone. You are like a majestic snow-capped mountain. Comparing her to you is an affront to your worth." A sense of satisfaction filled Qin Yinong. Although she retorted, "She genuinely cares for you. It's not nice to speak of her that way. What is wrong with that?" Mu Tingyun scooped Qin Yinong into his arms and carried her to the living room, gently laying her down on the sofa. "It's been a while since we met. Are you hungry?" Qin Yinong gestured toward the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Mu Tingyun's neck, saying, "There's soup simmering on the stove. Don't worry, I'll feed you the soup first." Mu Tingyun began to peel away Qin Yinong's skirt, gazing at her delicate skin, and suddenly inquired, "What about your fiancé?" Qin Yinong shot him an annoyed look. "I don't have a fiancé. Chu Kizhou is merely your appointed bodyguard. If you're coming over, he would have discreetly taken his leave." Mu Tingyun chuckled lightly, eagerly removing his tie as he leaned down to savor her. After their delightful encounter, the food had grown cold. Mu Tingyun donned an apron and stood in the kitchen, reheating the dishes. Qin Yinong, barefoot and wearing Mu Tingyun's shirt, approached from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist. A stunning 20-carat purple gemstone necklace adorned her neck. "Brother Mu, thank you for the necklace," she expressed. Shen He had only received a pair of rose gold earrings, while Qin Yinong was graced with a magnificent 20-carat gemstone necklace. The distinction in gifts was clear to Mu Tingyun. Turning off the stove, Mu Tingyun leaned against the countertop, embracing Qin Yinong's slender waist. He gazed down at her porcelain-like face, and with tenderness, he kissed her forehead, saying, "Yinong, years ago, you carried me away from Dalam Mountain with your fragile body, and since then, I resolved that I would marry no one but you. You deserve every beautiful thing in this world." Mu Tingyan had once suffered from severe night blindness. During their senior year, the school had organized a month-long outdoor training session at Dao Mountain. He had been kidnapped and left to fend for himself in the depths of the forest, in the depths of the mountains, where the temperature fluctuates dramatically between day and night. Mu Tingyun was tragically bitten by a venomous snake, his body succumbing to the chilling grip of hypothermia. Just as despair enveloped him, and he believed his demise was imminent, it was Qin Yinong who descended like an angel to save him. Braving the risk of poisoning, she decisively extracted the venom with her own mouth and fortuitously located several antidotal herbs to alleviate his affliction. The young girl then shed her training attire, using her own body heat to warm him. They endured 3 harrowing days in the wilderness before rescue finally arrived. Without Qin Yinong, Mu Tingyun would not be the man he is today. Seeing that Mu Tingyun still remembered the events of their senior year, Qin Yinong felt a sense of comfort. Leaning against him, she nervously inquired, "What about Shen He? She is so beautiful. Have you never felt a stir of affection for her? A virtuous lady is a gentleman's ideal match. I do not deny Shen He's allure," Mu Tingyun replied. "Yet, the only one I truly love in my heart is you. With her, it is merely a fleeting dalliance. Though he might be temporarily captivated by Shen He's beauty, Qin Yinong would forever remain the softest part of his heart, untouchable by anyone else." Gently caressing Qin Yinong's silky black hair, Mu Tingyun sighed softly. "Your heart condition is deteriorating, Yinong. I must swiftly sever all ties for Shen He, leaving her with no escape. Please give me some time, all right?" Upon hearing Mu Tingyun acknowledge Shen He's charm, a pang of bitterness surged within Qin Yinong. Yet, she felt the sincerity and affection radiating from him. "Very well, Mu Gu. I shall no longer indulge in wild imaginings." Good. While Mu Tingyun was absent from Qing City, Shen He immersed herself entirely in her work. In her fervor to create a piece that would satisfy Meng Shan within 3 days, she did not return to her apartment, choosing instead to live in the studio. On the final day of submission, she successfully completed her initial design draft. After sending the design to the designated email from Meng Shan, the tension she had been holding began to dissipate. Stretching her weary limbs, she prepared to head home, only to notice that Jun Lin's office was still illuminated. Peering into the employee lounge, Shen He observed Jun Lin gazing intently at a wallet, seemingly lost in thought. "Still here?" she asked. Jun Lin instinctively closed the wallet and replied, "Finished?" Shen He gave a soft hum, waving her car keys at him. "Care for a drink downstairs?" There was a quaint bar located below their building. Jun Lin raised an eyebrow. "It's 9 o'clock now, leaving only 3 hours until midnight. Are you certain you wish to squander such precious time with me?" He hinted at the fact that today was none other than Mu Tingyun's birthday. Assuming Shen He worked late to carve out time to celebrate with him, Shen He replied calmly, "He is still away on a business trip and has not returned yet." Jun Lin was taken aback by this news. "Didn't he say he would hurry back to celebrate with you? Why is he still not here?" As a man, Jun Lin instinctively felt uneasy and couldn't resist warning Shen He. "He isn't fooling around with someone else out there, is he? Who knows?" Seeing that Shen He remained unconvinced, Jun Lin's expression turned slightly grave. He cautioned Shen He, "Shen He, you place too much trust in Mu Tingyun. As a man, I understand, man. Mu Tingyun clearly stated he would return to celebrate your birthday, and his sudden change of heart is rather suspicious. Furthermore, you two have been together for 2 years now. The initial passion has faded, making room for potential complications. Shen He, you must be vigilant." Jun Lin's warning was sufficiently forthright, as he hoped Shen He would grasp the seriousness of the situation. Shen He was, of course, aware of the true reason behind Mu Tingyun's absence. It was not merely a matter of professional commitments. Rather, there were troubles brewing at home, leaving him stranded in H City due to Qin Yinong's interference. Yet, this was of little concern to her. Qin Yinong's refusal to allow Mu Tingyun to return to Qing City only validated Shen He's earlier suspicions. Indeed, Qin Yinong was covertly monitoring her Weibo, and the displays of affection she posted had clearly unsettled her. TSK, how easily she lost her composure. This little green tea was still rather inexperienced. Chapter 22. Grandmother goes online. Wielding a knife against the scoundrel father Shen, he was aware that Jun Lin's intuition was correct. Yet she felt compelled to maintain the facade of the devoted lover. She said to Junlin, I understand that you have my best interests at heart. However, I firmly believe in Mu Tingyun's character. He is not the kind of person to be fickle. Seeing that Shen He was resolute in her stance, Junlin slammed down his coffee cup in frustration and exclaimed, just wait and see. You will end up in tears. Grabbing his suit jacket and briefcase, he turned to leave. Shen He grasped his arm and implored, are you really not coming downstairs for a drink? Drink my foot. Junlin retorted angrily as he stormed off. Realizing he was genuinely upset, Shen He felt a pang of helplessness. I'm sorry, Junlin. Until this act concludes, I cannot afford to break character or lose my composure. Upon returning to her apartment, Shen He noticed light spilling through the crack of the door, bringing her a glimmer of joy. Has grandmother returned? Opening the door, she spotted a well-worn denim bag by the entrance, a relic her grandmother had used for over a decade. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief. As she walked in, she called out, Grandmother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call me to pick you up? Her voice trailed off abruptly upon seeing Shen Guanghui seated on the sofa, her expression darkening instantly. With a tone laced with sarcasm, Shen He remarked, Mr. Shen, have you forgotten whose home this is? As a younger generation, you occupy the host's seat while the elder sits in a recliner. Is this the etiquette and upbringing of the Shen family? The apartment, spanning a generous 120 square meters, was meticulously designed and supervised by Shen He herself. She had crafted an open study that seamlessly merged with the living room, furnished only with a two-seater sofa and an irregularly shaped coffee table. A small turtle-shaped ornament, a nod to her fondness for turtles, adorned the table. At that moment, the uninvited Shen Guanghui was lounging brazenly on the two-seater sofa, while her grandmother, Su Jin, sat awkwardly on the turtle-shaped ornament. Anyone witnessing this scene would be infuriated. Shen Guanghui, his face flushed, awkwardly rose and suggested to Su Jin, please, take a seat over here. He couldn't even muster a simple mother. As Su Jin stood up from the turtle, she was about to move to the sofa when Shen He grasped her arm firmly. Grandmother, please go to your room and rest. Noticing Shen He's unwelcoming demeanor, Su Jin worried that the father and daughter might clash. Hesitantly, she spoke meow meow. Your father just recounted the conflicts between you and your mother. While your mother has indeed erred, she is still your mother. If you are upset, a suitable reprimand will suffice. There is no need to truly have her imprisoned. Seeing Su Jin siding with him, Shen Guanghui felt a surge of relief and quickly added, Shen He, look, your grandmother has said so. Why not listen to her and forgive your mother? Forgive? Shen He narrowed her eyes, suspecting that Shen Guanghui had not conveyed the full truth to Su Jin. She understood Su Jin well. She was a woman who could not tolerate even the slightest injustice. Had she known the reality, she would never have stood by Shen Guanghui's side advocating for leniency. Grandmother, please return to your room. Forcibly returning Su Jin to her room, Shen He finally made her way back to the living room, where she sank comfortably into the master sofa. Shen Guanghui, unable to contain his impatience, said, Shen He, it's been 3 or 4 days. You should have calmed down by now. Your mother has been in the detention center, and she looks utterly haggard, having lost considerable weight. Your purpose in punishing her has been achieved. She understands her mistakes. Perhaps you could consider signing a letter of understanding to release her. As he spoke, Shen Guanghui raised his right hand, earnestly pledging, I assure you on her behalf that she will never again commit any wrongdoing against you. He then produced a bank card from his suit pocket, presenting it to Shen He with a conciliatory gesture, saying, this card contains 3 million. As you know, in our family, your mother handles external affairs while I manage the household, so we cannot offer much more. Seeing Shen He's indifferent demeanor, Shen Guanghui inwardly cursed her. Yet he continued, I realize that 3 million may be insufficient. Once your mother is released, I will ensure she gives you an additional 2 million. After his soft-spoken entreaty, he issued a warning. Shen He, as a child, sometimes you must show a little generosity. Being excessively resolute is not necessarily beneficial. To this day, Shen Guanghui still believed Shen He was merely throwing a childish tantrum. Not only him, but even Zhou Yulan shared this sentiment. Shen He had a fondness for money, and both Shen Guanghui and Zhou Yulan were convinced that financial incentives could sway her. However, Shen He had long since given up on her biological parents. Therefore, no matter how outrageous their actions or absurd their words, it was difficult for them to inflict further emotional harm upon her. Tossing the bank card in her hand, she scoffed, "Mr. Shen, you truly are magnanimous." Grabbing the card, she tilted her head towards Shen Guanghui and added, "However, I have a better proposal. Would you care to hear it?" Shen Guanghui, feeling a sense of relief, believed victory was within reach and responded cheerfully, "Do tell." Shen He stated, "Since Mrs. Zhou is detained and cannot come out, Mr. Shen, as her husband, should share in both fortune and misfortune. Therefore, I propose that I find a man to sleep with you, and in return, I will compensate you with 5 million. This matter can then be considered resolved." Upon hearing this, Shen Guanghui erupted in fury. He leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen He, shouting, "Shen He, what madness has taken hold of you? I am your father. How can you utter such blasphemous words?" Shen He, raising her voice even higher, retorted, "Finding someone to sleep with you is blasphemy. Yet Mrs. Zhou seeking to violate me is acceptable? When parents are unkind, they must not blame their children for being unfilial." Shen He threw the bank card at Shen Guanghui's face, the sharp edge leaving a bloody mark on his left cheek. "If you can buy my forgiveness with money, why can't I spend money to obtain yours?" She echoed Shen Guanghui's earlier admonition word for word. "Mr. Shen, as a parent, you should also be a bit magnanimous." Shen Guanghui trembled with rage, unable to articulate a coherent sentence as he pointed at Shen He. Suddenly, the door to the guest bedroom burst open, and Grandma Su emerged, carrying a keyboard and hastily rushing out. "Begone, you wretch!" Su Jin charged forward, raising the keyboard without a moment's hesitation, striking Su Guanghui squarely on the shoulder. Su Guanghui, reeling from the blow, fled in disarray. However, Grandma Su, seasoned by years of agricultural labor and frequent forays into the depths of the mountains in search of medicinal herbs, possessed a vitality that rivaled that of a middle-aged individual. No matter where Su Guanghui attempted to hide, Grandma Su's aim was unfailingly precise. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of resounding strikes, the keyboard shattered into 2 pieces. Discarding the broken remnants, Su Jin bent down to drag Su Guanghui from beneath the dining table. Grasping the collar of his shirt, she raised her right hand and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face. The cumulative weight of old grievances and fresh animosities instilled in Su Jin an almost murderous intent towards Su Guanghui. Dazed and battered, Su Guanghui's visage was a canvas of bruises, blood streaming from his nostrils. Sensing that the violence might lead to dire consequences, Shen He rushed forward, embracing Su Jin. "Grandma, please stop. Enough." With her upper body restrained by Shen He, Su Jin found herself unable to exert force, yet she lifted her leg to kick Su Guanghui instead. Shen He continued, "Grandma, if you keep this up, he might die in our home. If someone dies here, we won't be able to sell the house in the future." This remark struck a chord with the elderly miser. Su Jin withdrew her foot. Unable to resort to physical violence, she opted for eloquent verbal rebuke directed at Su Guanghui. "You despicable creature, the beast chart is remiss for not bearing your name. When I called you a wolf in sheep's clothing, I merely insulted wolves. Look at you, a bear in human guise, engaged in nefarious deeds. Your ingratitude and lack of compassion toward me have left me feeling cursed. But who could blame you for being the trash I bore? Yet, Meow Meow is my treasure, and no one shall bully her. Especially not you 2 worthless beings who abandon responsibility after procreation." With that, Su Jin pushed Shen He aside and dashed towards the kitchen. Gripping a kitchen knife, her face alight with fury, she advanced menacingly towards Su Guanghui. "Get out now. If you dare linger for another second, I shall make you regret it." Chapter 23. A single mouse dropping can spoil a pot of soup. Shen Guanghui was utterly terrified, nearly losing his wits. He had always perceived Su Jin as a soft, yielding figure. When she divorced Shen Jingcheng in her youth, she made no fuss. Years ago, when she rescued the life of Shen He from a precarious situation in a brook, she remained composed. Even 4 years prior, when he returned to the countryside to bring Shen He back to the Shen family, Su Jin had not raised any objections. Little did he know that the usually docile Su Jin had transformed into a formidable force, fiercely protective of her granddaughter, even willing to harm her own son. Shen Guanghui was genuinely frightened. He stumbled towards the apartment door, pulling it open and hastily escaping. Su Jin, brandishing a kitchen knife, pursued him relentlessly. Fortune favored Shen Guanghui as he encountered the elevator just as it arrived on that floor. He managed to close the doors just in time, leaving Su Jin outside. Breathless and shaken, he slid down the wall of the elevator, drenched in cold sweat. As the elevator descended, he could still hear Su Jin's furious shouts. "You scoundrel! If I ever see you trying to approach Miao Miao again, I will send you to the underworld to reunite with your worthless father." Su Jin, moving slowly back to the apartment, appeared to have aged several years. She had always known that Shen Guanghui was an ungrateful wretch, yet she had underestimated his despicable nature and that of her daughter-in-law, Zhou Yulan. Standing in the chaotic living room, Shen He observed her grandmother shaking her head while wiping her tears, her heart aching for her. "Grandma," Shen He approached gently, taking the knife from Su Jin's trembling hands. "I'm fine." Zhou Yulan did not succeed. Su Jin embraced Shen He tightly, sobbing in anguish. "My poor Miao Miao. They treated you so cruelly. And I even urged you to be magnanimous." Regret consumed Su Jin, lamenting, "Miao Miao, it is I who am foolish." Shen He bore no resentment towards Su Jin. After all, she was the woman who had brought Shen Guanghui into this world, yet he had never shown her filial piety, instead joining Shen Jingcheng in denouncing her as a promiscuous woman. "He is my flesh and blood." In this world, no one could despise Shen Guanghui more than Su Jin. "Grandma, I do not blame you. I know you harbor no affection for them. Your advice for me to be forgiving was merely to ensure that after your passing, I might still have family. However, dear grandma, not all parents love their children. I would rather be an orphan than forgive those two." At her words, Su Jin felt a pang of sorrow. Embracing her granddaughter, who stood taller than herself, she responded tenderly, "Miao Miao is right. We must live our lives without compromising our dignity. You were born to a father who cared not for you and a mother who loved you not. We shall not play the role of foolishly filial daughters." Indeed, Shen He recalled the haunting image of her grandmother drowning in the fish pond before their home, a scene that had become a recurring nightmare. "Grandma!" She seized the moment to grasp Su Jin's hands, playfully imploring, "Please don't return to the countryside. I want to spend more time with you." Initially, Su Jin intended to stay with Shen He only temporarily, planning to return to her rural life once Shen He regained her health. However, the events of that night made Su Jin realize that she was never a burden to her granddaughter, but rather her pillar of strength. She is the anchor of her granddaughter's home. With her presence, her granddaughter has a stronghold. Reflecting on this, Su Jin declared, "I shall accompany you in Qing City. With me here, who dares to bully you?" She had merely aged, not passed away. She was still capable of wielding a knife and could chase away the wolves threatening her granddaughter. At these words, Shen He felt an immediate sense of reassurance. Having escaped the apartment, Shen Guanghui hurriedly took a cab to the hospital. Uncle Shen was jolted awake in the middle of the night by a phone call, and upon learning that his elder brother had been hospitalized, he hastily got out of bed, grabbed the car keys, and prepared to head to the hospital. However, he inadvertently awakened the light-sleeping Mrs. Zhong. Mrs. Zhong opened the door and called out to Uncle Shen, "Mingli, where are you off to at this late hour?" "Mom, did I wake you?" Uncle Shen swiftly approached Mrs. Zhong's room, whispering, "Elder brother is in the hospital." Mrs. Zhong inquired with an even tone what happened. Uncle Shen cautiously gauged his mother's expression before hesitatingly responding. It is said that elder brother's biological mother came to Qing City and attacked him, leaving him injured and concussed. Mrs. Zhong harbored resentment towards Zhang Jingyu, the mistress who had shattered her marriage, yet held no animosity towards Su Jin, Shen Jingcheng's ex-wife. She pondered for all these years. Su Jin has never sought out Shen Guanghui, indicating that she is not a greedy person who relies on her son for wealth. The incident of Shen Guanghui being assaulted seemed to have deeper implications. Do not rush to support Shen Guanghui in seeking justice. First, investigate this matter thoroughly before deciding how to proceed. Mrs. Zhong advised. She did not believe that a mother, who had not been in contact for decades, would travel great distances merely to beat Shen Guanghui. It was certain that Shen Guanghui must have committed some egregious act to provoke Su Jin's wrath. However, Mrs. Zhong mused, even in anger, it could not justify causing elder brother a concussion. Indeed, Mrs. Su's actions were excessively harsh, Shen Mingli remarked. Mrs. Zhong was well aware of her children's character. Concerned that Shen Mingli might act out of familial loyalty rather than justice, she earnestly cautioned him. Mingli, our family is at a crucial juncture of ascension. Your cousin Si Li has become a police officer, and Han Wen, at merely 17, has been taken under the wing of the president of the Calligraphy Association as a disciple, destined to carve out a place for himself in the calligraphy world. Your nephew Jin Yan is a rising star in the medical field, with an immeasurable future ahead. Ji Lu, exceptionally intelligent, is a standout student at the law school. As long as our children do not err or stray from the right path, our family shall soon rise to prominence in Qing City. It is precisely during such times that we must avoid any disturbances. Mrs. Zhong spoke with a grave demeanor. If we were to have a few reckless individuals among us. Do you understand what must be done? Shen Mingli felt a chill run down his spine. He understood the implication in his mother's words and knew how to respond. A single rotten apple can spoil the whole barrel. If elder brother truly does something foolish, I shall show no mercy. I am glad you understand. After imparting her warnings to Shen Mingli, Mrs. Zhong returned to her room. As Shen Mingli stepped outside and started his car to head to the hospital, he noticed Shen Si Li, who was supposed to be on night duty, returning in a vehicle. He lowered the car window and inquired, "Aren't you on duty?" Having switched shifts with a colleague, Shen Si Li furrowed his brow upon seeing his father preparing to leave. "Dad, where are you headed?" he inquired. Uncle Shen recounted the incident involving Shen Guanghui's beating. After listening, Shen Si Li's expression darkened, and he informed Shen Mingli, "Today, I encountered a friend who works at the police station in the neighboring district, and I learned that my aunt has committed an offense and is currently detained in the detention center." "What?" Shen Mingli exclaimed in astonishment. "I sent your aunt on a business trip?" "Uncle lied," Shen Si Li replied. Connecting the dots regarding Shen Guanghui's hospitalization, Shen Mingli apprehensively asked, "What exactly has your aunt done?" With a scowl, Shen Si Li declared, "My aunt is utterly unworthy of the title mother. She actually sought a man to assault Shen He. Fortunately, Shen He was lucky enough to be rescued in time. Otherwise, unbelievable." Shen Mingli's face turned ashen as he exited the vehicle. "Kulme, we must visit your grandmother." He had no intention of going to the hospital. Without needing to interrogate Shen Guanghui at the hospital, Shen Mingli had already surmised the reasons behind Shen Guanghui's beating. It was evident that his elder brother had caused a commotion at Shen He's residence over the bail issue concerning his sister-in-law, which led to Madame Su Jin delivering a severe blow that resulted in a concussion. A concussion? It would be just as deserved if Shen Guanghui had suffered a more grievous injury. Chapter 24. The reckoning of unworthy parents, father and son, entered Ms. Zhong's bedroom, meticulously recounting the misdeeds that Zhou Yulan had perpetrated against Shen He. Upon hearing their account, Ms. Zhong was incensed. Yet she swiftly regained her composure and analyzed the situation with a cool head. Zhou Yulan is capable of such treachery against her own flesh and blood. What do you suppose she would do if our Shen family were to face adversity? Shen Mingli remained silent, engulfed in shame for his sister-in-law's actions. Shen Si Li, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "She would undoubtedly abscond with our family's wealth." Indeed, Shen Si Li astutely articulated Zhou Yulan's callous nature. Nodding gravely, Ms. Zhong expressed her concern. Zhou Yulan is ruthless. Allowing her to remain within the Shen household would inevitably lead to our downfall. Without Shen Guanghui's indulgence, Zhou Yulan would not dare to openly scheme against Shen He. One cannot share a bed with two unscrupulous individuals, Ms. Zhong declared decisively. "Tomorrow, we shall go to the police station to have their names removed from our household registry." The Shen family, a large clan that had never been divided, would not forfeit Shen Guanghui's inheritance rights through this action, but it would serve to delineate the boundaries. Henceforth, Shen Guanghui and his wife would no longer be able to bask in the glory of the Shen family or exploit its influence. Mother, might this be too extreme? Shen Mingli expressed his reservations, believing his mother's decision to be overly harsh. Ms. Zhong regarded him with a complex gaze, neither disappointment nor solace. Mingli, you are a good son, a good brother, and a good parent. However, I cannot yet entrust the future of the Shen family to you. A look of shame washed over Shen Mingli's face. The head of a family must possess both compassion and resolute determination, qualities he felt he lacked. Pondering, Ms. Zhong remarked, all of our children are exceptional, yet only Jin Yin is truly suited to lead. However, Jin Yin is too distinguished. Not only do we admire him, but the nation does as well, and even Dean Su holds him in high regard. His talents should be employed in serving our country and benefiting the people, rather than confined to our modest Shen family. Shen Mingli felt overwhelmed by this analysis. Mother, by your reasoning, the only one fit to lead our family in the future is Shen Yaozu. At the mere mention of Shen Yaozu's name, Shen Silly scoffed derisively. Ms. Zhong mirrored his disdain. Entrusting the family to him would lead to inevitable ruin. He is but a decayed log, unsuitable for any refinement. Among all of their children, Ms. Zhong held the least regard for Shen Yaozu. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Shen Yaozu had been spoiled by Shen Guanghui and his wife, rendering him fundamentally flawed. Then it must be Shen He, Shen Ershu casually suggested. Upon uttering this, he was taken aback to find his mother not opposing the notion, but instead staring intently at him, mouth agape. Mother, you, Shen Ershu gasped. You truly wish for Shen He to assume the role of our family leader? Shen Silly was equally astonished. Grandma, do you genuinely believe that our eldest sister is capable? Ms. Zhong merely suggested, let us observe a little longer. The father and son exchanged glances, evidently taken aback by the grandmother's high expectations for Shen He. The following day, the Qing City Morning News reported that the couple, Shen Guanghui and his wife, had been removed from the Shen family household registration. Shen He learned of this development through Jun Lin, who remarked, your biological parents are a couple of muddleheads, but the Shen family certainly knows how to draw a line. In these times, it is rare for anyone to announce such matters through a newspaper, and the Shen family's deliberate choice to do so clearly indicated their intent to sever ties with Shen Guanghui and his wife. Henceforth, your parents will no longer have any association with the Shen family, at least not the privileges that come with it. The rise of the Shen family is a foregone conclusion. After being publicly disavowed by the Shen family, Shen Guanghui and his wife would find it increasingly difficult to thrive. Shen He contemplated that the Shen family would see through Zhou Yulan's true nature and surmised that Ms. Zhong would remain vigilant against her. Yet, she had underestimated Ms. Zhong's capabilities. When it came to severing ties, she did so decisively, embodying the authority of a family head. Are you truly intent on sending Ms. Zhou to prison? Shen He replied with a mysterious smile. Not necessarily. If the leverage is compelling enough, I could also draft a letter of understanding. Jun Lin regarded Shen He with intrigue, suddenly realizing, this situation appears to depict Ms. Zhou as plotting against you, yet you are, in fact, scheming in return, aren't you? Shen He neither confirmed nor denied it. Jun Lin, with a playful grin, remarked, you understand Ms. Zhou's character. You anticipated her desperate actions and turned the tables on her. I am curious. What is it that you truly desire? Jun Lin found himself somewhat perplexed by Shen He. She had always been astute, yet now she possessed an elusive quality that made it difficult for him to discern her true intentions. This woman had indeed grown clever. Princess Jun, with your keen intellect, take your time to unravel the mystery, Shen He said before slipping in her office to check for messages from Mengshan. Finding none, she opened her design software, intending to create a piece of clever furniture. Just then, her phone buzzed beside her. Catching sight of Mu Tingyuan's name, Shen He narrowed her eyes slightly. Ah, the wayward cat has returned. She feigned ignorance of the ringing phone, focusing intently on her design. An hour later, Mu Tingyuan arrived at the studio, thoughtfully bringing a small cake for each employee. After successfully bribing the staff, he finally made his way to Shen He's office. Though the door was ajar, Mu Tingyun did not enter, instead opting to knock lightly. Top top. Shen He glanced up, feigning indifference as she continued to work on her design. Noticing her displeasure, Mu Tingyun, aware of his misstep, quickly shut the door and approached her desk, attempting to appease her. Are you upset? Is it because I missed our appointment yesterday? Seeing Shen He remain silent, Mu Tingyun patiently continued to explain. There was an unexpected issue with the project, which delayed my return. By the time I finished, it was already 10 in the evening, and I missed the last flight. As soon as dawn broke, I took the first flight back to Qing City. Shen He, please don't be upset. Yesterday was my birthday, and I spent it alone in a different city, working overtime without even a warm bowl of soup, let alone a slice of cake. Can you truly bear to be angry with me? With that, Mu Tingyun revealed a gift box he had concealed behind his back and presented it to Shen He, saying, I know how much you adore Xing Dailu. I spotted a claw machine at the airport and made a special effort to win one for you. You can't imagine. I, a grown man, tried over 20 times before finally getting it, and so many people laughed at me. After his heartfelt attempts to appease her, Mu Tingyun noticed that Shen He still refused to acknowledge him, which stirred some negative emotions within him. He could tolerate her sulking like a petulant child, but only to a certain extent. Just as he was about to express his frustration, he suddenly heard a faint sound of sobbing. Mu Tingyun was taken aback. He looked at Shen He in astonishment, only to realize that her desk was drenched with her tears. Chapter 25. Taking Shen He to dinner with Uncle Shen He. Mu Tingyun was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Shen He would feel disheartened, yet he had not expected that his failure to keep his promise would lead her to tears. The deeper a woman loves a man, the more magnified her emotions become in response to his every action. Through this incident, Mu Tingyun discerned the overwhelming affection Shen He harbored for him. An unsettling feeling of satisfaction stirred within him. Shen He slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Mu Tingyun, Shen He, with a tone of profound grievance, lamented, when I returned home last night, it was already 9 o'clock. The moment I stepped through the door, I had to contend with my selfish father. After sending Shen Guanghui away, I scarcely had time to feel sad before rushing to the kitchen to bake you a birthday cake. As she spoke, Shen He rolled up the sleeve of her dress, revealing an arm marred by burns. Her voice quivered with emotion as she continued, I even got burned, and yet you didn't even bother to call. Mu Tingyun's heart was suddenly stirred as he stared at the noticeable scar on her fair arm. He had intended to return last night, but when Qin Yinong experienced an unexpected arrhythmia, he had worried for her safety and stayed at the hospital throughout the night. It was only at dawn, when Qin Yinong's condition stabilized, that he hurried back to Qing City. The thought that Shen He had waited for him all night filled him with a sense of guilt he had never felt before. Shen He, I'm sorry. I was caught up with work until 11. I thought you were busy and didn't want to disturb your rest, which is why I didn't call. I regret this lapse in judgment, Mu Tingyun said, moving around the desk as if to embrace her. However, Shen He forcefully pushed him away, tears streaming down her face as she accused him. Mu Tingyun, are you keeping a dog outside? If you found someone new, just tell me. And I promise I won't cling to you anymore. A chill ran through Mu Tingyun, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Why do you think there is someone else? He inquired, tightening his grip on his thoughts. He admonished himself not to visit H City to see Qin Yinong again, and even refraining from calling would be prudent. If Shen He were to discover the true nature of his relationship with Qin Yinong, her suspicions would jeopardize his plans. Shen He defiantly replied, I just guessed. Upon hearing this, Mu Tingyun felt a slight wave of relief wash over him. Shen He, you are my only love. I swear, he declared, raising his right hand in an oath. If I were to keep a dog outside, then I... Mu Tingyun suddenly fell silent. Then what would you do? Shen He pressed. With a self-satisfied smile, he replied, then I would be forsaken by all and meet an untimely demise. At that, Shen He burst into laughter, playfully murmuring, then you better be careful. I will ensure you are forsaken by all and meet a tragic end. Are you no longer angry? Mu Tingyun asked, observing her expression closely. Shen He pouted, rising to head to the tea room. Upon her return, she cradled a small cake in her hands. The cake's appearance was far from appealing, with merely a thin layer of cream atop the sponge, adorned with a few blueberries. Placing the cake on the table, Shen He remarked, I made a total of 3, and this one is the only one that looks somewhat presentable. After inserting the 28th birthday candle and lighting it, she sang a birthday song for Mu Tingyun. Happy birthday, Mu brother, blow out the candle. When Shen He addressed him as brother, her tone bore a certain stiffness, accentuating her youthful innocence, starkly contrasting with the tenderness in Qin Yinong's voice when she called him. The way she uttered Mu brother tightened Mu Tingyun's abdomen. His Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze on Shen He deepened. Call me again, he murmured, his voice hoarse. Shen He shook her head, her tone laced with playful defiance. No way. You stood me up last night, so don't act all coy now. Mu Tingyun smiled, despite a tinge of disappointment. Her earlier call of Mu brother was enough to linger in his thoughts for days. He then leaned down to extinguish the candle and partake of the cake. To be honest, the cake's flavor was rather mediocre, yet Mu Tingyun surprisingly devoured a large piece. When he realized just how much he had eaten, he found it astonishing. By the way, are you free tonight? Shen He assumed Mu Tingyun was inviting her on a date, and as she began to concoct an excuse, he continued. My birthday coincides with my mother's Memorial Day. Every year, I accompany my uncle to her grave to pay respects and then share a meal. Unfortunately, I was held up by work yesterday and had to reschedule our dinner for tonight. Mu Tingyun held a close relationship with Song Jingcheng. As you know, my uncle has been very supportive of me and holds high expectations. He is not only my mentor in life, but also my professional idol. My uncle's health isn't the best, Shen He. I would like you to join me for dinner, allowing him to see what an exceptional daughter-in-law I have found. His words reflected deep respect for Song Jingcheng, revealing his genuine admiration for his uncle. Shen He's initial refusal transformed into a complete turnaround. Of course, I'm free. Then I shall come pick you up tonight. All right. After Mu Tingyun left, Shen He took a photo of the cake and another of her burned arm alongside her Stardew doll. She updated her Weibo status with the caption, "First time baking a cake. Though I ruined several and burned my arm, thankfully someone graciously ate a large piece." Qin Yinong had set special attention on Shen He. Upon seeing this update, her delicate face instantly hardened with frost. Just yesterday morning, she had baked a cake for Mu Tingyun, but he had only taken a token few bites before abandoning it. Yet, Mu Tingyun devoured a third of Shen He's cake. Despite its unappealing appearance and texture, a sense of crisis stirred within Qin Yinong once more. Shortly after 4, Shen He left work early and, after tidying up and dressing, it was already 5:30. Dining with Song Jingcheng was a family affair. Thus, she aimed for a look that was neither overly extravagant nor too casual. She chose a delicate pink ensemble, styled her long hair up, and applied a refined smoky eye makeup. Su Jin was taken aback upon seeing the elegantly adorned Shen He and inquired, "You look so stunning. Are you off to a date or perhaps to move family?" "I am to dine with Mu Tingyun and his little uncle." A thought crossed Shen He's mind, and she asked her grandmother, "Grandma, have you prepared the calming essential oil I requested last time? I finished it long ago. I simply forgot to give it to you." Su Jin replied as she retreated to her room to fetch a small cloth pouch. She handed the pouch to Shen He, stating, "This is an essential oil tailored to Mr. Song's condition. Have him try it for a few days. If it proves effective, he should concoct it himself, following the provided formula." Su Jin murmured, "These herbs do not come cheap." Shen He opened a prescription, scanning it swiftly with a smile. "Wonderful." Chapter 26. Family hatred and the legacy of the Song family. At precisely 5 o'clock, Mu Tingyun knocked on the apartment door, arriving on time to escort Shen He to the banquet. Shen He was occupied in the restroom. Su Jin opened the door and looked up to see a tall, handsome young man standing outside. She and Mu Tingyun exchanged glances. Upon realizing that the elderly lady before him was Shen He's grandmother, Mu Tingyun instinctively straightened his posture and introduced himself. "You must be Shen He's grandmother." "Good day, I am Mu Tingyun, Shen He's boyfriend." With his hands empty, he awkwardly extended a brief handshake before withdrawing. Mu Tingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "I was unaware that you had come to Qing City, and I regret that I did not prepare a gift. Please forgive my rudeness." Su Jin, displaying her understanding nature, smiled lightly and interjected, "I just arrived last night. Shen He may not have had the chance to inform you. It is not your fault. Would you care to come in and sit for a while?" Su Jin opened the door wider and stepped back. "That would be a delightful interruption. Mu Tingyun replied as he entered the room. Su Jin, with warmth, went to the kitchen to pour him some tea, all the while observing him discreetly. Coming from a prestigious family like the Mu family, Mu Tingyun's appearance and demeanor spoke volumes. He easily passed the test in terms of looks. However, his character remained to be evaluated. Just as Mu Tingyun took a sip of his tea, Shen He emerged from the restroom. Upon seeing Mu Tingyun seated in the living room, she paused momentarily and inquired, "How long have you been here?" Mu Tingyun set down his teacup and explained, "I just arrived." "Shen He, why didn't you tell me your grandmother was here?" Knowing Su Jin was in Qing City, Mu Tingyun certainly would not have come empty-handed. In response, Shen He revealed a hint of grievance in her eyes as she playfully glared at Mu Tingyun, saying, "Grandmother just arrived last night, and you returned this afternoon. I hadn't had the chance to inform you yet." Aware of his own fault, Mu Tingyun sought to avoid leaving a negative impression in front of the elder. He stood up politely to bid farewell to Su Jin. "Grandmother, I shall pay you a formal visit another day. It is getting late, so I will take Shen He to the banquet now." "Very well. Enjoy yourselves," Su Jin replied, watching them depart. She noticed Mu Tingyun attempting to take Shen He's hand, but she was preoccupied, rummaging through her bag. Su Jin slightly furrowed her brow, feeling that her granddaughter was deliberately avoiding any physical contact with Mu Tingyun. Was it merely her imagination? Once they were in the car, Shen He noticed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums on the back seat and asked Mu Tingyun, "Are we going to the cemetery?" "Yes. I have yet to take you to pay respects to my mother," he replied. Shen He shook her head. "No, I have not. I never had the opportunity to meet my mother," Mu Tingyun continued. "She passed away due to an amniotic fluid embolism shortly after giving birth to me. I have only seen her in photographs." He added, "My mother bore a resemblance to my uncle." The visage of Song Jingcheng flashed through Shen He's mind as she remarked, "She must have been a great beauty." Indeed, Mu Tingyun affirmed, "It is said that nephews resemble their uncles, yet I bear a closer resemblance to my father, Mu Xia." The Mu family and the Song family, in truth, share a history of enmity, a narrative that traces back to the last century. At that time, the head of the Song family was Song Jingcheng, a pivotal figure in the national industrialization movement who made immense contributions to the revolutionary cause, embodying the spirit of a true patriot and entrepreneur. His 5 children were all well-educated young individuals. In an era marked by turmoil, university students awakened to revolutionary ideologies. With the outbreak of the May 4th movement, the clarion call for revolution resonated across the nation, and the 5 sons of the Song family eagerly immersed themselves in the revolutionary endeavors. Tragically, within a mere 15 years, Song Jingcheng lost 4 of his children. The youngest, Song Wushi, also went missing. Witnessing the extinction of the Song lineage, and with Song Jingcheng aging and gravely ill, the avaricious Mu family began a retaliatory acquisition of the Song family's enterprises, swiftly rising to prominence as the leading business in Qing City. In 1950, the youngest son, Song Jingcheng, who had been missing for over 20 years, astonishingly returned to Qing City. It was then revealed that he had not disappeared, but had instead assumed a false identity to join the People's Liberation Army. Upon returning to his hometown and seeing the ruins of the Song family estate, he vowed to ensure that the Mu family would never rise again. Thus, the Song and Mu families became archenemies. After the reform and opening up period, the Song family ventured into commerce, with Song Jingcheng and his son, Song Chang'an, emerging as some of the first prosperous entrepreneurs in the country. Conversely, the Mu family, burdened by their ancestral misdeeds, faced continuous setbacks, unable to keep pace with the Song family's advancements. Before his passing, Song Jingcheng called his son and daughter-in-law to impart a solemn edict. The descendants of the Song family shall never intermarry with the Mu family. Anyone who defies this will be expelled from the family tree and stripped of the Song surname. Song Chang'an and his wife adhered strictly to the patriarch's decree, avoiding any association with the descendants of the Mu family. However, their only daughter, Song Xinglian, disregarded her ancestors' admonitions and fell in love with Mu Xiao, the father of Mu Tingyun. The purpose behind Mu Xiao's pursuit of Song Xinglian was evident to all, yet she, blinded by love, believed that the transgressions of previous generations should not be visited upon future descendants. Determined to marry Mu Xiao, she resorted to damaging her own reputation. engaging in relations with him before marriage and deliberately orchestrating a scandalous scene to coerce her parents into acquiescence through public opinion. Yet, Song Jingcheng and his wife stood resolute. Rather than succumbing to their daughter's threats, they publicly declared on the day of her wedding their intention to expel her from the family tree and sever all parental ties. Fearing that the family wealth would fall into the hands of their adversaries, the Song couple took the bold step of having a second child in their 40s. This child was a boy named Song Jingcheng. Reflecting on these past events, Shen He curiously asked Mu Tingyun about the relationship between his father and his uncle. Mu Tingyun's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Clearly, the relationship between Mu Xiao and his brother-in-law, Song Jingcheng, was strained, and Mu Tingyun, caught between his father and uncle, likely felt the weight of this discord. Shen He chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Mu Tingyun took Shen He's hand and led her to his mother's grave. The photograph on the tombstone had yellowed with age, and through the sepia tones, Shen He beheld the youthful beauty and grace of the Song family's only daughter. Indeed, Song Shenlian bore a striking resemblance to her brother, Song Jingcheng. Noticing two bouquets of fresh flowers placed before the gravestone, with the left one comprising white chrysanthemums and the right one adorned with white magnolias. Intuition whispered to Shen He that the magnolias were a gift from Song Jing. This was because 3 white magnolia trees were planted in the courtyard of the Song family's ancestral home. Mu Tingyun set down the bouquet and took Shen He's hand, speaking softly to the gravestone. "Mother, allow me to introduce this exceptional girl I have painstakingly selected. Her name is Shen He, a distinguished scholar from the architecture department at a university. Mother, if you're watching over us from above, please ensure her health and well-being." Such words had been spoken by Mu Tingyun in a previous life, leaving Shen He deeply moved at that time. Now, however, she gazed at the photograph of Song Shenlian, smiling sweetly and charmingly, and said, "Madam Song, I earnestly hope you bless me with great fortune and the realization of my desires. I harbor no other thoughts, except for the intention to bring your son to ruin." Chapter 27. The secret of the uncle. Mu Tingyun chuckled at Shen He's wish, deeming it rather pedestrian. "You've known I'm pedestrian for quite some time," Shen He retorted. She continued, "There are so many suitors vying for my attention. Your prominence stems solely from your wealth." Aware that Shen He was jesting, Mu Tingyun playfully countered, "If a man richer than I were to pursue you, would you then shift your affections?" Shen He responded with a serious countenance, "Indeed, I would." Mu Tingyun paused, taken aback. He scrutinized her expression, noting the mischievous twinkle in her eyes, which reassured him that she was merely joking. He then laughed. "In Qing City, there aren't many men wealthier than my family." Shen He cryptically replied, "Your uncle happens to be one." Upon hearing Shen He mention Song Jingcheng, Mu Tingyun immediately shook his head, asserting, "That's impossible." "Why not?" Shen He feigned indignation, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Do you believe he would look down on me?" Mu Tingyun candidly stated, "It's not about you. It's about my uncle. He is unlikely to engage in romantic relationships, let alone marry. Moreover, he is long since, as this matter pertained to his uncle's private affairs." Mu Tingyun cautiously refrained from elaborating further. He skillfully curtailed his words, affirming, "In any case, he will not marry." Shen He was well aware that Song Jingcheng had no intentions of marrying. However, what exactly had Mu Tingyun left unsaid? He guarded his uncle's secret jealously, and Shen He recognized that she could glean no clues from him, so she held her tongue. Upon arriving at the Donya Wellness Villa, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Ma Kai awaited their arrival at the entrance. Mu Tingyun retrieved a phone box from the trunk. "He handedite topstai monantai koi, stating unkle monantai." "I recently traveled to H City on business and brought back a box of fresh wild matsutake mushrooms. The weather has warmed, and my uncle's appetite has waned. Kindly ask the chef to prepare some dishes that he enjoys." Ma Kai appeared somewhat surprised. "Wild matsutake?" He glanced at Shen He, who stood behind Mu Tingyun, and was about to speak when Shen He promptly interrupted, "Uncle Ma, my uncle must be waiting for us. Let us not keep him too long." Ma Kai, being an astute individual, was not privy to Shen He's visit with the matsutake. He turned and headed inside with the box, while Mu Tingyun followed closely behind Shen He. As the trio entered the living room, Footsteps echoed from the second floor. Mu Tingyun looked up and locked eyes with Song Jingcheng, who stood at the corner landing. Striding to the base of the staircase, Mu Tingyun respectfully inquired, "Uncle, how have you been lately?" Song Jingcheng nodded slightly, responding, "Same as always." There was a faint shadow of fatigue beneath his eyes, indicative of prolonged unrest. Noticing his uncle's weariness, Mu Tingyun expressed concern. "How has your sleep been of late?" "Not very well," Song Jingcheng admitted without reservation. He descended the stairs and stood beside Mu Tingyun, while Shen He observed that Song Jingcheng towered over Mu Tingyun by a good 5 or 6 centimeters. Yet, the affliction of illness had rendered him considerably leaner. Song Jingcheng is akin to a robust pine tree standing resiliently at the precipice of a cliff, seemingly fragile under the gusts of wind, yet fiercely anchored deep within the soil, growing with unrestrained vigor. Mu Tingyun, with a countenance laden with melancholy, remarked, "Didn't He, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, prepare a special calming aromatic for you? Has that essence proven ineffective?" Song Jingcheng raised his right hand, the loose sleeve sliding down to reveal a slender, pallid arm. Pressing his long fingers firmly against his temples, he exhibited an unmistakable fatigue, stating, "I managed to sleep for a few hours, but the side effects of that aroma are substantial, adversely affecting my appetite." Observing his frail uncle, Mu Tingyun felt a profound heaviness in his heart, an unsettling fear of impending loss. Shen He, standing beside them, noted Mu Tingyun's concern and respect for Song Jingcheng with incredulity. This scoundrel, she thought, could genuinely cherish someone. Yet, was he not also sincerely protective of Qin Yinong? Ultimately, his cruelty was directed at himself and the Shen family. Once their conversation concluded, Shen He approached respectfully, greeting, "Good evening, uncle." Song Jingcheng cast her a cold glance and inquired of Mu Tingyun, "Have you taken Shen He to pay respects to your mother?" "We just returned from the cemetery," Mu Tingyun replied, gently wrapping his arm around Shen He's waist, stating earnestly, "Uncle, Shen He is the girl I truly wish to marry." In response, Song Jingcheng remained non-committal, his tone indifferent as he suggested, "Let us eat first." With that, he led the way to the dining room, his aloof demeanor suggesting he had never laid eyes on Shen He before. Noticing his uncle's disregard, Mu Tingyun quickly whispered words of comfort to Shen He. "Uncle is just naturally cold. He treats everyone this way, so don't take it to heart." Shen He was not disheartened. Song Jingcheng was as unyielding as freshly fallen snow, not easily melted. Upon entering the dining room, as soon as she took her seat, Shen He felt a discomfort in her abdomen, a wave of warmth coursing through her body. Could it be? Calculating the days, she realized it was nearly time for her monthly cycle. However, she had forgotten to bring sanitary supplies. Placing her left hand on her abdomen, she distractedly ate, barely registering the conversation between the uncle and nephew. During the meal, Mu Tingyun observed that his uncle hardly touched his chopsticks, seemingly disinterested in food. Setting down his utensils, he asked, "Uncle, the side effects of that aroma are too severe. Wouldn't it be wise to consider an alternative?" Song Jingcheng shook his head slightly. As a luminary in the medical field, the director of the clinic had already crafted the finest aromatic. Mu Tingyun, troubled, replied, "But you can't even eat now. You've lost more weight since the last time I saw you. If this continues, your health will deteriorate. By the way, Uncle Ma mentioned a miraculous doctor named Su Miao. He might be able to treat your condition. Have we yet discovered his whereabouts?" Song Jingcheng replied, "It is difficult." Upon hearing the name Su Miao, Shen He's attention sharpened, momentarily overshadowing her discomfort. Su Miao. This name resonates as a harmonious blend of her own name and that of her grandmother. Naturally, Shen He recognized this as mere coincidence. Yet she could not help but inquire, "Is the renowned physician Su Miao truly exceptional?" Song Jingcheng exhibited no appetite whatsoever. The lavish array of dishes failed to pique his interest. Instead, he merely sipped from a cup of warm water, accompanying the two at the table. When one is deprived of sustenance and rest, their spirits inevitably dwindle. Song Jingcheng lacked even the desire to engage in conversation. Noticing his uncle's melancholic demeanor, Mu Tingyun informed Shen He The esteemed physician Su Miao holds the honorary position of director at the National Medical Institute, yet this individual remains shrouded in mystery, never making public appearances. 2 decades ago, a widespread pneumonia virus swept across the nation, claiming numerous lives. It was through a letter from Su Miao that patients were rescued from the brink of despair. This physician selflessly provided the formula for the antidote without asking for any compensation. In that moment, Shen He comprehended the extraordinary status that Su Miao held within the realm of traditional medicine. Chapter 28. Shen He, I am no child. There is no need to coax me. Is it not possible to enlist the police as assistance in locating his whereabouts? The Song family has made significant contributions in the past, boasting extensive connections in military, political, and commercial circles. Finding a person should not pose a challenge. However, this matter is far from simple. Mu Tingyun remarked, although Su Miao, the esteemed physician, holds the honorary title at the National Medical Institute, he has never made a public appearance. He communicates solely through anonymous letters, unilaterally corresponding with the Institute. 8 years ago, the Institute contemplated seeking out Su Miao, but upon learning of this, he promptly threatened to withdraw and cease all correspondence. This frightened the personnel at the Institute into submission. Upon learning of this history, Shen He realized the formidable difficulty in locating Su Miao. She glanced at the silent Song Jingcheng. In her previous life, Song Jingcheng had perished 7 months later, indicating that he had been unable to find the esteemed physician before his demise. Thus, it was likely that this time would yield no better results. Suddenly, Mu Tingyun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from his father, Mu Xiao. Uncle, Shen He, please enjoy your meal. I must take this call. Mu Tingyun retreated to the backyard, distancing himself. Despite the separation, Shen He could still hear him call out, Dad. A low hum of derision unexpectedly emanated from the main table. Shen He looked over in surprise, only to see the unmistakable sneer of sarcasm on Song Jingcheng's face, which made her acutely aware of the strained relationship between him and Mu Xiao. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the vast dining hall, only Shen He and Song Jingcheng remained. Shen He occupied the center seat at the table, with Mu Tingyun placed directly across from her, a distance of over a meter from Song Jingcheng. This situation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the days when she dined alone with Song Jingcheng. Suddenly, she heard him inquire, Is the food to your disliking? The dishes on the table were all rather bland, catering to the palates of Mu Tingyun and Song Jingcheng. In affluent families, meals often emphasize the essence of ingredients, favoring low oil and salt. Yet, having been raised in the countryside, Shen He was accustomed to bold, spicy flavors. This evening's dinner was indeed not to her liking, though not entirely unacceptable. She picked up a piece of asparagus, tasting its crisp tenderness, and remarked, The flavor is delightful. Only then did she recall that Song Jingcheng was a patient with little appetite. She looked at him apologetically, only to see him take a pair of serving chopsticks and sample an asparagus spear himself. After chewing expressionlessly for a moment, he swallowed and commented, Quite mediocre. Shen He was taken aback by his response. With a hint of mischief, she selected a piece of sot ed matsutake and praised, This is exquisite. Upon hearing her, Song Jingcheng took a slice for himself, tasted it, and said, Barely acceptable. After a brief pause, he added, Not as good as what you brought last time. Quickly, Shen He sampled other dishes, deliberately feigning enjoyment regardless of their taste. Encouraged by her demeanor, Song Jingcheng followed suit, sampling several bites. This evening, he had used his chopsticks more times than he had during both breakfast and lunch combined. 2 minutes later, Song Jingcheng set down his chopsticks. Leaning back in his chair, he glanced at Shen He and said, All right, Shen He, I am not a child. There is no need to coax me. It turned out he was aware that she was trying to comfort him. Gazing at the sumptuous spread of dishes before him, Song Jingcheng remarked, My taste buds are waning. I can no longer savor the flavors. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over Shen He. Realizing something, she hurriedly rose and made her way to the living room, retrieving a cloth bag from her tote. Upon returning to the dining room, she extended the bag towards Song Jingcheng with both hands. What is it? He asked, eyeing the bag without reaching for it. My grandmother used to be a village doctor, Having learned medicine from my great-grandfather since childhood, she possesses some knowledge of herbal remedies. Behind our house lies a dense forest, where she could always find medicinal herbs. Upon hearing about your situation, she prepared this aromatherapy for you. Shen He placed the bag near Song Jingcheng's hands, speaking earnestly. Uncle, you may give it a try. If it proves effective, wonderful. If not, you can continue with your own ways. Song Jingcheng had never accepted dubious remedies, uncertain whether they were antidotes or poisons. Yet, gazing to Shen He's smiling eyes, which radiated genuine concern, he moved his fingers and grasped the strings of the bag. Bringing it closer, he inhaled, and an indescribable fragrance wafted forth. Thank you, he said, allowing Ma Kai to take the aromatherapy away. Oh, by the way, there's also a prescription inside. My grandmother said that if it works, once it's finished, you can prepare it according to the recipe. All right. Ma Kai ascended the stairs with the aromatherapy just as Mu Tingyun returned from a phone call. Noticing Shen He standing close beside Song Jingcheng, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you two up to?" Shen He felt a twinge of guilt, still pondering how to explain, when Song Jingcheng interjected, "Shen He is heading to the restroom." Mu Tingyun pointed towards the hallway, saying, "You can pass through the corridor behind the stairs." Just as Shen He was about to proceed, Song Jingcheng added, "The ladies' restroom is on the lower level. Go down and turn left, and you will see it." Shen He hesitated for a moment. This villa was Song Jingcheng's designated residence for recuperation, and logically, there was no need to segregate the restrooms by gender. In fact, the only woman residing there was Aunt Qin, the cook. In essence, the entire household only had Aunt Qin's restroom stocked with feminine hygiene products. How did Song Jingcheng know about her menstrual cycle? Gratefully, Shen He glanced back at Song Jingcheng before heading to the lower level. Once she was gone, Mu Tingyun pulled out a chair and sat down, tentatively asking Song Jingcheng, "Uncle, do you harbor any grievances towards Shen He? To be candid, in terms of both appearance and capability, she is truly exceptional. Why would you have any discontent regarding her? Is it her family background that you look down upon?" Apart from that, Mu Tingyun could think of no other reason. Hearing this, a look of confusion flickered in Song Jingcheng's eyes as he countered, "What makes you think I am dissatisfied with her?" Mu Tingyun stated, "She is my girlfriend, a guest, yet you insist she use the restroom in the maid's quarters. Is this not self-evident, considering Shen He's significance to Qin Yinong?" Mu Tingyun conveyed to Song Jingcheng, "Uncle, Shen He holds great importance to me, and I hope you can accept her." Song Jingcheng's pupils darkened slightly. "You wish for me to accept her?" His tone carried an air of peculiarity. Mu Tingyun did not dwell on it, nodding, "Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I intend to marry her." "Uncle, even if you do not acknowledge Shen He, I hope you will not make things difficult for her." "I have not made things difficult for her." Song Jingcheng's explanation was resolute, yet Mu Tingyun sensed his uncle's reluctance to further discuss Shen He. Suddenly, Song Jingcheng looked up at Mu Tingyun. Gazing at his nephew's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu Zhao's, he remarked, "I recall 8 years ago when you brought that girl named Qin to my home for dinner, you expressed similar sentiments. But just a few years later, she became a phantom in your life." Upon hearing Qin Yinong's name from Song Jingcheng, Mu Tingyun's body tensed involuntarily. "Tingyun." Song Jingcheng rose from his chair, preparing to leave the dining room. As he passed behind Mu Tingyun, he gently patted his shoulder. Noticing the rigidity beneath his palm, Song Jingcheng remarked, "Hearing the same words a second time diminishes their credibility." Mu Tingyun slowly raised his gaze, meeting his uncle's penetrating stare. An inexplicable fear welled up within him. Leaving behind that ambiguous statement, Song Jingcheng retreated to the tea room, leaving Mu Tingyun to ponder. What was the intent behind his uncle mentioning Qin Yinong at this juncture? Was he testing him or issuing a warning? Did he know of Mu Tingyun's plans with Qin Yinong? Chapter 29. She is your nephew's girlfriend. Do not act impulsively. Shen He ascended from the basement and discovered the dining area devoid of any presence, while Mu Tingyun stood smoking in the backyard. Approaching the eaves of the backyard, she inquired, "Have you finished? Where is uncle?" Mu Tingyun gazed at the lush vegetable garden before him, extinguished his cigarette, and turned to Shen He, saying, "Go bid farewell to uncle. It is time for us to depart." sensing continuous emotional instability. Shen He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding what transpired between the uncle and niece before her departure. However, she refrained from probing further. "All right, wait for me." Shen He made her way directly to the tea room, only to find it unlit, illuminated solely by a dim wall lamp casting a muted green glow. Through the subdued light, she discerned Song Jingcheng seated in an armchair, half of his face shrouded in darkness while the other half was bathed in light, creating a stark division between life and death upon his visage. Taking the liberty to turn on the lights, Shen He enveloped Song Jingcheng in brightness, restoring him to the realm of the living. He turned his gaze toward the screen and beheld Shen He's graceful figure as she navigated around it, her appearance becoming increasingly discernible to him. "Uncle, it is getting late. Tingyun and I shall take our leave." Shen He spoke softly, her voice imbued with a tender and melodious quality. Yet, Song Jingcheng recalled the tone she employed during her disputes with Shan Guanghui and his wife, recognizing this as a mere fade of pretense. The young lady was attempting to curry favor with him, likely out of her fondness for Mu Tingyun, seeking to please her uncle at every opportunity. Song Jingcheng's gaze lingered on Shen He's chest, momentarily lost in thought. "Shen he called her name, his tone hesitant and tinged with regret. Confused, she tilted her head and responded, "Uncle, Tingyun wants me to treat you kindly and to accept you," he said, extending his phone toward her. "Let us add each other on WeChat. In the future, you may contact me through it if necessary." Just as Shen He pondered how to request his WeChat, Song Jingcheng offered his phone unexpectedly. This was indeed a delightful surprise. She promptly added him as a friend. "Uncle, until we meet again," she said sweetly as she bid him farewell and exited. Song Jingcheng remained seated in the armchair, his body unmoving, yet his gaze drifted toward the front yard of the villa. He observed Shen He linking arms with Mu Tingyun, both engaged in light-hearted conversation as they made their way to the parking garage. Soon, Mu Tingyun's car departed. Ma Kai entered the tea room and, noticing Mr. Song lost in thought while gazing out the window, felt uncertain about what occupied his mind and chose to remain silent. "My uncle," Song Jingcheng spoke contemplatively. "What do you think of this girl, Shen He?" Ma Kai's heart raced at the implication. Could it be that Mr. Song had developed feelings for Shen He? This presented a predicament. It was a farcical scenario for an uncle and nephew to vie for the same woman, more absurd than brothers competing for a lady's affection. As Ma Kai's anxiety heightened, he heard Song Jingcheng command, "Speak." Ma Kai, with a resolute demeanor, began his discourse. "Miss Shen is a remarkable individual, young, beautiful, and highly educated. A veritable academic prodigy who has garnered prestigious awards in architectural design. She is truly an exceptional young woman. However, sir, she's your nephew's girlfriend. You cannot pursue her." Hesitatingly, Ma Kai ventured a suggestion. "Even if you truly harbor feelings for her, one must first devise a means to facilitate their separation, allowing you to court her in a manner that is above board." A moment of silence enveloped Song Jingcheng. Noticing the lack of response, Ma Kai glanced up curiously, only to be met with an expression of profound complexity in Song Jingcheng's eyes, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Sir?" Ma Kai queried, bewildered. "Have I misspoken?" With an icy tone, Song Jingcheng replied, "I hadn't realized you possess such a knack for dry humor." It dawned on Ma Kai that he had misinterpreted the situation. "Sir does not harbor romantic intentions towards Miss Shen?" Song Jingcheng pinched the bridge of his nose, exclaiming, "When have I ever suggested that I have inappropriate feelings for her? She is merely 25, 8 years my junior. The age gap is substantial, as is the generational divide. Moreover, I am hardly desperate enough to pursue my nephew's girlfriend." Reassured, Ma Kai objectively assessed, "Miss Shen is indeed a distinguished young lady. From my observations, her feelings for young Mu are quite commendable." While Song Jingcheng did not concur, he remained enveloped in silence. "By the way, Mr. Song, I have sent a photograph of that aromatic sachet to the director of the Traditional Medicine Institute. The director has responded." Song Jingcheng inquired, his tone neutral. "What did the director say?" The director indicated that the sachet contains a total of 23 medicinal ingredients, 18 of which are commonly used in formulating calming aromatics. However, The remaining 6 are quite rare. They are not aromatic materials, but rather. Makai paused, then continued, toxic substances. At this revelation, Song Jingcheng's gaze turned cold. The aromatic sachet is poisonous? No. Makai hastily waved his hands in denial. The director meant that every medicine has its risks. Those 18 ingredients could yield significant side effects. It is precisely the inclusion of those few toxic substances that neutralizes the adverse effects of the 18, achieving a remarkable balance of yin and yang. The director even praised the physician who crafted the formula as a genius, wishing to befriend him. Is that so? Song Jingcheng was taken aback. Realizing that the calming aromatic sachet brought by Shen He had earned the recognition and praise of the director of the Traditional Medicine Institute. It seemed that Shen He's grandmother, living in the countryside, was indeed a person of hidden depth. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Unlocking the device, Song Jingcheng found a message from Shen He. Shen He, little uncle, this is Shen He. Shen He, I forgot to ask, can you taste sourness? The pickles and sour radish made by my grandmother are delicious. I will bring some for you next time. Song Jingcheng did not decline, merely responding, you are very thoughtful. After replying, he turned his phone screen down on the table. You were right, Uncle Ma. Shen He is a good child. How did the conversation shift back to Miss Shen? Makai felt a sense of bewilderment, yet he spoke with clarity, stating, Miss Shen is indeed a good girl, always keeping Mr. Shen's illness at heart. Nodding slightly, Song Jingcheng murmured, a good girl deserves to live a long life and should not become a victim. Huh? Makai found this statement perplexing and did not dare to inquire further about its meaning. In truth, he had recently noticed something peculiar about Mr. Song. Occasionally, he would utter strange remarks, and his attitude towards young Mr. Mu seemed less deferential than before. However, this minor change did not significantly disrupt Mr. Song's daily life. So Makai refrained from probing deeper. Suddenly, Aunt Chin's voice wafted in from beyond the screen. Mr. Song, I found a lipstick in the restroom. It must belong to Miss Shen. Makai took the lipstick from Aunt Chin's hand. It was a Chanel lip gloss. He asked Song Jingcheng, sir, should I drive it over to her now, or shall I keep it until we return next time? Song Jingcheng gazed at the flesh-toned lip gloss, and suddenly, an image of Shen He's lips moving as she spoke flashed through his mind. It turned out that she adorned herself with such cosmetics. No wonder her lips appeared soft and inviting. Chapter 30. Is it possible that you wish to extract my heart to save your beloved? Song Jingcheng took the lip gloss and snapped a photograph to send to Shen He. She promptly replied, That's mine. Please keep it for me, uncle. And I will collect it next time I visit. Next time? Song Jingcheng responded, Indeed. He casually placed the lip gloss amid a collection of exquisite tea boxes in the storage cabinet. That slender tube of lip gloss stood out starkly amongst the opulent packaging of the tea, appearing quite out of place. Mu Tingyun parked the car outside the residential complex and accompanied Shen He on foot back to her home. During their light-hearted conversation, Mu Tingyun inquired, How long will Grandma stay in Qingshu this time? Would you like me to arrange for a couple of companions to take her around the city? He added, You have been quite busy with work lately. We cannot let Grandma feel bored. In terms of hospitality, Mu Tingyun was both thoughtful and considerate. Shen He shook her head, replying, No need to trouble yourself. Grandma will not be returning this time. I plan to take her out during the May Day holiday. Not returning? Mu Tingyun furrowed his brow in silence. With Grandma accompanying Shen He, some of his plans would be difficult to execute. Yet, considering the elderly lady's age, he reassured himself that she would likely not interfere with his intentions. It is quite good for Grandma to stay in Qingshu with you. Should she fall ill, you would be able to attend to her promptly. Reflecting on the small size of Shen He's current apartment, Mu Tingyun suggested, How about we look for a villa with a garden? She could plant flowers and vegetables, giving her something to do, and she wouldn't feel so lonely. Moreover, your apartment is more suited for solitary living. I fear she may not be comfortable. Mu Tingyun's suggestion sounded reasonable. He resembled a dutiful descendant striving to care for Grandma Su. However, in the face of Mu Tingyun's considerate proposal, Shen He remained unmoved. She understood that his grace, kindness, and thoughtfulness were merely a fade designed to ensnare her. having witnessed Mu Tingyun's most ruthless and cold-hearted side. She could no longer place her faith in his words. Shen He had lived with her grandmother since childhood. Aside from her grandmother and Shen He, she had never encountered anyone who treated her as a treasure. Thus, Mu Tingyun's presence felt like a ray of light warming her. Yet in her naivety, Shen He forgot that in this world, warmth could stem not only from sunlight, but also from raging flames. Mu Tingyun was that very fire. He could bring warmth to Shen He, yet he also had the power to reduce her to ashes. Shen He's heart remained indifferent, yet she said, Mu Tingyun, with such filial piety, Grandma must think highly of you. However, I do not plan to change residences at present, and my grandmother will not be idle. I have discussed it with Junlin and intend to have her work at our studio. Mu Tingyun frowned and asked, How old is your grandmother? 78. Mu Tingyun was taken aback. 78? She appears so vigorous. I assumed she was merely 70. The elderly lady was in good health, working daily in the countryside, navigating the mountains with agility, which masked her age. After all, my father, Shen Guanghui, is already 59. Reflecting on the fact that Shen Guanghui has reached the age of 59, while Shen He, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, is merely 25, Mu Tingyun remarked, It seems your parents conceived you rather late. In response, Shen He revealed, Are you unaware? I am not the true eldest daughter of the Shen family. I have an older sister. You have a sister? Mu Tingyun was genuinely surprised, having never heard of this. Her name is Shen Ruzhu, an extraordinary talent, who tragically passed away at the age of 14. What happened to her? Leukemia, Shen He said with a touch of self-deprecation. My very existence was meant to save Shen Ruzhu. Unfortunately, like my father, I possess the rare panda blood type, which does not match my sister's. She continued, My birthday coincides with my sister's Memorial Day. At this point, Shen He paused, gazing up at Mu Tingyun, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Both our birthdays are days of remembrance for our family. Yet, you are more fortunate than I. You are seen as your mother's legacy, cherished by two families. While I was born to be labeled a calamity, deemed superfluous, Mrs. Zhou despises me for killing Shen Ruzhu and once attempted to drown me. Hearing Shen He recount her past with such a seemingly indifferent tone stirred a strange pang of empathy within Mu Tingyun. You never shared these things with me before. Shen He replied, It may sound somewhat amusing, but your presence has illuminated my life like a ray of light. I feared telling you. Worried you would see me as a harbinger of misfortune and discard me, like Mrs. Zhou did. As she spoke, her voice quivered. Yet, I never wished to cause Shen Ruzhu's demise. I am merely a child brought into this world without a say in the matter. In this vast world, infants are the most powerless. They cannot choose their birth. Each child's arrival is like opening a mystery box. Some succeed, with loving families and devoted parents, while others seem destined to endure hardship from the onset. Shen He chuckled bitterly. In my past life, I must have been a traitor, or how else could I have been punished with rebirth as the daughter of Shen Guanghui and his wife? This life is merely a trial I must endure. Nonsense, Mu Tingyun exclaimed, his heart aching for her as he enveloped Shen He in his embrace. His heart ached for Shen He, and the more he learned of her past, the more he appreciated her. Shen He embodied the qualities Mu Tingyun admired most in a woman: resilience and integrity, unwavering in her principles. Despite her humble origins, she had ascended to one of the nation's most prestigious institutions, becoming a star in the architecture department. Possessing exceptional beauty, she could have easily exploited her charms for a comfortable life. Yet she chose to forge her own path and reign as her own queen. No woman in Mu Tingyun's life was as extraordinary as Shen He. He cradled her face tenderly, gazing deeply in her eyes, and said, Shen He, life in this world is beautiful. You have simply tasted all the bitterness ahead of time. The future holds only sweetness for you. I wish to be that sweetness. If you ever feel burdened, come to me for solace, will you? Ugh. Shen He nearly retched at his words. Under her long sleeves, goosebumps rose on her arms. As a quintessential green tea girl, Shen He would never falter at such a moment. She tiptoed and swiftly planted a kiss on Mu Tingyun's forehead, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, only to part immediately. Before Mu Tingyun could savor the sensation, Shen He withdrew from his embrace. Pressing her lips together, she looked at Mu Tingyun with a playful shyness and, through a smile that broke through her earlier tears, said, "You truly are sweet. I feel much better now." Shen He's laughter was enchanting, her cat-like eyes curving in a way reminiscent of a kitten torn between sleep and wakefulness, lazy yet alluring. Mu Tingyun felt a warmth in his lower abdomen and instinctively leaned in to kiss Shen He. Suddenly, she tilted her head, her expression turning serious as she asked, "Mu Tingyun, would you ever deceive me?" Mu Tingyun's arms, raised high, stiffened momentarily. He made a gesture to roll up his sleeves and replied without hesitation, "I would never deceive you." "Really?" Shen He questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. "Mu Tingyun, you're so wonderful that I can't help but wonder if your presence serves a purpose. But as for me, aside from this face and this body, I possess nothing extraordinary." Fixing her gaze on the gentle, handsome features of the man, Shen He smiled teasingly and asked, "Mu Tingyun, what is it that you love about me? You wouldn't be planning to extract my kidney to save your white moonlight, would you?" A shiver ran down Mu Tingyun's spine. His fingers instinctively curled, nearly losing control of his emotions on the spot. Chapter 31. Do not envy me. Mu Tingyun was drenched in cold sweat, his voice faltering as he inquired of Shen He, "Why do you think that?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen He replied, "Aren't you online? The most trending storylines these days revolve around surrogacy, substitute marriages, and heart transplants." She noted the guilt-ridden reaction of Mu Tingyun, finding it rather amusing. It seemed even a scoundrel could experience fear. It dawned on Mu Tingyun that Shen He was blissfully unaware of Qin Yinong's existence. Her words were merely jest, yet his guilty conscience had easily unsettled him. Shaking his head, he declared, "There is no such thing as a white moonlight. You are my first love." Not wishing to dwell on the matter, he subtly shifted the conversation. "When do you have a day off? I would like to take you home for dinner. My father has been urging me to bring you over. Would you be willing?" Though Mu Tingyun had introduced Shen He to Song Jingcheng, he had yet to bring her to the Mu household. With a playful grin, he wrapped his arm around her waist, admitting, "In all my years, I have never brought a girl home for dinner." Inviting her to the Mu residence to dine with Mu Xiao symbolized the family's acceptance of her identity. This request from Mu Tingyun was clearly intended to placate Shen He and to further earn her trust. "Let's wait a few days. I need to resolve matters with Ms. Zhou first before we can have dinner at my home." Mu Tingyun inquired, "How do you plan to deal with Zhou Yulan?" He insinuated to Shen He, "Whatever you wish. I can arrange." He was subtly suggesting that Shen He could send Zhou Yulan to prison, thereby severing her ties with the Shen couple, isolating her to facilitate his ulterior motives. Shen He was well aware of Mu Tingyun's hidden intentions, and she nodded in agreement. "If I need assistance, I will reach out to you. I shall take my leave now, Brother Mu. Good night." Her cheeks flushed as she hurried away. Mu Tingyun's heart raced, feeling as though he had been thrown into boiling oil and then onto a bed of knives. At this rate, he feared he might develop a heart condition. Upon returning to her apartment, Shen He privately messaged her Uncle Shen on WeChat, requesting the WeChat ID of Shen Jilu. Without questioning her motives, Uncle Shen promptly shared his younger son's contact information. After adding Shen Jilu as a friend, Shen He straightforwardly stated her purpose. "Jilu, this is your elder sister. Could you recommend a trustworthy lawyer? I am meeting with Ms. Zhou tomorrow." Shen Jilu was already aware of the despicable actions undertaken by their uncle and aunt against his elder sister. Aspiring to become a prosecutor, he held their conduct in contempt and supported Shen He in distancing herself from them. He quickly responded, "Hold on, I will send you your contact card." Shen Jilu provided another referral, stating, "This is my senior, Meng Jin. She belongs to the Meng family and is quite formidable." Shen He was genuinely taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Shen Jilu's forthrightness in recommending a member of the Meng family. After expressing her gratitude, she added Meng Jin, and the two promptly finalized their plans that very night. The following day, as dawn broke, Shen He drove to the detention center. Meng Jin had also arrived, seated in her car, engrossed in her documents. Upon hearing the sound of the engine, she exited her vehicle and waved at Shen He. "Hello, Shen He. You can call me Meng Lu." Meng Jin possessed a cool, ethereal beauty, her figure well-proportioned, yet her ample bosom was strikingly pronounced. creating a discordant impression that was hard to ignore. Shen He discreetly glanced at Meng Jin's voluptuous form, then cast a fleeting look at her own modest cup, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Noticing Shen He's subtle expression, Meng Jin smiled gently and remarked, "Don't be envious. I had it enhanced." Shen He fell silent for a moment before boldly inquiring, "Which hospital?" The inquiry seemed rather casual, almost effortless, as she observed Meng Jin's confident demeanor. Meng Jin candidly shared the name of the hospital and then appraised Shen He's physique, offering a compliment. "Your shape is lovely. It's perfectly proportionate for a single hand to grasp. That's quite admirable." She glanced down at her own chest, a hint of distress in her tone as she lamented. Having too much can be troublesome. They tend to sway, which can be rather exhausting. Was it appropriate to speak so openly? Meng Jin displayed no trace of embarrassment, even suggesting, "Miss Shen, if you could help me ascertain Shen Jingyan standards for a partner, I would do so free of charge." Shen He widened her eyes and asked Meng Jin, "You and Jingyan?" "I have feelings for him," Meng Jin declared boldly, revealing her intentions. She continued, "I heard Shen Jingyan favors ample busts, so I went through with the enhancement, yet he seems utterly indifferent to my endowment." "How can you be so sure he is not interested?" Shen He inquired, her curiosity piqued. Meng Jin replied without hesitation, "I have tested the waters." As for the nature of that testing, Shen He felt it inappropriate to inquire further. In a daze, Shen He led Meng Jin into the detention center. It was only when Zhou Yulan emerged that Shen He found her composure. Having spent several days in confinement, Zhou Yulan appeared haggard and significantly thinner. Dressed in prison garb and devoid of makeup, she exuded an air of despondency, far removed from her former affluent demeanor. Upon spotting Shen He, Zhou Yulan unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Shen He, arms crossed and seated calmly, listened in silence. Once Zhou Yulan's tirade subsided, Shen He coolly interjected, "Shen Guanghui has sustained injuries and is currently hospitalized. Thus he is unable to attend to your affairs. Furthermore, the Shen family has removed both your and Shen Guanghui's names from the household register. Not only that, they have publicly disseminated this information through an announcement." At this revelation, Zhou Yulan's eyes widened with fury, and just as she prepared to retaliate, Shen He abruptly added, "I possess the transaction records of you and your company's internet influencer checking into a hotel. Should you utter another insult, I shall make this information public." Zhou Yulan abruptly sealed her lips, her expression oscillating between fear and disbelief as she stared at Shen He, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. "You, how did you come to know?" Zhou Yulan queried, her voice laced with suspicion. This was an act she had executed with utmost discretion. Even Shen Guanghui was oblivious to it. How had Shen He uncovered the truth? To keep a secret, one must first ensure there is no wrongdoing. In a previous life, the Shen family found themselves in dire straits. Zhou Yulan, in a fit of rage, forcefully kicked her husband, Shen Guanghui, and fled with their son. Before their departure, she made a brief visit to bid farewell to her lover, only to be captured by the press. In a single night, Shen Guanghui lost both his wife and son, and was further humiliated by infidelity, which precipitated a stroke that landed him in the hospital. Zhou Yulan silently glared at Shen He, her eyes brimming with venomous fury and resentment. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "The one thing I regret most is not having ended your life 25 years ago." Yet, her words failed to wound Shen He. Unfazed, Shen He replied, "It's all right. The real regrets are yet to come." She gestured subtly to Meng Jin, who promptly presented the prepared share transfer document to Zhou Yulan. As Zhou Yulan scrutinized the document, her demeanor darkened. With each passing moment, her expression grew more livid. In a fit of rage, she tossed the document aside and berated Shen He. "Shen He, you are insatiably greedy. Have you lost your mind? Thinking you can possess all my shares?" Zhou Yulan was the owner of a media company and its largest shareholder, holding 60% of the shares. Yet, Shen He audaciously sought to claim them all. "You may choose not to comply," Shen He stated calmly. She laid bare her threat to Zhou Yulan. "If you refuse, I shall expose your sordid secrets to the world. This includes, but is not limited to, your role in the drowning of your own daughter." your affair with a top influencer under your company, and your coercion of your daughter into a life of violence and abuse. Oh, and let's not forget your dealings as a pimp, where you ensnared young internet celebrities with your ruthless contracts, coercing them into unsavory engagements. Whether you sign or not is entirely up to you. With that, Shen He leisurely observed Zhou Yulan's face, now pale with fear. Zhou Yulan's fingers trembled as she gazed at Shen He, as if confronting a demon. I will sign. Chapter 32. Enduring the Consequences. A gift of gratitude from Shen He to her biological mother Zhou Yulan had just signed the papers when Shen He seized the documents and handed them to Meng Jin. After meticulously reviewing them and confirming their accuracy, Meng Jin stood up and said, "You two can converse. I shall step outside to wait for you." All right. As Meng Jin departed, Zhou Yulan began to lament. The days in the detention center are utterly tormenting. Shen He, you must expedite my release. Within the confines of the detention center, there exists no distinction of status or privilege. All who are confined are mere suspects awaiting judgment. No one holds superiority over another. Zhou Yulan, once affluent and commanding in the outside world, found herself powerless within these walls, unable even to request her cellmates for a simple back rub. After several days of confinement, her nerves frayed and her once lustrous skin, maintained by wealth, began to show signs of aging. She yearned to return to the salon for her beauty treatments. Shen He regarded her with a smile, remaining silent. This elicited a flicker of fear in Zhou Yulan. What are you laughing at? Apologies, Shen He replied. You cannot leave for the time being. Zhou Yulan abruptly rose, fists clenched, pounding the windowsill with a force that could have easily shattered Shen He's skull. Shen He, I have given you everything you desired. Are you toying with me? With an expression of innocence, Shen He responded, How could I possibly toy with you? I'm a person of my word. That's preposterous. Zhou Yulan had already witnessed Shen He's cunning and despicable nature, and she did not believe a single word of her explanation. Shen He, you must withdraw the lawsuit and secure my release, or I shall stop at nothing to exact my revenge. Do not presume that confining me in this detention center renders me powerless against you. Faced with Zhou Yulan's arrogance, Shen He found her demeanor laughable. Since you have signed the share transfer agreement, I shall adhere to the terms of our transaction and draft a letter of understanding. However, the crimes you have committed in your lifetime extend beyond these two matters. Your coercion of your artists to sell their bodies constitutes a grave offense of forced prostitution. As she spoke, Shen He waved the USB drive in her hand, informing Zhou Yulan, this contains the testimonies and photographic evidence from your artists. I will submit all incriminating evidence to the authorities. Shen He was a child of integrity, yet she held no authority to forgive Zhou Yulan on behalf of the victimized artists. Bringing Zhou Yulan to justice was a requisite for the sake of those who suffered. You never contemplated sparing me. Zhou Yulan had reached her breaking point. She kicked the wall in frustration, cursing Shen He with all her might. Shen He, you possess a heart as venomous as they come. You shall meet a grim fate. Once I am free, I will ensure you pay dearly. A grim fate? Shen He retorted, I've already faced a tragic demise once. In this life, even in death, I shall drag those who have wronged me, Mu Tingyun and Zhou Yulan, into the depths of hell alongside me. Let's await the outcome and see who ultimately descends into hell. Through the window, Shen He observed Zhou Yulan for a moment with serene composure. She then stood and spoke slowly. Though I harbor a deep-seated hatred for you and wish for your swift departure from this world, you did, after all, bring me into it. After 10 months of hardship, I acknowledge your efforts. With that, Shen He bowed solemnly to Zhou Yulan. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes were both lucid and indifferent. The days spent in confinement were arduous, and Mrs. Zhou, please take care of yourself. With that, Shen He turned and walked away. Shen He had vowed that in this lifetime, she would be a competent sister. She was determined to safeguard the lives of her younger brothers and uphold the reputation of the Shen family. Zhou Yulan, with her multitude of crimes, was a lawless wretch. Allowing her to roam freely would undoubtedly bring ruin upon the entire Shen clan. Having shared a bond of grace, sentencing Zhou Yulan to spend her twilight years behind bars was the gift Shen He bestowed upon her. Outside the detention center, Meng Jin leaned against the car, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Shen He emerge, she extinguished the cigarette and inquired, How many years do you wish for Mrs. Zhou to be sentenced? The longer, the better. Shen He hoped fervently that Zhou Yulan would perish in prison. Meng Jin, unfazed, replied, I will do my utmost. Then I shall entrust this to you. The two exchanged farewells, but Meng Jin suddenly grasped Shen He's hand, pulling her closer and tempting her with a proposition. Fair Shen, should you persuade Shen Jinyan to remove me from his WeChat blacklist, I shall grant you a familial discount of 60% on this lawsuit. Moreover, if you could facilitate a connection between us, I would waive all fees for you. Would you care to consider it? Meng Jin appeared utterly determined to win over Shen Jinyan, leaving no stone unturned. Shen He glanced at Meng Jin's ample bosom and smiled. I will convey your request to Jinyan, but as for the rest, I shall respect his wishes. The implication was clear. She would merely relay messages, not act as a matchmaker. In response, Meng Jin was not irked. You are quite the devoted sister, quite different from the rumors. What do the rumors say? Shen He inquired, intrigued. The tales surrounding you and the Shen family are rather unflattering. It is said that your relationship with the Shens is strained, and your romance with the young master of the Mu family is merely a ploy to ascend to high society at the expense of the Shens. Indeed, these are the same old tales. In her previous life, such rumors had led the citizens of Qing City to believe that Shen He had severed ties with the Shen family. During her wedding, none of the Shen family attended. Consequently, when Shen He's younger brothers encountered misfortunes, no one suspected Mu Tingyun's involvement. After all, to outsiders, the Shen and Mu families were thought to maintain a relationship akin to the water and the well, unrelated and without conflict. Reflecting on this, Shen He's expression turned grave, and she implored Meng Jin, if you hear such slander again, please remember the identities of those who spread the rumors. Fabricating lies is a crime, and I intend to bring them all to court. Meng Jin smiled in satisfaction. That is the proper approach to dealing with slanderers. I await your good news. Farewell. With that, Meng Jin drove away. After submitting all evidence of Zhou Yulan's criminal activities to the authorities, Shen He purchased some imported fruits and returned to the Shen residence. She had previously notified Mrs. Zhong of her visit. Upon entering the Shen home, she was surprised to find both her second and third uncles and their wives present. She handed the fruits to the housekeeper and greeted her elders one by one. Good afternoon, esteemed matriarch, second uncle and aunt, third uncle and aunt. How is everyone doing? Knowing you were coming, I specifically called back your uncles. Ms. Zhong guessed that Shen He must have important matters to discuss during this visit and inquired, is there something urgent, or shall we talk after dinner? Shen He agreed. The Shen family is a large clan that has not divided, so when the entire family gathers, 2 tables are typically necessary to accommodate everyone. However, with the children now grown, some working and others attending school, there were only enough people for 1 table at lunchtime. The dining table was a spacious round one, with Shen He seated next to Ms. Zhong. Shen He had been brought back to the Shen family at the age of 18, and it has now been 7 years since then. Yet she seldom dined with her elders in such a manner. She harbored biases against the Shen family and had lived on campus during university, spending her summer and winter breaks interning and working in Kyoto. After graduation, she purchased an apartment through her own means, further reducing her visits to the Shen family. Uncle Shen Jian initiated a conversation, asking Shen He, Jilu mentioned that you requested the contact information for Lawyer Meng. Have you encountered any difficulties at work? Everyone at the table turned their gaze towards Shen He, their eyes filled with concern. Setting down her chopsticks with decorum, Shen He lifted her head, taking in the caring expressions of her elders, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her heart. So this is the feeling of being cherished by family. I sought out Lawyer Meng to assist me with matters related to Zhou Yulan. Upon hearing this, everyone placed their chopsticks down, waiting for Shen He to elaborate. Chapter 33. 3 cups of apology wine. A bewildered awakening. Zhou Yulan has signed a share transfer agreement with the media company, and from this moment forth, I shall be the largest shareholder. In exchange, I have composed a letter of understanding, resolving to pardon her transgressions against me. However, I have discovered that over the years, Ms. Zhou has employed coercive tactics to threaten the artists under her management into engaging in illicit activities for her personal gain. What? The elders of the Shen family reacted with profound shock. Uncle Shen, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "This audacious and foolish woman. I had long suspected her business dealings were unscrupulous, but I never anticipated she could sink to such depths of depravity." Uncle Shen Jian then turned to Shen He, asking, "Shen He, what do you intend to do?" Shen He responded resolutely, "It is only just that criminals face imprisonment. I have already submitted the evidence of Zhou Yulan's crimes to the authorities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, she is likely to serve time." At this point, a look of shame crossed Shen He's face. With remorse, she added, "Zhou Yulan is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shen family. Her imprisonment will undoubtedly impact the futures of my younger brothers. For that, I am truly sorry." Shen He's primary purpose for returning to the Shen family today was to offer her apologies. Uncle Shen Heir waved his hand dismissively. "It is of little consequence. Zhou Yulan is their aunt by marriage, not a direct relative, so the impact will be minimal. Yet, there are still repercussions." Uncle Shen San, a man of great understanding, gazed at Shen He with empathy and said, "If your sister-in-law is imprisoned, it is you and Yaozu who will feel the most profound effects. Shen He, it is truly unfair for you to bear such a burden because of your mother." To her surprise, rather than reproach her for her impulsive actions, both uncles comforted her. Shen He felt a swell of emotion. "Uncles, Shen He lowered her head, her voice faltering. "I've always been raised in the countryside with my grandmother, lacking proper etiquette and upbringing. I have committed many foolish acts and spoken many thoughtless words, causing my uncles and aunts a great deal of trouble. Yet, her uncles and aunts did not scorn her for her past missteps. Instead, they offered her understanding and affection." Shen He felt a profound sense of guilt. Pouring herself a glass of wine, she stood to address them. "I wish to apologize to my uncles and aunts." With that, she raised the glass and drank it all in one go. She then poured another glass, lifting it toward the esteemed elder Madame Zhong. "Madam, I once misdirected my prejudices and disrespected you for the grievances my grandmother endured, forgetting that you too have suffered betrayal and deceit at the hands of our grandfather. The truly contemptible one has never been you, but our grandfather, Song Jingcheng. Today, I sincerely extend my apologies to you." With determination, Shen He downed the second glass. Feeling the heat in her throat, she poured a third glass, expressing her gratitude to all the elders for their care over the years and thanking her younger brothers for their tolerance. "From now on, I shall strive to reform and humbly conduct myself." With that, she drank the third glass with gusto. 3 cups of wine consumed. She found herself in a state of intoxicated bewilderment. The entire restaurant was enveloped in an atmosphere so quiet that the faintest sound could be heard. Everyone gazed at Shen He with expressions of profound contentment. In this moment, they all genuinely felt that Shen He had matured and become more understanding. Ms. Zhong held Shen He's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. She spoke to Shen He with heartfelt sincerity. "It is your parents who have erred the most by not nurturing you. So what if you grew up in the countryside? Your grandmother educated you wonderfully. You are by no means lacking. Shen He, your ability to perceive the love of your elders and recognize your own shortcomings signifies that you have truly grown and matured. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is of great importance. I believe you can become an even more outstanding young lady. Now, regarding the matter of Zhou Yulan, your mother has created a significant mess that cannot simply be swept away. Her own transgressions, coupled with her refusal to repent, warrant her imprisonment for reformation. Moreover, the futures of our children are paramount. Do the victims not matter as well? In this matter, Shen He, you have performed admirably and owe no apologies to anyone." Shen He, who was more receptive to gentleness than harshness, felt a wave of shame wash over her upon hearing Ms. Zhong's words, deepening her loathing for her former self. The Shen family had treated her with such kindness, yet in her previous life, she had dragged them down with her. Several younger brothers had met tragic ends. Her uncles faced a dismal fate. Her grandmother passed away with regrets, and her third aunt succumbed to illness far too early. The intense feeling of shame spread through Shen He's heart, causing her limbs to tremble uncontrollably. "I need to visit the restroom." Shen He hurriedly retreated to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the wall, she bit down on her arm, silently weeping. Oh, Shen He, look at all the important things you missed in your past life. Family, friendship, you could have had it all. Yet you foolishly chased after an elusive love, only to end up in a grave without a burial place, with your family shattered. After regaining her composure, Shen He emerged from the restroom. Ms. Zhong and the others discreetly refrained from asking about the redness in her eyes. However, Uncle Shen inquired, "You've been seeing the third son of the Mu family for over 2 years now. Haven't you? Shouldn't we invite him over for a home-cooked meal?" Concerned that Shen He might not fully grasp the social nuances, Uncle Shen advised her, "Since you've been together for so long, it's important that we invite him over to avoid any speculation about discord in our relationship." Ms. Zhong added, "Shen He, if it's convenient, please bring him home for a meal." Shen He was not so oblivious as to overlook the concern of her elders. "Next week," she replied. "This Saturday, Mu Tingyun is taking me to the Mu family for dinner. I will meet his father first and assess the situation. If Mu father disapproves of us, there would be no point in a meal." Upon hearing this, Ms. Zhong cautioned her, "When meeting elders for the first time, remember to bring a gift. It need not be extravagant, but proper etiquette must be observed." After speaking, Ms. Zhong turned to Aunt Shen. "Chu Yi, please assist Shen He in selecting some appropriate gifts." Aunt Shen, whose full name was Zhu Chu Yi and whose family was in the jewelry business, was well versed in the intricacies of social etiquette. Upon hearing this, she readily agreed. Zhu Chu Yi turned to her Uncle Shen's wife, Minjing, and inquired, "The weather has warmed up recently. Would you care to join us?" Aunt Song Jingcheng, not only frail in health, but also a seasoned introvert, glanced at her husband. Upon seeing his encouraging gaze, she finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Thus, in the afternoon, Shen He found herself escorted by her 2 aunts to the mall to select gifts. What was initially planned as an outing to purchase presents for the Mu family ultimately transformed into a delightful shopping spree, with her aunts lavishing gifts upon Shen He instead. As the sole girl in the Shen family, Shen He had previously not been particularly close to them. Thus her aunts had never had the opportunity to indulge her in this manner. Today, however, they seized the moment with exuberance, purchasing clothing, jewelry, and handbags in abundance. As they departed, the charming young men at the mall graciously carried their numerous bags, escorting them to the underground parking lot. As a parting gesture, they bowed to Shen He, their faces beaming with smiles as they said, "Miss Shen, do feel free to inform us in advance for your next visit. We would be delighted to provide you with exclusive one-on-one VIP service." Shen He could only respond with a bemused expression, "Ah, the evils of capitalism. How utterly delightful." Chapter 34. Who says Shen He is not favored by the Shen family? This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a wealthy heiress shopping at the mall, who captured on video and shared it in the affluent social circle of Qing City, proclaiming, "Today, I saw Shen He with her 2 aunts at the mall. According to my sales associate, the aunts lavished over $1 million on luxury goods for her." Who has claimed that Shen He has a strained relationship with the Shen family? From what I observe, their bond appears quite strong, with the 2 aunts nearly treating Shen He like a treasured gem. With video evidence and images to substantiate her claims, there was no room for doubt. Qin Yinong, under the guise of a pseudonym, lurked within the elite circles of Qing City. Upon viewing the footage of Shen He shopping with her aunts, her heart raced with unease. Wasn't Shen He's relationship with the Shen family supposed to be dismal? Yet, her 2 aunts had spent over $1 million on luxury items in a single afternoon. Was this truly a poor relationship? In fact, she found herself somewhat envious of such a dismal connection. Sensing something amiss, Qin Yinong hastily dialed Mu Tingyun, seeking to uncover the truth. At that moment, Mu Tingyun was dining with Shen He in a revolving high-altitude restaurant, enjoying a candlelit dinner. When his phone rang, he glanced at the screen. Upon recognizing a number from H City, a wave of apprehension washed over him, prompting him to disconnect the call and instinctively erase the call log. "Who was that?" Shen He inquired nonchalantly. Mu Tingyun replied with a composed facade, "A telemarketer." "A telemarketer?" Shen He mused. Given the special protection of Mu Tingyun's number, ordinary telemarketers would be unable to reach him. She surmised the identity of the caller, but chose not to confront Mu Tingyun. Instead, she savored a piece of meticulously prepared steak, relishing it with the elegance of someone indulging in a grand feast. In reality, She envisioned the steak as a manifestation of Mu Tingyun's very essence. Taking a sip of red wine, Shen He pierced a white mushroom with her fork and remarked, "Those scammers deserve no mercy. Hand me your phone. I shall report the number to the authorities. Perhaps they can trace the IP and apprehend the scammer on site." Mu Tingyun felt a jolt of apprehension, unprepared for Shen He's unexpected challenge. He fell silent momentarily. "What's the matter? Afraid to hand it over?" Shen He teased with a knowing smile, releasing her fork and crossing her arms, scrutinizing Mu Tingyun with a fierce gaze that illuminated her vibrant cheeks. "Mu Tingyun, the scammer you mentioned, could it be one of your clandestine affairs?" A warning bell rang in Mu Tingyun's mind, and in an attempt to evade suspicion, he retorted, "I've already deleted the number." He presented his phone to Shen He, challenging her to verify. Shen He accepted the phone and perused his contacts, confirming that Mu Tingyun had indeed deleted the number. "Impressive," she quipped, "a seasoned operator who leaves no trace." Mu Tingyun maintained his composure, sipping his wine while teasing Shen He. "See? There's nothing there. By the way, are you heading home tonight?" Gazing toward the tallest building across from them, Mu Tingyun hinted, "The hotel over there has been rated as the most popular among couples in Qing City. Would you care to join me for a visit?" Having been together for 2 years, Mu Tingyun felt it was time for their relationship to take a significant step forward. With a sly smile, Shen He remarked, "That is fine, but I've just gotten my period, so we can only chat under the covers." Mu Tingyun was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes, it started yesterday." Although he felt a twinge of regret, Mu Tingyun maintained his composure and replied, "It's all right. Simply chatting together can be quite pleasant." Just as Shen He was about to decline, Mu Tingyun's phone rang once more. A wave of tension washed over him as he instinctively focused on the device in Shen He's hand. His throat tightened. Was another scam call? Observing Mu Tingyun's anxious reaction, Shen He couldn't help but smirk inwardly as she glanced at the screen. An unfamiliar number appeared. Registered to H City, the city where Qin Yinong resided. Quickly memorizing the number, Shen He shook her head. "It's not a scam call. It's just an unknown caller. The area code is H City. Possibly a telemarketing call? Hand it to me. It might be a friend needing something." Mu Tingyun feigned calmness as he extended his right hand. Shen He, in turn, passed the phone to him. The moment their fingers brushed, Shen He subtly curled her pinky and quietly answered the call. "Mu Gij," Qin Yinong's voice unexpectedly rang out. Upon hearing her voice, Mu Tingyun's left hand, resting beneath the table, clenched into a fist, and a shiver ran through him. Shen He shot a sharp, scrutinizing look at Mu Tingyun, who remained eerily quiet, not losing his temper or raising his voice, an unsettling calm that intensified the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Mu Tingyun devised a strategy. He took the phone, raised it to his ear, and asked in a cool tone, "Hello, this is Mu Tingyun." "Who is this?" A moment of silence followed on the other end. After a brief pause, a playful female voice responded, "Oh, did I dial the wrong number?" "Isn't this Mu Tingyun's phone?" Relieved that Qin Yinong had quickly realized the mistake and played along with his ruse, Mu Tingyun exhaled silently. He replied, feigning indifference, "Sorry, you got the wrong number." After ending the call and placing the phone on the table, he began to grumble, "They were looking for my brother and ended up calling my phone." Shen He, skeptical, inquired, "You've had this number for over 2 years. How could it be a mistake? Our family uses a shared line, and the only difference between my brother's number and mine is the last digit." This was indeed true. The Mu family utilized a shared line, specially configured so that typical telemarketing or scam calls could not reach them. Shen He inwardly cursed those deceitful scoundrels. How cunning of them to evade detection. Not wanting to expose Mu Tingyun's deception, she patted her chest, feigning relief. "You startled me. I thought you were actually keeping a mistress outside. You have no idea. When I heard Mu Gij, I nearly had a heart attack. Is your faith in my love for you truly so fragile?" Mu Tingyun raised his glass towards Shen He, declaring, "Shen He, you can always trust in my love." Shen He clinked glasses with him, downing her drink as she continued the previous conversation. The woman's voice sounded remarkably youthful. "Could she possibly be a clandestine affair of your brother?" Mu Tingyun's second brother, Mu Tingyong, had been married once, but was now divorced. It was said that Mu Tingyong had lost his sight due to exposure to toxic heavy metals during his childhood. He was merely blind, not impotent. and still possessed normal physiological desires. It was not uncommon for divorced men to take mistresses. Mu Tingyan shrugged, who knows? His disdain for that brother was always apparent. Seeing that Shen He had successfully dismissed her doubts, Mu Tingyun finally relaxed. After their meal, Shen He excused herself to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Once inside a stall, she swiftly retrieved her phone, copying the number she had repeated in her mind over a dozen times, and sent it to Shen He. Shen He, Bao, could you help me trace the IP associated with this number? Shen He, whose is it? Shen He, a troublesome woman. Shen He, wait a moment. Shen He cautioned Shen, be sure to save the number. I need to erase the record and will ask you for it again when necessary. After sending this message, Shen He deleted all chat history and stepped out. Chapter 35, Mistaken. I am only rude to fools as Shen He emerged from the restroom. She spotted Mu Tingyun standing in the open garden, one hand casually tucked into his pocket as he conversed on the phone. Approaching him, she overheard Mu Tingyun say, Uncle, this Saturday, Shen He will accompany me home for dinner. My father asked me to check if you were available to join us. The response from the other end seemed to leave Mu Tingyun in a moment of hesitation. After hanging up, he turned to Shen He and informed her, this Saturday, my uncle will come to our house for dinner. However, he found it curious that his uncle had last visited their home a decade ago. Mu Tingyun mused aloud. I wonder why he agreed to dine with the Mu family? Upon learning that Song Jingcheng would also be dining at the Mu residence that Saturday, Shen He felt a flutter in her heart and couldn't help but think, could it be for me? Yet, this notion was swiftly quelled by her own self-doubt. Shen He, where is your self-respect? She thought. Pondering thoughtfully, she remarked, yesterday, when I bid farewell to my uncle, he mentioned that you felt he was too indifferent towards me. Perhaps he hopes to take this opportunity to reassure you and, in turn, bolster your spirits. Just imagine, with my uncle at the dining table, everyone will realize how cherished you are by both the Mu and Song families. Mu Tingyun found Shen He's perspective to be quite sensible. The thought of his uncle's good intentions stirred deep emotions within him. After all, his uncle was the most loving elder in his life. 18 years ago, Mu Tingyun had nearly perished in the depths of a remote forest. And upon his return to the Mu family, he had endured a high fever from which he could not awaken. When Mu Tingyun finally regained consciousness, he found his uncle standing vigil in his bedroom. That year, Song Jingcheng was merely 23, yet he solemnly vowed to Mu Tingyun, as long as I live, I shall protect you. True to his word, under Song Jingcheng's guardianship, Mu Tingyun had not faced any misfortunes in the years that followed. On Friday afternoon, Shen He appeared at Shen He's studio, her hiking backpack slung over her shoulder, with some work left unfinished. Shen He suggested that Shen He entertain herself for the time being. Exhausted, Shen He lay down in the adjacent break room and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Jun Lin, having brewed a cup of coffee, entered the break room and, upon seeing the girl sprawled on the sofa, mistook her for a newly hired intern. He picked up a cushion and gently patted her head, teasing, Little Jia, it's not even dark yet, and you're already indulging in beauty sleep? Not receiving a response, Yun Lietness smedefitted. He raised his voice slightly, Little Jia, it's working hours. Even the most amiable of bosses would disapprove of an employee hiding away to sleep during work hours. Irritated, Shen He tossed the cushion aside and covered her ears, attempting to continue her slumber. Jun Lin, thoroughly provoked by the intern's attitude, reached out to press on her shoulder, saying, Little Jia, please draft your resignation letter. Before he could finish his sentence, the person beneath him suddenly seized his arm and executed a swift shoulder throw, sending Jun Lin crashing onto the sofa. In an instant, their positions were reversed, with Jun Lin now beneath her. Dazed and disoriented, he felt as if he were on the brink of disaster. A cold, indifferent female voice echoed from above him. Are you Jun Lin? This is not the voice of Xiao Jia. Jun Lin focused his gaze and soon realized he had mistaken the person. The young lady before him was not the intern Xiao Jia, but a stranger he had never encountered. She appeared to be in her 20s, her dark hair streaked with strands of a gray reminiscent of an elderly woman. She donned a white tank top paired with black-gray denim overalls. Her makeup was heavy, obscuring her true features. Jun Lin referred to individuals who wore such exaggerated makeup as a palette of oil paints. Who are you? A flicker of suspicion crossed Jun Lin's eyes. A friend of Shen He? Shen He, yawning, settled down on a nearby sofa, casually lifting Jun Lin's freshly brewed Americano for a sip, only to be met with its bitterness that nearly sent her soul soaring. Gritting her teeth to swallow the coffee, Shen He turned to Jun Lin and uttered a pretentious maxim. My name is of no consequence. Jun Lin, nursing his painfully sore arm, retorted irritably. Are you this rude to everyone? Incorrect. I am only rude to fools. Shen He replied with a sly grin. Jun Lin was genuinely offended. With a scowl, he exited the room. Just as Shen He approached with her briefcase to find Shen He, they crossed paths with Jun Lin. What happened to your hand? Shen He scrutinized Jun Lin's left arm. Jun Lin, looking rather pallid, sneered. Does your ironclad friend have a propensity for violence? Instantly guessing the situation, Shen He suppressed a laugh, saying, My sister has a temper. Don't provoke her. When she gets riled up, even stray dogs on the street would receive a kick. Jun Lin's expression darkened further. Are you calling me a dog? No, you're a princess. Shen He laughed heartily and left Jun Lin for the lounge. Without granting Shen He the chance to inquire, Shen He seized the moment. You didn't mention your collaborator is Jun Lin. Do you know him? Shen He confirmed she had never mentioned Jun Lin to Shen He. It was clear that Shen He's accurate recollection of his name indicated familiarity. Shen He revealed a shocking piece of information. Jun Lin is the husband of my cousin. What did you say? Shen He was taken aback. Jun Lin is the husband of cousin Xiao, the affluent young man from Kyoto. After the passing of Shen He's father, she had been taken to live and study in Yu City with her aunt's family. Once Shen He became close friends with Shen He. She had met Shen He's cousin a few times. Cousin Xiao always wore her hair in a high ponytail, glossy and dark, due to her martial arts training. Her gaze was eternally resolute and unyielding. Cousin Xiao was very fond of Shen He and was generous. Whenever she picked up Shen He from school, she would always invite Shen He along for milk tea and barbecued meats. Later on, Cousin Xiao moved to Kyoto, reportedly to take a job as a bodyguard for a wealthy young master. Subsequently, it was heard that Cousin Xiao married that young master, becoming the lady of a prominent family in Kyoto. After entering university, Shen He had not heard any news of Cousin Xiao. Suddenly discovering that Cousin Xiao was Jun Lin's late beloved felt absurd and unbelievable to Shen He. Reclining against the sofa, Shen He rested her left arm across her forehead. Her voice, tinged with sorrow, carried a sense of fragility. For years ago, my cousin accompanied Jun Lin's father and brother to the border city to evaluate a heavy metal mining project. It is said that it is a rare metallic ore with extensive applications in semiconductor research, possessing extraordinary strategic significance. However, during that operation, they unfortunately fell victim to the kidnapping by the neighboring nation's marauders. My cousin fought valiantly to rescue the head of the Jun family and Jun Lin's brother, but she herself was ensnared by the rebels, meeting a tragic fate of decapitation and brutal slaughter. The brevity of these words belies their shocking content. The death of my cousin Xiao was indeed profoundly tragic. Why did you not inform me? Shen He replied, the death of my cousin pertains to state secrets. We have all signed confidentiality agreements, and I cannot divulge it to you. Had it not been for the accidental discovery that Shen He's partner was Jun Lin, stirring up heart-wrenching memories, Shen He would have continued to conceal the truth of her cousin's demise from Shen He. It is no wonder that Jun Lin appeared so somber when he mentioned his deceased wife, Xiao Jianhong, at her funeral. The death of my cousin Xiao can be viewed as a sacrifice to protect her in-laws, or on a grander scale, as a noble sacrifice for the sake of the nation. Such a valiant woman would captivate any man's heart. It seems Jun Lin may never escape the emotional web woven by Xiao Jianhong throughout his life. Looking at Jun Lin, I suspect he probably did not recognize you. Shen He pushed her hair aside, revealing her heavily made-up cheeks resembling a painter's palette. In this ghastly appearance, it is only natural that he would not recognize me compared to my youthful self. Indeed, that is true. Come, I shall treat you to Hadaleo. When one is in a melancholy mood, one must heal the spirit with delightful cuisine. Shen He enthusiastically took Shen He to a nearby Hadaleo, specifically requesting the staff to perform the noodle-pulling act and to showcase a third driving test. Qin Yi was amused to the point of blushing, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. Chapter 36. The message about finding male models was accidentally sent to my uncle in a buoyant mood. Qin Yi found her appetite returning as she held the slotted spoon. Stirring the beef tripe in the bubbling red oil, she reported to Shen He. The account holder of that number is named Chu Kazhou, the nominal fiancé of Qin Yinhua. Chu Kazhou, an abandoned infant, was raised by a grandfather who scavenged for a living. He nearly dropped out of middle school, but Mu Tingyun sponsored him to complete both high school and university. After graduation, Chu Kazhou established a security training company in H City. Furthermore, he and Qin Yinhua were high school classmates, and their relationship was known among their peers. Although Qin Yi harbored disdain for Mu Tingyun, she also held a deep admiration for him. Mu Tingyun's scheme was executed flawlessly. It was no wonder one could be deceived to the very last garment. Who would dare to believe that Qin Yinhua, residing with her high school classmate Chu Kazhou in H City, was in fact the clandestine lover of Mu Tingyun? The intricacies of their entanglement were so sophisticated that Shen He remained an unwitting pawn, unable to discern the true dynamics at play. Throughout history, those who have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to love have never erred. The fault lies solely with the unscrupulous individuals who exploit it. Genuine emotions do exist in this world. We must not allow the hurt inflicted by Mu Tingyun's treachery to taint our perceptions of love. Qin Yi feared that Shen He might lose the courage to love again. Life must be cherished and embraced with fervor. Understanding that Qin Yi genuinely hoped for her to lead a fulfilling life, Shen He listened intently and assured her, "Yi Bao, I will never betray my own life. You need not worry. That brings me comfort," she replied. "By the way, Meow Meow, what was the fate of the green hat guy?" Qin Yi was curious about the ultimate outcome of Chu Kazhou in his previous life. Shen He clicked his tongue, then recounted. Shortly after their marriage, Qin Yinhua became pregnant. On the eve of her delivery, the green hat guy tragically died in a car accident. The shock caused Qin Yinhua to give birth prematurely, delivering a son. Not long after, she returned to her family in Qing City with her child and, with the encouragement of friends and relatives, married the widowed Mu Tingyun. "Oh, and they later had a daughter named Mu Yiha," he added. Qin Yi listened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, how infuriating!" She lost her appetite for the beef tripe. Shen He suddenly inquired, "What does Chu Kazhou look like?" Qin Yi offered an objective assessment. "He is quite handsome, with a rugged appearance and 8-pack abs, looking very capable." Shen He could likely envision Chu Kazhou's figure. Just as Qin Yi placed a slice of lamb into her mouth, Shen He asked, "Does he visit brothels?" "Huh?" Qin Yi was taken aback, accidentally burning her tongue on the lamb slice. She quickly took a sip of the icy sour plum juice, which soothed her tongue. Although she did not comprehend the intent behind Shen He's question, she answered truthfully. Chu Kazhou is known for his strict self-discipline at the company, and his private life is very clean. Upon hearing this, Shen He smiled enigmatically. Qin Yinhua was a delicate beauty, pitiful when she cried and radiant when she smiled. Women of her type tend to be the favorites of rugged men. The green hat guy, a vigorous adult male, remained loyal to another's lover while playing the role of a virtuous guardian. I wager that the green hat guy is utterly infatuated with Qin Yinhua. This assertion holds merit. Qin Yi wholeheartedly agrees with Shen He's analysis. What are your subsequent plans? Shen He, I have resolved to be a good person. All those with deep affections should never be forsaken. The green hat guy harbors a sincere devotion to Qin Yinhua. I am determined to unite them. Qin Yi gave Shen He a thumbs up. Marvelous. But how do you intend to facilitate their romantic entanglement? Qin Yi expressed her concern for Shen He, saying, with a boyfriend like Mu Tingyun, how could Qin Yinhua possibly be interested in Chu Kazhou? After all, Mu Tingyun is wealthy and influential, and he appears to excel in all aspects. It's simple, Shen He replied, as long as I devise a way to keep Mu Tingyun occupied, preventing him from flying to H City for a clandestine rendezvous. Qin Yinhua will inevitably grow suspicious. I shall then create an opportunity for the green hat guy to discover that Mu Tingyun has fallen for me and has resolved to forsake his life for my sake. At that point, what will the green hat guy do? Qin Yi slammed her palm on the table, her eyes gleaming. Naturally, he will seize the chance to usurp the position for himself. turning pretense into reality. Shen He snapped her fingers precisely. The two exchanged knowing glances, both revealing sly smiles. Meow meow, your scheming against scoundrels is truly enchanting. If I may say, you should refrain from romantic entanglements. Whenever you engage in a relationship, your intellect seems to diminish. Just look at how alert and clever you are now. Shen He made no objections to this statement. After sipping a bitter lemon drink, she lamented, I shall never marry in this lifetime. When loneliness strikes, I will seek out 18 male models for indulgence. Love dulls the mind. Only in solitude can one remain lucid. Ibao come, let's toast to being lifelong singletons. Qin, He stuck out her tongue in surrender. Can I not be a singleton? I still desire a man. Shen He, traitor. Waiter, bring us beer. Perhaps it was the fiery hot pot, the sourness of the lemon, or the intoxicating nature of the beer. As they exited Haidi Lao, the two sisters leaned on each other, tears glistening in their eyes. Both were significantly inebriated. Qin draped her arm around Shen He's shoulders, resembling a koala clinging to her. Meow meow. The night is fleeting. I shan't return tonight. I shall seek out a male model. She was a short-lived undercover agent, since she was a hapless soul destined for a brief existence. She might as well savor the pleasures of men before her demise. Even if death awaits, she would ensure to be a libertine in the afterlife. In her drunken state, Shen He's awareness was somewhat dulled. She pressed her hands on Qin's shoulders, resting her forehead against hers, stammering, Seeking a male model is good. Wait for me. I shall contact Sister Melody and introduce you to a decent one. Sister Melody is the proprietress of a nightclub and has the widest connections. The sisters supported each other as they made their way to the steps to sit down. Shen He retrieved her phone, squinting as she scrolled through her WeChat contacts. Having consumed some alcohol, she struggled to read the words clearly. Sister Melody's profile picture was that of a Pikachu. Shen He scrolled through WeChat, soon spotting a friend with a bright yellow avatar. She did not ponder much, pressing the voice button to say, Sister Melody, do you have any reliable male models available? They should be at least one. 88 meters tall, with good looks and a charming demeanor. Money is not an issue. We can book them for the night. After a moment's thought, Shen He pressed the button again to add, preferably someone gentle and experienced, as this is my first time and I lack practical experience. Seeing Shen He genuinely searching for a male model, Qin felt both amused and touched. She leaned drowsily into Shen He's embrace, exclaiming, Good sisters should share blessings and enjoy wealth together. Just then, her phone vibrated, and she was eager to see Melody's response. As Shen He was about to unlock her phone, it suddenly buzzed and powered off due to low battery. Shen He tucked her phone back in her pocket and rested her head on Qin's shoulder, muttering, The phone's dead. The male model is gone. Unbeknownst to Shen He, her message meant for Melody had been mistakenly sent to Song Jingcheng instead. Unlike Pikachu, Song Jingcheng's avatar was a sunflower. It was of little consequence if the male model was unavailable. She had Qin to keep her company. Gazing at her dear friend's vibrant and beautiful face, Qin was suddenly overcome with tears. She turned to bury her face in Shen He's arms, clutching the fabric of her clothing and sobbing brokenly, Meow meow. How I wish to laugh and play with you for a lifetime. Qin sensed that her undercover mission was becoming increasingly perilous. A sense of urgency enveloped her, as though she were racing against the clock, teetering on the brink of life itself. With her parents long gone from this world, Qin found little left to cling to, save for Shen He. The weight of their conversation felt too heavy, prompting Shen He to steer clear of such topics. Bao, you're drunk. Let us go. I'll stay with you tonight. Shen He assisted Qin to the nearest hotel, securing a room with a large bed. With her phone dead, it was Qin who paid for the stay. Once inside, Qin dragged Shen He to the carpeted floor, throwing herself into a fit of laughter and tears while even issuing her last words. Meow meow, my bank card password is your birthday, 990218. I've saved up 120,000. When I'm gone, please withdraw the money and give it to my aunt. That was meant for my parents' retirement. And meow meow, although your birthday coincides with your sister's memorial, her death was not your fault. Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of the previous generation. Qin turned, resting her head in the crook of Shen He's arm, staring at the ceiling, her tongue lolling as she murmured, "Next year, the year after, and every birthday to come, remember to eat cake. You are so wonderful. You deserve the most beautiful and delicious cake in the world." Listening to Qin Yi's ramblings, Shen He was moved to tears, thinking, "Silly Bao, what does cake compare to you?" She sat up, lifting Qin Yi's head to rest on her lap. Qin Yi's face was a chaotic mix of tears, snot, and smeared makeup, an unpleasant sight indeed. Yet Shen He did not mind. She cradled Qin Yi's cheeks, her tone soothing as if comforting a child. "Yi Bao, let us strive to live on together. We will eat cake, find male models, and when we grow old, we shall drive around the world." Qin Yi nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, let us travel the world." The two individuals frolicked through the night, ultimately succumbing to slumber upon the carpet. As the clock struck 10:30, Ma Kai prepared to conclude his workday. He ventured into the living room to bid farewell to Song Jingcheng, only to observe that the latter remained in the same position he had held 20 minutes prior, his book untouched and seemingly forgotten. Concern washed over Ma Kai as he inquired, "Mr. Song, are you unwell? Unable to sleep?" Upon regaining his focus, Song Jingcheng closed the book with a dismissive thud upon the table, his gaze instinctively drifting towards his phone. An hour and a half earlier, his nephew's girlfriend had inundated him with 2 astonishingly lengthy voice messages before activating her invisible mode. Ignoring WeChat and neglecting calls, she resembled a callous temptress who, after a fleeting encounter, vanished without a trace. Unlocking his phone, Song Jingcheng found the screen, still lingering on his chat with Shen He. An hour and 20 minutes had elapsed since he had last sent a message. Given such a substantial passage of time, it was likely that Shen He had already met with a male model. If she acted swiftly, she might have even secured a room, preparing for a bath. If she were particularly eager, she could have already shed her trousers and commenced an intimate liaison. "Ma uncle," Song Jingcheng's visage was shrouded in frost, his voice as frigid as ice shards. "Immediately ascertain Shen He's whereabouts." "Excuse me?" Ma Kai's heart raced in alarm. In the dead of night, Mr. Song sought to investigate the location of his nephew's girlfriend. Was such an action truly appropriate? Chapter 37 Song Jingcheng, you are truly famished. Ma Kai, concerned that something unfortunate had befallen Shen He, anxiously inquired, "Has something happened to Miss Shen?" Song Jingcheng remained silent, his expression inscrutable, which left Ma Kai feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation. Fortunately, Song Jingcheng changed his course of action. He decided to investigate whether there was a woman named Melody in Qing City. There must be many with that name. What profession does she belong to? Narrowing down the search would enhance efficiency and expedite the acquisition of information. Song Jingcheng fell into a contemplative silence, suspecting she could be a madam of a nightclub. His tone reflected uncertainty. "Monantai koi exclaimed, Sir, are you so ravenous that you have developed an illicit infatuation with Miss Shen, yet hesitate to break free from societal moral constraints, thus opting to seek the services of a prostitute?" Ma Kai, in a daze, commenced his investigation. He possessed a contact ledger that recorded the phone numbers of all the influential figures in Qing City. Without hesitation, Ma Kai dialed the proprietor of the largest nightclub in Qing City and, upon inquiry, successfully uncovered details about Melody. "I have found her, sir. Melody is the proprietress of an upscale nightclub. However, her establishment does not employ female technicians, only male ones." Ma Kai's choice of words lent a semblance of decorum to the profession. Upon hearing this news, Song Jingcheng was not surprised. Since Shen He sought Melody's assistance in finding male models, it was evident that this Melody was a broker of sorts. He began to suggest calling Melody to inquire further, but paused midway. Considering that Ma Kai would be the one making the call, it could potentially tarnish Shen He's reputation. Thus, he redirected, "Please call her. I have matters to discuss." Ma Kai complied. Once the call connected and Melody's identity was confirmed, Ma Kai stated, "Madam Melody, Mr. Song has a matter he wishes to consult with you." On the other end, Melody's voice was sultry, imbued with the charm of a mature woman. Which Mr. Song might this be? With her extensive connections, Melody knew that anyone capable of reaching her private number must possess some stature. Instantly, a multitude of prominent figures surnamed Song flashed through her mind. Ma Kai, being prudent, maintained confidentiality regarding his employer's identity with professionalism. He handed the phone to Song Jingcheng and stood quietly to the side. However, Song Jingcheng gestured for him to step outside, leaving Ma Kai in a daze yet compliant. This was remarkable. Mr. Song intended to make a clandestine call to a madam of a nightclub. Moreover, that madam employed only male technicians. No wonder Mr. Song had refrained from romantic pursuits, blind dates, and marriage over the years, relying solely on his right hand to address his physical needs. Could it be that he simply did not fancy women? Feeling he had unearthed a significant secret about Mr. Song, Ma Kai experienced a palpable sense of impending crisis. Madam Melody, greetings. I am Song Jingcheng. He introduced himself directly. The man's voice, akin to the ethereal frost that blankets the ground after a snowfall, resonated with a chilling solitude. The name Song Jingcheng sent a shiver through Melody, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mr. Song? She stammered. Is there something you require from me? Melody, a madam by profession, primarily facilitated introductions to male masseurs, and thus assumed that Song Jingcheng sought her assistance in recommending a reliable male technician. A mix of astonishment and the thrill of juicy gossip coursed through her veins. I have a younger acquaintance surnamed Shen who is familiar with you, Ms. Melody. I couldn't reach her by phone and wanted to inquire if she has contacted you this evening, he stated. The inquiry posed a significant challenge for Melody. A younger individual with the surname Shen? The very same person Song Jingcheng referred to as my child? Did she truly know such an individual? Melody fell silent for a moment, her breath quickening with anxiety. Song Jingcheng, perceiving the whirlwind of thoughts within her, gently reminded her, my child studies architecture, possesses a playful spirit, and is a friend of yours on WeChat. If you happen to know her whereabouts, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. A girl named Shen, studying architecture, who is also a WeChat friend. Melody's eyes widened in realization. Goodness, it must be Shen He. Shen He was the girlfriend of Mu Sangongzi, and this Mr. Song was the uncle of Mu Sangongzi. Referring to Shen He as his child was indeed accurate. Melody was indeed acquainted with Shen He. Beyond her role as a madam, she fancied herself a talent scout. She had once attempted to persuade Shen He to pursue a career in stardom, but was met with a firm rejection. Perhaps it was fate that they had forged a reasonably close friendship. Melody's nightclub was adorned with Shen He's interior design, and she genuinely admired the young woman. She did not wish to jeopardize Shen He's future, yet felt apprehensive about offending Song Jingcheng. After careful consideration, Melody responded, Mr. Song, I am indeed familiar with Miss Shen on a personal level. However, she is an exceptionally bright graduate of a university, possessing strong moral principles and leading a commendable personal life, with no connection to the business of my establishment. Having flattered Shen He, Melody returned to the matter at hand. The last time we conversed on WeChat was nearly a fortnight ago. Miss Shen may have simply run out of battery and is enjoying herself outside. Understanding that Melody would not deceive him, Song Jingcheng felt reassured. After ending the call, he summoned Ma Kai into the room and instructed him, investigate if there are any records of Shen He booking a room at various hotels. A flicker of concern crossed Ma Kai's brow. Circling back, it seems Song Jingcheng was indeed preoccupied with Miss Shen. However, Ma Kai instinctively felt that something was amiss. Setting aside whether Miss Shen had indeed booked a room, if she had, it should be the rightful boyfriend, Mu Sangongzi, who should conduct the inquiry. Given Song Jingcheng's stature, such an investigation seemed inappropriate. Yet, Ma Kai refrained from questioning it. He pondered that if Song Jingcheng were genuinely interested in Miss Shen, perhaps he intended to compete with Mu Sangongzi for her affections. In that case, he would have no choice but to assist Song Jingcheng in his endeavors. On the other end, Melody promptly dialed Shen He after hanging up the phone. When she realized that Shen He's number was indeed unreachable, her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that this young woman had truly strayed, seeking solace in the arms of some rogue behind Mu Tingyun's back? And had she brazenly brought this matter before the formidable young head of the Song family? With no other recourse, Melody resorted to WeChat, informing Shen He, Dear Shen, Mr. Song just called me, inquiring whether you had contacted me. I spoke candidly, so you should be aware of the situation. As anticipated, her message went unanswered. Chapter 38. If one must have a child, why not with Song Jingcheng? Mr. Song, I have gathered information regarding Miss Shen. Ma Kai hastened to the coffee table and placed the tablet upon it. Miss Shen checked into a room at the Tianma Hotel in the CBD around 9 o'clock this evening, accompanied by a young woman named Shen He. This footage was relayed from the lobby surveillance at 9 o'clock. With his long legs crossed, Song Jingcheng leaned forward to scrutinize the tablet screen. The video revealed Shen He and a young girl clad in black supporting each other as they entered the lobby, completing the check-in process before proceeding to the elevator. Notably, there was no tall male model following them. After terminating the playback, Song Jingcheng visibly exhaled in relief and addressed Ma Kai. Thank you for your efforts. You should return home and rest early. Typically, Ma Kai would finish his work by 9:30. However, he had stayed late tonight to gather information on Shen He. Very well. I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Ma Kai, a local of Qing City, owned only a single apartment on the outskirts, making his commute inconvenient. Consequently, Song Jingcheng had purchased 2 additional residences for him, one adjacent to the Song family estate and the other near the Dongya Health Retreat. Ma Kai's unwavering loyalty to Song Jingcheng was well-founded. Once Ma Kai departed, Song Jingcheng lingered on the sofa for a while before, almost instinctively, he opened the WeChat chat window and replayed Shen He's voice message. In the stillness of the night, the young girl's voice penetrated his heart, sending a shiver through his body. Shen He, inebriated, sounded soft and clingy, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Upon finishing the 2 voice messages, Song Jingcheng could not help but chuckle. At 6 feet 2 inches tall, handsome and skilled, did she truly have such lofty expectations? Was Mu Tingyun, that young man, not sufficient for her, and to claim it was her first experience without practical knowledge? Realizing the absurdity of his thoughts, Song Jingcheng abruptly rose, his eyes betraying a sense of panic. What was he thinking? He was disparaging his own nephew and, by extension, his nephew's girlfriend. Song Jingcheng, what madness has overtaken you? In the dead of night, Shen He awoke from the cold and groggily roused Shen He, urging her to go to bed. Shen He struggled to climb into bed, succumbing to slumber the moment she touched the mattress. After using the restroom, Shen He found herself unable to return to sleep. She picked up her phone from the floor, discovered it was out of battery, and quickly retrieved her power bank to charge it. After a brief wait, the phone finally powered on. As soon as she unlocked it, WeChat notifications popped up, indicating unread messages. The first face she saw was that of Mu Tingyun, accompanied by a yellow Pikachu. Below his avatar was Melody's profile picture, and beneath that, an orange sunflower icon labeled Uncle. 3 hours prior, Song Jingcheng had sent her 4 messages. In the middle of the night, he was awake, secretly messaging her. Out of curiosity, Shen He chose to bypass the messages from Mu Tingyun and Melody, opting instead to open the chat with Song Jingcheng. The screen displayed. Last night at 21:12, Song Jingcheng sent her the first message. Did you send the wrong message? At 21:14, Shen He, did you argue with Tingyun? Don't do anything foolish. At 21:15, you can sleep with any man. Shen He, you are an adult now. Don't act impulsively. At 21:26, Shen He, reply. Shen He. She scrolled up and discovered that she had sent 2 voice messages to Song Jingcheng at 21:10 last night. The first voice message lasted 15 seconds, while the second was a mere 5 seconds long. With trembling fingers, Shen He clicked on a shorter one and heard her tipsy voice. It would be best to introduce a gentle and experienced one. This is my first time. I have no practical experience. Shen He tossed her phone aside as if it were a bomb. She stared at the phone on the bed as if it were a terrifying monster. As for the longer voice message, she lacked the courage to open it. She was more aware than anyone of how scandalous its contents were. Shen He, startled awake, instinctively pulled Shen He behind her and reflexively took a defensive posture at the edge of the bed. Who? Dazed from sleep, Shen He thought someone had broken into Shen He's apartment in the middle of the night, intending harm to them both. Ibao. Shen He's voice trembled. There's no bad person. Yet, a situation had arisen that could lead to social embarrassment. Trembling, she pressed down on Shen He's shoulder, feeling utterly despondent. Ibao. I sent the message that was supposed to go to Melody to Song Jingcheng. Shen He, still groggy from sleep, was bewildered. Who was Melody? She was completely disoriented. Shen He reminded her in a low tone, "You forgot? Sister Melody, the one who oversees 300 top male models." Shen He recalled. "Oh, the madam." She looked at Shen He's phone and said, dazed, "You sent the message to Song Jingcheng? That scoundrel's uncle? That sickly, short-lived ghost?" Shen He sat despondently at the edge of the bed, saying nothing. Shen He felt overwhelmed, but, seeing Shen He's expression as if the sky were about to fall, found it peculiar. So what if you sent it to the wrong person? Worst case, I'll message him to explain it's a misunderstanding. Why are you so anxious? As she spoke, she reached for Shen He's phone to clarify the misunderstanding with Song Jingcheng. Shen He stopped her, shaking her head. "Forget it. Let him think what he wants. That's the spirit." Shen He lay back on the bed, resting her hands behind her head, speaking nonchalantly. "Let us not forget you didn't pursue a male model, nor did you cheat. Even if you did, what is the problem? That scoundrel has been cheating on you for years, still coveting your heart. You merely send a flirty message to his uncle. What is there to fear? If it really comes to a confrontation, we'll expose Mu Tingyun's ugly face to the world. Let us see what that old man Song Jingcheng has to say." Shen He objectively countered, "Song Jingcheng is not an old man. How old is Mu Tingyun's uncle?" Shen He, unfamiliar with Song Jingcheng, instinctively assumed he was an older man upon learning of his relationship with Mu Tingyun. Even if he wasn't 50, he must be nearing 40. 33? Shen He wasn't certain, but it was likely close. Shen He was quite surprised. He was rather young, merely 7 or 8 years older than the two of them. Realizing that Song Jingcheng was only 33, she felt a sense of admiration welling up within her. He was merely 5 years older than Mu Tingyun, yet had firmly established himself as the leading figure in the business realm of Qing City. Such an accomplishment was something Mu Tingyun could hardly aspire to match. The Song family, indeed, represented a true hidden aristocracy in Qing City. The Mu family could be deemed a prominent family only because families like the Songs, with profound heritage, refrain from engaging in trivial rankings. Rankings devalue their stature. Speaking of which, Shen He turned over, propped her chin on her hand, and curiously asked Shen He about Song Jingcheng's appearance. Shen He replied with a slight gesture. "Haven't you seen him? When?" Shen He pondered, confused. "Have I met Song Jingcheng? I have no recollection." After all, what was her social standing? As an ordinary citizen, the wealthiest family she had encountered was the Shen family. How could she have had the opportunity to meet Song Jingcheng? Shen He reminded her. "On the night Zhou Yulan was arrested, you saw a fisherman at Wetland Park, didn't you? That was him." Suddenly, Shen He recalled, "The one with the tulip thermos?" "Yes," Shen He confirmed. "He is quite the handsome fellow. I couldn't even model a face as striking as is in the online games I play." Shen He lamented, smacking her forehead. "Had I known, I should have shaken his hand and made a friend." Shen He teased her. "There will be other opportunities." Shen He was still lost in thought, reflecting on Song Jingcheng's looks. The more she pondered, the more she deemed him extraordinary. Suddenly, she sprang up and knelt on the bed, gazing intently at Shen He. "Meow meow. Don't you want your own child? Song Jingcheng is single, wealthy, and has a serious illness. He seems like the perfect candidate for you to consider for conception." Shen He winked at Shen He, encouraging her to seize the moment. "Whether you have a child with anyone, you might as well borrow his genes to have a baby with Song Jingcheng." Chapter 39. Who is this concerned uncle regarding his nephew's girlfriend? Upon hearing Shen He's words, Shen He couldn't help but laugh, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Shen He assumed that Shen He found her suggestion to be far-fetched. Yet Shen He remarked, "I isn't it precisely why we are such close friends? Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. I have already inquired, and Song Jingcheng's illness is not hereditary." Shen He's eyes widened in surprise. "So, you truly have feelings for him?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Shen He's eyes sparkled with excitement, the effects of alcohol dissipating and her drowsiness fading away. "All right, our Meow Meow has indeed become quite assertive this time," she said, beaming with pride. Rubbing her hands together, she enthusiastically suggested, "Mu Tingyun secretly cavorts with his childhood sweetheart, while you sneak around with his uncle. Now that is what I call fairness. Imagine, once you bear a child with Song Jingcheng, you could take that child to visit the prison and make those two scoundrels kneel and call you Annie. Now that would be truly spectacular. Shen He, however, did not share Qin Yi's audacious imagination. You really dare to dream. Whether this endeavor can succeed is still a distant possibility. Qin Yi, brimming with mischief, proposed. What if we drug him and force him into submission? Shen He replied coolly, and then I would find myself imprisoned for rape? You would merely gain a friend behind bars for committing a lewd act? Qin Yi was taken aback by her friend's practicality. As an undercover police officer, she undoubtedly recognized the illegality of such actions and deemed them unacceptable. But she continued, regardless, I wholeheartedly support your desire to have a child with Song Jingcheng. I've even thought of names for the little one. How about Shen Lian Song? Or perhaps Shen Chang Song? Shen Liao Song? Get lost, Shen He exclaimed, playfully pushing Qin Yi onto the bed and covering her chatterbox mouth with a pillow. However, Qin Yi's jesting had alleviated Shen He's earlier anxiety. After all, it was merely a misdirected message and not an actual affair with a male model. Why should she be flustered? Moreover, she picked up her phone again, opened the chat with Song Jingcheng, and gazed at the 4 messages he had sent, a sly smile creeping on her face akin to a cat that has caught a whiff of cream. Hey, who is this concerned uncle regarding his nephew's girlfriend? The following morning, after rising, Shen He first called her grandmother Su Jin to explain why she hadn't returned home the previous night. And then she called Jun Lin to request a half-day leave. Only then did she gather her thoughts to reply to Song Jingcheng. Shen He, uncle, I apologize for last night. I drank too much and ended up playing a game of truth or dare with friends and lost, which is why I sent those messages. Shen He, my phone died afterward, and I only saw your messages this morning. I'm sorry for worrying you. Qin Yi, toothbrush in mouth, leaned against Shen He's shoulder as she composed her reply. You spin tales with such ease, meow meow. You're not being very honest. Shen He smiled warmly. Life is but a play, and lies are woven throughout. Indeed, there was truth in that. Qin Yi had returned for 2 reasons. To update Shen He on the situation with Chu Kaizhou and to pay respects at her father's grave. Qin Yi's father was a narcotics officer who had died in the line of duty. However, due to the circumstances surrounding his death, he was not permitted a memorial stone, nor was the family allowed to hold a funeral service, all in an effort to protect the living relatives. To this day, Qin Yi has yet to visit her father's grave even once. After vacating her apartment, Shen He drove Qin Yi to the funeral home to purchase some offerings for the deceased. They lit incense and paper money by a small creek on the outskirts. On the way back, Qin Yi suddenly said, Meow meow, I want to survive. Shen He, focused on driving, glanced at Qin Yi before returning her gaze to the road. What has prompted this change of heart? Qin Yi smiled serenely. I want to grow old with you, to raise children together. When aunt and uncle pass away, I still wish to send them off. She continued, This world is splendid. I long to savor Haidaleo and behold the magnificent landscapes of our motherland. Meow meow, I will strive to live. Hearing this, Shen He felt a profound sense of relief. In a shift of tone, Qin Yi added, if I do not survive, then the Qin family line will end and my father and I will share a gravestone. At that time, do remember to bring double the offerings for me and burn some paper for our father. Shen He wanted to laugh, but found her eyes welling with tears instead. You shameless creature. Even in death, you still think of my money. Should I burn a few paper models of male models for you each year? Each time in a different style? That would be splendid. You might as well steal a few celebrity advertisement boards from the mall to burn for me. That way, I can at least say I've had a brush with my idols, Qin Yi teased. Unbelievable, Shen He retorted, then asked, Who is your idol? Young Leo. Qin Yi replied. Shen He rolled her eyes. You truly have an audacious imagination. They exchanged banter, and before long, they had exited the highway. While waiting at a traffic light, Qin Yi unexpectedly stated, After this journey, I won't be returning for a while. If I do come back, it means my mission has been completed. If I do not return, then it means I shall never return. Qin Yi reached for the backpack in the back seat, hugging it tightly to her chest, unable to meet Shen He's gaze. Shen He's hands trembled on the steering wheel, not even noticing when the light turned green. The cars behind them honked incessantly, prompting Shen He to drive forward and find a spot to pull over. Activating the hazard lights, she unlocked the car in silence. Qin Yi grasped the door handle, glancing back at Shen He once more. I'm leaving now, meow meow. Exiting the car, Shen He walked towards the subway entrance. Her head bowed. Through the rearview mirror, Shen He watched Shen Yi's figure fade into the distance, recalling the moment when Shen He fell from the 26th floor. Watermelon juice splattering on her feet. Shen He closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she ran after Shen He. Yibo. Shen He turned in surprise. Witnessing Shen He removed the protective talisman from around her neck and placed it around Shen Yi's. Taken aback, Shen He protested. This is the talisman you've worn since childhood. Give it to you by Grandma for your safety. It works for you, so don't give it to me. Shen He pressed her hand down, halting Shen Yi's movements. Shen He paused, looking at Shen He with hesitation. Shen He gently touched the fabric covering the talisman, and, her voice choked with emotion, recounted, in my past life, after Grandma passed away, I gave this talisman to Mu Tingyan. In this lifetime, I dedicate it to you. Yibao. I am an unfortunate individual, devoid of good fortune. Yet, I am willing to bestow all my luck upon you. You may keep it, and I shall find solace in that. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged from the depths of Shen He's chest, enveloping her entire being. She did not refuse. Very well, I shall keep it. As she watched Shen He vanish into the subway station, Shen He finally wiped away her tears and turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Shen He, Shen He took a detour and returned to the apartment to have lunch with her grandmother. At the dining table, her grandmother noticed that the protective amulet around Shen He's neck was missing. Her expression turned serious as she inquired, "Where is your amulet?" Shen He did not conceal the truth. She had given it to Yibao. You gave it to her? Su Jin expressed her surprise. However, she was somewhat familiar with Shen He's background and, reflecting on the changes in Shen He over the past few years, Su Jin arrived at a conclusion. She did not reproach Shen He for giving the amulet to Shen He. Instead, she reassured Shen He. That amulet was inscribed by the abbot of the Chang'an Temple in Kyoto. It will protect Shen He. When the opportunity arises, I shall visit Chang'an Temple to request another for you. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin shook her head and added, this time, I shall ask for a marriage talisman, hoping for a smooth romantic journey for our Miao Miao. Shen He chuckled. Grandma, you ought not to boast. The Chang'an Temple in Kyoto is a sacred site of Taoism. How can we simply meet the abbot whenever we wish? During her studies in Kyoto, Shen He had indeed visited Chang'an Temple. Not to mention the abbot, she had never even had the chance to meet a moderately skilled Taoist priest. If you don't believe it, so be it, Su Jin laughed along. Chapter 40. Grandmother, the hidden powerhouse. After lunch, Shen He drove Su Jin to the studio. On the way, she connected with Jun Lin via phone. My grandmother is restless. Let's arrange a job for her. The salary isn't important. Jun Lin readily agreed. Sure. What do you think she would be suited for? Shen He suggested, mopping the floor? Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Lin firmly rejected the idea. That would strain her back. We wouldn't want to exhaust her. Then how about cooking? Shen He proposed. That would tire her shoulders, and besides, we don't even have a kitchen, Jun Lin pointed out. What about organizing documents? Shen He inquired. That would strain her eyes, Jun Lin replied. Shen He's tone grew cooler. Then perhaps we should just set up a chair at the front desk for her to sit on, turning her into the studio's mascot. Jun Lin burst into laughter at the thought. Sensing Shen He's annoyance, he quickly added, I was just joking. I've already made arrangements. What kind of job? Well, we have a few cats and some fighting fish in the office. Why not have your grandmother take care of them? What do you think? Shen He considered. That could work. Indeed, she excels at raising chickens and ducks. Caring for cats and fish should be a piece of cake. Having reached an agreement, once they arrived at the studio, Shen He led Su Jin to greet the stray cats and fish. There were 3 stray cats, all spayed, a tabby named Zhao, an orange cat named Kai, and a ragdoll Siamese mix affectionately called Mao. Collectively, they were known as the fortune cats. There were also 3 fish, a pale pink one named Xiao Fa, a purple betta called Xiao Kai, and a blue betta named Xiao Yu, all Thai fighting fish. The 3 fish tanks stood side by side, and together they were called the prosperity fish. The cats were funded by Shen He, while Jun Lin had invested a considerable sum in the fish. Both of them had a penchant for wealth, thus naming their pets in a down-to-earth manner. The routine tasks of changing water and cleaning the litter box were handled by a sanitation worker, who, unfortunately, was allergic to cat fur and did not fancy cats. Su Jin was more than willing to take on this responsibility, much to everyone's delight. As Su Jin gazed at the three beautifully delicate bed of fish, she remarked, "These fish are stunning, but I doubt they are palatable." Shen He replied, "Ah, typical of a Chinese mindset. Everything is viewed through the lens of culinary potential. I have only ever raised fish for eating, never ornamental ones. Meow meow. Please procure a better care manual for me. I shall ensure they thrive beautifully and plumply." Su Jin took this job to heart, adopting the work ethic of a seasoned employee before even starting. When she spotted the three cats in the sunroom next door, she frowned. Unsurprisingly, Shen He heard Su Jin exclaim, "These cats are as fat as pigs. They likely won't catch any mice." Amused yet exasperated, Shen He asked, "So, will you take care of them?" "Of course. Just provide me with a scientific cat care manual, and I will certainly help them slim down." "Yes, you. Within several miles, no fish or cat will be more beautiful or healthier than ours." "Very well. I shall entrust them to you." After accompanying Su Jin on a brief tour of the studio, Shen He returned to her office to resume her busy schedule. Half an hour later, Junlin returned from an on-site inspection with a client. After greeting Grandma Su, he headed to the tea room to grab a bottle of ice water before rushing into Shen He's office. Shen He initially assumed that Junlin intended to vent about the eccentric behavior of the client. However, Junlin was unexpectedly silent. He consumed half a bottle of ice water, leaning against the windowsill, observing Shen He as she worked, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet struggling to find the words. Frowning, Shen He inquired, "Are you performing the act of hesitating to speak?" Finally, Junlin broke his silence. "The girl who came to find you yesterday, does she happen to be surnamed Qin?" So that was the matter at hand. "Yes, her surname is Qin." "Yi?" Junlin accurately recalled the name of Yi Bao. Nodding, Shen He raised her gaze to Junlin. "Qin, you mentioned your relationship with Cousin Xiao. I never expected that Cousin Xiao was your spouse, nor did I anticipate that she—" Shen He still struggled to accept the reality that Cousin Xiao was no longer among the living. It was a profound sorrow to contemplate the loss of such a kind, optimistic, and charming individual at the prime of life, and in such a tragic manner. Just thinking about it filled Shen He with regret and pain. Perhaps Junlin had not anticipated that Qin Yi had shared these matters with Shen He, nor that Shen He was acquainted with Xiao Jianhong, leaving him momentarily stunned. "It seems you share a close bond." An ordinary acquaintance would not confide such painful memories to Shen He. "Of course, we are best friends, inseparable confidants." "Then do you know why her personality has suddenly changed so drastically over the years?" He recalled Qin Yi's appearance from the previous day, his emotions becoming somewhat complex. "I didn't even recognize her. She was entirely different from the girl I remembered." Qin Yi had attended his wedding with Xiao Jianhong as a bridesmaid. At that time, she was just 20, a modest young girl in light makeup, donning a delicate lavender bridesmaid dress, standing behind Xiao Jianhong like a sweet and endearing neighbor. In contrast, the girl he encountered yesterday, clad in black with a makeup palette that resembled a canvas, was utterly unrecognizable. "I called my in-laws last night and mentioned this. They too spoke with heavy hearts. According to them, Qin Yi fell in love with an underground singer in a band, which led her to become the person she is now. Shen He, if you genuinely consider her a friend, I implore you to persuade her. The path she is on is evidently misguided. As a close friend, one should not stand by while a friend descends into darkness." It was clear that Junlin was deeply concerned for Qin Yi, and his tone had turned serious and solemn. However, the matter of Qin Yi acting as an undercover agent was a closely guarded secret. Aunt and uncle were unaware of the truth. They could only see the superficial changes. A good-natured niece had suddenly transformed into a fool for love. The boy in question was unreliable, lacking a proper job, and immersed in the underground music scene, indulging in smoking and drinking. For such a boy, a niece would willingly descend into ruin, leaving aunt and uncle heartbroken. Understanding fully what Qin Yi was involved in, Shen He felt a profound ache for her. The secret yet magnificent mission often faces betrayal and abandonment, a burden of unimaginable weight that Yi Bao bears. Shen He donned a disappointed expression, pouting as she recounted, "I had a falling out with her yesterday, all because I urged her to break up with that underground singer and return to work in Qing City. She scolded me for meddling and forced me to stop the car, leaving Qing City in the middle of our conversation. Shen He shook her head at Junlin, apologetically stating, Qin He has resolved to pursue a single path, and I cannot sway her. Upon hearing this, Junlin furrowed his brow, bewildered as he queried, how could she have transformed into this? Xiao Jianhong held a fondness for her younger sister Qin He. During her lifetime, she would often meander through shopping malls, eyeing beautiful clothing and bags, always exclaiming her desire to purchase them and send them back to Yuqing for her cousin. A girl cherished and adored by the late Xiao Jianhong should not descend into a life of despair. What transpired to turn such a promising girl into this? Could you provide me with Qin Yi's phone number? Junlin could not bear to watch that girl stray from the right path. He resolved to approach the matter with both courtesy and firmness. If he could persuade Qin Yi to return to the righteous path, that would be ideal. If persuasion proved futile, then he would resort to more assertive measures. In any case, he could not allow Qin Yi to leap into the flames. Shen He replied, she has blocked me on both her phone and WeChat. I can share her WeChat contact card with you, but whether she will accept it, I cannot say. All right. Junlin took the contact card for Qin Yi and departed. Su Jin, standing outside, had overheard their conversation. Once Junlin had left, she entered the room to tend to the potted plants by the window. As she pulled out the weeds growing beside the green plants, she suddenly remarked, I once saw a grove of white pine trees. Their straight and tall stature is their defining trait. Shen He frowned, looking at her grandmother in confusion. Su Jin discarded the weeds into the trash and turned to Shen He with a smile, solemnly stating, no white pine will grow into a crooked-necked tree, just as the child of a hero will not become a scoundrel. What do you think, Meow Meow? Shen He exchanged glances with Su Jin, sharing a smile. Her grandmother was the most perceptive person she knew, and, at times, Shen He felt her grandmother was a figure of profound wisdom. I believe that the child of a hero would also aspire to be a hero. Su Jin nodded, saying, you go to work. I will take care of the cat litter. Having imparted her life philosophy, she now needed to address the importance of weight management to the cats. Chapter 41. Did Song Jingcheng anticipate the schemes of the scoundrel? The phone vibrated. On WeChat, Mu Tingyun sent her an address for a luxury brand, followed by a message. Shall I take you to try the new arrivals after work? The Mu family, a prestigious household, upheld numerous traditions, including strict dress codes for family gatherings. Skirts that exposed the knees were deemed inappropriate, as Mu Tingyun's father considered legs to be private areas. Shen He replied, sure. My grandmother is also at the studio. How about we have dinner together tonight? Mu Tingyun responded, I'll make the arrangements. We can go try on clothes tomorrow evening. As the workday drew to a close, Mu Tingyun's driver arrived early to escort Shen He and Su Jin. He informed them, Miss Shen, Mr. Mu is tied up with matters and cannot pick you up personally. I'll take you to the restaurant, and Mr. Mu will join later. Apologies for the inconvenience. Shen He assisted Su Jin into the car, which then transported them to an upscale private dining establishment. The restaurant was concealed behind a towering skyscraper. The entrance appeared unremarkable, flanked by lanterns, with a wooden plaque above the door inscribed with the characters savoring flavors. As Shen He gazed intently at the characters, Mu Tingyun approached. With the arrival of warm weather, he had removed his suit jacket, draping it over his arm, and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing his muscular forearms adorned with a wristwatch worth the price of a house. Good evening, Grandma, he greeted after acknowledging Su Jin. Noticing Shen He's keen interest in the inscription, he began to recount its origin. These characters are the work of the young calligraphy master, Yi Xingren. Are you familiar with him? No, but the writing is indeed remarkable, Shen He replied. It possesses both elegance and a sense of untamed spirit. Through the strokes, she could vaguely envision the persona of Yi Xingren, a naturally proud and rebellious individual. Curious about Mu Tingyun's familiarity with the master, Shen He inquired, do you know Yi Xingren personally? Mu Tingyun feigned mystery. Not only do I know him, but you do too. Take a wild guess who it might be. Do I know him? How old is he? Only a few years older than us. Quite young indeed. A very young gentleman? Suddenly, a pair of cold, desolate eyes flashed in Shen He's mind, causing her heart to flutter. Biting her lip, she hesitated before asking, could it be your uncle? Mu Tingyun was taken aback, but nodded, correct. You truly are quite clever. Shen He had merely spoken casually, not expecting to hit the mark. Although her uncle had not joined the Calligraphy Association, he was a legend in the field. In his youth, he was a standout in China's youth calligraphy group, particularly adept in the style of Ouyang Sun, revered as the heir to this tradition by younger calligraphers. At the age of 23, he was unexpectedly revealed to be the enigmatic master of landscape painting, Yi Xingren, instantly catapulting to fame. Remarkably, Yi Xingren had already achieved renown a decade prior. At the tender age of 13, Song Jingcheng's landscape paintings garnered recognition from the entire calligraphy community. How remarkable that is! Your uncle is truly impressive. Shen He pondered and remarked. During that time, many must have wished to be acquainted with your uncle. Mu Tingyun encapsulated the grandeur of that era in a single phrase. The threshold of the Song family was worn down during that period. Indeed, it was a bustling time. It is said that in every profession, one can find exceptional talents, and your uncle excels in his craft. His genes are truly extraordinary. Mu Tingyun held an uncritical admiration for Song Jingcheng, and upon hearing this, said, with such remarkable genes, he ought to have more children. Unfortunately, his health is deteriorating, and it seems unlikely he will have any offspring in this lifetime. Shen He mused, do not worry, dear nephew. I shall strive to have a sweet child with your uncle soon. I hope by then, you shall not regret the words you spoke today. Now, let us accompany grandmother inside to chat. Mu Tingyun was attentive to Su Jin, assisting her into the restaurant. This establishment was modestly decorated, with a stone-paved courtyard adorned with a few tea tables and a pomegranate tree flourishing in the southeastern corner. As it was early spring, the pomegranate tree had sprouted tender buds, radiating vitality. Noticing Shen He lost in thought in the courtyard, Mu Tingyun assumed it was her first visit and informed her. The owner of this restaurant is surnamed Xie. However, your uncle is the financier behind this establishment. Despite its unassuming decor, it never lacks patrons. Those who dine here come not merely for the cuisine, but to curry favor with Song Jingcheng. Yet, Shen He was not a novice to this place. In her previous life, just days before Song Jingcheng's passing, he had hosted a banquet here exclusively for her. Although she found it peculiar, she had donned appropriate attire and arrived punctually for the engagement. Shen He vividly recalled that day. It was early October, the weather slightly cool, and Song Jingcheng, clad in a smoke-gray suit, appeared frail, seated in a wheelchair, giving off an impression of weakness. Perhaps due to a fleeting moment of clarity, his usually pallid face was unexpectedly aglow. Positioned before the pomegranate tree, his visage was more enchanting than the crimson fruit itself. As Shen He stepped into the courtyard, she was taken aback to encounter the man in the wheelchair, engrossed in a stack of documents. She had often heard tales of Song Jingcheng's striking handsomeness, yet her impressions of him had always been that of a frail individual. That day marked her first realization of his captivating beauty. Though the specifics of their conversation had faded from her memory, she vaguely recalled him urging her to take care of her health, to undergo regular checkups, and not to overexert herself despite her youth. He emphasized that the heart is the body's most vital organ and must be safeguarded. At the time, Shen He found his concerns rather bothersome, akin to that of a nagging mother. As time dwindles, rather than spending precious moments with his family and nephew, he chooses instead to engage in idle chatter with his future niece-in-law. Reflecting upon the ambiguous words spoken by Song Jingcheng on that fateful day, Shen He finds herself harboring a somewhat bewildering speculation. Has Song Jingcheng uncovered the truth about Mu Tingyun's exploitation of her? Is his deliberate avoidance of Mu Tingyun a subtle admonition for her to steer clear of him and safeguard her heart? If that were indeed the case, when did he come to such realizations? Is Song Jingcheng currently aware or oblivious to the circumstances? Meow meow. Noticing Shen He's rapt attention on the pomegranate tree, assumes her fixation is due to a craving for pomegranates and remarks, pomegranates won't ripen until October. Let us not linger, it's time for dinner. Shen He snaps back to the present, linking arms with Su Jin as they proceed to the dining area. Mu Tingyun had already made reservations, and upon their arrival, two middle-aged female waitstaff wheeled in a cart to serve the dishes. Observing the silence of the waitstaff, who communicated through sign language, Su Jin inquired, were those two deaf mutes? Yes, Mu Tingyun replied, pouring a glass of freshly squeezed juice for Grandma Su. All the staff here belong to special communities. The head chef, Uncle Xie, is also deaf. Oh, Su Jin expressed surprise. It's not unusual for a chef to be deaf, but if even the waitstaff are deaf, it indicates that the owner of this establishment is a truly benevolent person. Suddenly, Su Jin tapped Shen He's hand and exclaimed, "This owner is quite accommodating. Since Meow Meow Studio has monthly gatherings, why not come here to support the owner's business?" Shen He considered it, but felt she had not yet achieved that standing. She replied, "Grandma, this type of restaurant is not somewhere we can simply waltz into. Reservations are required, and connections matter." Su Jin displayed an understanding expression, asserting, "A fine wine needs no bush. If the owner's dishes are delicious and their heart is kind, business will naturally flourish." At her words, a fleeting look of disdain flickered in Mu Tingyun's eyes. After all, she was a simple woman from the countryside, unaware of the complexities of big city life. This was the thriving economic district of Qing City, where land is worth its weight in gold. How could a mere cook like Uncle Xie manage to open a restaurant here? Anyone privy to the inner workings would know that the true owner behind this establishment was her uncle. Even the salaries of these deaf employees were provided by him. Securing a reservation here meant one had one foot firmly planted in Song Jingcheng's social circle, far removed from the humble aspirations of Shen He and her small studio, where securing a reservation was merely a distant dream. Chapter 42. Straddling two boats, the old woman chopped off his manhood to feed the fish. Shen He was constantly observing Mu Tingyun's every move and naturally did not miss the fleeting glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Coming from a prestigious family, Mu Tingyun had the backing of the Mu and Song families. Although he appeared courteous, well-mannered, and humble, arrogance was deeply ingrained in his very being. A prodigy like Mu Tingyun looked down upon country folk from the depths of his heart. It was not just the rural dwellers. To him, 99% of the common people in Qing City were merely a crop of leeks ready for harvesting. What capitalist would ever respect leeks? He affectionately called Su Jin Grandma, but in his heart, he likely ridiculed her as an illiterate old villager. Suddenly, Shen He lost her appetite amidst the array of dishes before her. After the meal, Mu Tingyun displayed his attentive side, offering to take the two of them home. Shen He found a reason to decline directly. Grandma has an old friend who moved to Qing City many years ago. She isn't in great health, and we plan to pay her a visit. So, there's no need for you to go out of your way to drop us off. Upon learning that Su Jin intended to visit an old acquaintance, Mu Tingyun's enthusiasm waned, and he left after dropping Shen He and Su Jin at the studio. Su Jin was quiet throughout the ride, lacking the lively conversation from the dinner table. Shen He parked her car in the garage and led Su Jin towards it. Just as Shen He was about to start the engine, Su Jin suddenly grasped her wrist. "Meow meow, why did you lie earlier? You and Mu Tingyun are practically on the verge of an engagement. Him offering to take us home is quite normal. The old lady isn't foolish. You don't have an old friend who moved to Qing City." Shen He was clearly avoiding Mu Tingyun. She asked directly, "Have you had a falling out with Mu Tingyun?" "Grandma, Mu Tingyun is not a good person. I will not be with him." It was evident that a problem had arisen. Without the full picture, Su Jin would not hastily condemn Mu Tingyun or criticize Shen He. She sought to understand. Has Mu Tingyun done something inappropriate? I think that boy seems quite decent, well-spoken and educated. Shen He fell silent. She didn't know where to begin explaining Mu Tingyun's actions. Su Jin was not an unreasonable elder. Noticing Shen He's reluctance to speak, she held her hand gently. "Dear Meow Meow, your marriage, whether it brings happiness or suffering, is something you must bear alone. Life is like that. As your elder, I can only guide you. You may listen, but there is no need to act according to my wishes. Meow Meow, I do not care who the man that brings you happiness is. I only care whether you're truly happy. If you have any unhappiness, speak directly to me." Su Jin's implications were clear. She hoped Shen He would open up and share her burdens, so they could work through the issues together. "Grandma, you are the best grandmother in the world." Shen He had always admired Su Jin deeply. In her eyes, grandmother is a woman of profound wisdom. Despite being a top graduate from a prestigious university, Shen He always felt that she could not compare to her grandmother's clarity of mind and sagacity. The words spoken by Su Jin were those that many parents with vocational education could scarcely articulate. Many claimed that Shen He was abandoned at birth, a child beset by misfortune. Yet, Shen He did not perceive herself as unfortunate. She considered herself fortunate to have met her grandmother, who nurtured her and imparted invaluable life lessons. Leaning closer, Shen He nestled against her grandmother's shoulder and said playfully, "I aspire to be as wise as you, Grandma." Su Jin, filled with warmth, grasped Shen He's hand and gently squeezed her fingers, coaxing, "Can you share with me the issues between you two?" No longer concealing the truth, Shen He revealed, "Mu Tingyun has a mistress." Fearing that her grandmother might not grasp the implication of mistress, Shen He clarified, "Do you know what having a mistress means?" "It means he has another woman outside?" Su Jin's lips involuntarily uttered two fashionable phrases in disbelief. Enraged and trembling, she retorted, "If that scoundrel dares to have a mistress, I shall sever his manhood and feed it to the fish." Shen He was taken aback, marveling at her grandmother's trendy language. Realizing that Su Jin had evidently kept up with the times, perhaps even indulging in TikTok during her years in the countryside. Moreover, Shen He continued, "He not only has a mistress, but also intends to harm me." Su Jin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What does that mean?" Shen He yearned to disclose all the monstrous deeds Mu Tingyun had committed against her in her past life, but hesitated, fearing that the revelation might distress her grandmother. Thus, she concealed her identity as a reborn individual and informed Su Jin, "The woman Mu Tingyun is involved with shares my blood type, known as panda blood. She has a hereditary heart condition. Her father succumbed to it in his 30s, and she is unlikely to escape the same fate. Coincidentally, I also possess panda blood. I suspect Mu Tingyun desires my heart to save his mistress." Upon hearing this, Su Jin tightened her grip on Shen He's hand, pulling them closer together. With gritted teeth, Su Jin inquired, "Is what you say true?" "Yes," Shen He affirmed. "I have asked Bao to investigate his mistress, and I am certain." Su Jin found it hard to believe and hesitated, voicing her concerns. "This might just be a coincidence. Perhaps you both merely share the same blood type." Shen He continued to unveil shocking revelations. That mistress of his is surnamed Qin. Miss Qin currently resides in H City and has a fiancé who serves merely as a decorative figure. Ostensibly, Mu Tingyun and Qin Yinong are merely ordinary friends, seldom meeting throughout the year. Yet, under the guise of business trips, Mu Tingyun frequently sneaks off to H City to rendezvous with her. Each time he visits, Qin's fiancé conveniently avoids the situation. Can you say there's nothing suspicious about this? By this point, Su Jin's expression had darkened considerably. Furthermore, Bao also discovered that Miss Qin's recent health checkup results were quite dire, with doctors recommending that she undergo a heart transplant at the earliest opportunity. When various coincidences converge, they cease to be mere coincidences and transform into something premeditated. Meow meow. If your suspicions prove accurate, then Mu Tingyun is indeed a scoundrel. As Mu Tingyun emerged as a suspect in the potential harm of Shen He, Su Jin's reference to him shifted from that child to this wretch. He dares to contemplate harm against your heart. I shall not hesitate to pierce his heart, reducing it to mere pulp to be fashioned into cat food. Though she may be a rural woman, lacking in education, refinement, and legal knowledge, she understands the principle that taking a life demands a life in return. Su Jin is truly willing to confront Mu Tingyun fiercely for Shen He's sake. Chapter 43. Grandmother Su writes a letter, paving the way for her grandmother. "We live in a society governed by law. We cannot resort to murder," Shen He gently reassured, patting the trembling hand of her grandmother. Su Jin was well aware of the law against taking a life. Her words were merely expressions of her anger. "So, we should just let him bully you?" Su Jin's heart ached for Shen He, her eyes reddening with fury. "Meow meow, my heart aches for you. You have endured so much from a young age. After all your hard work, just as you are about to embark on a new chapter in life, you encounter such a wretched creature." Fearing that her grandmother might suffer a health crisis from her agitation, Shen He quickly replied, "Grandmother, I will certainly not remain passive and allow myself to be victimized. I have a plan. I intend to lure the serpent from its lair, forcing Mu Tingyun, this venomous snake, to reveal his crimes and personally send him to prison. Shen He, raised by her own efforts, had earned her grandmother's unwavering trust in her abilities. Yet, Mu Tingyun was indeed malevolent, and his formidable family background was something the Shen family could not contend with. Engaging a serpent, meow meow, is perilous. I worry for your safety. Su Jin expressed her concern, fearing that Shen He might fall victim to Mu Tingyun's machinations. Why not simply turn over the collected evidence to the police? That is not an option, Shen He replied solemnly, shaking her head. Even if we present this evidence to the authorities, it would not be sufficient to convict Mu Tingyun. At best, it may only cast suspicion upon him. After all, this remains merely my conjecture. What I desire is for Mu Tingyun to be forsaken by all, to lose everything, and to live the remainder of his days in darkness. Furthermore, with the Mu and Song families backing him, before we could even imprison him, they would ensure our descent into despair. Su Jin fell silent, her expression grave as she unconsciously caressed the jade and gold bracelet adorning her left wrist. This bracelet had been with her since Shen He could remember, and whenever her grandmother was troubled, she would absent-mindedly twist it around her wrist. Gazing at her granddaughter's youthful and radiant visage, Su Jin wore a troubled expression, pondering their lack of support, influence, and connections. As if having made a resolute decision, a determined glint appeared in her eyes. Meow meow, please order some envelopes online for me. I have a use for them. For what purpose? I wish to write a few letters to old friends and see if they're still alive. Su Jin's old friends must be residents of City A. Shen He assumed her grandmother intended to reconnect with acquaintances from their former home. All right, I shall procure the envelopes for you right away. However, it has been decades. Their addresses may have changed. Let's give it a try. Very well. Upon returning to her apartment, Shen He ordered a multitude of envelopes and selected some exquisite stamps for Su Jin. She did not give this matter further thought, unaware that her grandmother was crafting a path for her. In the past, the Su family had endeavored to distance themselves from power and strife. To that end, Su Jin had even chosen to vanish alongside her father, adopting a new identity to lead a mundane life in the countryside of Yuqing. Now, as she approached the twilight of her years, she found herself compelled to forsake her principles and actively reach out to those connections, uncertain about the fate of those individuals. The following morning, Shen He, having adorned herself with makeup, made her way to the dining hall. Su Jin had prepared a nutritious chicken noodle soup. As Shen He approached the kitchen to serve herself, she unexpectedly overheard Su Jin say, "Meow meow, please have the company staff continue caring for those plump cats. I must make a trip to Kyoto." Shen He was utterly astonished, believing Su Jin was merely jesting. She set down her bowl and turned to gaze at Su Jin, who stood elegantly in the living room. Clad in a delicate silk qipao, Su Jin had arranged her silver hair neatly and tied it into a small bun at the back of her head. She even adorned herself with a pair of pearl earrings. Over the years, Shen He had gifted Su Jin numerous outfits, ranging from casual home attire to hiking gear suitable for the mountains, as well as formal kipeos and tang suits. However, Su Jin seldom wore them, reserving such garments for significant occasions. This particular ensemble lent her an air of understated elegance, bestowing upon her a mysterious allure that transcended her humble origins as a peasant woman. In this moment, she appeared even more refined than Mrs. Zhong, leaving Shen He momentarily speechless. Feeling a tad bashful, Su Jin brushed her impeccably smooth hair and the unwrinkled fabric of her dress, smiling as she asked Shen He, "Well, look good? I'm not quite accustomed to dressing this way. You look splendid. Truly magnificent," Shen He exclaimed, hastily retrieving her phone to capture a few photographs. Upon witnessing Su Jin's grand attire, Shen He realized that Su Jin was indeed serious about her journey. "Grandma, what purpose does your trip to Kyoto serve? I have given away that protective talisman. I intend to visit Chang'an Temple to seek another for you." After learning the true nature of Mu Tingyun, Su Jin could not shake her unease. Regardless of its efficacy, a protective charm could provide a psychological comfort, influencing one's aura. A strong aura, in turn, could facilitate a smoother journey through life. Shen He surmised her grandmother's intentions. "Grandma, Kyoto is quite distant. I'm concerned about you traveling alone at your age. How about I take a leave of absence to accompany you? I can work remotely. Su Jin waved her hands dismissively, assuring her, I have been to Kyoto before, and I remember the way to Chang'an Temple. Do not worry about me. Shen He furrowed her brow, questioning, when have you ever been to Kyoto? Was that talisman truly obtained from Chang'an Temple? Despite Su Jin's insistence on going alone, Shen He, wishing to ease her grandmother's mind, refrained from further objections. If you prefer to go alone, I can find a classmate in Kyoto to accompany you. Otherwise, I shall worry. After some contemplation, Su Jin acquiesced. That is acceptable. Having secured Shen He's agreement, Su Jin returned to her room to retrieve her old denim bag, preparing for her departure. Shen He, upon seeing that bag, felt a wave of disdain. That antiquated accessory hardly matched her grandmother's elegance. Wait, let me find you something more suitable. Shen He rushed back to her room, opened the cabinet, and retrieved a large, stylish tote bag. Grandma, carry this instead. To alleviate any potential feelings of guilt Su Jin might have, Shen He fabricated a kind-hearted fib. This bag is inexpensive, only 200 or 300 yuan. Feel free to use it. It's durable. To her surprise, Su Jin exclaimed, Isn't this an LV bag? Who do you think you're fooling? Shen He was taken aback. Grandma, how do you know about this? Su Jin replied, When Zhang Bo's daughter came home from next door, she was carrying a similar style bag. Your Aunt Zhang keeps babbling in my ear about how her daughter's bag costs 20,000 and LV, so extravagant. I didn't bother to tell her that every bag in Miao Miao's cabinet is a treasure. I feared it would shatter her self-esteem. Shen He was left speechless, realizing that it was her ignorance that underestimated the sophistication of the current elderly generation. Chapter 44. Is the term niece's boyfriend particularly incendiary? The high-speed train departs at 10 o'clock, and with only an hour and a half remaining, I must take my leave. Isu Din Klotzing Hebei declares her intention to leave. Shen He grabs the car keys and rushes after her, stating, I will drive you to the station. Su Jin waves her hand dismissively, replying, No need for you to send me. My DD car is scheduled to pick me up at 8:30 outside the community. I can manage on my own. With that, Su Jin hurriedly dashes off. Shen He stands in the living room, bewildered. Who taught Grandma to use ride-hailing services? How many other hidden talents does she possess? Upon arriving at the office, Shen He is still reeling from the shock that Su Jin has imparted. Jun Lin notices her lost in thought behind her desk and teases. What are you daydreaming about so early in the morning? Infatuation? Shen He shares the events concerning Su Jin with Jun Lin, who listens with admiration. From what you've told me, your grandmother has been a village doctor, often venturing into the mountains to forage for medicinal herbs. After all these years of traveling far and wide, she must be quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? As for electronic devices, R&T, they simply learned with a bit of practice. As he speaks, Jun Lin pulls out his phone and inquires, which high-speed train is your grandmother on? I will arrange for someone to pick her up and accompany her to Chang'an. Jun, you truly are a good person. Given the nature of their relationship, Shen He feels comfortable with Jun Lin. Noting that Shen He is holding the car keys, he asks, Are you going out to meet a client? I receive a message from Meng Shan. I have successfully passed the preliminary screening. He has scheduled a meeting with me at 10 to discuss the details. So I will head over first. As expected of our Shun beauty, I await your good news. Shen He arrives 5 minutes early at the designated location, a luxurious club. However, the person assigned to greet her is not the assistant Jin Hui, whom she had met at the hotel, but rather an unexpected acquaintance. Lawyer Meng? Meng Jin looks up upon hearing her voice and is equally surprised. It's really you, Shen He. Please take a seat. Familiarity facilitates matters, and Shen He relaxes immediately. After sitting down, she inquires, Where is Assistant Jin? Why are you the one meeting me? Given that you are the cousin of my secret crush, I shall share a little secret with you. Meng Jin smiles mysteriously and reveals, Assistant Jin's boss is my cousin, Meng Shan, the heir of the Meng family. My brother and his fiancée, have just become engaged, and this apartment is their marital home. My sister-in-law is quite socially anxious. I suggest you investigate the preferences of socially anxious individuals regarding their living spaces. Securing this collaboration could significantly benefit your career. With this revelation about Meng Shan, Meng Jin demonstrates that she considers Shen He a close ally. Shen He expresses her gratitude with a smile, saying, I will have Jin Yin remove you from the blacklist today. Meng Jin's face lights up with delight, replying, "Thank you, big sister. I will rely on you for assistance in the future. Whether she can succeed in love will depend on the matchmaking skills of this matchmaker." In reality, Shen He is slightly younger than Meng Jin, yet Meng Jin is willing to call her sister, and Shen He graciously accepts. "I have other clients to meet, so I must excuse myself for now." As Meng Jin rose to leave the booth, Shen He noticed that she did not exit, but instead turned right towards another private room at the end of the corridor. After finishing the last sip of her coffee, Shen He picked up her bag and stepped out of the booth, only to find herself making eye contact with Ma Kai, who had just emerged from the private room at the corridor's end. Both of them appeared somewhat surprised. "Miss Shen, what brings you here?" Ma Kai inquired softly. Shen He explained, "I came to attend to some matters, Uncle Ma." With Ma Kai's presence, it implied that Song Jingcheng was also present. Almost as if to confirm Shen He's suspicion, Song Jingcheng's voice resonated from within the private room. "Shen He, you can't escape now." Shen He approached the end room, standing outside the door, and respectfully called Uncle. Polished leather shoes stepped into Shen He's shadow as they approached her. A chill enveloped Shen He, the scent of a delicate perfume creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. "Do you have any plans this afternoon?" Song Jingcheng inquired, to which Shen He understood that even if she had matters to attend to, she must feign otherwise. "Just some trivial work. Is there something you need, Uncle? If you are free, come with me to a place this afternoon." After speaking, Song Jingcheng instructed Ma Kai to take Shen He to the lounge to wait for him. Upon returning to the private room and settling down, he heard Meng Jin ask, "Mr. Song, are you quite acquainted with Miss Shen?" Pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Meng Jin, Song Jingcheng explained, "She's a close friend of a younger member of my family and often visits us." This statement was indeed thought-provoking. Is the phrase niece friend quite a tongue-twister? Meng Jin discerned without saying a word. "By the way, how do you know Shen He?" "Miss Shen is my client. I am currently handling the case of her mother, Zhou Yulan." "Ah, I see." Meng Jin opened her briefcase and handed a stack of documents to Song Jingcheng. "Mr. Song's will has been drafted and successfully passed the review by the senior executives at Golden Judgment. Kindly sign the document and affix both your personal seal and the Song family crest, and this collaboration will be effective." Song Jingcheng picked up the document, scrutinizing it closely. Just when Meng Jin anticipated him to sign, he instead produced a lighter and ignited the papers before her eyes. The flames flickered in the depths of the man's cold, dark gaze. Meng Jin stood up abruptly, astonished. "Mr. Song, are you intending to breach the contract?" Song Jingcheng remained as steadfast as a mountain, holding the burning documents, and calmly stated, "This will is entirely void. I have invited lawyer Meng today to request a new will to be drafted. It was not a matter of nullifying the agreement." Meng Jin instantly regained her composure. It had only been a month since Song Jingcheng last sought her counsel regarding his will. Why the sudden need to amend the content of the will? Meng Jin had encountered all kinds of clients, and she never pried into matters that were not her concern. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, and with a smile that revealed no teeth, she expressed, "It is my honor to serve Mr. Song to the best of my abilities." Meanwhile, Shen He was escorted by Ma Kai to a private lounge on the upper floor, where she awaited further instructions. As the minutes dragged on without any sign of Song Jingcheng, Shen He found herself growing increasingly bored and decided to recline on the sofa for a brief respite. To her surprise, she drifted into slumber. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar surroundings, but Shen He experienced a restless sleep, haunted by the painful memories of her past life that replayed incessantly in her dreams. When Song Jingcheng finally arrived, Shen He was ensnared in a nightmarish grip. Noticing the fine beads of cold sweat that glistened on her forehead, he initially assumed she was simply too warm. A glance at the thermostat revealed a constant 25 degrees Celsius, far from suffocating. Just as he contemplated lowering the temperature, he heard Shen He's desperate murmurs. "Mu Tingyun, don't kill my brother." Seely, taken aback, Song Jingcheng gazed at the figure on the sofa, observing her lips move involuntarily as fragmented sounds escaped her. He leaned in closer, catching her pained utterance. "Dig out my heart to save your lover. Mu Tingyun, may you have a wretched end." Startled, Song Jingcheng sprang to his feet, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he scrutinized the person before him for what felt like an eternity. before quietly stepping out of the room. Chapter 45, What Pursuit? To serve as her vessel, only to be trampled upon? Shen He awoke, her mind momentarily blank. Once again, she dreamt of the harrowing scene where Shen He was buried alive in cement. Each time she revisited her past life in dreams, her emotions became tumultuous, rendering her utterly fatigued. After a brief respite, she retrieved a small mirror from her bag and applied a simple touch of makeup before venturing outside. Song Jingcheng was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his laptop. On a nearby table lay several steaming dishes, a feast of 4 courses and a soup, including 2 rather spicy Sichuan dishes. Awake? Song Jingcheng set aside his computer and rose to approach the dining table. Let's dine first. Shen He felt hunger pangs as well. The warm soup filled her stomach, alleviating her sense of exhaustion, and she finally recalled the matter at hand. Uncle, where are we headed? She inquired hesitantly. Should I call Mu Tingyan to join us? The fact that Song Jingcheng was taking her out alone while excluding Mu Tingyan stirred her curiosity. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? To be the object of Song Jingcheng's moral dilemma filled Shen He with a sense of pride and vanity. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a lecture on sexual education and HIV prevention was to be held at the Qing City Center for Disease Control. I have made a reservation for you. Song Jingcheng's words fell upon Shen He like a bucket of cold water. Shen He was taken aback. Was she truly such a wretched person? Why would she need to attend such a lecture? Why did you schedule this for me? She protested, feeling indignant. Song Jingcheng offered no elaborate explanation. He subtly tapped his phone screen, then cast a vague glance at Shen He, as if inquiring, what do you think? Shen He felt her resolve waver. Damn, it's because of that text. She firmly declared, Uncle, I am not promiscuous. I didn't seek out male models that night. It was merely a misunderstanding. Unperturbed by her explanation, Song Jingcheng remained resolute in his decision to escort Shen He for her enlightenment. After our meal, I shall take you to the lecture. Despair washed over Shen He. The food lost its appeal. After their meal, Song Jingcheng indeed accompanied her to the disease control center. Handing her a pass, he instructed, Wear this, a staff member will assist you inside. I shall wait for you here. This was clearly to ensure her attendance, and that she would remain for the entire session. Uncle, since we are here, why not attend together? Let us endure this together. Song Jingcheng fixed his gaze on her with a profound intensity. Shen He felt a pang of guilt, just as she contemplated retreating alone. She noticed him unfastening his seatbelt. Then we shall attend together. Shen He, as if that were not enough, Song Jingcheng added, after the lecture, compose a reflection for me. I will review it. With that, he exited the vehicle. Shen He grasped the true meaning of self-sabotage. What was initially a simple lecture had now morphed into an obligation to write a reflection on the content discussed. What had she gotten herself into? As she entered the lecture hall, Shen He was taken aback to discover that they were the only audience members present. Her uncle sat in the center of the front row, and Shen He turned to Song Jingcheng, inquiring, Why are there only the 2 of us? Song Jingcheng replied, Professor Su is here at my request, to give a private lecture just for you. Shen He thought to herself, this is utterly unnecessary. Internally, she berated Song Jingcheng for his lack of compassion. At that moment, Professor Su, the director of the Qing City Center for Disease Control and a lecturer at Qing City Medical College, ascended the stage with a laptop in hand. He began his presentation with unembellished clarity. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he commenced by playing a video. It was a starkly real footage captured at the AIDS Control Center, featuring patients who were predominantly in the advanced stages of the illness. The video was so raw, devoid of any censorship, that Shen He could clearly see the extensive, festering sores on the patients' bodies. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, only to have 5 cool fingers suddenly grasp her chin. Shen He, pay attention, Song Jingcheng insisted, compelling her to watch. He was truly not a good person. Although he appeared to be a refined and self-restrained gentleman, his actions were disturbingly obsessive. Shen He fought against her nausea to finish watching the video, listening to Professor Su eloquently articulate many heartfelt yet alarming truths. Finally, Professor Su played another interview video featuring patients in the terminal stages of AIDS, sharing their stories, the agonies of their treatment, and their reflections on death, the future, and their families. Exiting the disease control center, Shen He felt a heavy weight in her heart. Shen He, Song Jingcheng's voice called from behind. She turned and looked up at the man standing at the top of the steps. The sunset had ignited the sky above with fiery clouds, and Song Jingcheng's lean, upright figure bore an air of fragility. His condition was becoming increasingly apparent. However, his tone was sharp and laden with reproach. Regardless of what Mu Tingyun has done to dishearten you, you should not succumb to despair. Seeking a male model for a one-night stand may seem glamorous, but to me, it is an act of irresponsibility. Shen He furrowed her brow, about to clarify the context of that text message, when Song Jingcheng continued, "Your grandmother rescued you from the frigid waters, enduring hardships to raise you, with the hope that you would become a rare and unique girl." What does it mean to be Shen He? Approaching her down the steps, Song Jingcheng spoke solemnly. A plant that thrives and bears fruit despite being born in a swampy mire can only be the rice seedling. Your grandmother has embedded her hopes for you within your name. Do not let her heart grow cold. After hearing Song Jingcheng's words, Shen He felt her heart racing wildly within her chest. Born in a swamp, yet flourishing and bearing fruit, that is what it means to be a rice seedling. How remarkable that Song Jingcheng could comprehend her grandmother's sentiments and grasp the meaning behind her name. Mr. Song Shen He's tense and charming face suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile. Holding her bag, she tilted her head and inquired of Song Jingcheng. "In what capacity are you speaking to me, Mr. Song? Are you addressing me as a senior guiding your future niece-in-law, or as an older man speaking to a young woman?" However, she refrained from voicing the latter thought aloud. Once spoken, Song Jingcheng would discern her true intentions. And the moment was not yet ripe. Song Jingcheng, with an open demeanor, replied, "Regardless of whether I am a senior or something else, does it truly matter? Since you call me little uncle, I cannot stand by and watch you stray from the right path. It is the duty of elders to care for, assist, and guide the youth toward righteousness." Shen He chuckled lightly, retorting, "You truly are a commendable elder, little uncle." With that, she turned on her heel to depart. Yet, Song Jingcheng reminded her, "Remember to write your reflections. It must not be less than 1,000 words." Shen He muttered under her breath, "Old man, despicable man, monandai koi." Seeing Shen He descend the steps first, cheerfully asked, "Miss Shen, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." Song Jingcheng followed suit and inquired, "Shall I take you home?" "Thank you for your kindness, little uncle, but it is unnecessary," Shen He subtly implied. With a young and accomplished little uncle driving an extravagant car and wearing designer labels, should someone see me alight from your vehicle, rumors would surely circulate that I am entangled with a wealthy man and leading a double life. I certainly do not wish to be dragged to yet another lecture on the perils of living a double life tomorrow afternoon. Farewell." Shen He, fuming, departed with such fervor that her high heels nearly punctured the cobblestone path. Song Jingcheng's expression darkened, and he remained still on the last step for a considerable moment. Ma Kai could hardly contain his amusement. Clearing his throat, he asked Song Jingcheng, "Mr. Song, would you like me to chase after her?" "Chase what?" Song Jingcheng's voice was icy. "Am I to eagerly offer myself as her vessel only to be trampled upon?" Ma Kai paused for a moment, then comprehended the meaning behind Song Jingcheng's words. He was truly angry. Upon witnessing Shen He enter a taxi, Ma Kai remarked, "She has a taxi. She doesn't need a vessel." Song Jingcheng shot him a frosty glare, and Ma Kai fell silent immediately. Chapter 46. Time and again, you reject me, Shen He. Are you avoiding me? Upon returning home, Song Jingcheng felt unwell after spending most of the day out. He wearily leaned against the car's seat, massaging his forehead. Ever since he switched to the aromatic essence gifted by Shen He had been able to enjoy 5 hours of sleep each night, a considerable improvement from before. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but his appetite had notably improved in recent days. "Uncle Ma, did Shen He include a recipe for the essence?" "Yes, she did." With a brief acknowledgement, Song Jingcheng instructed, "Please take a picture of the recipe and send it to Dean Su, so he can prepare a few batches for me. I'll keep them in the car for emergencies." Ma Kai felt a surge of joy. The essence was indeed effective. Quite satisfactory, he replied instinctively. We should express our gratitude to Miss Shen. Her gift has proven beneficial. Upon hearing Shen He's name, Song Jingcheng felt a wave of irritation. Focus on driving. Ma Kai quickly activated silent mode, concentrating on the road ahead. As Shen He settled into a taxi, she couldn't help but unleash a torrent of complaints about Song Jingcheng's bizarre behavior to Shen He via WeChat. This old man. I wondered why he was so quiet. It turns out he was plotting something grand. He took me to a lecture on AIDS. Can you believe it? In such a large auditorium, there were only the two of us as listeners. Professor Su must have been speaking solely for me. I suspected that this older gentleman might be difficult to deal with, but I never anticipated his methods would be so peculiar. Indeed, he's an old man. There's a generational gap, making it impossible to predict his next move. Shen He sent a flurry of over a dozen messages lambasting Song Jingcheng. Yet Shen He's WeChat remained silent. In truth, since the day Shen He left Qing City, their communication had been severed. Buzz, Mu Tingyan messaged her. Are you off work? Shall I come pick you up? It was then that Shen He recalled their plan to visit the brand store together to try on new arrivals. She replied to Mu Tingyun and instructed the driver, please take a different route to Mu's building. Upon arriving at Mu's building, Shen He texted Mu Tingyun, I've arrived. Soon, a sleek black Maybach emerged from the garage. The driver approached to open the rear door. Miss Shen, please get in. Thank you. As she settled inside, Mu Tingyun set aside the documents in his hands and thoughtfully opened a bottle of mineral water, offering it to Shen He. Were you not at the studio this afternoon? Shen He shook her head. I had a meeting with a client. I just came from the CDC. What was your purpose at the CDC? I attended a lecture. Shen He knew that her association with Song Jingcheng would eventually reach Mu Tingyun's ears. Rather than wait for him to hear it from others and confront her, she preferred to be forthcoming. Upon hearing this, Mu Tingyun refrained from pressing further. After taking a sip of water and twisting the cap back on, Shen He listened as Mu Tingyun spoke again. I heard that Zhou Yulan has been sued in court by 21 artists under her company's banner. Shen He did not deny it. Yes, that is indeed the case. Was this instigated by you? Mu Tingyun was probing the depths of Shen He. Shen He did not conceal her feelings, openly admitting, yes, Zhou Yulan has treated me with cruelty. Sending her to prison is her just deserts. Furthermore, I merely brought her to justice, not framed her. Shen He inquired of Mu Tingyun, do you think my actions are too ruthless? To sever ties decisively is to avoid chaos. By incarcerating Zhou Yulan, she has effectively eliminated any possibility of her causing further trouble. You did well in this matter. In truth, Mu Tingyun admired Shen He's methods. If Shen He were his employee or a junior in his family, he would be pleased by her audacity. However, she was the most meticulously chosen heart donor for Qin Yinong, which complicated matters. The more exceptional Shen He became, with her own thoughts and ideas, the harder she would be to control. Zhou Yulan, Shen He's biological mother, had been outmaneuvered to the point of losing everything, unable to escape the clutches of imprisonment. Once she realized that Shen He was close to her for the purpose of harvesting her heart to save Qin Yinong, would she simply acquiesce? Mu Tingyun jested. If someday I wrong you, would you plot against me in a similar manner? Shen He retorted with a question. What? Have you committed a crime? Mu Tingyun's smile faltered slightly. As the third son of the Mu family and the general manager of the Mu Group, it was impossible for him to operate completely outside the gray areas of morality. He was not as innocent as he appeared. If I were to touch upon something I should not, would you truly send me to prison for the sake of justice? Shen He fell silent, her gaze fixed on Mu Tingyun with intensity. Her enchanting cat-like eyes sparkled brightly when she smiled, yet when she grew serious, a predatory sharpness akin to a leopard flickered in her starkly defined pupils. Mu Tingyun felt a sense of unease under her scrutiny. Shen He, with a serious tone, warned him, you had better refrain from engaging in illegal activities. I have been raised under the national flag, upholding the principles of honor and shame. I would rather be a widow than the wife of a criminal. Mu Tingyun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Shen He to be so ruthless. After a moment of silence, he playfully flicked her nose, feigning a dramatic tone. Truly heartless, a champion of justice against her husband. Shen He blushed, pouting with a bashful demeanor. What nonsense! We aren't even married yet. Isn't that merely a matter of time? Shen He's cheeks reddened further. observing her rosy complexion. Mu Tingyun felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Although Shen He was infatuated, she was not foolish. He needed to hasten his pace. Any further delay could risk her uncovering his true intentions. After accompanying Shen He and selecting over 10 sets of the latest seasonal clothing at a brand store, they enjoyed a candlelit dinner before returning home. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Mu Tingyun once again requested to come upstairs. Just as Shen He was about to decline, Mu Tingyun blocked her retreat with a pointed remark. Shen He, your repeated rejections. Are you avoiding me? His keen perception had already picked up on her evasion. As Mu Tingyun's curiosity piqued, Shen He felt a surge of wariness and quietly explained, my period just ended, so it is not appropriate for such activities. I am merely escorting you home, not implying any intentions beyond that. Mu Tingyun locked the car and, taking the shopping bag in hand, strolled towards the apartment building. Shen He furrowed her brow, compelled to follow suit. Upon returning to the apartment, they discovered that Grandma, Su, was absent. Mu Tingyun expressed surprise. Is Grandma not here? She went to the Kyoto temple to pray, was the response. Then I shall stay here tonight. With that, Mu Tingyun effortlessly discarded his suit jacket onto the sofa, exuding an air of intent to stay over. Realizing that Mu Tingyun was resolute in his decision, Shen He felt a momentary panic, but quickly regained her composure. So you wish to stay, do you? Very well. I shall first ignite a fire in your backyard. Grabbing her phone, Shen He inquired, would you like to take a shower? I can prepare the water for you. However, I do not possess any of your clothes. Mu Tingyun replied, I have a spare set of clean clothes in my car. Very well, Shen He acknowledged as she entered the bathroom. She turned on the hot water, scattered dried rose petals into the tub, snapped a photo, and updated her Weibo status. Tonight will be an exceptionally unforgettable evening. This post was laden with suggestive undertones. Qin Yinong, who constantly monitored her social life, would undoubtedly be in a frenzy. Could Qin Yinong tolerate Mu Tingyun share her bed? Little green tea. It is time for you to exude your fragrant charm. You must deliver for me. Chapter 47. Crying, just crying. Mu Tingyun stepped into the steamy bathroom, wrapping his arms around Shen He's slender waist from behind, burying his face in the nape of her neck. The man's heated breath caressed her skin, causing Shen He to shiver involuntarily. So sensitive? Mu Tingyun felt a sense of satisfaction with Shen He's physical reaction. An experienced man, he had tasted forbidden fruit with Qin Yinong at the tender age of 20. After 8 years of exploration with her, he was well aware that every response from a woman signified something profound. Shen He's reaction clearly indicated inexperience. Was Shen He merely shy and sensitive? Nonsense. She was utterly repulsed. During those years of turmoil, Shen He had witnessed countless intimate moments between him and Qin Yinong. To say she knew the exact locations of the moles on their bodies would not be an exaggeration. The mere thought of their entangled bodies turned her stomach. Suppressing her nausea, Shen He turned to face him, feigning a shy demeanor, and reached for Mu Tingyun's tie to loosen it. Having done this for him before, the action was not unfamiliar. However, perhaps due to her anxiety, her fingers trembled. Mu Tingyun's primal instincts surged at her innocent and nervous reactions. Suddenly, Mu Tingyun lifted Shen He, placing her atop the sink countertop. He tilted her chin upwards, and a forceful kiss descended upon her. Shen He clenched her fists, repeatedly convincing herself to endure, imagining it as a dog's lick. Yet, when the man's breath drew near, just 2 millimeters from her lips, she could no longer suppress her disgust and fear, turning her head to evade his kiss. Mu Tingyun's lips landed instead on the dimple of Shen He's left cheek. Narrowing his eyes, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. Are you avoiding me? Shen He, what are you truly evading? His voice, husky with desire, revealed an urgency to release pent-up emotions. Shen He dared not confess. Holding on to Mu Tingyun's tie, she leaned against his chest, her face flushed as she stammered. I don't have any, at home. Mu Tingyun, could you please buy some? Her bashful and pleading tone instantly dissipated the anger within him. So that was the reason. A smile graced Mu Tingyun's face. What scent do you prefer? I'll go buy it. Is there a variety of scents? Shen He feigned ignorance on the subject, her naive reaction amusing Mu Tingyun. Of course, let me take care of it. As he released Shen He and turned around, his elevated desire became painfully evident, his smile freezing in place. He had promised himself to regard Shen He merely as a tool for saving Qin Yinong, yet time and again, he found himself unable to control his physiological reactions toward her. If this continues, wait for me. Mu Tingyun's tone turned unexpectedly cold. He refused to acknowledge any feelings he harbored for Shen He, firmly believing he was merely a man experiencing a normal physiological response provoked by beauty. He needed to possess Shen He quickly. Once he had indulged enough, his interest would surely wane. Qin Yinan is the wife he has firmly acknowledged. Shen He is merely a tool to prolong Qin Yinan's life, an instrument that must not interfere with his plans. Once Mu Tingyun departed, Shen He leapt down from the wash basin, vigorously scrubbing her face with a washcloth. Her cheeks reddened from the friction, yet she touched and sniffed them, wishing to apply more disinfectant for sterilization. Shen He poured herself a glass of red wine and settled onto the shell-shaped sofa on the apartment balcony. The living room faced the road outside. As she sipped her wine, she browsed online to gather preferences of socially anxious individuals regarding their living spaces. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, she spotted Mu Tingyun's name and couldn't help but scoff lightly. Taking her time to answer the call, Shen He took the initiative. Mu Ge, why are you not back yet? Mu Tingyun expressed his apologies, stating, Shen He, I'm sorry, there's been a hiccup with a company project, and I must return to handle it. What a coincidence. Shen He's tone sounded somewhat glum. However, she quickly adjusted her mood, feigning understanding. Work is important. You go ahead. A qualified green tea type should not disturb their partner during busy work hours. Mu Tingyun was not truthful. He had no pressing matters to attend to. He had merely received a call from Qin Yinan while selecting condoms at a convenience store. That call struck him like a wake-up call, flooding his mind with memories of Qin Yinan. He did not answer her call, nor did he purchase the condoms. Instead, he returned to his car and smoked 3 cigarettes in succession. At this moment, observing Shen He, who seemed genuinely aggrieved yet was attempting to appear understanding, Mu Tingyun felt a twinge of guilt. What fault did Shen He possess? She was merely a fool deeply enamored with him. Unluckily, she had become a tool for Qin Yinan's survival. He ought to treat her with a bit more kindness. At the very least, during the time she had left, he should bring her some joy, even if it were insincere, a mere performance, so that she might feel happiness. With this thought, Mu Tingyun resolved, saying, Shen He, be good, get some rest, I'll come and see you tomorrow. Come see your father. Leaning against the sofa, Shen He coldly gazed at the distant road. Her voice tinged with shyness. Actually, I have always hoped to be your bride on our wedding night. Mu Tingyun felt a pang of guilt. This was the perfect time to propose a request. Shen He, seizing the moment, continued, Mu Ge, let us save our first night for the wedding day, shall we? Mu Tingyun mentally cursed her for being melodramatic. She made a sacred affair out of something so trivial. Just then, his phone reminded him of another incoming call from Qin Yinan. All right, I promise you, Mu Tingyun acquiesced, concerned that something might be amiss with Qin Yinan. He distractedly comforted Shen He for a moment before seeking an opportunity to end the call. After hanging up, he promptly returned the call to Qin Yinan. He had truly mastered the art of time management. Mu Ge, Qin Yinan's voice was perpetually soft, like a feather brushing against one's heart. In the past, Mu Tingyun could easily be stirred by Qin Yinong's antics, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection. However, today he found himself irritated and somewhat allergic to her presence. Yinong, what is happening on your end? You have been incessantly calling me. Sensing Mu Tingyun's impatience, Qin Yinong's heart tightened. What had caused his vexation? Was he upset that she had interrupted his moment with Shen He? Brother Mu. Suddenly, Qin Yinong burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Stop crying. Mu Tingyun felt an intense annoyance brewing within him, ready to erupt. Just then, a voice as cold and hard as steel emerged from the phone. Mr. Mu. Miss Qin fell while going downstairs to fetch water and take her medication. She has tumbled from the second-floor platform. Her left leg is already swollen, and we suspect a minor fracture. I will take her to the hospital for examination. Upon hearing that Qin Yinong had fallen and possibly fractured her bone, Mu Tingyun's anger dissipated in an instant. Chapter 48. The Uncle with Hidden Intentions. Unaware of his affection for Qin Enong, the journey from Qin City to H City spans a mere 2-hour flight. Qin Enong, wounded, finds herself in need of care. Yet he cannot rush to her side immediately, having just reproached her for being overly sentimental. However, he has forgotten that Qin Enong is the finest woman in existence. Years ago, she bore the weight of his struggles, traversing treacherous mountains for 3 days. In her moments of vulnerability during her menstrual cycle, she plunged into icy waters to catch fish for him. Their harrowing ordeal in the depths of the mountains nearly cost them their lives, but they emerged victorious. He once vowed to cherish Qin Enong for eternity, promising never to betray her trust. Yet just a few years later, he finds himself on the verge of forgetting that solemn oath. Mu Tingyun is acutely aware that he can no longer delay. The woman Shen He possesses an irresistible allure, and the more he entangles himself with her, the more he fears becoming ensnared. A decisive action is required to untangle this complex situation. Enong, I'm listening, Qin Enong replied, expecting words of comfort from Mu Tingyun. To her shock, he said, Shen has begun to suspect me. For now, we must refrain from contacting each other. His words struck her like a thunderclap, shattering her composure. What did you say? Qin Enong's expression turned frigid, and in that moment, she felt as if possessed by a vengeful spirit. Mu Tingyun, do you wish to end our relationship? Accustomed to her calling him Mu Ge, he was taken aback by her sudden use of his full name. Yet, she is Qin Enong. In his presence, she has the right to be audacious. My dear, this is merely a temporary measure, Mu Tingyun explained. Your last call has raised Shen He's suspicions. I can only deceive her with my family number once. I cannot rely on it repeatedly. Your recent accident has left me uneasy. I cannot fathom how I would survive if you were to leave me. Enong, your health is deteriorating. I must expedite our plans. Though she comprehended the truth in Mu Tingyun's words, Qin Enong found it unbearable to accept his decision to sever their connection. Fear gripped her heart. Shen He is not merely a beautiful facade. She is akin to a wild grass that thrives uncontrollably, capable of swaying Mu Tingyun's heart with a mere flick of her tail. If she were to cease communication with him, could Mu Tingyun truly resist Shen He's allure? Would he not inevitably develop feelings for her over time? The new lover's laughter drowns out the cries of the old. Should Mu Tingyun's heart ever fully awaken to Shen He, she would become nothing more than a pawn in this game. Mu Ge, I no longer desire her heart, Qin Enong lamented. Regret washed over her. Choosing Shen He as her heart's donor seemed a grievous error. Mu Ge, let us consider another candidate. Are there not 2 other donors with compatible antibodies? We could simply purchase them. Mu Tingyun rejected her suggestion outright. Enong, you cannot afford any mishaps. I cannot bear the consequences of losing you. Shen He is the best choice. Those 2 individuals are merely inferior alternatives. Qin Enong remained silent. Indeed, she feared death. How about we make a phone call every week? Is that not an option? The prospect of complete severance left her deeply unsettled. Mu Tingyun resolutely refused. In case of an emergency, let Kazhou contact me unilaterally. Understanding that Mu Tingyun had made up his mind, and that no amount of pleading would alter his decision, Qin Enong had no choice but to acquiesce. All right, I promise you. Hearing the tremor in Qin Enong's voice brought a pang to Mu Tingyun's heart. My dear, once I achieve my goals, I shall come to H City to find you. At that moment, you will embrace a new life. Trust me, I shall love you forever. To avoid succumbing to the softness brought on by her sobs, Mu Tingyun took the initiative to hang up the phone. He believed that Qin Enong would comprehend his intentions. Once they endured this tumultuous period, he and Qin Enong would welcome eternal happiness. In H City, Qin Enong sat on the steps, clutching her phone. Her expression shattered, tears streaming down her face. She believed in Mu Tingyun's love for her and understood that he acted for her sake. Yet, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped her. For the first time, she felt a palpable fear of loss regarding Mu Tingyun. Observing Qin Enong, who knelt on the ground in tears, Chu Kazhou felt a surge of compassion. Miss Qin, let me take you to the hospital. He bent down, intending to embrace her. Get away. Qin Enong forcefully pushed his hands away, lifting her head to scold him. Who are you? What right do you have to embrace me? Do not touch me with your filthy hands. Pushing Chu Kaizhou aside, she steadied herself against the steps and limped toward the living room. Gazing at the reddened back of his hand, Chu Kaizhou's expression darkened ominously. Who was he? He was a wretched individual who willingly donned the mantle of betrayal, shielding both Qin Yinong and Mu Tingtian. Was he inherently so despicable? He was merely a lovesick fool, helplessly enamored with Qin Yinong. In his days of despair, when all his classmates scorned him, branding him as the refuse of the refuse, only Qin Yinong showed him compassion, secretly slipping food into his desk pocket each day. In a world so broken, where cold winds howled, Qin Yinong was a radiant beam of warmth. Why was it that Mu Tingtian could claim all of Qin Yinong's love, while his own sacrifices and patience yielded nothing but disdain? Watching Qin Yinong's stubborn silhouette stagger away, he clenched his teeth and pursued her. He firmly believed that Qin Yinong was not a wicked person. She was merely a pitiful soul tormented by illness and Mu Tingtian. On another front, Ma Kai followed Song Jingcheng's instructions, photographing the aromatic prescription provided by Shen He and sending it to Director Su of the National Medicine Hall. He also requested that Director Su prepare a few aromatic sachets to be sent to Qing City. Director Su seemed to be asleep, as there was no response. The following day was Saturday, the day Mu Tingtian would bring Shen He back to the Mu family for a family banquet. Song Jingcheng had promised Mu Tingtian that he would join them for the meal. In the formal occasion of meeting the parents, according to the marriage customs of Qing City, Song Jingcheng must prepare a gift for Shen He. The present need not be exorbitantly valuable, yet it must not belittle the young lady. He instructed Ma Kai to head to the ancestral home of the Song family and retrieve a fish-shaped diamond brooch from his collection room. This brooch could be deemed a work of art, crafted from 80 carats of rare purple-yellow crystal, adorned with an abundance of colored diamonds, sapphires, and mother-of-pearl. The fish was vividly lifelike, resplendent in color. This exquisite piece was acquired by Song Jingcheng years ago from an auction at the Pearl City Jewelry Fair. Designed by the globally renowned Chinese jewelry designer, Master Chen. Each of Master Chen's creations is unique and possesses remarkable collectible value. As such, Song Jingcheng inquired of Ma Kai, would this gift appear too trivial for Shen He? Ma Kai retorted inwardly, why not simply gift her all your personal assets? However, he only dared a voice. A meeting gift is merely a gesture of goodwill. Miss Shen is a girl who appreciates gratitude and contentment. She would never find fault. Gratitude and contentment? You must truly be aging. His gaze instinctively fell upon his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. He appeared youthful and robust, so how could he feel aged? After expressing disdain for Ma Kai's remark, Song Jingcheng delved into the villa's collection room once more, retrieving one of his original paintings. He instructed Ma Kai to carefully place the landscape painting into a box, finally satisfied with his selections. Let us go, he declared. Ma Kai, carrying the two boxes, harbored serious doubts that Mr. Song was merely seeking to slip in his own artwork as a gift to Miss Shen. Yet, what kind of exemplary driver would dare to unveil his employer's subtle intentions? Chapter 49. Fond of stealing kisses, like a pervert early in the morning, Shen He received a call from her second aunt, Zhu Chui. Meow meow. What time will you be going to the Mu family? I have prepared the gifts for you. Sri has a day off today, and coincidentally, Jin Yin returned to Qingshi last night. I can have them deliver the gifts to you and accompany you to the Mu family. Would that be all right? Jin Yin is back. Shen He wondered how her cousin could return from Kyoto for a mere weekend. Tomorrow is your third aunt's birthday. Jin Yin is quite filial. He specifically came back for the occasion. Shen He's third aunt, Sang Minjing, was frail, often plagued by ailments, and did not possess the longevity trait. Shen Jinyin held great respect for his mother, so it was not surprising that he returned to celebrate her birthday. Shen He noted down the birthday celebration and planned to buy a gift for her third aunt later. Not wishing to complicate matters for them, she politely declined, saying, they rarely have a day off. It would be best not to trouble them. We are all family. There is no trouble in that, Zhu Chui insisted. Moreover, this arrangement is made by your grandmother. Madame Zhong's decision carried significant implications. Anyone paying attention to the Shen family's affairs knew of the rift between Shen He and her parents, particularly her role in sending Zhou Yulan to prison. Could a woman who had imprisoned her own mother earn the Mu family's acceptance? The Mu family was a prestigious clan, and Shen He going there alone might subject her to disdain and difficulties from the Mu family members. Madame Zhong's intention in sending Shen Sri and Shen Jingyan along was to provide Shen He with support and simultaneously convey a message to the outside world that regardless of the discord between Shen He and her parents, she remained an integral part of the Shen family. Shen He was not ungrateful. Recognizing that Madame Zhong was paving a way for her, she graciously accepted the offer. "Aunt, please have them come to pick me up and thank the old lady for me." After a moment of thought, Shen He added, "Tomorrow is my third aunt's birthday. I will also join for dinner." Upon hearing this, Zhu Chuyi quickly responded, "Oh, wonderful. Your third aunt will be delighted to know you are coming. What flavor of cake do you prefer?" She cannot tolerate overly sweet cakes. "I always make her birthday cakes myself." Without hesitation, Shen He replied, "Blueberry, please." "All right, I shall prepare a blueberry fruit cake." Once the call ended, Zhu Chuyi joyfully went to share the news of Shen He's return for dinner with Sang Minjing and her mother-in-law. An hour later, Shen Sri called Shen He, elder sister. "We have arrived at the entrance of your neighborhood. Please come out." Coming, Shen He descended the stairs and spotted a tank 300 parked outside the community. Shen Jingyan leaned against the passenger door, engrossed in his phone, his black shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing his slender wrists. His fingers were long and pale, displaying the freshness of youth, lacking any discernible scholarly demeanor. He resembled not a prodigious scholar, but a character straight out of a comic, a dashing young aristocrat. Her younger cousin, Shen Sri, donned a black-gray t-shirt, casually resting his left foot on a stone barrier at the entrance, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He was endowed with thick eyebrows and large eyes, presenting a perfectly symmetrical visage that endeared him to his elders. As a police officer, he effortlessly garnered the trust of the public. Si Li, Jin Yin. Upon hearing Shen He's voice, the two brothers simultaneously looked up. In unison, they exclaimed, "Big sister." Shen He extended a thermos box to Shen Si Li, saying, "These are deer meat dumplings made by my grandmother. You two should give them a try." Shen Si Li, with a beaming smile, accepted the food container, leaned down to inhale the aroma, and praised, "It smells delightful." He quickly grabbed one and popped it into his mouth, only then remembering to share with Shen Jingyan. Observing Shen Si Li's rough fingers, Shen Jingyan expressed his disdain. "Have you washed your hands?" With his cheek stuffed, Shen Si Li replied, "Mm." Shen Jingyan bit into the dumpling. After chewing a couple of times, he heard Shen Si Li declare, "Last night, I accompanied my master to handle a body disposal case, and I even retrieved a corpse." With a mischievous grin, Shen Si Li asked, "Are you still going to eat?" Shen Jingyan remained stoic as he continued to chew the dumpling. Noticing that this revelation did not faze Shen Jingyan, Shen Si Li muttered, "You're really dull. Can't you at least pretend to cooperate with your older brother?" Shen Jingyan complied with a chilly demeanor, stating, "How terrifying." Shen Si Li clicked his tongue and couldn't help but complain to Shen He, "Big sister, look at this kid. Always so serious. He'll never find a wife at this rate." Shen Jingyan remained silent at this remark. Utterly mistaken, Shen He teased, "Jingyan has quite a few admirers. Just yesterday someone asked me to play matchmaker." Shen Si Li's eyes widened in confusion. Which girl is so misguided? How could she possibly fancy this sourpuss? Shen He refrained from revealing Meng Jin, wishing to protect the girl's reputation. Approaching Shen Jingyan, she inquired, "Have you removed her from your blacklist?" Shen Jingyan responded with a slight nod. Noticing Shen He's continued gaze, he pressed his lips together before stating, "I took her off last night." Sensing his aloof demeanor when Meng Jin was mentioned, Shen He chose not to press further, saying, "If you truly dislike that girl, I won't force you to interact with her." Shen Jingyan replied, "Her character is fine. Being friends is acceptable." Shen He guessed he didn't actually dislike Meng Jin and asked, "Then why did you blacklist her?" "She's bothersome." "Oh." Shen He was taken aback. "In what way is she bothersome?" Shen Jingyan retorted, "She likes to touch and sneak kisses, like some sort of pervert." Shen He was left speechless. "It seems Meng Jin is quite the bold girl," she remarked. "By the way, do you really prefer girls with larger assets?" Shen He was curious about this. Shen Jingyan's expression darkened. "Nonsense. That S just slander." Perhaps out of embarrassment, He yanked open the car door and coolly entered the vehicle. Meanwhile, Shen He, savoring the dumplings beside him, was left utterly bewildered. Seeing Shen Jingcheng sulking in the car, Shen He curiously inquired with Shen He, big sister, "Which foolish girl is pursuing our taciturn fellow?" "You will find out soon enough," Shen He replied enigmatically. Once inside the vehicle, Shen He, with an air of mystery, announced, "Do you know who my mentor is since I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Department a couple of days ago?" Unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Ministry of Public Security, Shen He shook her head, her curiosity piqued. "Who is it?" "Li Xingtong, the former captain of the Criminal Investigation Team at the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. He is quite renowned in our field. It seems you are quite impressive to have caught his attention," Shen He remarked, genuinely pleased for Shen He. "Li Xingtong, you say?" Shen Jingcheng mused. "I have heard of him. He deals with significant criminal cases. Why would he be reassigned to Qing City?" Shen He, though seemingly carefree, was astute when necessary. "Criminal investigators cannot disclose their cases to the public," he stated. "What I can share is that my mentor is on the trail of a suspect who fled to the outskirts of Qing City. This individual is an outstanding student from the chemistry department of Kyoto University, who used his synthesized slow-acting poison to murder his unfaithful girlfriend and a wealthy second-generation student from his dormitory. The last sighting of him was right here in Qing City." Rubbing his hands together, Shen He could not help but boast, "If I can assist my mentor in capturing this suspect, a promotion and raise will surely follow." "You're dreaming even before dawn breaks," Shen Jingcheng retorted, dousing his enthusiasm. Undeterred by Shen Jingcheng's teasing, the inherently optimistic Shen He started the car and turned to Shen He, saying, "Once I become director Shen, big sister, the Mu family will be able to walk tall." With a playful grin, he pressed the accelerator, whisking Shen He off to the Mu residence. Observing Shen He's endearing naivety, Shen He discreetly wiped her eyes, feeling an unexpected swell of emotion. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Jingcheng noticed her tear-filled gaze, astonished. Was it merely a word from his cousin that had moved her to tears? Chapter 50. Yearning to hear Mu Tingyun call her Aunt Autumn Leaf Mountain in Jing'an District is a majestic range adorned with maple trees, offering a breathtaking view of the Qingjiang River's most exquisite scenery. Each autumn, when the leaves turn crimson and the landscape is painted with vibrant hues, Autumn Leaf Mountain transforms into the most sought-after destination in Qing City, earning its reputation as a renowned local attraction. The Mu family resides on the slopes of this picturesque mountain, occupying nearly 5 acres of land. The imposing outer walls encircle a verdant modern garden within. As the Shen family's vehicle passed through the grand entrance of the estate, the Mu family's butler received a call from the gatekeeper. After concluding the call, the butler hastened to the main hall to inform all the residents. Miss Shen and her companions have arrived. "Who are the companions?" inquired Mu Xiangyi, Mu Tingyun's elder sister. 17 years senior to Mu Tingyun, Mu Xiangyi is now 45, divorced, yet retains custody of her daughter. Following her divorce, she returned to the Mu residence to live with her child. Crossing her arms, Mu Xiangyi rose from the sofa, furrowing her brow as she asked the butler, "Who else is with her?" Also accompanying her are Shen Mingli's eldest son, Shen He, and Shen Jian's eldest son, Shen Jingcheng. Upon hearing Shen He's name, Mu Xiangyi remained composed. However, when she heard Shen Jingcheng's name, she turned to the elderly man seated on the sofa. "Father, the Shen family has sent Shen Jingcheng to accompany Shen He, which is a show of support for her." Mu Tingyun's father, Mu Xiao, is a dignified gentleman nearing 70, bearing a striking resemblance to an older version of Mu Tingyun. Deep furrows etched across his forehead lend him an air of authority without uttering a word. Unmoved by his daughter's comment, Mu Xiao turned his gaze to the young girl sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "Qingqing, if I recall correctly, you were classmates with Shen Jingcheng in high school. Please go greet the guests." Mu Qing, Mu Xiangyi's daughter and Mu Xiao's granddaughter, had adopted her mother's surname, Mu, after her parents' divorce. Upon hearing Shen Jingcheng's name, resentment welled within her. "I want to go." "Why not?" Mu Xiao inquired. Mu Qing opened her mouth, hesitating to respond. She discarded her phone, crossing her arms and leaning against the sofa, her expression brimming with discontent. I have unresolved issues with Shen He, and I do not wish to see him. In high school, Mu Qing had harbored a secret crush on Shen He. As the cherished daughter of the Mu family, she possessed both lineage and connections, confident in her ability to win his affection. On the eve of the National Day holiday in her senior year, Mu Qing intercepted Shen He and publicly confessed her feelings. To her dismay, he rejected her in front of her closest friends. When had a favored daughter ever endured such humiliation? Following that incident, Mu Qing deliberately led her classmates to Shen He. Yet, he possessed an inner strength. Regardless of how her peers bullied or ignored him, he maintained an indifferent demeanor. Unable to contain her frustration, Mu Qing resorted to hiring a group of thugs to intimidate Shen He, hoping to prevent him from participating in the college entrance examination and teach him an unforgettable lesson. However, her plan ultimately failed. Shen He was fortuitously rescued by an intern lawyer passing by. Moreover, Mu Qing was escorted to the police station by that female lawyer. Reflecting on this humiliating past, Mu Qing harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Shen He. Pouting, she declared, "I refuse to go pick him up. If you want to, you may do so yourselves." Qingqing, Mu Xiao called her name with a tone neither too gentle nor too harsh, remarking, "Has your grandfather spoiled you too much? Have you ceased to heed my words?" Sensing her grandfather's rising anger, Mu Qing felt a flicker of fear within her. Observing the situation, Mu Xiangyi quickly signaled to her daughter, "Qingqing, accompany your uncle to receive our guests." Reluctantly, Mu Qing stood up and hurried outside to join Mu Tingyun in greeting their visitors. The Mu family estate was vast, with the domestic staff, including cooks and gardeners, numbering over 30. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Shen He parked his car in the outdoor lot on the northern side of the Mu family villa. As the three siblings alighted from the vehicle, they immediately spotted Mu Tingyun and Mu Qing approaching them. "Who is that girl behind Mu Tingyun?" Shen He, unfamiliar with Mu Qing, inquired curiously, noting her rather charming appearance. "She is the delicate beauty that Shen He admires," Shen Jingyan quipped, shattering Shen He's fleeting fancy with a single sentence. "Mu Qing, the wealthy young lady who sent thugs to block me before the college entrance examination," Shen He retorted. "She's truly hideous." Shen He scrutinized the young woman behind Mu Tingyun. Dressed in a light purple long dress, Mu Qing possessed a captivating charm. Her round face and almond-shaped eyes projecting an aura of innocent beauty. Yet, to Shen He, that seemingly sweet visage resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike. In her previous life, after Shen Jingyan was wrongfully imprisoned due to Mu Tingyun's machinations, Mu Qing, driven by a desire for vengeance from their youth, had bribed the prison guards to administer a slow-acting neurotoxin to Shen Jingyan. The most brilliant medical prodigy of the Shen family ultimately became a fool. Meanwhile, Shen He could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "The Mu family is truly vast. Compared to them, our little villa is but a doghouse." Upon hearing this, Shen He gazed up at the grand and opulent villa before her, fully aware that it was a den of wolves. Within these walls, from the ancient ghost Mu Xiao to the young imp Mu Qing, none could be deemed virtuous. Shen He, Mu Tingyun announced as he approached with Mu Qing. Recognizing that this was the first encounter between Shen He and Mu Qing, he introduced, "This is my niece, Mu Qing. Qingqing, greet your aunt." "Aunt?" Rather than having Mu Qing address her as such, Shen He preferred to hear Mu Tingyun refer to her as aunt. Mu Qing was reluctant to comply. Shen He, sensing the awkwardness, kindly alleviated the tension. "Do not mind your uncle. He merely wishes to take advantage of me. We aren't married yet, so that would be inappropriate." Ternin to Mu Qing. Shen He continued, "You may call me Shen He or simply Shen Gong. I work in architectural design, and many refer to me as such." Mu Tingyun then encouraged Mu Qing, "Just call her Teacher Shen." With a slight pout, Mu Qing uttered softly, "Teacher Shen, welcome." "Thank you," Shen He replied. With a charming smile, Shen He linked her arms with those of her two younger brothers and said to Mu Tingyun, "I hope you don't mind my bringing along two guardians." Mu Tingyun raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing her. "What is this? Are you afraid we might mistreat you?" "Not at all. My two brothers, like me, have had little exposure to the world. They heard I'm involved with a wealthy young master and wish to accompany me to broaden their horizons, Shen He replied. Mu Tingyun chuckled at Shen He's witty remarks. Very well, I welcome your brothers to our home for an inspection. When we return later, be sure to sing my praises before the matriarch. Saying this, Mu Tingyun affectionately draped her arms around the shoulders of the two brothers, exclaiming, Si Li, Jin Yan. Let's head inside. Seizing a moment of distraction, Shen He pinched her right forearm with considerable force, almost gasping from the pain. Noticing Shen He's slight neglect, Mu Tingyun instructed Mu Jingcheng, accompany your aunt inside. Reluctantly, Mu Qing approached and linked her arm with Shen He's, insincerely complimenting her. Teacher Shen is truly stunning. No wonder my uncle is utterly devoted to her. Huh, so you're insinuating I'm merely a pretty face? Shen He retorted, feeling a sting from the comment. Qingqing is also quite lovely and likable. It's rather puzzling why they would say such things about you, Shen He trailed off, leaving her words hanging in the air. A tactic that proved most infuriating. What exactly have I said? Mu Qing, predictably, took the bait. Her fair, round face darkened with a hint of hostility, appearing somewhat fierce. Realizing her misstep, Shen He bit her lip in vexation, her expression turning apologetic as she said, It's merely hearsay. Qingqing, don't take it to heart. Mu Qing's heart raced with unease. What precisely had they said about her? Had her past actions been exposed? Chapter 51. The eldest sister is also a treasure of the Shen family. Who is more precious? What exactly have they said about me? Miss Mu Qing erupted in anger, gripping Shen He's right arm and demanding, Speak clearly. Shen He emitted a pained sound. Hearing the commotion, the three individuals in front simultaneously turned around. Eldest sister. Upon seeing Shen He's face contorted in pain, Shen Jinyan and Shen Silly rushed forward. Shen Jinyan struck Mu Qing's hand with authority, commanding, Release her. Mu Qing gasped in pain, instinctively letting go of Shen He. Shen Silly, like a lion, moved Shen He behind him and sternly questioned Mu Qing. Miss Mu, what have you done to my eldest sister? What have I done to her? Mu Qing felt unjustly accused. She widened her almond eyes and pressed Shen He. Shen He, tell me how I have wronged you. Stop pretending. Don't play the innocent. My uncle falls for your tricks, but I do not. We are both women. So why the pretense? Mu Tingyun rebuked her coldly. Do not be disrespectful. Is this how the Mu family raises you? Mu Qing's face was filled with indignation as she bit her red lip, glaring fiercely at Shen He, resembling a vengeful spirit from folklore. Shen He subtly shook her head. Brother Mu, you misunderstand. Qingqing did not harm me, nor was it intentional. While she verbally denied the misunderstanding, her left hand unconsciously rubbed her right forearm. Noticing her subtle movements, Shen Silly rolled up Shen He's sleeve. Upon seeing the 5 prominent red marks on her arm, his expression changed dramatically. Mr. Mu, my eldest sister has not even married into your family yet, and you are already asserting dominance? Mu Tingyun also appeared astonished. He approached to inspect Shen He's injuries and confirmed the distinct marks of fingers. He coldly tossed a knife-like gaze at Mu Qing. Mu Qing, what is the meaning of this? Staring at the marks on Shen He's arm, Mu Qing was equally bewildered. Had she truly applied such force? You. Mu Qing looked skeptically at Shen He. What is your skin made of? I merely pinched you lightly. How can it be so red? Shen He, are you deliberately slandering me? Look, she just admitted to pinching my eldest sister. Shen Silly immediately seized on Mu Qing's words. Why on earth did you pinch my eldest sister? Mu Qing attempted to explain, but she quickly realized she had no ground to stand on. It was she who had first insulted Shen He, prompting such ambiguous words from her. Mu Qing felt a sense of helplessness akin to being submerged in a river with no way to cleanse herself. Qingqing, why do you think I would slander you? Shen He felt wronged as well and replied, We have no grievances between us. Why would I slander you? Who knows why Shen He would slander her? Realizing she had been outwitted by Shen He, Mu Qing could not help but give her a thumbs up. Shen He, you are truly clever. What a master of deception. With that, Mu Qing turned and fled. Her uncle, wise throughout his life, had found such a schemer. Perhaps this was his comeuppance. Shen He lowered her head, feeling wronged to the point of tears. Observing Shen He's distress, Mu Tingyun felt a pang of guilt. He approached her, taking her hand gently, and apologized sincerely. Shen He, does it still hurt? Mu Qing is utterly lacking in propriety. I will certainly ensure her mother disciplines her properly. This child is the only girl in our family, spoiled by her relatives. As someone who is to become an aunt, you should not hold grudges against a child. If it happens again, I give you permission to confront her directly. He chuckled lightly. Shen Jingcheng, overhearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh. Elder sister is also the sole girl of the Shen family, cherished and adored by us. Who is more precious than whom? Mu Qing was in the wrong first. Yet you expect my elder sister to endure. Shen Jingcheng's tone turned somber as he reproached Mu Tingyan. If your intention in marrying my elder sister is to make her a submissive, self-effacing wife, then I see no reason to continue with this meal. Shen Jingcheng was typically reserved and measured in his speech, but today he spoke passionately in defense of Shen He. This was indeed rare. Shen Silu continued, knowing full well that Mu Qing is spoiled. As elders, you fail to discipline her and instead provide her with excuses. If you neglect to teach her, others will take it upon themselves to do so. My aunt, in her youth, acted recklessly and is now on the verge of being sent to prison for re-education. Shen Silu was unyielding, even taking a jab at his own kin. Mr. Mu, be wary, for you may one day find yourself visiting your family's little princess in prison. The two brothers exchanged words, their camaraderie reminiscent of a well-rehearsed duet. Mu Tingyun's expression darkened, fully aware that this matter could not be brushed aside. He needed to provide an explanation to the Shen brothers. He promised, what you both say is quite reasonable. Mu Qing was indeed in the wrong. Later, I will ensure that Mu Qing publicly apologizes to Shen He at the table. Only then did the brothers cease their remarks. The earlier amicable atmosphere had been abruptly chilled. Mu Tingyan walked ahead, while Shen He followed behind with her two brothers. Shen Jingcheng furrowed his brow as he observed the bruise on his elder sister's arm. Being perceptive, he discerned that she was intentionally provoking Mu Qing. Why was that? Was it for his revenge? Upon returning indoors, Mu Qing rushed to Mu Xiao to report Shen He's behavior. Grandfather, I believe that Shen He has ulterior motives. I merely pinched her, and she pretended to be hurt and wronged. Mu Xiangyi, naturally biased towards her child, echoed her daughter's sentiments. Father, Qingqing is right. That Shen girl is indeed deeply scheming. My third brother, along with the second brother myself, were born of different mothers. If Shen He were to marry my third brother, it could lead to discord within the household. Mu Xiao interrupted his daughter without mercy, refrained from those divisive remarks. How many virtuous souls reside in this house? He countered Mu Xiangyi. In your attempt to rid yourself of your husband, you deliberately arranged for a young girl to seduce him and then orchestrated scandal. Is that kindness? Mu Xiangyi observed her brother Mu Xiao as he turned his gaze towards the weeping Mu Qing. During her high school years, Qing had resorted to thugs to corner Shen Jingcheng, intending to break his fingers and thwart his prospects of taking the college entrance examination. To thoughtlessly seek to ruin the life of a gifted youth, can she truly be deemed kind? The mother and daughter duo endured Mu Xiao's indiscriminate onslaught, their faces reflecting a mix of indignation and helplessness. Mu Qing, in particular, cowered behind her mother in fear. Mu Xiao busied himself with cutting a cigar, stating, in our family, we need not fear a new daughter-in-law with cunning. Rather, we dread one who is too weak and easily manipulated. In my opinion, Shen He is quite commendable. Once she enters our Mu family, at least someone will be able to manage Qing. Mu Xiangyi found this sentiment rather displeasing and murmured weakly, Father, how can you be one to elevate others while undermining your own kin's aspirations? Mu Xiao remained non-committal, asserting that once she married into the Mu family, she would become one of their own. Mu Xiangyi was left in a state of utter despondency. Chapter 52, A Daughter's Crime. A Mother's Blade. Truly eye-opening, Mu Xiangyi had just persuaded her daughter to return to the house when she turned to see Mu Tingyun entering with 3 young individuals. 2 men and 1 woman, all possessing exceptional beauty. The young lady in the center donned a gown of royal blue reminiscent of a courtly style, her long raven hair elegantly styled into a low bun, adorned with a simple walnut-hued hairpin. Her understated makeup was sufficient to render her strikingly radiant. No wonder she could captivate the heart of the third brother. Shen He indeed possessed the allure of a seductress. Mu Xiangyi approached briskly, her face beaming with warmth. You must be Shen He, right? Welcome, welcome. I am Ting Yun's elder sister. You may call me elder sister. Shen He confidently greeted her, hello, elder sister. Mu Tingyun led Shen He to stand before Mu Xiaoshu. Father, allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Shen He. Shen He, this is my father. You may address him as uncle. Mu Xiaoshu remained seated, with no intention of rising, quietly gazing at Shen He. Having navigated the business world for decades, he exuded an aura of quiet authority that could intimidate the average young woman. However, Shen He displayed no sign of trepidation, her demeanor poised and respectful. Good day, Mr. Mu. I am Shen He, the granddaughter of Shen Jingcheng, the founder of the Xingyun chain supermarket. After the reform and opening up, Elder Zhong had invested to assist Shen Jingcheng in establishing the first large supermarket in Qing City. In that flourishing era, when opportunities abounded, Shen Jingcheng easily achieved success. Alas, the good fortune was short-lived. Following Elder Zhong's passing, Shen Jingcheng's enterprise began to decline. What had the potential to become a prestigious chain supermarket had devolved into a mid-range establishment in Qing City. In the presence of the affluent Mu family, the Shen family's modest capital was hardly noteworthy. Upon hearing Shen He's introduction, although Mu Xiangyi refrained from speaking, she subtly raised her chin, embodying an air of superiority. Conversely, Mu Xiaoshu reflected, in my youth, I had the privilege of crossing paths with Elder Zhong. He was indeed a man of great wisdom. It is a pity he departed too early, missing the prosperity of the millennium. As for your grandfather, in a city teeming with talent, Shen Jingcheng is hardly a figure of renown. At that moment, Mu Xiaoshu struggled to even recall Shen Jingcheng's name. He offered a courteous remark, however. Your grandmother possesses a demeanor reminiscent of Elder Zhong. Shen He nodded. Indeed, as the daughter of Elder Zhong, it is only natural for the old lady to exhibit his grace. When everyone praises Mu Ge for his accomplishments, it is undoubtedly due to the guidance of Mr. Mu. Mu Xiaoshu let out a hearty laugh. You, my dear girl, are quite charming with your words. Mu Xiangyi rolled her eyes. Flatterers. Such flattery was directed equally at Mu Tingyun and Mu Xiaoshu. The art of flattery is truly remarkable. Mu Xiaoshu lit a cigar and turned his gaze toward Shen Silly and Shen Jinyan. And these two must be Silly and Jinyan, correct? Which one is Jinyan? Shen Jinyan stepped forward, standing beside Shen He. I am Jinyan, the son of Shen Jian. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Mu. Mu Xiaoshu's gaze lingered on Shen Jinyan, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. In the contemporary realm of Qing City, whose child could possibly eclipse the brilliance of Shen Jinyan? Shen Jinyan's mentor is the esteemed dean of the medical school at university. This illustrious figure, revered by many, dotes upon Shen Jinyan, and the resources and connections he possesses will undoubtedly become Shen Jinyan's own in the future. Recently, a saying has circulated in the business circles of Qing City. Whoever secures Shen Jinyan will dominate the pharmaceutical realm. The pharmaceutical company that can attract Shen Jinyan will ascend to the pinnacle of the industry. Such is the priceless nature of top-tier talent. Although the Shen family currently occupies a modest position, their potential for future growth remains immeasurable. Given Shen Jinyan's individual worth, Mu Xiao is keen to facilitate a union between Mu Tingyun and Shen He. Gazing at the youthful and exceptional visage of Shen Jinyan, Mu Xiao sincerely muses. With you and the Shen family, your great-grandfather can surely rest in peace. Unfazed by flattery or disdain, Shen Jinyan responds. Every child of the Shen family is a source of pride for our great-grandfather, except perhaps for that crooked tree, known as Shen Yaozu. Mu Xiao is taken aback, for he perceives the strength of family within this young generation. Whether it be family or nation, true resilience is only achieved when they remain united. Reflecting on the troubles of the Mu family, Mu Xiao feels a twinge of discomfort, pressing his temples in silence. Suddenly, Mu Xiangyi approaches Shen Jinyan, affectionately grasping his arm as she introduces herself. Hello, Jinyan. I am Mu Qing's mother, and my daughter is your classmate from high school. You may call me Aunt Mu. At this, the room is filled with varied expressions. If Shen He were to marry Mu Tingyun, Shen Jinyan would become Mu Tingyun's brother-in-law. According to familial hierarchy, Shen Jingyan should address Mu Xiangyi as elder sister, yet Mu Xiangyi proactively suggests that he call her aunt. Everyone is acutely aware of her intentions. Shen Jingyan offers a polite smile to Mu Xiangyi and courteously replies, "Ah, so you are Mrs. Mu. It has been a while." Mu Xiangyi beams with joy, asking, "Have we met before? At the graduation ceremony? I'm afraid my memory fails me." "No." Shen Jingyan shakes his head. "When was it?" He states earnestly, "On the eve of the college entrance examination, Mu Qing was detained for hiring an assailant. Concerned that her daughter would miss the examination, Mrs. Mu hastily gathered a bag full of money to bail her out. A daughter in trouble, a mother cleaning up the mess. How enlightening." Shen Jingyan reflects. Having fully grasped the nuances of sarcasm, Mu Xiangyi's face flushes with a spectrum of emotions, more vivid than a painter's palette. Mu Tingyun is equally surprised, not expecting Shen Jingyan to possess the audacity to openly ridicule Mu Xiangyi in front of the younger members of the Mu family. Shen He and Shen Silly both were expressions of barely contained laughter. Clearly, a son-in-law role is unattainable. Mu Xiao sets aside his cigar, his sharp gaze fixating on Shen Jingyan with an air of pressure. "I have heard that 2 weeks after the college entrance examination, the officials on duty that night were dismissed due to bribery. The methods of the younger generation certainly leave me astounded." After casting a penetrating glance at Shen Jingyan, Mu Xiao deftly shifted the conversation, remarking, "Those individuals will soon complete their sentences, will they not? In my view, it is prudent to leave room for leniency in all matters. Pursuing an absolute conclusion serves little purpose." In the face of Mu Xiao's veiled threat, Shen Jingyan remained composed and unruffled. He even responded with humble courtesy, stating, "Reporting corruption is the duty of every citizen. I am grateful for your commendation, Mr. Mu." The Mu family was taken aback by Shen Jingyan's unwavering demeanor. Fortunately, at that moment, the housekeeper announced, "Sir, third young master, Mr. Song has arrived." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao's cigar trembled slightly between his fingers. A flicker of dark intent flashed in his eyes as he furrowed his brow, then rose to call for Mu Tingyun, saying, "Come, let us go greet your uncle." Hearing this, Mu Tingyun took Shen He's hand and followed closely behind. Chapter 53. Introducing a madam and sending you off, a blue phantom glided towards the gates of the Mu residence, coming to a steady halt beside Shen Silly's black tank. The two vehicles stood side by side, with Shen Silly's tank appearing rather ordinary in comparison. Shen Silly, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, whispered to Shen Jingyan, "Did he deliberately park next to us?" Shen Jingyan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the phantom, harboring a sense of intrigue. He had only interacted with Song Jingcheng a handful of times and could discern that Song was not one to flaunt his wealth. The Song family was affluent, and Song Jingcheng possessed an impressive collection of luxury vehicles. Yet, he primarily drove a white Land Rover. Why such extravagance today? Mu Tingyun approached personally to open the door for Song Jingcheng. "Uncle, you're here." "Yes." Song Jingcheng adjusted his glasses before bending down to exit the vehicle. Sensitive to the cold, he was dressed warmly for early April. He wore a royal blue shirt, the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a thin black undershirt that accentuated his pronounced Adam's apple. This attire softened his otherwise stern demeanor, rendering him more approachable, perfectly suited for the day's occasion. However, Mu Tingyun turned a glance at Shen He. It was quite a coincidence that Uncle's shirt matched the color of Shen He's dress, both in shades of royal blue. To an uninformed observer, one might assume they were the main attraction of the day. Mu Tingyun shook his head, dispelling the absurd thought. At that moment, Ma Kai arrived to drape a black suit coat over Song Jingcheng's shoulders before heading to the trunk to retrieve some items. Mu Xiao, puffing on a cigar, approached like a dutiful elder brother, greeting Song Jingcheng with a smile. "Jingcheng, long time no see. You've lost quite a bit of weight. No matter how busy work gets, you must take care of your health." At this remark, Mu Tingyun furrowed his brows. Shen He, using the tip of her tongue to touch the roof of her mouth, felt disdain for Mu Xiao's words, who was unaware of Song Jingcheng's serious illness and his limited time left. To speak so casually upon meeting was utterly heartless. Song Jingcheng seemed to ignore Mu Xiao's comment, slightly turning to observe Ma Kai as he moved the items, offering a gentle reminder, "Be careful not to drop anything." "Rest assured, Mr. Song, I will be cautious," Ma Kai replied. When Song Jingcheng's driver approached, carrying 2 gift boxes, Mu Xiao appeared somewhat taken aback. He removed the cigar from his mouth and politely exchanged pleasantries with Song Jingcheng. "Jingcheng, you are too kind. Just your presence is sufficient. There is no need for gifts." Finally, Song Jingcheng granted Mu Xiao a glance, yet it was filled with derision and incredulity. "What are you imagining?" he asked. Mu Xiao frowned, sensing a familiar unease. Song Jingcheng smirked slightly, delivering a sharp retort. "What relationship do our families share? Surely you are aware. Am I insane enough to bring gifts to the Mu family? In times of turmoil, how much has your family pilfered from mine? What now? Have you squandered all that you stole to the point of desperation? And now you covet the tokens I intended for Shen He?" Mu Xiao's face darkened instantly. Shen He and his 2 younger brothers were left speechless. How could Song Jingcheng's words be so venomous? Meanwhile, Mu Xiangyi and Mu Tingyuan wore expressions of utter disbelief. Who would have imagined that Song Jingcheng would humiliate Mu Xiao so brutally on such a day? But that was not the end. Song Jingcheng raised his gaze, fixating on the imposing villa ahead, and suggested, "If you're truly on the brink of bankruptcy, you might as well sell your car and your house. If that fails, perhaps you could even sell your children. And if that still does not suffice to cover your debts, I could generously introduce you to a reputable madam to help you find work in a less than honorable profession." Although Mr. Mu is somewhat advanced in years, he has not lost his touch. With a bit of medication and effort, he might still entice a couple of wealthy ladies into a relationship. Song Jingcheng's insinuations were unmistakable. After all, seducing women had always been Mr. Mu's forte. In the elite circles of Qing City, who was unaware of the enmity between the Song and Mu families since the tumultuous era, who did not know of the scandal involving Mu Xiao and Song Xinglian. Over 30 years ago, in a bid to seize the Song family's inheritance, Mu Xiao employed every trick in the book to ensnare Song Xinglian in his web of deceit. Song Xinglian, seemingly bewitched, found herself unable to resist Mu Xiao's advances, to coerce her parents into acquiescing to their union. She was goaded by Mu Xiao to engage in intimacy with him on her father's birthday. Under Mu Xiao's orchestration, several guests inadvertently stumbled into the lounge, catching the couple in their compromising situation. Their scandal reverberated through the city like a tempest. Mu Xiao believed that this ploy would force the Song couple to relent, for their daughter's virtue was already compromised. They would have no choice but to concede. Yet, the Song couple was not easily manipulated. Not only did they refuse to endorse the union between Song Xinglian and Mu Xiao, but they also publicly severed their parental ties with her, subsequently risking their advanced age to bear Song Jingcheng. His birth utterly shattered Mu Xiao's dreams. The name Song Jingcheng was laden with meaning. In an era devoid of the internet, when communication relied on horse-drawn messages, correspondents would append the words Jing, Cheng to their names, signifying, "I respectfully present this letter," anticipating the recipient's perusal. Song Jingcheng was, in essence, a letter from the Song couple to the Mu family and their ungrateful daughter. This missive would undoubtedly dampen Song Xinglian's spirit and dismantle the Mu family's power. "Song Jingcheng, cease your foolishness." Mu Xiao's countenance twisted with rage, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. How could he, as the patriarch of the Mu family, endure such public derision at the hands of Song Jingcheng, a mere nephew? In a fit of bluster, Mu Xiao threatened, "Song Jingcheng, do not presume that because you are my child's uncle and my wife's younger brother, I will repeatedly tolerate your insolence. This is the territory of the Mu family, not the Song family. Do not overstep your bounds. I may be aging, but I am not yet deceased. Do not think I lack the resolve to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Song Jingcheng suddenly extended his left hand toward Ma Kai. Ma Kai, with one arm embracing the gift box, freed his other hand to draw the military dagger that was sheathed at his waist, presenting it to Song Jingcheng. Upon receiving the dagger, Song Jingcheng approached Mu Xiao, positioning the razor-sharp blade against himself while offering the hilt to Mu Xiao with a nonchalant demeanor. "I stand here. You need only extend your hand to end my life." After this, he amiably pressed the dagger into Mu Xiao's palm, saying, "Here, whether to kill or to maim, the choice is yours." However, Mu Xiao found himself incapable of gripping the dagger. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Observing Mu Xiao's pitiable state, Song Jingcheng taunted, "Mr. Mu, you lack even the strength to hold a knife. Truly, age has caught up with you. It seems the path of seducing wealthy women for sustenance is no longer viable for you." With repeated insinuations of being an old duck, Mu Xiao's emotions spiraled into chaos. "Song Jingcheng, I shall surely end your life today." In a fit of fury, he raised the dagger to stab Song Jingcheng. Just then, a surge of blood rushed to Mu Xiao's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Dad! Mu Tingyun daimli kot Mu Xiao." Mu Xiangyi gasped in alarm. "Dad? What is happening to you?" As Mu Xiao lay in Mu Tingyun's embrace, half of his face contorted in distress. Song Jingcheng calmly dusted off non-existent particle from his sleeves and kindly warned Mu Tingyun, "Your father has suffered a stroke. If you do not call for help soon, what should be a joyous occasion may swiftly turn into a funeral." Chapter 54. Not satisfied with targeting my uncle, she must also involve my uncle's uncle. "Quick, call an ambulance." Mu Xiangyi cried in terror, tears streaming down her face as she knelt beside her elderly father, wailing. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though Mu Xiao had already ascended to the heavens, and Mu Xiangyi was lamenting his demise. The scene descended into chaos. The Mu family had their own family doctor and ambulance. The driver brought the ambulance over, and the doctor leapt from the vehicle, urgently attending to Mu Xiao while calling out for assistance. "Quickly help me get the old gentleman into the car. We must hasten to the hospital." As a devoted civil servant, Shen He also rushed forward to lend a hand. Mu Tingyun, deeply concerned for Mu Xiao's well-being, neglected to greet Shen He and jumped into the ambulance, accompanying Mu Xiao to the hospital. Just as the ambulance departed, Mu Qing emerged from the villa, wielding a blind person's cane. "Song Jingcheng, I will kill you." Mu Qing raised her cane and charged at Song Jingcheng. Shen He swiftly interposed herself in front of Song Jingcheng, delivering a forceful kick that sent Mu Qing sprawling. Witnessing this, Ma Kai, who had been poised to intervene, stood frozen in shock. Wasn't it his duty to protect Mr. Song? Song Jingcheng looked down in astonishment at Shen He, who shielded him, his cold gaze inscrutable. Shen He and Shen Jinyan were equally taken aback by Shen He's unexpected action. Such kindness from the elder sister? She deserves a commendation for bravery. "Shen He, get out of my way." All of Mu Qing's fury shifted onto Shen He. She picked up her cane and clambered to her feet, glaring menacingly at Shen He. "Song Jingcheng caused my grandfather to suffer a stroke and faint. He is a murderer." "Shen He, do you intend to protect a murderer?" Shen He's mind was a whirl of confusion. Mu Qing sought to kill Song Jingcheng. Why had she rushed out to play the hero? Was Ma Kai truly inept? Shen He dared not raise her eyes to gauge Song Jingcheng's or the others' reactions. She feigned calmness as she implored Mu Qing. "Mu Qing, do not wrongfully accuse him. We all witnessed that your grandfather fell on his own. Before his fall, he even attempted to harm Mr. Song." "Ha! Moving Suung Hadjane," aiming to strike Shen He's head. Just in time, Song Jingcheng pulled Shen He aside, narrowly evading Mu Qing's attack. The cane missed Shen He and struck the hard ground, sending a shock of pain through Mu Qing's palm. Frustrated at her failure to hit Shen He, Mu Qing stomped her foot in irritation. Observing the close proximity of Song Jingcheng and Shen He, she seized upon what she perceived as scandalous. "Aha! So that is why you protect Song Jingcheng. Shen He, it turns out you are indulging in both. You little green tea, targeting my uncle is not enough. You must also pursue my uncle's uncle." Shen He felt utterly wronged. She hadn't even ensnared Song Jingcheng yet, and she wouldn't accept the blame. Shen He and Shen Jinyan could no longer tolerate it either. This Mu Qing, so quick to spread baseless rumors, was hardly the product of an esteemed and wealthy family. Song Jingcheng showed no interest in the young lady's baseless accusations and exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Kai. Ma Kai finally found a place to exert his strength. He directly grasped Mu Qing's shoulder and ruthlessly dislocated one of her arms. The sound of the dislocation made Shen He's heart race. Was Ma Kai really that strong? The thought of borrowing from Song Jingcheng to conceive was immediately shattered. She feared that before she could rise from Song Jingcheng's bed, Ma Kai would have dislocated all her limbs. Ma Kai snatched the blind cane from Mu Qing's hand and said, "Little girl, you are too agitated. A good rest will suffice." With that, he struck her down with a swift blow, his movements as practiced as Su Jin's fish slaughtering techniques. Witnessing this, Shen He was too frightened to move. Supporting Mu Qing, Ma Kai glanced at the blind cane in his hand and inquired of the Mu family steward, "Is your second young master at home?" Mu Tingyang, the second son of the Mu family, was blind. It was highly likely that Mu Qing's cane had been taken from him. The steward, dazed, nodded and pointed to a bedroom on the second floor. "The second young master is resting upstairs." "Very well, lead the way. I must deliver this young girl to your second young master. This little lass has a penchant for spreading scandalous tales. Better she doesn't awaken to accuse me of impropriety. I, old Ma, am an honest man, with an elderly mother and young children at home. It is imperative to maintain a good reputation while out in the world." The steward obediently escorted Mu Qing back to the Mu residence. "Done. With the master not present, what is the point of lingering over a meal? Let us depart." As Shen He intended to leave, she realized that Song Jingcheng's hand still rested on her waist. "Uncle," Shen He subtly indicated to Song Jingcheng, "my brother and I should return." Song Jingcheng naturally withdrew his hand and called her name. "Shen He." Wait a moment." Shen He, puzzled, complied and remained where she stood. Previously chaotic, Ma Kai had placed a gift box on the car's hood. Song Jingcheng personally retrieved the box. He first handed her a long, wooden box and explained, "Today is the day to meet the parents. This is a gift I prepared for you as an elder. Please accept it." Shen He was taken aback. The meeting had already been disrupted, and she was still receiving a gift? "Thank you, uncle. You shouldn't have gone to such expense." She graciously accepted the box, though she was quite curious about its contents. She refrained from opening it in front of him. Handing the box to Shen He beside her, she turned around to find a small, exquisite jewelry box before her. "Is this also for me?" Noticing Shen He's confusion, Song Jingcheng explained apologetically, "Today was supposed to be an important day for you and Tingyun to meet the parents. I'm sorry for disrupting your special occasion. This is a token of apology. To alleviate any psychological burden Shen He might feel," he added, "it's merely a trinket that girls enjoy. Take it and play with it." He forcefully pressed the jewelry box into her hands, giving her no chance to refuse. Before turning to get into the car, Ma Kai soon returned. "Miss Shen, Mr. Song and I are leaving now. See you next time." With a press of the gas pedal, Ma Kai drove off with Song Jingcheng, leaving behind a crowd of Mu family servants who dared not intervene. Gently caressing the smooth surface of the jewelry box, Shen He found her thoughts drifting in a haze. In her previous life, when Song Jingcheng passed away, Mu Xiao was still alive. She had even attended Song Jingcheng's funeral. The subdued Song Jingcheng of her last life had astonishingly adopted a boisterous demeanor in this one. Where had the misstep occurred? Suddenly, the sound of Shan Jinyan's derisive laughter reached her ears. "Indeed, the elite are extraordinary. Today has been quite an eye-opener." Shen He echoed. "Indeed, the Mu and Song families have long harbored a vendetta, with Song Jingcheng provoking Mu Xiao to the point of a stroke and hospitalization today. The rift between these two families is irreparable. Caught in the middle, Mu Tingyun was bound to suffer." Shen Jinyan abruptly remarked. "Song Jingcheng's intentions extend beyond merely targeting Mu Xiao." "Oh," Shen Jinyan, hands in pockets, informed them, "Despite the earlier chaos, I have been observing Song Jingcheng. You both failed to notice that while humiliating Mu Xiao, his peripheral gaze was fixed on Mu Tingyun." At this revelation, both Shen He and Shen He were taken aback. Shen He inquired, "Was Song Jingcheng testing Mu Tingyun's stance?" Shen Jinyan shook his head. "I don't believe that to be the case. Song Jingcheng strikes me as a father, once filled with paternal affection, now heartbroken by his childish actions. The disappointment in his gaze towards Mu Tingyun is palpable." Upon hearing this, Shen He's heart trembled. Her cousin, astute and precocious, possessed an extraordinary eye for detail. Since Shen Jinyan had articulated this, it indicated that Song Jingcheng truly felt disheartened by Mu Tingyun. What had Mu Tingyun done to evoke such disappointment? Chapter 55. A Painful Kiss to the Rose, the painting presented by Song Jing to Shen He big sister. "Hurry and see the wonderful gift Mr. Song has prepared for you." As soon as they got into the car, Shen He urged Shen He to examine the present. Though Shen Jingcheng remained silent, his gaze also fell upon the gift box. "Let me take a look," Shen He said, intrigued. "Quickly look." Shen He first opened the jewelry box, nearly blinded by the brilliance of the goldfish brooch contained within. As a competent sidekick, Shen He immediately gasped in exaggerated admiration. "Wow, it's so dazzling and beautiful. Our big sister would surely look splendid wearing this." Although Shen Jingcheng was not well versed in jewelry, he concurred. "Indeed, it is quite lovely, Mr. Song has clearly put thought into this gift. It is the work of Master Zhang." Recognizing the origin of the goldfish, Shen He educated her two oblivious younger brothers. Every piece of jewelry crafted by Master Zhang is a unique item. There exists only one in the entire world. In truth, Shen He herself was not well acquainted with jewelry. However, in her previous life, after Song Jing's passing, his entire estate was bequeathed to Mu Tingyun, which included this very brooch. Mu Tingyun had gifted the goldfish brooch to Shen He, but after her demise, it was claimed by Qin Yinong. Thus, by a twist of fate, this small object had once again found its way into her hands. Shen He gestured toward another wooden box, prompting Shen He, "There's still one more." Impatiently, Shen He opened the longer wooden box. Noticing her lack of response, Shen He inquired, "What is it?" "It appears to be a painting." Shen He carefully unrolled the canvas, only to be astonished to discover it was an oil painting. The imagery was quite peculiar. A golden desert merged with a gray-blue horizon, where a skeleton figure clad in a dark coat stood alone amidst the vast, barren desert. Above this figure floated a radiant, blooming red rose. The skeleton face turned toward the rose, conveying a sense of pain and despair, which resonated as the painting's central theme. After gazing at the artwork for a moment, Shen He remarked, "A painful kiss to the rose. This figure is in distress." Distress? Both Shen He and Shen Jingcheng could not perceive this aspect. "See, why do you believe this figure is in distress?" Shen He explained, "I have studied criminal psychology. An astute detective sometimes needs to fathom the psyche of a criminal. Criminals are still human. Their emotions are not vastly different from ours." Pointing to the oil painting in Shen He's hand, he elaborated on his interpretation. "The desert, the gray sky, the black coat, and the skull all reflect the artist's profound sense of solitude. He stands alone, wandering in the boundless, lifeless desert, symbolizing a body on the brink of death. However, a dying heart cannot bloom." Pausing briefly, Shen He pondered aloud. "I believe the rose in this painting signifies more than just a flower. It embodies the artist's tenacity for survival and serves as a vessel of hope. He is searching for a rose in the desert, reaching out for help from the outside world. Of course, this is merely my humble opinion. In the eyes of 1,000 individuals, there exists 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. This is merely the personal perspective of Shen He, who does not require the concurrence of Shen He and Shen Jingcheng. Shen Jingcheng is a rather inept scholar of the humanities. After listening to Shen He's analysis, he surprisingly refrained from retorting and even regarded Shen He with newfound respect, praising him. "It appears that your mind is not entirely filled with nonsense." Shen He rolled his eyes and retorted impatiently, "When not compared to you, I am quite intelligent." The two brothers commenced their playful banter once again. Shen He gazed at the signature in the lower right corner of the painting, "The Night Wanderer." Is this truly a work by Song Jingcheng himself? Coupled with Shen He's earlier analysis and recalling Song Jingcheng's condition, Shen He felt a profound heaviness settle in her heart. What was Song Jingcheng attempting to convey by gifting her this painting? Upon leaving the Mu residence, the three siblings returned directly to the Shen household, where the family was gathered for lunch. Upon hearing the sound of their vehicle, Uncle Shen put down his utensils and peeked out of the kitchen window into the courtyard. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Meow meow, and the others are back." Upon hearing this, the entire family instinctively set down their chopsticks. The astute Sang Minjing glanced at Madame Zhong and remarked, "Mother, it is barely past noon, and Meow Meow has returned. It seems she may have faced some grievances at the Mu residence." Madame Zhong furrowed her brow, appearing equally troubled. The three siblings entered the house in succession. As soon as they stepped inside, Shen He eagerly called out to the dining room, "Grandma, Mom, Third uncle. Guess how we returned so quickly? His animated curiosity clearly suggested that he had not suffered any indignities at the Mu family's hands. Observing this, Madame Zhong began to piece things together in her mind. She beckoned to Shen He. Meow meow, come sit with us. Let us eat while we talk. All right. Shen Silly settled beside Shen He, took a sip of water to clear his throat, and commenced his animated narration. Today, the Mu residence was simply bustling with activity. Shen Silly, with his remarkable memory, recounted the events while mimicking Song Jingcheng's tone, verbatim repeating the insults directed at Mu Xiao. The Shen family listened in astonished silence. No way, Aunt Shen expressed incredulously. Did Song Jingcheng truly speak such harsh words to Mu Xiao? Indeed, eldest sister and Jinyan were both present. You may inquire with them. Everyone turned their attention to Shen He and Shen Jinyan. Shen He slightly nodded. He indeed said those words. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The head of the Song family is so audacious? Aunt Shen expressed her astonishment. This Song Jingcheng is quite the tyrant. Suddenly, Uncle Shen slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting, had I known the Mu residence would be this lively today, I would have accompanied Meow Meow and the others. Madame Zhong shot him a warning glance. Uncle Shen quickly assumed the demeanor of a composed elder. Uncle Shen San appeared to ponder something, his brow slightly furrowing. He hesitantly remarked, this matter today, if we delve into it, pertains to the grievances between the Song and Mu families. Yet today marks Meow Meow's formal visit to the Mu residence. Mu Tingyun's father managing to leave the hospital alive was one thing, but should he fail to do so, Shen Jin glanced at his elderly mother. His brow furrowed with concern. The upper class is rife with controversies and superstitions. I fear that someone may be plotting against us, fabricating slanderous tales to tarnish Meow Meow's reputation. Since Shen He had entered the Mu household, Mu Xiao had passed away. He was apprehensive that someone might maliciously label her as the cause of her future father-in-law's demise. While Shen He herself was indifferent to such matters, her entire family was deeply concerned. The fiery aunt heir slammed her chopsticks down forcefully, her voice laced with indignation. I dare anyone to say such things. Whoever spreads these rumors, I shall tear their mouths apart. Sang Minjing handed a cup of tea to Zhu Chui, urging her to remain calm. Although the third aunt appeared frail, her words possessed a soothing power that could calm the most turbulent of hearts. Zhu Chui, despite her fierce demeanor while sipping tea, managed to temper her fiery spirit. Sang Minjing turned to her eldest son, Jinyan, aren't you acquainted with the lawyer from the Meng family? Shen Jinyan replied affirmatively. Sang Minjing continued in a gentle tone, if anyone truly dares to slander Shen He's reputation, contact the Meng family's lawyer, and we shall take the most influential slanderer to court. Setting an example will surely make those who revel in gossip think twice. All right, I shall heed Mother-S advice. Shen Jinyan acknowledged, finding merit in her strategy. When the time called for decisiveness, one must indeed be resolute. Shen He was not well acquainted with the third aunt, who had always struck her as a sickly figure. Hearing her propose, such a plan felt akin to witnessing Lin Dayu stepping into a palace intrigue novel as the protagonist. Zhu Chui, realizing her sister-in-law had readily devised a countermeasure, felt a flush of embarrassment at her earlier outburst. Mrs. Zhong, amused, glanced at her second daughter-in-law and teased, are you still going to tear someone's mouth apart? Zhu Chui's face burned red, her resolve unyielding. If I encounter them, I certainly will. You tempestuous woman, Mrs. Zhong shook her head in disbelief. Turning to Shen He, she remarked, your second aunt is indeed spirited, yet possesses a kind heart. Shen He found herself quite fond of the personalities of these two aunts. Aunt Heir is both brave and wise. I shall seek her support whenever I require backing. The third aunt, though reserved, is exceptionally astute. I will turn to her for advice whenever I face challenging dilemmas. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Chui and Sang Minjing erupted into laughter. Zhou Yulan truly was a foolish woman, with such a wonderful daughter. Her failure to cherish her would only lead these aunts to shower Shen He with all the love she deserved. Chapter 56. Do you have the ability? My mother could affair with a mistress? That being said, Madame Zhong hesitated, casting a meaningful glance at Shen He, delicately advising her, when it comes to your relationship with Mu Tingyun, it is prudent to think twice. Mu Qing is spoiled and domineering. Mu Xiangyi possesses a calculating nature. And Mu Xiao is a cunning old fox. Not to mention, there is a scheming uncle lurking in the shadows, orchestrating grand affairs. The Mu family is shrouded in chaos, making it unsuitable for a union. However, as the ancients say, one can dismantle a temple without destroying a marriage. Ultimately, this is Shen He's personal matter, and Madame Zhong cannot impose her will for her to sever ties with Mu Tingyun. After carefully considering Madame Zhong's words, Shen He replied, I will deliberate on this matter with due seriousness. Marrying into the Mu family is utterly out of the question. By the way, your father is set to be discharged from the hospital in the coming days, and he will be moving out. As for your brother, upon mentioning Shen Yaozu, the expressions of the Shen family members varied, yet none bore a semblance of joy. At the previous birthday banquet, Shen He had left Shen Yaozu's face resembling that of a swollen pig, after which he had gone to his parents and Madame Zhong, weeping and complaining. His words had been exceedingly harsh. It was precisely because her precious son had been beaten by Shen He that Zhou Yulan had developed a profound hatred for her. Madame Zhong served a bowl of silverfish soup before Shen He, stating, Shen He, to speak frankly, I hold you in high regard and have great expectations for you. What are your thoughts regarding your brother's future? Upon hearing this topic, the second and third uncles remained silent. This matter primarily hinged on Shen He's perspective. Without hesitation, Shen He replied, her tone bordering on indifference. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Shen Yaozu has already been led astray by Madame Zhou. That child is indeed misguided. Madame Zhong responded, nevertheless, he is still your brother, and we shall respect your decision. At the age of 13, he stands at a crucial juncture for shaping his worldview. If someone could guide Shen Yaozu back to the right path, there might still be hope. Shen He set down her chopsticks and lifted the soup bowl, inquiring while sipping, how did he report me on the day I hit him? Upon hearing this, Madame Zhong immediately soured her expression, deeming it better left unspoken. Those words were too shameful to utter. Were they truly unpleasant? Shen He asked. Not merely unpleasant. The second aunt interjected, defending Shen He. That day, Zhu Chuyi was present, and even now, recalling Shen Yaozu's words leaves one feeling he is a disgrace. That young man is utterly insufferable. As your biological brother, if he provoked you and received a beating, then he has brought it upon himself. But what did he say about you? Zhu Chuyi, her face pale with fury, gritted her teeth. He claimed that you, a country girl, learned nothing but the art of seduction, insinuating that you ensnared Mu Tingyun by opening your legs, and then hastened back to trample on him. He even said that if you truly married into the Mu family, you would surely turn against our family. The more she spoke, the angrier Zhu Chuyi became. What kind of brother speaks so of his sister? I believe that boy is beyond redemption. Meow meow, do not concern yourself with his fate. Shen Silly pounded his fist on the table in fury, cursing, that little scoundrel. How can his mouth be so vile? That evening, Shen Si was preoccupied with bidding farewell to guests, while Shen Jingyan returned to Kyoto after attending the birthday banquet. Shen Jingyan scoffed, remarking that those with unclean eyes perceive everything is tainted. Had the two brothers been present, they would have promptly rolled up their sleeves to teach Shen Yaozu a lesson. Such filth should be expelled without delay. Shen Jingyan had long held disdain for Shen Yaozu. Not only was he foolish as a pig, but he also lacked ambition, shamelessly spreading vile rumors about his elder sister. Although their uncles refrained from vocalizing their thoughts, their expressions were laden with disgust. In contrast, Shen He remained remarkably composed. After finishing her bowl of silverfish soup, she wiped her mouth and inquired of Mrs. Zhong whether there were any more silverfish at home, expressing her desire to take some back to her apartment. Su Jin particularly enjoyed silverfish, which were fresh, likely transported from Dongting Lake. As for Shen Yaozu, he was akin to a piece of char siu, better suited for being tossed into Dongting Lake to feed the fish. At 3, one can glimpse a lifetime. Now, 13, Shen Yaozu's values had largely solidified. While every youth deserves a chance for redemption, such opportunities are conditional. The misfortunes of the family would be managed appropriately. From the day the Shen family publicly declared their severance from Shen Guanghui and his wife, Shen Yaozu had not returned home. For days, he had been residing in a hotel, occupying a presidential suite, indulging in the highest standards of dining and entertainment. 3 days prior, he had lavishly rented a luxurious private room, inviting a group of friends to celebrate the birthday of his beloved school beauty. In an effort to win her favor, he gifted her a Chanel worth $50,000 and a diamond watch valued over $100,000. The school beauty, overwhelmed with joy, blushed and kissed his cheek amid the cheers of her friends. At 13, he had captured the heart of the most beautiful girl in school, which filled Shen Yaozu with pride. However, it was only last night, upon receiving a text notification revealing that he had merely $10,000 left in his account, that panic began to set in. He was out of money and needed to seek financial assistance from his father. The following day, Shen Yaozu, as per usual, skipped school and took a taxi to visit Shen Guanghui in the hospital. Upon seeing his son and reflecting on the ungrateful Shen He, Shen Guanghui was moved to tears. Grasping Shen Yaozu's hand, he lamented his hardships. "Yaozu, you are truly the better son, filial and obedient, unlike that heartless girl, Shen He. She could even send her own mother to prison." Shen Yaozu nodded perfunctorily, thinking to himself that Shen He would never provide for him in the future. He was his father's true support. Shen Guanghui nodded repeatedly, urging, "Yaozu, you must study diligently, just like your sister, and gain admission to Kyoto University. Make something of yourself and bring honor to our family." Gaining admission to Kyoto University was utterly improbable. Perhaps the Beijing Oriental Culinary Institute was a more realistic aspiration. "Dad," Shen Yaozu said, pulling out his empty pockets, "I have no living expenses left. Could you lend me some money?" Shen Guanghui was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to chastise Shen He. "Where has your money gone? Didn't your mother just give you $200,000 for your grandmother's birthday? During the festive season, you still had over $500,000 in your account." Shen Yaozu's allowance, when all added together, amounted to over $800,000, yet it has vanished. "Where has the money gone?" Shen Yaozu scoffed, dismissively stating, "Grandmother publicly severed ties with you all. I have no face to return to that household. I have been residing in a hotel lately, which costs $16,000 a night. A few days ago was my girlfriend's birthday. I gifted her a handbag and a watch. Moreover," Shen Yaozu, feeling exasperated, scratched his scalp and lamented, "After the video of my mother's affair with a male streamer was exposed, that streamer went live, weeping, claiming that my mother had coerced him. He has a substantial following, and upon witnessing his tears, his fans, moved by compassion, donated $5 million in a single night. And guess what? That scoundrel absconded with the money and fled abroad. When his fans realized they had been deceived and could not locate him, their wrath was redirected towards our family. Somehow, we became the subject of public scrutiny, and now I dare not return home. These matters have been suppressed by Uncle Shen, who forbade the hospital staff from informing Shen Guanghui. Thus, when Shen Yaozu had finished venting about the recent events, he looked up to find his father frozen in shock. "Dad, what is the matter? Why are you silent?" Shen Guanghui's mind buzzed, rendering him incapable of comprehending Shen Yaozu's words. His cognitive faculties had momentarily abandoned him. Once the buzzing subsided, his reason gradually returned. "What did you just say? Your mother has had an affair? With whom? Don't you know?" Shen Yaozu was equally puzzled, as this scandal had been publicized just days prior. "I thought you were already aware. She's involved with that male streamer who promotes products online. What was his name?" "I believe it's Brother Liu." With the revelation of his mother's infidelity with a popular streamer, Shen Yaozu felt utterly humiliated and had avoided school to hide in the hotel. Shen Guanghui, enraged, sat bolt upright in bed, his voice hoarse as he shouted at Shen Yaozu, "Your mother is having an affair with Liu Tao? That insipid fool who merely shouts out for his family during live streams?" Startled, Shen Yaozu recoiled. "Why are you yelling at me?" His temper flared, and he kicked the bedside table, retorting, "If it weren't for your incompetence, my mother wouldn't have sought solace in another man. She merely committed the same mistake that men everywhere make. Why are you so furious? Rather than blame her for her infidelity, perhaps you should reflect on why she felt compelled to stray." Upon hearing Shen Yaozu's morally questionable remarks, Shen Guanghui was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 57. digging a pit and waiting for Yaoyu to jump in Shen Yaozu. What nonsense are you spouting? Is it not your mother who has strayed, and yet you still defend her? Shen Guanghui always believed that Shen Yaozu was merely a bit lacking in academic performance and had become distracted. Little did he know, this boy lacked even a proper sense of values. With a heated temper, Shen Guanghui seized a thermos from the bedside table and hurled it at Shen Yaozu. You little scoundrel, is money all that matters to you? Get out of my sight. Shen Yaozu instinctively shielded his head, shouting in a mix of shame and anger. Shen Guanghui, you only have one son, and if you dare to hit me, I'll ensure you have no one to care for you in your old age. Shen He doesn't care about you. Neither do I, nor does Grandma. Just lie there and wait for your demise. In a fit of rage, Shen Guanghui suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him and collapsed onto the floor. The shocking revelation of his wife's infidelity, compounded by his son's scorn, caused him to faint from the sheer intensity of his emotions. As Shen Guanghui lay unconscious, Shen Yaozu's eyes widened in fear. Had he truly caused his father to faint? Would he end up in prison? Shen Yaozu felt utterly lost. Help! Shen Guanghui regained a flicker of consciousness, his fingers twitching as he emitted a weak plea. Help me, call for help. Shen Yaozu glanced at the emergency call button beside the bed, then back at his struggling father. He felt an urge to flee. But then he recalled that Shen Guanghui had been hospitalized due to Shen He's grandmother's actions. Even if his father were to die, it bore no direct consequence for him. Calming himself, Shen Yaozu rushed to press the emergency button before turning on his heel and fleeing. Shen Guanghui, sprawled on the floor, watched as his son callously abandoned him. In that moment, he began to comprehend the emotions that Su Jin must have felt towards him. Returning to the hotel, Shen Yaozu lay in a daze for the entire afternoon. By evening, while eating takeout in his room, he suddenly received a text message from an unfamiliar number. 177XXX. Shen Yaozu. Is this your sister? Curious, Shen Yaozu opened the message to find a clandestine photograph. The image captured a desolate countryside, with a black SUV in the foreground. Inside, Shen He, clad in revealing attire, sat in a man's embrace, her neck nestled against his, unmistakably enticing him. Having seen Mu Tingyan before, Shen Yaozu quickly recognized that the man was not Mu Tingyan. Shen He had betrayed him, engaging in a clandestine rendezvous with another man. How could you, Shen He? Fueled by indignation, Shen Yaozu swiftly typed a response, demanding, Who are you? 177XXX. I'm Zhou Longyu from the class next door. You should call your sister and advise her to be more discreet. If someone sees this and captures it, it would tarnish her reputation. Zhou Longyu? Such a person exists? Shen Yaozu had just entered middle school and was not well acquainted with the students in the adjacent class. Perhaps there truly was someone by that name. His mind raced, and he pressed Zhou Longyu for more information. Where is my sister? Zhou Longyu remarked, near Donya Wetland Park. I happen to be night fishing here with my uncle. Well, Shen Yaozu, foregoing dinner, swiftly donned his coat and departed the hotel. It would take over an hour to reach the location. Fearing he might miss the opportunity to catch someone in the act, he promptly entered a rental car and contacted a paparazzo on Weibo. Shen Yaozu. Hello, I have a scoop about the girlfriend of the third son of the Mu family. Interested? The other party quickly responded with a smile. Do tell. Shen Yaozu disclosed. Shen He has been unfaithful, engaging in an affair in a black SUV at a certain location, all while hiding it from Mu Tingyan. If you rush over now, you should be able to capture the evidence. He further suggested you can approach Mu Tingyan for a hush fee. Families like theirs value their public image immensely, and they will surely cooperate. Shen Yaozu added, we can split the proceeds. You take 80, I take 20. What do you say? Shen Yaozu was calculating his scheme meticulously. He intended for the journalist to secure the hush money while he awaited the financial reward to promptly expose the video, thereby tarnishing Shen He's reputation beyond repair. The other party was silent for nearly 3 minutes before sending a handshake emoji. Shen Yaozu then relayed Shen He's address to the reporter. Closing his phone, a sinister smirk gradually crept across the youthful contours of his face. Shen He, daring to strike against me and send my mother to prison. Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson. At 10 o'clock at night, within a black SUV at Donya Wetland Park. Sister Melody. clad in a men's t-shirt and sporting a cap while smoking, sat in the passenger seat, with Shen He leaning against her shoulder. They were engaged in conversation. Sister Melody inquired, "Will that scoundrel come?" Shen He replied, "That depends on his conscience." "TSK, what kind of family do you have?" She continued, "By the way, how did your last escapade with the male model escalate to the Song family?" Recalling the incident, Sister Melody shuddered. "You have no idea. Receiving that checkup call from Song Jingcheng late at night nearly scared me to death." She admitted to feeling more anxious when the anti-vice squad came looking for her. Mentioning this made Shen He irritable. Suddenly, Shen He slapped her forehead. "What's wrong?" Sister Melody asked, bewildered. Shen He rose to retrieve her laptop from the back seat. "I forgot to write my reflection." "What on earth?" Sister Melody thought she misheard. Shen He had already graduated. Why would she need to write such a thing? It was a complicated matter. That was a dark chapter in her past, too embarrassing to elaborate upon. Shen He opened her laptop and began to type and delete on Word. After finishing a cigarette, Sister Melody curiously leaned over to glance at Shen He's work. Upon seeing the document title, Sister Melody was left speechless. Reflection on an AIDS prevention seminar? Why are you writing this? Shen He, on the verge of tears, retorted. Because of that text message, Song Jingcheng arranged for me to attend an AIDS seminar the very next day. Not only was I forced to endure the entire lecture, but I also have to write a reflection of no less than 1,000 words. What do you consider him, a pervert? Shen He had never encountered anyone as neurotic as Song Jingcheng. Melody, too, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Observing Shen He diligently penning her self-reflection, Melody suddenly remarked, "He seems quite protective of you." "Who?" Shen He retorted, bewildered. "Song Jingcheng." Shen He nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. "I am speaking the truth." Melody analyzed objectively. "Consider this. He is Mu Tingyun's elder, hence, your elder as well. How do you think any elder would feel upon reading that text message you sent? Anyone in his position would undoubtedly present that message to Mu Tingyun, revealing your true colors, leading to a breakup that would render you forever estranged from the Mu family. Yet, what did Song Jingcheng do?" Melody shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Not only did he refrain from exposing your indiscretions to Mu Tingyun, but he also took you to an AIDS awareness seminar. One could say he has gone to great lengths for you. Is that not enough protection? In this matter?" Song Jingcheng's attitude indeed raised eyebrows. "Perhaps," Shen He shamelessly asserted, "I am attractive and endearing to elders. It's only natural for him to be lenient towards me." "Nonsense," Melody scoffed. "What elder would find your beguiling appearance appealing? Why not admit that Song Jingcheng has feelings for you?" Melody was jesting, of course. Given Song Jingcheng's dire situation, lacking even a female companion, the notion that he would harbor feelings for Shen He was utterly absurd. Yet, Melody relished in witnessing the fall of a stoic deity into the realms of human emotion, reveling in this melodramatic tale. Chapter 58. 110. I must report to the police. Someone is blackmailing me. Sister Melody continued to chatter. The more reserved a man is, the more he is drawn to a flirtatious woman like you. Trust me, dear sister. Shen He laughed heartily. How could I be flirtatious? Sister Melody chuckled, playfully nudging Shen He's shoulder before pulling her cap down, intending to recline in her chair for a brief respite. I'll take a nap. You continue writing your reflections. It's insights. Is there a difference? Shen He was left speechless. She focused on the word count, and upon seeing it was sufficient, she decided to stop. After reviewing her work, she added a final statement. I solemnly vow that I will never engage in chaotic relationships with the opposite sex. Starting today, I will strive to abstain. With that, Shen He saved the document and sent it directly to Song Jingcheng via WeChat. Just as she closed her laptop, she noticed a shadowy figure lurking in the distance beneath the pavilion. Upon realizing this, Shen He's eyes narrowed. Sister Melody, we have company. Sister Melody instantly became alert, transforming into a charming romantic, wrapping her arm around Shen He's neck, drawing her closer. In the distance, beneath the pavilion, paparazzi were frantically clicking away with their cameras. 10 minutes later, Shen He leaned against Sister Melody's shoulder as they sifted through the photos in her album. Shen He selected 9 photos she was particularly fond of and proposed. Let us use these for the teaser. What do you think? After reviewing them, Sister Melody had no objections. Sounds good. Send them to me. I'll post them on Douyin as a late-night treat for the fans. I've sent them. Watching Sister Melody complete her post on Douyin, Shen He's smile faded. What are your plans for your beloved Yaozu? Sister Melody asked, her tone laced with mischief. Shen He smiled enigmatically. I one team need to intervene. There are others who will handle him. Those who are insatiably greedy will always find someone to set them straight. At the Ruan and private hospital, after the dedicated efforts of a professional team, Mu Xiao had narrowly escaped death. Although he was alive, the aftermath of his stroke would bring numerous complications and sequelae. At this moment, Mu Xiao lay unconscious on the hospital bed, appearing exceedingly frail. Relatives from the Mu family had all gathered, both those residing in Qing City and those who traveled through the night to arrive. The room was crowded with 30 or so individuals, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand spectacle. Passers-by, including other patients and their families, speculated that Mu Xiao was on the brink of death, imparting his last words to his children. Upon hearing the news, reporters had gathered in various corners of the hospital, eager to obtain first-hand information. That night, discussions about the Mu family dominated the trending topics on Qing City's social media platforms. Chairman of Mu Group hospitalized after stroke. Condition unknown. Mu Group's stock market turmoil. Mu Tingyun sat beside Mu Xiao's hospital bed, his expression grave as he perused the situation on social media through his phone. Meanwhile, Mu Xiangyi, her eyes swollen from tears, busied herself with a water cup, flitting around Mu Xiao's bedside. Mu Xiao's cousins gathered here, each bearing an expression of profound sorrow. Their demeanor seemed both feigned and genuine. Why had Tingyang not come? Noticing Mu Xiao's second son, Mu Tingyang, absent from the scene, Mu Tingyun's uncle expressed his dissatisfaction with such a significant incident affecting the eldest brother. How can Tingyang not come to pay his respects? Such ingratitude is intolerable. Mu Tingyun cast a cold glance at his uncle and retorted with a sardonic smile. What purpose would his presence serve? He is blind. What can he perceive? If he were here, I would have to find someone to attend to him, which would only add to the chaos. Mu Tingyun held his second brother in contempt, and in the presence of family, he felt no need to disguise his disdain, openly displaying his disregard for his sibling. Hearing his remarks about Mu Tingyang, the relatives found his words excessively cruel. With the thought of Mu Xiao's suffering a stroke, it was a foregone conclusion that Mu Tingyun would ascend as the heir. Their reliance on familial dividends for a life of luxury rendered them mute. Yet here they were. What was the situation online? Scandals were rampant, and they were oblivious to the need for damage control. Everyone lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Mu Tingyun's gaze. The hospital room fell into an unusual silence. Mu Tingyun rose and approached the window, unleashing a tirade upon the public relations team over the phone, issuing a stern command. Immediately retract all online topics. Draft a statement informing the public that the old director is out of danger. After ending the call, Mu Tingyun received a text from Chu Kazhou. Brother Mu, I heard that uncle suffered a stroke and was hospitalized. Is he all right? Furrowing his brow, Mu Tingyun impatiently replied, out of danger. After a moment's contemplation, he added, do not contact me unless necessary. He deleted the message records and then noticed a WeChat message from Shen He. Tonight, I cosplayed your favorite anime character with friends. Shen He sent several suggestive and revealing cosplay photos. In the images, Sister Melody donned a black men's shirt, sporting her signature black hat and masculine makeup, evoking an androgynous allure. Shen He, in contrast, wore a red rose-patterned spaghetti strap dress, her bosom partially exposed, enhanced by her sultry lip makeup, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. Just a glance ignited a burning sensation in Mu Tingyun's abdomen. At that moment, Shen He sent another message, inquiring, do you think it looks good, Brother Mu? Mu Tingyun silently saved the photos, replying simply, it looks good. Shen He continued to comfort him. I showed you beautiful photos. Does your mood improve? Brother Mu, do not worry. The old gentleman has divine protection. Today was supposed to be the day they introduced each other to their parents. With this joyful occasion thwarted, Shen He, instead of blaming him, had gone out of her way to cosplay as a character he admired to lift his spirits. How foolish of her! A sense of guilt washed over Mu Tingyun as he held the phone, leaving the hospital room. Intending to call Shen He just as an unfamiliar number flashed on his screen. He answered the call. A male voice resonated in his ear. Mr. Mu Tingyun, I possess a video of your girlfriend, Shen He, engaging in an illicit affair with a man in an off-road vehicle. The fate of Mr. Mu tonight is uncertain. If I were to reveal Shen He's infidelity at this moment, it would undoubtedly have significant repercussions for both you and the stock market of the Mu Group. Mu Tingyun responded, add me on WeChat. The other party swiftly added Mu Tingyun and proactively captured a frame from the video to send to him. The paparazzo remarked, take a good look. This scandalous lady in a red dress is your girlfriend, Shen He, isn't she? Mu Tingyun scrutinized the screenshot, then opened the chat window with Shen He, reviewing the photo she had sent him just moments ago. A smile crept onto his face as he inquired, how much do you want? The paparazzo, taken aback by Mu Tingyun's generosity, replied, I don't require much, just the reputation of the Mu Group, along with Mr. Mu's dignity. That should be worth at least 10 million. Wouldn't you agree? Mu Tingyun responded, that seems reasonable. Provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds. The paparazzo, surprised by Mu Tingyun's lavishness, promptly provided an account number. Mu Tingyun instructed his assistant to process the transfer. Shortly thereafter, the paparazzo signaled a successful collaboration. Observing this, Mu Tingyun exited WeChat and dialed 110. Hello, I wish to report a case of extortion. Chapter 59. Grandmother Sue seeks kin at a university little brother. As previously agreed, you take 20% and I take 80%. The paparazzo and Shen Yaozu lingered at the entrance of a public restroom near Dongya Wetland Park to divide their spoils, promptly transferring 2 million into Shen Yaozu's account as per their arrangement. In high spirits, the paparazzo opened a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, placed one between his lips, and remarked, wealthy individuals are such fools. They effortlessly raked in 8 million overnight. He patted Shen Yaozu on the shoulder, elated little brother. Remember to involve me in such ventures in the future. Shen Yaozu extended his hand, requesting, give me a cigarette. The paparazzo playfully shoved him away, retorting, not a chance. Minors are forbidden from smoking. Shen Yaozu replied, you're surprisingly kind. He then inquired, is the video backup still available? The paparazzo shook his head. All deleted. In this line of work, one must adhere to the rules. When money changes hands, everything must be erased. Hearing this, Shen Yaozu felt a pang of regret. He pressed on. Surely you have a screenshot? Just one, wait a moment. As the paparazzo reached for his phone, 2 beams of light suddenly pierced the distance, akin to searchlights. The glaring headlights illuminated Shen Yaozu and the paparazzo in stark clarity. Don't move. Police. We received a report that you two are suspected of extortion. Shen Yaozu and the paparazzo exchanged a glance, their pupils dilating in shock. Shen Yaozu, paralyzed by fear, collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. How could this happen? The paparazzo, regaining his composure, cursed Mu Tingyun, that dog. He set me up. Damn it. The scions of affluent families are all cunning and ruthless. How could I have underestimated him? Unfortunately, realization dawned too late. With irrefutable evidence in hand, Shen Yaozu and the paparazzo were swiftly taken to the police station. Mu Tingyun reported the incident, and Shen Yaozu was apprehended for extortion. That kid cried out for his brother to save him upon seeing me. When Shen He received a WeChat message from Shen Silly, she had just finished her bath. The amount involved in Shen Yaozu's extortion was substantial. Unless Mu Tingyun withdrew his complaint, he would surely face incarceration for correctional education. The only person capable of persuading Mu Tingyun to retract his complaint was Shen He. However, she had no inclination to play the role of a benefactor. She replied to Shen Silly, he deserves it. Shen He contemplated calling her grandmother to inquire when she would return, only to realize it was already 11:30 at night. She tapped on her grandmother's WeChat profile picture to check if she was awake. To her surprise, her grandmother was still up and initiated a video call. Meow meow. Still working late? I'll be back tomorrow evening. I'm not working late. I was about to sleep and called you. Noticing that Su Jin was not at the hotel, Shen He furrowed her brows, feeling a mix of worry and anger. Grandmother, why are you out so late? The environment surrounding Su Jin appeared to be a park, but Shen He caught a glimpse of a building in the background, resembling a student dormitory. Shen He questioned suspiciously, "Grandmother, where are you?" "I'm exploring the university. An old friend is here, and I came to visit." "At this hour? Couldn't it wait until tomorrow?" "Sophine Demart. He is quite busy during the day and only has time in the evening. I shall not speak with you further. I will inquire if he has finished his work." Just as Shen He intended to press for more information, Su Jin ended the call. After tucking her phone back into her pocket, Su Jin approached the lobby of the research building and asked the night guard, "Is Su Ming still occupied?" The guard recognized Su Jin as the elderly lady who had visited earlier in the afternoon. "What hour is it, madam? Why haven't you returned home yet?" The guard kindly ushered Su Jin into the room and invited her to sit on the sofa. He fetched a bottle of mineral water from the break room and offered it to her. "Would you like some water?" Su Jin accepted the water graciously, replying, "Thank you." Once she had taken a sip, the guard inquired, "What brings you here? Are you seeking medicine from him?" He had encountered countless individuals looking for remedies from the esteemed Director Su. He shook his head and advised, "Madam, I suggest you return home. Developing any medication demands time, effort, and resources. It takes a considerable duration to create even one medicine. Once developed, it must undergo experiments. It is not as simple as you might think." Sophine, unperturbed, gently clarified, "I am not seeking medicine, nor am I here to consult Director Su for treatment. I merely wish to reminisce with him." Today, Su Jin donned a linen ensemble, her silver hair casually tied back with a black elastic band. She certainly did not appear to be someone who could claim the privilege of conversing with Director Su. Who is Director Su? He is the head of the University Medical School, a luminary in the field of pharmacology, having developed numerous beneficial medications throughout his illustrious career. To speak frankly, our Director Su is exceedingly busy. The average person rarely has the opportunity to meet him. The guard was concerned that Su Jin might persist in her attempts. However, after contemplating, Su Jin acknowledged the guard's reasoning. "You are right. I have acted impulsively." She stood up, grasped her tote bag, and addressed the guard. "I shall take my leave now, young man. When you see Su Ming, please convey my message to him." "Certainly," the guard casually inquired. "What should I call you, madam?" "My surname is Su." She paused before adding, "You may call me Su Chi." With that, she departed. Shen Jinyan returned to Kyoto at 8 o'clock that evening. Having napped on the plane, he felt neither fatigue nor drowsiness, so he decided to visit the Research Institute to seek guidance from his mentor. "When did you return, Jinyan?" Upon seeing Shen Jinyan, the guard's face lit up with a friendly smile. He was indeed the favored student of Director Su, with a bright future ahead. "I just arrived this evening." Shen Jinyan pulled a bag of jerky from his pocket and offered a piece to the guard. "Would you like to try some?" The guard accepted it, glancing at the piece with delight. "Yak jerky? This is splendid. Where did you acquire it?" It was evident that this was authentic fare from a Tibetan household, not something one could find in stores. A relative brought it from home. In truth, it was Su Jin who had sourced it from Tibet, specifically to bring back to Qing City as a snack for Shen He. She had gifted a pound to the Shen family. Glancing at the elderly lady who had already walked far away, Shen Jinyan curiously inquired, "What was that elderly lady about?" "Ah, she wishes to see Director Su. She visited earlier in the afternoon and has returned again this late hour. I inquired if she was seeking medication, to which she vehemently denied. However, I sensed she was attempting to deceive me, likely in search of Director Su. After all, how many come here for reasons other than medicine?" In response, Shen Jinyan remained non-committal, perhaps due to previous acquaintance. "Did she leave any information?" "I will relay it to the teacher shortly," Shen Jinyan casually asked. Indeed, she revealed her name as Su Chi and requested that I convey her name to Director Su. Upon finishing her words, the guard suddenly blinked. Shen Jinyan furrowed her brow, questioning what was amiss. "Jinyan, do you suppose that lady could be a relative of our Director Su? They both bear the surname Su." "Perhaps," Shen Jinyan chuckled lightly, playfully warning the guard. "If you offend a relative of the teacher, you shall face the consequences." The guard scratched his head and hastily urged Shen Jinyan, "Jinyan, please ensure to inform Director Su for me. I hope she is not a distant relative." "Very well." Shen Jinyan entered the elevator, swiping her card to access the basement level 2. Chapter 60, A Divine Revelation. The siblings finally recognized each other after changing into a different outfit and passing through the dual identification of retina and fingerprint, Shen He finally entered the research center. The central hall was bustling with activity, filled with colleagues from Su Ming's research team. Upon seeing Shen He, everyone greeted him warmly. Jingyan back already? Jingyan, Dean Su is in observation room 3. Yes, thank you. Shen He made his way to observation room 3, where he spotted Dean Su standing before an experimental cabinet, observing the responses of a beagle. At 75 years old, Su Ming had long since retired but remained a pivotal figure in the research institute and a venerable professor at the medical school. His life had been devoted to teaching and pharmaceutical development. It was 5 minutes later when Su Ming noticed Shen He. What brings you back? This year, my elder sister is celebrating my mother's birthday. She found me a nuisance at home and sent me back. Su Ming nodded, gesturing toward the experimental dog. Subject 7's responses are quite stable this time. Our adjustments are indeed on the right track. Su Ming was engaged in researching a medication for hereditary heart disease. Shen He listened intently until Su Ming finished, then spoke. During my visit, I encountered Mr. Song Jingcheng. Him? Su Ming Chekiv, the big boss. Song Jingcheng was indeed the principal investor in their research institute. I am at a loss regarding his condition, Su Ming admitted, having personally examined him. The nature of Song Jingcheng's ailment was perplexing. His blood tests and various imaging reports showed no issues, yet he was undeniably unwell, suffering from a rare and troublesome syndrome. Su Ming remarked, Mr. Song is a unique research subject. Have you asked him if he is willing to be a research subject? Shen He replied, I found it a bit cruel and did not inquire. Su Ming clicked his tongue. Next time I see him, I shall ask directly. His illness is rare and warrants thorough investigation. Noticing that Shen He remained beside him, Su Ming inquired, Is there something else? Earlier, a lady was looking for you. Su Ming waved dismissively. I won't see her. It's likely another wealthy matron attempting to impose her moral standards upon me. Su Ming never squandered his limited vitality on patients with rare and obscure maladies, not out of coldness, but rather from a deep-seated altruism. As he would say, with my ability to save lives, I should strive to save more. Thus, he dedicated his life to developing treatments for common ailments, believing that preserving the lives of many held greater significance than that of a singular individual. Of course, this was merely Su Ming's personal philosophy, one he never forced upon his students or team members. She did not seem like a very wealthy lady, Shen He remarked. She has already left, but she entrusted a message for you through the guard. Seemingly unfazed, Su Ming continued observing the beagle's reactions. Shen He casually added, She said her name is Su Qi. With that, Shen He intended to proceed to his workstation. However, his arm was grasped by Su Ming. What is her name? Su Ming's voice trembled slightly. Shen He turned around and noticed the teacher's unusual reaction, uncertainly suggesting, Is it Su Qi? Or perhaps Su Qi? Shen He's confidence waned. Sui. Su Ming echoed the name fervently. He abruptly released Shen He and rushed toward the exit, shedding his coat as he went. Shen He was taken aback. Could that elderly lady truly be a relative of the teacher? Bursting out of the elevator hall, Su Ming shouted at the guard, Where is she? The guard was startled. Director Su, he inquired. Who? That elderly lady? The one claiming to be Su Qi. Su Ming's tone was urgent, causing the guard to feel unnerved. This is bad. That lady is indeed a relative of Director Su. Hesitantly pointing toward a small grove in front of the research building, the guard replied, She has already left. About 10 minutes ago, in that direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming followed the path in pursuit. Director Su, usually so composed and steady, must have been deeply affected. It was likely that the person to elicit such urgency was not merely a distant relative, but rather a family member or a beloved one. Su Ming continued his chase to the entrance of the medical school, but found no trace of Su Jin. His aged body, unaccustomed to such exertion, gave way as he collapsed onto a stone pedestal at the guard station. In the stillness of the night, the campus was nearly deserted, with scarcely a vehicle in sight. Su Ming sat alone on the steps, enveloped in an aura of profound desolation and solitude. Clutching a bottle of mineral water, Su Jin stood 5 meters away, hesitantly calling out, Xiao Ming? Director Su slowly lifted his gaze. Upon seeing the unfamiliar elderly lady before him, he felt as if struck by lightning. You. With the support of the wall, Director Su rose unsteadily and approached Su Jin. Upon noticing the burn scar nestled between her collarbones, Su Ming's emotions spiraled out of control. Sister? He tremulously pointed at the scar and choked out, I remember that scar. It was from hot noodles. With tears in her eyes, Su Jin nodded, recounting. You were so young that year, using a stool to reach the stove. You accidentally spilled some noodles on my neck. My delicate skin left a burn. At that time, Su Jin was merely 9, and Su Ming was 6. Xiao Ming, do you remember? Su Ming nodded fervently, exclaiming, I remember. I remember, when father found out. He chased me around the yard and left my bottom sore. A chuckle escaped Su Jin, but soon her eyes reddened. Gazing at Su Ming's aged visage, she struggled to recall her brother's youthful appearance. How had he transformed into an old man in the blink of an eye? Xiao Ming, you have aged as well. Upon hearing this, Su Ming embraced Su Jin tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Sister, you finally found me. I've been waiting for you. I'm sorry, Xiao Ming, Su Jin sobbed in unison. The Su family had a long lineage in traditional Chinese medicine, with ancestors who had once served as imperial physicians. After the founding of New China, the Su family opened a clinic, and their lives had been relatively comfortable. However, Su Qi, envied by his peers, was falsely accused of causing the death of the elderly patriarch of the Dong family and was sentenced to imprisonment. Before his incarceration, Su Qi entrusted the family's ancestral medical text to his 10-year-old daughter, Su Jin, urging her to seek refuge with distant relatives in the southwestern city of Yuqing. At that time, Su Ming was merely 7 years old. Therefore, Su Qi entrusted Su Ming to a friend from Su country, allowing him to study Western medicine under the guidance of a mentor who would become his godfather. Shortly thereafter, the relations between China and Su country deteriorated, leading to Su Ming being taken back by his godfather, thus separating the siblings. Years later, upon his release from prison, Su Qi journeyed to the southwestern city of Yuqing, successfully reuniting with Su Jin. However, they had completely lost track of Su Ming. Until recently, Su Jin encountered the abbot of Chang'an Temple and beseeched him for assistance in divination. The abbot, having shared a childhood bond with Su Jin and being indebted to her father for saving his life, was deeply moved by their reunion and performed a divination for her. The omens indicated that her brother, Su Ming, was alive and residing in the capital. Coincidentally, the abbot was also acquainted with Su Ming and guided Su Jin to a medical university in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. Providence smiled upon them, and after 68 years of separation, the siblings were finally reunited. Chapter 61. A Twist of Fate. Has Grandma found love? After a lapse of 65 years, Su Ming finally located his long-lost elder sister, Su Jin, and overwhelmed with joy, decided to take a day off work to bring her to his home for a heartfelt reunion. He drove a modest black domestic car, and Su Jin noticed that a more discreet black vehicle trailed behind them. Is that someone who protects you? She inquired. Indeed, Su Ming reflective. Decades ago, many researchers were assassinated. Now that our nation has grown stronger, those of us in research enjoy the security of dedicated bodyguards. And what about you, elder sister? Are you still practicing medicine? Su Jin humbly waved her hand. I am merely a barefoot doctor in the countryside, not comparable to you. Su Ming was taken aback, pondering for a long moment. Their ancestors had once been renowned imperial physicians. Had the Su family not faced turmoil, his sister would undoubtedly have become a distinguished figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine had she pursued her studies diligently alongside their father. Did our father not teach you? He asked. He imparted all his knowledge to me, Su Jin replied. However, I have always adhered to his wishes, choosing to remain in the village as a local doctor instead of moving to a big city. Su Ming's expression darkened. He sensed that his sister must have encountered unpleasant experiences after moving to Yuqing. Did you go to our uncle's house in Yuqing back then? Did something happen? Su Jin lowered her gaze in silence. Even after more than 60 years, she could hardly recall her uncle's appearance, yet the memories of her past ordeals still haunted her. After a moment, she began to recount her story. After our father was imprisoned, it took me half a month to reach Yuqing, only to discover that my uncle had already been bribed by the Dong family. They drugged my food, and when I awoke, I found myself confined in the hold of a coal transport ship. Fortunately, I had the foresight to hide our family's ancestral medical text before entering my uncle's home. I was constantly seeking opportunities to escape, but the Dong family kept a close watch on me. It was not until I boarded a train that I finally managed to leap from the restroom as an excuse to get away. The train was moving slowly at that time, but jumping onto the tracks was still perilous. I fractured my leg and limped for 5 miles until I encountered a kind-hearted elderly woman who took me in. After 5 years, when she passed away, I ventured back to Yuching, working as a factory girl near my uncle's home, waiting for my father to find me. After 4 months of waiting in Yuching, I finally reunited with our father and chose to go to a remote village as a local doctor. Though these events transpired 60 years ago, the recollections still filled Su Jin with trepidation. Listening to her recount those experiences, Su Ming felt a surge of compassion. Tears filled his eyes as he grasped Su Jin's hand tightly. "Elder sister, you have endured so much. It has not been easy for you." Not wishing to dwell on such sorrowful topics, Su Jin shifted to a lighter conversation. "Xiao Ming, have you married?" Su Ming mustered his spirits. "I entered into matrimony at the age of 40. My spouse is a first-class actress from the National Drama Theater, 3 years my senior, and she is an enchanting woman." When speaking of his deceased beloved, Su Ming's tone is filled with a joyous satisfaction. It is evident that the woman who captured the heart of such a scholarly man possesses an undeniable personal charm. "Is your sister-in-law home? It's quite late now, and the supermarket must be closed. It would be impolite for me to arrive empty-handed. Perhaps you could escort me back to the hotel, and I shall formally visit tomorrow." Su Jin, a lady of great decorum, values etiquette highly. Su Ming shook his head and replied calmly, "My beloved passed away 4 years ago due to a brain tumor. She underwent surgery but did not emerge from the operating room." When discussing the loss of his partner, Su Ming maintained a serene demeanor, stating, "We were acquainted for 35 years and loved each other for 34 years and 10 months. In this life, I have no regrets. To have loved deeply is to live without remorse. Yet, to be honest, I occasionally find myself missing her, especially when the lilies bloom in the garden, a sight she will never again enjoy." Listening to his younger brother recount his romantic experiences, Su Jin was moved. To encounter a soulmate is a stroke of fortune. Even if it comes a bit late, it is still a blessing. "Compared to you, my marriage resembles a chaotic mess." Su Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, "What kind of person is my brother-in-law?" Su Jin scoffed, the only college graduate in the village, with ambitions as lofty as the heavens. "He is a modern-day chinshimi. He sought to cast me aside for a wealthier woman and plotted to have a single man from a neighboring village tarnish my reputation. His scheme succeeded, and he then assumed the role of the victim, pressuring me for a divorce and taking my child. Meanwhile, I, the true victim, became labeled as a wanton woman." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's anger flared. He pulled over the car, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That scoundrel! Does he think he can bully you because your family is not present? Sister, although I am older, I am still able to support you. Where is he? I will accompany you to demand an explanation. Let us buy a plane ticket now, and I shall take you to his home tomorrow." With her brother steadfastly behind her, Su Jin felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. After a lifetime of solitude, she finally had the unwavering support of a close sibling, a moment of solace amidst her struggles. "Do not be angered. That old wretch has been dead for over a decade. His bones have long since decayed." Su Ming, still seething with indignation, retorted, "Where is he buried? I will dig up his grave and desecrate his remains. How many lives has he saved? Is it excessive to secretly unearth the grave of a scoundrel and punish his bones?" Su Jin couldn't help but laugh at their shared sentiments, saying, "It seems we are indeed siblings, with thoughts so alike." Shaking her head, she added, "Let us forego the idea of digging up graves. I have heard that old man suffered greatly before his demise, so in a way, he received no peace. Very well, let us drive to your home and discuss further." Su Ming's residence is not far from a university, nestled in a small alley, a standalone courtyard house. The car could only be parked outside the alley. After disembarking, Su Jin remembered to ask, "Do you have children?" "I have a daughter named Su Shi. She's about to marry and has moved to the city where my son-in-law resides, now living in the port city. That is quite far. Su Ming, however, was unconcerned, recognizing that as children grow, they inevitably spread their wings to soar. Moreover, I must say that my son-in-law is a man worthy of trust, and I find great comfort in the fact that she has married him. I forgot to mention that my daughter she suffers from social anxiety. Just knowing she has found her soulmate brings me immense satisfaction. Social anxiety? Su Jin inquired. Is it pathological or psychological? There are two types of social anxiety. One is a purely personality-driven aversion to social interaction, while the other arises from unpleasant experiences that inflict psychological trauma, engendering a fear of the outside world. The latter is classified as a psychological disorder that necessitates treatment. Su Ming sighed, recalling how she, while studying abroad, faced racial discrimination and bullying, even being locked in a car by a group of ruffians and pushed into a lake. Her mother, the director of a drama theater, is quite busy, managing only a few trips a year to visit her child. As a researcher, I am unable to travel abroad unless absolutely necessary, which led me to overlook her struggles overseas. By the time we discovered her plight, it was too late. By the way, Su Ming informed Su Jin, my son-in-law is the very righteous young man who rescued her from the lake. No wonder. Upon arriving home, Su Ming eagerly rummaged through family photos to share with Su Jin. Later, feeling hungry, Su Ming lamented, I long for the dumplings our father used to make. Without hesitation, Su Jin rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen. She possesses nearly all the skills of Su Qi, and the dumplings she made tasted just like those crafted by Su Qi. Decades later, tasting the flavors of his childhood once again brought tears to Su Ming's eyes. Sister, he said, as his tears fell into the plate, we must live a few more years to fulfill the regrets of this lifetime. Our children should also maintain close ties. With our father gone, it is up to us to be the heads of the Su family. This all must not be severed. The older generation holds a deeper emotional connection to family than the youth. The desire to return to one's roots and see the family flourish is etched into their very essence. Su Jin nodded in agreement. That is indeed natural. Suddenly, she proposed, let us take a photo together to send to my granddaughter. All right, I will also send it to Sushi. Use your phone. To avoid the risk of eavesdropping and data theft, Su Ming used a very basic elderly phone, which was not suitable for photography. Su Jin placed the phone on the fruit plate on the coffee table, and the siblings sat side by side on the sofa, their hands properly resting on their knees. After taking the photo, Su Jin sent it to Shen He. Shen He's profile picture was the branding image of their studio. Su Ming glanced at it and remarked, do you have any photos of our granddaughter on your phone? Let me see. Su Jin had intended to send a voice message to inform Shen He of Su Ming's identity, but was interrupted by him and forgot. Yes, just a moment. She opened her phone's gallery and showed Su Ming a photo of Shen He. Wow, she is truly beautiful. I must say at first glance, this girl bears a striking resemblance to our Su Shi. Is that so? Su Jin then opened Su Ming's family album, locating recent photos of Su Shi to compare with Shen He's. Upon comparison, there indeed exists a striking resemblance, truly befitting of kinship. The siblings indulged in a lengthy discourse throughout the night, only seeking rest as dawn approached. In the morning, Shen He was roused from her slumber by the insistent sound of her alarm clock. Groggily, she reached for her phone and discovered a new message from her grandmother, sent at 3 o'clock in the morning. Upon opening the message, Shen He was greeted by a photograph of her grandmother seated alongside an elderly gentleman on the sofa. Their postures were formal, facing the camera, and the image unmistakably resembled that of an elderly couple posing for a wedding photograph. Shen He was jolted awake from her drowsiness. Goodness, has grandmother ventured to Kyoto only to find herself a companion in her twilight years? In just a matter of days, she has moved into his home? Chapter 62. Requesting a health talisman from Song Jingcheng. Hoping for good fortune on this day, Shen He was burdened with heavy thoughts. Jun Lin noticed her distracted demeanor. She often picked up her phone, lost in contemplation. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about her worries. Upon learning that Grandma Su had seemingly found a companion in her twilight years, he was left utterly astonished. While he had heard numerous anecdotes of elderly individuals navigating life together, None compared to the situation of someone as advanced in age as Grandma Su. So, do you agree or disagree? Junlin felt a headache on Shen He's behalf. Shen He, her mind in turmoil, replied, "The emotions of the elderly are like an old house engulfed in flames. They cannot be easily extinguished. Moreover, my grandmother has faced a life full of hardships. If she has truly encountered an elderly gentleman who resonates with her soul, despite the age difference, I would wish her well." Shen He did not consider herself selfish. Who decrees that elderly women cannot experience love? I just need some time to process this news. Junlin could empathize with Shen He's sentiments. Had he been in her position, he would likely feel even more anxious. "It's nothing to fret over," he remarked, reveling in the drama. Teasing Shen He, "At worst, you can foot the bill for 2 caretakers to look after them. Anything that can be resolved with money is no issue at all." Shen He rolled her eyes at him. "Stop relishing in my misfortune." As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Shen He received a call from Su Jin. "Are you busy, Meow Meow? Can we video chat?" Shen He affirmed her availability. Su Jin ended the call and initiated a video connection. As Shen He leaned closer to the screen, she spotted the elderly gentleman swaying behind Grandma Su. Hesitating, with a complex mix of emotions, she greeted him. "Hello, Grandpa." "Ah, this girl certainly knows how to sweet talk." Su Ming stepped closer to the camera, greeting Shen He with warmth and affection. Hello. You must be Shen He. Our granddaughter is quite the beauty. She clearly is a child blessed with fortune." The flattery weighed heavily on Shen He's heart. Being called granddaughter on their very first meeting felt overly familiar. No wonder this gentleman had captured Grandma Su's heart. Who wouldn't appreciate such compliments that provide emotional value? Su Jin snatched the phone away and asked Shen He, "I have a 5 o'clock high-speed train back to Qing City. Is there anything you need me to bring? Returning today? Aren't you staying longer in Kyoto?" Shen He wondered, would a couple in love truly part so readily? Shen He resolved to be the understanding granddaughter. "Grandma, if you're enjoying yourself over there, feel free to stay a few more days. I'm perfectly fine with it." To her surprise, Su Jin replied, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I will have many chances to meet your Grandpa Ming." Shen He's mouth fell agape. "All right then." Su Jin continued, "Are you sure there's nothing you need me to bring? If not, I'll accompany Grandpa Ming to Chang and to express our gratitude. Our meeting owes much to the abbot of Chang'an. Is the abbot now also responsible for matchmaking the elderly? Have modern Taoists expanded their services so widely?" Shen He pondered aloud before finally saying, "Grandma, could you please request a health talisman for me?" "You want one?" "No, it's a gift for a friend." Regarding the health talisman, it is preferable to understand the physical condition of its owner. "What is the status of your friend?" Shen He succinctly replied, "Young, single, afflicted with an incurable ailment. It seems unlikely he will enjoy a long life. However, he is a commendable individual, and I fervently wish for his fortunes to improve." Su Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Behind them, Su Ming muttered quietly, "This situation sounds remarkably similar to our boss." Indeed, Song Jing perfectly matched all the conditions described by Shen He. Upon arriving at the Chang'an temple, the siblings met with the temple master. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, Su Jin shamelessly requested a health talisman. Su Ming thought that since they were already there, he might as well ask for a talisman for Ba Song as well, in appreciation of his support for the medical school and medical research. "Master Xia, one talisman is written, so why not write 2? Please assist me in obtaining a health talisman as well." Upon hearing this, Master Xia was speechless. "So, are you 2 here for a wholesale of talismans?" Though he feigned annoyance, he dutifully crafted a health talisman for each of them. After sending Su Jin off to the high-speed train station and watching her enter the ticket gate, Su Ming turned back toward the academy. Spotting his proud student Shen Jinyan, Su Ming handed him the health talisman. "You know Ba Song's address, right? If possible, please deliver this to him." Shen Jinyan replied, "He won't be returning to Qingshi anytime soon. I'll mail it back and let my cousin deliver it to him." "That works." Su Ming, with his hands in his pockets, intended to head to the observation room. Suddenly, he paused, casting a sharp, scrutinizing glance at Shen Jinyan. Shen Jinyan felt perplexed. "Teacher?" Su Ming inquired. "Who do you resemble? Your parents? Or your grandparents?" Shen Jinyan was taken aback for a moment before responding, "I resemble my mother more." "Why do you ask?" Nothing, Su Ming snorted dismissively, adding with disdain, if you look like your grandfather, you'd better remember to wear a mask whenever you appear before me. Huh? The brilliant Shen He felt utterly foolish for the first time, unable to comprehend what his teacher was insinuating. At 10 o'clock that evening, Su Jin's high-speed train arrived punctually at the Qingsha station. Shen He welcomed her with numerous bags, her mind brimming with questions, yet she hesitated, fearing it might embarrass her grandmother. However, Su Jin took the initiative, asking, Meow Meow, when do you have a day off? If convenient, would you accompany me to Kyoto to have a meal with your grandpa Ming? What? Is the progress so swift? The notion of meeting family and solidifying lifelong commitments seemed to reach a new level. In the realm of young people, this could be deemed a flash marriage. Suddenly, the title of a novel popped into Shen He's mind. Flash marriage at 80, I am pampered by the Kyoto patriarch. Stunned, Shen He quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel those errant thoughts. Su Jin countered, is it rapid? I've sought out your grandpa Ming for over 60 years. This progress hardly seems swift, does it? What? Shen He was utterly astonished. She asked Su Jin, have you been searching for Grandpa Ming for over 60 years? How old were you then, 10? Grandma, did you start your first love at 10? Su Jin was taken aback, realizing that Shen He had misunderstood her relationship with Su Ming, and she couldn't help but chuckle. You silly girl. Su Jin playfully tapped Shen He's head and teased, what do you think our relationship is? A twilight romance? It was only after being playfully reprimanded by her grandmother that Shen He recognized her mistake. So, Grandpa Ming is not your boyfriend? What boyfriend? Su Jin was struck with amusement, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. After wiping her tears and composing herself, Su Jin finally revealed to Shen He, your Grandpa Ming is my younger brother, my biological brother. We share the same surname, Su, and his name is Su Ming. Shen He was taken aback, astonished that her grandmother had a younger brother who had been lost for over 60 years. Realizing this was a hilarious mix-up, she secretly sighed in relief. You startled me. I thought you had gone to Kyoto and found yourself a new partner, looking to introduce me to a grandfather. Thankfully, this grandfather was not the same as the one she had imagined. Su Jin found the situation equally amusing, recalling how she had been confused when Shen He mentioned things were progressing too quickly, thinking to herself that family reunions could hardly be deemed rapid. Has Grandpa Ming been in Kyoto all this time? Yes, he is the director of the University Medical School in Kyoto. Quite impressive. I noticed he has security personnel escorting him when he returns home. Shen He was astonished. Their grandfather was that remarkable? That's truly impressive. But the director of the University Medical School, teacher Jinyan's mentor, as soon as they arrived home, Shen He couldn't wait to call Shen Jinyan, inquiring about the full name of his esteemed teacher. The full name of my teacher is no secret, Shen Jinyan replied. His name is Su Ming. Big sister. What do you ask? Taking a deep breath, Shen He informed Shen Jinyan, your teacher appears to be my grandmother's biological brother. Shen Jinyan was taken aback, and with his sharp mind, he immediately connected the dots to the conversation he had with his teacher just hours earlier. Feeling a wave of relief, he thought to himself, thank goodness I resemble my mother. Huh? Chapter 63. The hospital turmoil. Shen He was not one to be trifled with. Nai, please inquire when Grandpa Ming is available, and we shall coordinate our schedule accordingly. Shen He held a deep respect for the researchers, understanding their hardships and busyness, and decided to heed Su Ming's arrangements. Let me make a call to check. Su Jin called Su Ming and Shen He's presence to discuss the meeting. Sushi will be visiting Qing City this Thursday. How about I come to Qing City on Saturday to dine with you? That sounds splendid. Should we eat at a hotel or Meow Meow's home? Could you ask Meow Meow if it's convenient to host us at her place? Sushi struggles with social anxiety and might feel uncomfortable at a hotel. Su Jin had the phone on speaker. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Shen He, without hesitation, suggested, then let us have it at my home. I will personally cook to welcome Grandpa Ming and my cousin. Excellent. Thus, the plan was established. Su Jin, a lady of cleanliness, began to pack her belongings as soon as she returned home. Shen He assisted her in organizing the items. Once they finished, Su Jin retrieved several talismans from the inner pocket of her tote bag. Meow Meow, this is the marriage talisman Grandma has prayed for you. Su Jin handed the topmost talisman to Shen He. This one is for love. Shen He glanced down at it. The symbols resembled cryptic characters, indecipherable yet appearing profound. Previously, Shen He had been skeptical about such matters, but had not outright dismissed them. However, after her rebirth, her perspective shifted. Regardless of its efficacy, she accepted the talisman. Su Jin then presented her with 2 more talismans, saying, "This one is for health, and this is for safety. Keep them well." "Thank you, Grandma." Su Jin cautioned Shen He. This was personally written by the master of Chang'an Temple. It is said to be very effective, so make sure you don't misplace them. Had it been before, Shen He would have likely thought her grandmother was fabricating stories. But now, she asked with a hint of skepticism, "Grandma, do you really know the master of Chang'an Temple?" Indeed, Master Xie, also known as Xie Daba, was saved by your maternal great-grandfather when he was just a teenager. He stayed in our home for half a month before departing. Master Xie's talismans are priceless. Many dignitaries from the capital seek them, but cannot find a way to obtain them. So, keep them safe. Shen He nodded solemnly, carefully placing the safety talisman into her wallet and the love and health talismans in her bag, intending to find a suitable time to present them to Song Jingcheng. The following day, at noon, after finishing work, Shen He skipped lunch and hurried to a nearby imported fruit supermarket to purchase a grand fruit basket before driving to the hospital to visit Mu Xiao. As Mu Tingyun's girlfriend, Shen He felt the need to maintain appearances. Mu Xiao had emerged from danger and was now residing in a VIP room. The relatives of the Mu family had dispersed, leaving only Mu Xiangyi and a nurse to keep him company. Upon Shen He's arrival, the head nurse emerged from Mu Xiao's room with a blood pressure monitor. Noticing Shen He, she politely inquired, "Hello? Whom are you looking for?" Just as Shen He was about to respond, Mu Xiangyi squeezed out from behind the nurse. "Miss Shen, have you come to visit my father?" Recognizing their acquaintance, the head nurse nodded to Shen He and returned to the nurse's station. Shen He cast a glance into the room, observing the caregiver adjusting Mu Xiao's pillow. "Madam Mu, has Mr. Mu's health improved?" Suddenly, Mu Xiangyi forcefully slammed the door shut, standing with her arms crossed at the entrance. She deliberately challenged Shen He. "My father is just rested, so Miss Shen is not invited in. If you truly care, return in the evening." After Shen Jinyan had publicly ridiculed Mu Xiangyi before others, she now harbored a profound disdain for the Shen family. "Miss Shen must be quite busy with her work, so I shall not take up your precious time. Please leave. I will graciously accept your kind intentions on behalf of my father." With that, Mu Xiangyi reached out to take the fruit basket. However, Shen He stepped back, evading Mu Xiangyi's grasp. She turned and made her way to the nurse's station, placing the exquisitely wrapped fruit basket there. "Hello everyone, I am Shen He. Mr. Mu's illness came unexpectedly. I appreciate everyone's efforts these past few days. I've brought some fruits for the nurses. If you're tired or thirsty, please feel free to share." The nurses were taken aback. "Thank you, Miss Shen." Since the fruit could not be deemed a bribe, they accepted it. After distributing the fruit, Shen He turned to leave. Mu Xiangyi, regaining her composure, quickly pursued Shen He. Shen He was forcefully pushed against the wall. As she steadied herself, Mu Xiangyi shoved her shoulder again, furiously questioning, "Shen He, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Who brings a fruit basket to visit a patient and then insists on giving it away again? I've heard you were abandoned by your parents at birth and raised by an old villager in the countryside. It seems you truly lack manners and upbringing. I can't fathom what my brother sees in you." Mu Xiangyi's disdainful gaze swept over Shen He's youthful and alluring figure, pointedly mocking her. "Apart from your youth and looks, you possess no other merits." Such remarks from Madame Mu were quite absurd. Shen He brushed off the hand on her shoulder, smiling radiantly as if basking in springtime warmth. "Aside from youth and looks, I possess boundless vigor." With that, Shen He delivered a punch to Mu Xiangyi's abdomen, causing her to stagger backward. Off balance, Mu Xiangyi fell to the ground, her left hand hitting first. Perhaps her wrist was dislocated, and she gasped in pain. Rising in fury, her expression twisted like a ferocious lioness, she raised her right hand to slap Shen He. "You wretched thing! How dare you push me? What audacity you have! I am the eldest daughter of the Mu family, your future elder sister. You have no right." Shen He effortlessly caught Mu Xiangyi's descending right hand. Firmly gripping her palm, she bent it backward forcefully. Do you truly think I'm an easy target? You think you can just strike me? Mu Xiangyi's face contorted in agony. Ah, Shen He, if you dare to injure my hand, I will ensure you rot in prison. Rot in prison? Shen He chuckled at the absurdity. She eased her grip, but did not release Mu Xiangyi's hand. Leaning closer, she whispered softly in her ear, "You have only heard the rumors of me being abandoned by Zhou Yulan. Have you not heard of how it was I who sent Zhou Yulan to prison? I can send my own mother to prison. What of it?" Mu Xiangyi was taken aback. She was aware of Zhou Yulan's arrest, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that it was Shen He who orchestrated it. This lunatic. Mu Xiangyi feigned composure as she threatened, "Shen He, do not be arrogant. If Sandy were to witness your current demeanor, he would undoubtedly kick you out. You have not even married into our family yet, and you're already flaunting your power. He would kick me?" Shen He merely laughed. "Allow me to show you just how much your Sandy treasures me." Releasing Mu Xiangyi, Shen He dialed Mu Tingyun's number in her presence, activating the speakerphone. Once the call connected, Shen He spoke as calmly as possible. "Mu Tingyun, I only fell asleep at 2 last night, sacrificing my nap to bring a fruit basket to visit your father in the hospital." Mr. Mu was clearly awake. "Yet your elder sister barred me at the door, instructing me to return at night. I then offered the fruit basket to the nurses, expressing my gratitude for their care over the past 2 days for your father. However, Mrs. Mu chose to corner me, subjecting me to humiliation. She berated me, claiming my father does not love my mother, that my grandmother is a mere peasant woman, and that I am uncultured and impolite. She accused me of using my youth and beauty to seduce you, leading you astray." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved Shen He felt, her tone growing less composed, tinged with a hint of sobbing. On the other end of the line, Mu Tingyun's breath grew heavier. With a shift in tone, Shen He expressed her indignation. "It is the first time I have witnessed a biological sister so disgracefully insult her own brother. In my eyes, you Mu Tingyun are a towering figure, exceptionally intelligent and possessing sound judgment. You are not a lecherous fool, easily swayed by beauty. How is it that in your elder sister's words, you have become a worthless man obsessed with allure?" Chapter 64. Song Jingcheng. Have you eaten? What a fallacy. This must be a fallacy. Mu Xiangyi, exasperated, stomp her foot and rush to explain to Mu Tingyun on the other end of the line. "Third brother, do not listen to Shen He's nonsense. She is deliberately sowing discord between us." Mu Xiangyi's words were solely intended to humiliate Shen He. How could they turn into her belittling the third brother? She and the third brother did not share the same mother. In the Mu family, it was already a foregone conclusion that Mu Tingyun would become the heir. Mu Xiangyi still needed to rely on the family's power to enjoy a life of wealth and ease. Under such circumstances, she absolutely could not afford to offend Mu Tingyun. Upon hearing Mu Xiangyi's words, Shen He remained unperturbed. Holding her phone, she confronted Mu Xiangyi directly, ensuring Mu Tingyun could hear. "You claim that I am instigating trouble. Then I must ask you, did you not just say those words?" Mu Xiangyi replied. "So what if I said them? I was merely targeting you." Shen He directly addressed Mu Tingyun. "See, she admits it herself. It is said that one must consider the master when reprimanding a dog. I, Shen He, am your legitimate girlfriend, setting aside that I am not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. I am a graduate of the nation's top university and have my own career. Even if I were just a vase, I would be the kind of vase you, Mu Tingyun, appreciate. As the elder sister, she openly disparages your girlfriend in public. Does that not indicate her contempt for you, Mu Tingyun?" Shen He's reasoning was sound and her logic impeccable, leaving Mu Xiangyi momentarily speechless. Even if Mu Xiangyi had no intention of defending herself, she found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence from the third brother, Mu Xiangyi realized that he had fallen for Shen He's cunning manipulation. Mu Xiangyi harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shen He. In stark contrast, Shen He remained remarkably composed. She continued, "I stood up for you, only to be threatened by Ms. Mu, who warned that you would kick me to the curb upon realizing my true nature. So I ask you, Mu Tingyun, if I have offended your elder sister, do you intend to cast me aside?" Mu Xiangyi. She could not help but admire Shen He's eloquence. The reality was far from how Shen He portrayed it. Shen He's account bore no hint of exaggeration. Yet her implication rendered Mu Xiangyi guilty, while presenting herself as the virtuous protector of love. Indeed, Shen He's ability to twist the narrative was a skill that Mu Xiangyi could not hope to acquire even in 20 years. Mu Tingyun's tone was notably grave. My relationship with my elder sister is fundamentally different. She is the legitimate daughter of the first wife, while I am the illegitimate child of a second marriage. I have always been aware of her disdain for me. I sincerely apologize for the trouble this has caused you. I will come to the studio to pick you up later. I will take you to visit our father. As for the notion of kicking you aside, Mu Tingyun paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I am simply not the same as my elder sister. The elder sister, in her ruthless pursuit of a handsome male star with sculpted abs, coldly orchestrated the downfall of her own husband, compelling my brother-in-law to leave with nothing. However, I am not made of such callousness. Though I may disappoint the world, I shall not betray those who hold genuine affection for me. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiangyi's complexion turned ashen in an instant. After hanging up the phone, Shen He took delight in observing Mu Xiangyi's reaction, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Mrs. Mu, regardless of your disdain for Mu Tingyun, his ascension to the head of the Mu family is a foregone conclusion. What if you are the eldest daughter of the Mu family? Shen He shook her phone, feigning a self-satisfied demeanor to provoke Mu Xiangyi. Once I marry your third brother, I shall become the matriarch of the Mu family. Every asset belonging to your family, every possession you and your daughter control, will require my endorsement. After all, your third brother is utterly infatuated with my youthful form and exquisite beauty, is he not? Mu Xiangyi was left speechless. How could Shen He be so shameless? Oh, and there was more. Shen He leaned closer to Mu Xiangyi and whispered, "Moreover, I shall seize the opportunity to expel you from the Mu family. Considering how your daughter once tormented my brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I am no longer the obedient girl Mu Tingyun once knew." With those words, Shen He sashayed into the elevator. Once inside, her expression turned subdued, devoid of the earlier bravado and arrogance, inciting Mu Xiangyi's fury and exacerbating the conflict between her and Mu Tingyun was merely a cog in Shen He's grand design. She had already provided Mu Xiangyi with a subtle hint. The next move depended on Mu Xiangyi's capacity for mischief. Mu Xiangyi massaged her aching wrist, her gaze fixated on the closed elevator doors, her eyes ablaze with resentment. That detestable Shen He, even before marrying the third brother, she was already making her presence felt. If she successfully wed into the Mu family, would there be any future for her and her daughter? In comparison, the third brother's previous girlfriend had been far more demure. Suddenly, a thought illuminated Mu Xiangyi's mind. Hadn't the third brother once been infatuated with that girl, surnamed Qin? For the sake of Qin Yinong, he had even publicly defied their father. Both she and Mu Xiao had disapproved of Qin Yinong, the daughter of the Mu family's tutor, who had been responsible for their cultural education. 15 years prior, Mr. Qin had succumbed to a heart attack in the Mu household. Out of compassion, the Mu family had taken his only daughter in. Yet, with ambition that exceeded her station, Qin Yinong sought the position of the Mu family's young mistress. Employing underhand tactics to ensnare Mu Tingyun, their father had staunchly opposed their union, sending Qin Yinong abroad for her studies. Thus, their passionate first love had ended in silence. At that time, the third brother was still a young man, his wings not yet fully spread, unable to defy his father to be with Qin Yinong, ultimately parting ways in regret. Now, with their father's health waning, the third brother was gradually assuming control of the Mu family's enterprises. If at this juncture, his long-lost first love were to return and launch a fervent pursuit, would he truly remain unmoved? Is it not said that what is unattainable always stirs the heart? With this thought in mind, Mu Xiangyi suddenly conceived a plan. She messaged Mu Qing, "Send me Qin Yinong's WeChat." She intended to incite Qin Yinong to return home, reigniting her connection with third brother, thereby shattering Shen He's dreams of seduction. Without third brother's affection, Shen He would be left with no choice but to kneel and beg for forgiveness. As Shen He arrived at the underground parking garage and was about to enter her vehicle, she noticed a white Land Rover parked diagonally opposite her space. Is that Song Jingcheng's car? Curious, she approached the vehicle and peered inside. Confirming that it was unoccupied, she frowned and turned to leave. only to unexpectedly collide her nose with a man's chin. Ouch! Shen He covered her nose, tried to avoid disturbing her makeup while suppressing the pain. What a sneaky move. Song Jingcheng stood with one hand in his pocket, the other holding his familiar thermos, gazing at Shen He with a bemused smirk. Tears welled up in Shen He's eyes from the pain, and in a moment of irritation, she shot him an accusatory glare, exclaiming, "Can't you walk without making a sound?" Thankfully, my nose is real. Otherwise, I would need to go to the hospital for a replacement. Upon seeing the sudden shift in Song Jingcheng's expression to one of inscrutable intensity, Shen He felt a pang of anxiety. "Uncle, have you eaten?" Song Jingcheng pinched the bridge of his weary nose, his mood evidently dismal. "I just had a physical examination and lack an appetite." "Do you have any restaurant recommendations?" "Ma," Kai interjected, "Mr. Song, after a physical examination, aren't you supposed to fast for an hour?" Chapter 65. The Young Man in the City. Indeed handsome, did Song Jingcheng intend to dine with her? Coming back to her senses, Shen He inquired of Song Jingcheng, "What would you like to eat, uncle?" "I have little appetite," he replied, considering Song Jingcheng's diminished taste buds, with an appetite akin to zero and only a sensitivity to sour flavors. Shen He made a bold decision. "My apartment is nearby, just 3 kilometers away. My grandmother happens to be home today. Shall we go to my place for a meal? I recall you still enjoy sour flavors, and my grandmother's cooking is exceptional. It may whet your appetite." Song Jingcheng asked, "Is it the sour radish you mentioned last time? You remember?" He nodded and inquired, "Would it be too much of an imposition?" "Not at all. My grandmother is very hospitable." Song Jingcheng gazed deeply into her striking cat-like eyes for a moment before responding. "Then it would be an honor." Shen He drove ahead, calling her grandmother en route to request her to prepare a nourishing porridge, mentioning that she would be bringing a friend for lunch. Ma Kai followed closely behind in his car. Stealing a glance at Song Jingcheng, who was feigning sleep with his eyes closed, he suddenly remarked, "Since it's your first visit to Miss Shen's home, do you require any gifts, Mr. Song? There's an imported supermarket just ahead." Song Jingcheng opened his eyes and cast an appreciative glance at Ma Kai before finding a spot to park. It was 2 minutes later when Shen He realized that Song Jingcheng and Ma Kai had fallen behind. She sent a WeChat message to Song Jingcheng. "Uncle, where are you?" Song Jingcheng replied, "By the roadside. Ma Kai is buying a pack of cigarettes." However, Shen He remembered that Song Jingcheng did not smoke. At least, she had never seen him smoke, and Ma Kai would never indulge in cigarettes during work hours. Considering that Song Jingcheng was a man of etiquette, Shen He did not stop him. Instead, she generously reminded him, "My grandmother is not interested in nutritional supplements, but she enjoys good wine." At that moment, Song Jingcheng stood before a row of shelves selling high-end nutritional products. In the shopping cart beside him, there were already 7 or 8 items. "He instructed mon taikoi. Keep the bird's nest, return the rest." Ma Kai hesitated. "Just 2 boxes of bird's nest?" Shen He mentioned her grandmother enjoys wine. Surprised, Ma Kai realized that the elderly lady had a penchant for wine. "The wine is over there on that shelf. I will accompany Mr. Song to take a look." 10 minutes later, the two returned to the car after checking out. Shen He sent a location to Song Jingcheng. She stood at the entrance of her apartment, waiting. Upon seeing Song Jingcheng's car, she turned to briefly converse with the security guard, who then permitted them entry. Ma Kai parked in the underground garage and helped Song Jingcheng carry the items to Shen He's door, instinctively surveying the surroundings. As Shen He used her fingerprint to unlock the door, Song Jingcheng subconsciously adjusted his tie and sleeves. Ma Kai caught sight of Mr. Song's little gesture and felt a chuckle rising within him. Upon opening the door, Shen He called out, "Grandma, we're back," as Song Jingcheng changed into slippers. He looked up to see an elderly lady with silver hair and an apron emerging from the kitchen. The sudden sight of the couple standing side by side at the entrance startled Su Jin. Su Jin gazed at Song Jingcheng's face for a couple of seconds longer, unable to suppress her admiration. Indeed, the young man from the city is quite handsome. She was a connoisseur of good looks. Her decision to marry Shen Jingcheng years ago was solely based on the fact that he was the most attractive young man in several villages. In her youth, her criteria for choosing a partner were threefold: education, appearance, and physical strength. Shen Jingcheng perfectly met her standards. However, That scoundrel was as ruthless as he was ambitious. Discard his wife as easily as one might flip a coin. Experience has shown that one cannot judge a man solely by his looks. Nevertheless, if given another chance, Su Jin would still choose a handsome man. After all, the affections of men are not guaranteed for a lifetime. Yet beauty is justice. Even after a relationship has crumbled, she would only deride the other as a scoundrel, not an ugly scoundrel. Su Jin adopted a demeanor of a reserved elder. Meow meow. Is this your good friend? I don't recall you mentioning him before. Shen He instantly recognized that her grandmother was quite pleased with Song Jingcheng's appearance, undoubtedly harboring a secret infatuation. In the past, when someone fell ill in the village, if a handsome young man happened to be around, her grandmother would readily offer her services. Conversely, those with less appealing looks were charged handsomely. A striking figure like Song Jingcheng would earn her a complimentary consultation. Grandma! Shen He cleared her throat and introduced Song Jingcheng. This is Mr. Song He is. Mu Tingyun's uncle. Su Jin seemed as though she had swallowed something unpleasant, her expression suddenly turning cold, as if she had encountered an ancestral enemy. Oh! She wiped her hands on her apron and retreated into the kitchen. Song Jingcheng found her abrupt change in demeanor perplexing. Just a moment ago, the charming Mrs. Su had been all smiles, and now she appeared as if she were confronting a long-standing foe. What could have caused this shift? Shen He invited Song Jingcheng to sit, excusing herself to assist in the kitchen, seizing the opportunity to recount the entangled history between the Song and Mu families. Upon learning that Song Jingcheng was not of the same ilk as the Mu family, Su Jin's expression brightened. So, he was unaware of Mu Tingyun's misdeeds? He does not know, she confirmed. Song Jingcheng was no saint, but he was certainly not a villain. Had he known Mu Tingyun's true nature, he would never have entrusted the Song family's business to him. Very well. Su Jin sprinkled some scallions into the pot, letting out a cold snort. I was initially planning to add senna leaves. Senna, a potent laxative that stimulates bowel movement through the intestinal mucosa and nerves, is indeed a fierce remedy. Given Song Jingcheng's physique, a bowl of porridge could leave him dehydrated and hospitalized. Grandma, you may talk tough, but you wouldn't resort to such harmful acts. As a healer, Su Jin indeed refrained from causing harm. However, the Mu family was a different matter. Su Jin's expression turned serious as she stated, "They have wronged you too severely. I am prepared to confront them." It was a mere laxative. Feeling the warmth of her grandmother's affection, Shen He was deeply moved. She embraced Su Jin from behind, resting her cheek against her back, reminiscent of her childhood. "Grandma, you are the best." Song Jingcheng sat in the living room, tilting his head to observe the scene in the kitchen, where he saw Shen He coquettishly clinging to Su Jin. He lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Before long, Su Jin's nourishing porridge was ready. She brought the earthen pot to the dining table and called out to Song Jingcheng and Ma Kai, "Mr. Song, Mr. Ma, it's time to eat." Ma Kai, taken aback by the attention, hurried over to assist in serving the porridge, saying, "Auntie, you can just call me Xiao Ma. Given my age, I could be your child." Xiao Ma. Su Jin recalled the little horse that pulled carts in the village, and her expression faltered as she replied, "Let us stick with Xiao Kai. In our village, the young horses that carry goods are also called Xiao Ma." Ma Kai responded, Su Jin then turned her gaze to Song Jingcheng, about to speak, but he quickly interjected modestly, "You may call me Xiao Song. There surely aren't any pigs, dogs, cows, or sheep in the village named Xiao Song, are there?" Chapter 66. The promised health charm transforms into a marriage charm. Xiao Song. Su Jin called out to Xiao Song, stating, "Meow Meow mentioned that your sense of taste has diminished, and you can only discern sour flavors now." She presented a plate of tangy, diced pickled radish and a small dish of seemingly crisp and appetizing kimchi before Song Jingcheng. "Give it a try. I brought this from my hometown. If you enjoy it, I can prepare some for you to take home later." "Thank you, Grandma." Song Jingcheng picked up his chopsticks and reached for a piece of the pickled radish. Just as he was about to commend its flavor, he heard Su Jin remark, "You are Mu Tingyun's uncle, older than Shen He, so it seems inappropriate for you to call me Grandma." Song Jingcheng. Su Jin pulled out a chair and seated herself, inquiring, "How does it taste?" Song Jingcheng replied, "Sour." Su Jin burst into laughter. The medicinal porridge she had prepared was exceptionally fragrant, and to his surprise, Song Jingcheng partook of a small bowl. After the meal, Shen He retired to the bedroom to change and touch up her makeup. Su Jin then asked Song Jingcheng, Mr. Song, Meow Meow mentioned that you have been having trouble sleeping since your illness. Did the aromatic sachet I gave you prove effective? The results have been quite remarkable. Since using the sachet you prepared, I have been able to sleep for 5 hours each night. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt a sense of relief. As Song Jingcheng stood to take his leave, Su Jin suddenly removed her apron, declaring, I will see you off. Noticing that Su Jin seemed to have something to say, Song Jingcheng hesitated briefly before acquiescing, I apologize for troubling you, ma'am. Upon exiting the apartment, Su Jin closed the door behind them and turned to regard Song Jingcheng with an unusually serious expression. Song Jingcheng silently observed the elderly woman, feeling an inexplicable unease. Mr. Song, you are Mu Tingyun's uncle and thus a senior to Meow Meow. However, you are single, a married man. It is quite unbecoming for you to have evaded Mu Tingyun to dine at my home. I sincerely hope, Mr. Song, that you will not embroil Meow Meow in scandal. I wish to avoid a day when I hear others gossiping about her, suggesting she is two-timing or of loose morals. Mr. Song, I am acutely aware of the harm that rumors can inflict. Our Meow Meow, though lacking parental affection, shall not be belittled by anyone as long as I draw breath. In the face of Su Jin's reprimand and veiled threats, Song Jingcheng remained calm and did not contest her words. To be cherished and protected by someone like you, Shen He is truly fortunate. Please trust that I would never engage in actions that could tarnish a reputation. As for the notion of two-timing, how could that be? A ship that has sunk should be split for firewood, and it has no right to be trodden upon by Shen He. Ma Kai stood by the window at the end of the elevator hall, smoking. Upon noticing Song Jingcheng's approach, he hurriedly fanned the smoke away from the window. Mr. Song. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray atop the trash bin and pressed the elevator button. Staring at the descending floor numbers, Song Jingcheng suddenly asked Ma Kai, what do you think of the relationship between Grandma Su and Shen He? Without a second thought, Ma Kai remarked, they are each other's most significant kin. Song Jingcheng inquired, how is Grandma Su's health? Quite robust. She is a spirited little old lady. I dare say she could live another 10 years without a hitch. Song Jingcheng fell silent, lowering his gaze to fidget with the vintage ring on his thumb. Suddenly, he asked, what month is it? May is approaching, Ma Kai replied. July is not far off, Song Jingcheng noted. Oh, confused, Ma Kai questioned, is there something important in July? I'm not sure. Song Jingcheng shook his head and stepped out of the elevator. Upon reaching the car, he unexpectedly received a video call from Shen He. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the call. Mr. Song, you are still in the underground parking lot, aren't you? Shen He recognized the surroundings behind him. She hurried into the elevator and urged, please wait a few minutes. I have something for you. About the pickled radish, Song Jingcheng replied. It's something else. Shen He easily located him in the underground parking lot. Ma Kai sat in the car, while Song Jingcheng leaned against the front of the vehicle, lost in thought. Shen He approached him quickly. Opening her bag, she took out a talisman and handed it to Song Jingcheng. Uncle, this is a health talisman drawn by the master of Chang'an Temple in Kyoto. I had my grandmother ask for one for you. As he gazed at the talisman, something flickered in Song Jingcheng's eyes. Do you still believe in this? Shen He shrugged, consider it a good omen. She pressed the talisman into his palm. I have to go to work now. Goodbye. Watching as Shen He got in her own car, Song Jingcheng finally examined the talisman in his hand with earnest attention. During the years when he was ill, his mother had also sought health, safety, and good fortune talismans for him. However, the one Shen He provided differed slightly from those he had previously encountered. It was common for folk practitioners to vary. Such differences were not unusual. Song Jingcheng folded the talisman, contemplated for a moment, and placed it in his document holder. Just as they returned to the Donya Wellness Villa, they noticed a tall, sturdy young man in police uniform standing in front of the house. It was Shen He. Seeing Song Jingcheng had finally returned, Shen He offered a reserved smile and approached him holding an envelope. Mr. Song, hello. I am Shen He. Before Shen He could finish his introduction, Song Jingcheng accurately identified him. I know you. Shen He's elder cousin, the youngest detective in the Qing City Criminal Investigation Team, comrade Shen He. After a brief pause, Song Jingcheng added, "We have met before at the Mu family." At the mention of the Mu family, Shen He felt awkward. Having witnessed the entire incident that led to Mu Zhao's hospitalization due to anger, he held a respectful distance from Song Jingcheng. If it weren't for Shen He sending him on this errand, he would have preferred to avoid any interaction. Glancing at the envelope in Shen He's hand, Song Jingcheng inquired, "What is this?" Shen He explained, "This is an express delivery from my cousin Shen Jingyan, stating that it is a token of gratitude from his teacher to you." Dinsu. Song Jingcheng was utterly astonished. He exchanged a glance with Ma Kai, who accepted the envelope, acknowledging the effort Shen had taken to deliver it. "Come in for a cup of tea before you leave," he suggested. Shen He waved his hand vigorously, declining. "I have to work this afternoon. I must be on my way." He swiftly hopped into his tank-like off-road vehicle and sped away like a gust of wind. Under Song Jingcheng's watchful gaze, Ma Kai opened the envelope. Upon seeing its contents, he was momentarily baffled. How peculiar. Is it now fashionable to gift talismans? What is it? Song Jingcheng inquired, intrigued, especially after witnessing Ma Kai's reaction. "Mr. Song, you might want to see for yourself," Ma Kai offered, angling the envelope towards him. Song Jingcheng glanced down and was momentarily taken aback. He retrieved the talisman resembling a ghostly drawing and instantly recognized it as a health talisman. Mon Taikoi remarketh. This health talisman appears somewhat different from the one Miss Shen gifted you. Not merely different, they are entirely dissimilar. Ma Kai voiced his suspicion. Could it be that Miss Shen and her grandmother have been deceived by some charlatan? Song Jingcheng remained silent, taking the health talisman and retreating into the house. Back in the tea room, he once again produced the talisman that Shen He had sent. He laid it flat on the table and opened the Chindu app for image recognition. The phone screen transitioned to reveal an array of identical patterns, each inscribed with the words "Fate Talismans." The phone nearly slipped from his grasp. He flipped it face down on the table and turned his gaze towards the garden visible through the tea room's floor-to-ceiling windows. The roses in the corner bloomed in a riot of colors. His heart raced chaotically, akin to popping candy dancing on his tongue. Chapter 67. Why No Longer Call Me Uncle? Kyoto, the National Medical Institute. Director Jiang Tangshan handed a sealed medicine bag to his young apprentice, instructing him, "You must personally deliver these items to Mr. Song in the Qing market." "Mr. Song Jingcheng, is it?" "Indeed. As it pertains to Mr. Song Jingcheng's health, I shall not entrust this task to another, fearing the addition of toxic substances." Once the apprentice departed, Jiang Tangshan promptly dialed Mr. Ma Kai's number. "Mr. Ma, I have prepared the aromatherapy that Mr. Song requires, and I have instructed my student Zhou Yi to deliver it. Each medicine bag has been sealed. Please inspect the contents before use." Mr. Ma expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Director Jiang. Mr. Song has been a staunch supporter of our institute. It is only fitting." "By the way," Director Jiang inquired, "do you think this prescription can be included in our institute?" Ma Kai hesitated, replying, "I need to consult the owner of the prescription. I will inform you once I have an answer, Director Jiang." Ma Kai, ostensibly Mr. Song Jingcheng's chauffeur, also served as his personal bodyguard and held the position of head of the security department in the company. After ending the call, Ma Kai quickly made his way to the CEO's office to find Mr. Song Jingcheng. Following his illness, Mr. Song's spirits had noticeably waned, prompting him to hire a professional think tank to assist in managing the company's operations. Upon Ma Kai's arrival, the team leader, Oh Qingyang, was engaged in a discussion with Mr. Song. Recognizing Ma Kai, Manager Oh astutely decided to end the meeting, rising to say, "Mr. Song, I need to step out for a smoke." Mr. Song nodded, and once Manager Oh had departed, he turned to Ma Kai. "What brings you here?" "The medicine from a National Medical Institute should arrive around 9 this evening, personally delivered by Director Jiang's student. Additionally, Director Jiang wishes to inquire if the soothing aromatherapy can be included in the institute." Mr. Song appeared somewhat taken aback. Any prescription deemed worthy of inclusion by Director Jiang would undoubtedly possess significant merit. Was the creator of this formula, Miss Su Jin, truly just an ordinary barefoot doctor? "Let me check," Mr. Song decided, dialing Shen He. At the moment Mr. Song's call arrived, Shen He had just finished work, standing outside her studio, waiting for Mu Tingyun to take her to the hospital to visit Mu Xiao. Surprised to see Mr. Song's name on her phone. She realized this was the first time he had initiated contact. "Mr. Song, what can I do for you?" Mr. Song intended to inquire about the prescription, but instead, the words that escaped his lips were, "Why have you stopped calling me uncle?" Recently, Shen He had referred to him as Mr. Song far more frequently than as uncle. Unfazed by the possibility of Mr. Song uncovering her little secret, she calmly explained, "I feel that since Mu Tingyun and I have not yet reached the stage of discussing marriage, it might be inappropriate to call you uncle." It sounded reasonable enough. Mr. Song longed to ask about the marriage talisman, yet for some reason, he held his tongue. "By the way, do you recall the soothing aromatherapy your grandmother prepared for me? Director Zhang wishes to include it in the National Medical Institute, so it can benefit more patients in the future." "Certainly, this is a paid request. Could you please assist me in understanding your grandmother's intentions?" "All right. By the way, you..." Song Jingcheng intended to say something further, but was interrupted by the sound of a disconnect. Shen He had already ended the call. Song Jingcheng placed his phone on the conference table, his expression inscrutable. Shen He promptly called to inquire about Su Jin's willingness. Su Jin was busy preparing black-bone chicken soup for Shen He. Upon hearing the news, she exhibited no signs of surprise. Calmly adding a handful of red dates into the pot, Su Jin replied, "I agree with this matter. It can help more people, and that makes me happy." "Very well." Shen He logged into WeChat and replied to Song Jingcheng with certainty, only to lift her gaze and see a black Maybach approaching her direction. As the car came to a halt, Mu Tingyun bent down to exit, cradling a large bouquet of black roses. He presented the roses to Shen He and affectionately kissed her forehead, saying, "Darling, I'm sorry for the distress you faced today at the hospital." A cold indifference flickered in Shen He's eyes. She fiddled with the black roses and asked Mu Tingyun, "Why do you always give me black roses?" "I believe this type of rose complements your aura," he replied. "What aura do I possess?" Shen He playfully pressed Mu Tingyun. "Do you think I am cunning? Full of malice?" Mu Tingyun chuckled at her words, saying, "I merely think red roses are too commonplace. Black roses are unique. And you are the most exceptional girl. Particularly easy to deceive, particularly foolish." Shen He refrained from further questioning, embracing the bouquet as she entered the car, only to notice a large gift box placed on the seat. She immediately recognized it as an Hermes gift box. Mu Tingyun took the black roses from her arms and placed them in the passenger seat. After circling around, he settled into the car, holding the gift box and gesturing for Shen He to unwrap it. "Shall I open it?" Shen He had already guessed its contents. "Do you mind if I film an unboxing video? A poor soul like me has never had the chance to flaunt wealth. Allow me to indulge in a little display." Mu Tingyun appreciated Shen He's candid and forthright demeanor. It was a pleasure to interact with such a girl. "Very well." Shen He activated her phone's recording function, finding a suitable angle to secure the device. From this perspective, she could capture Mu Tingyun's hands and chest without requiring his face in the frame. Noticing this subtle detail, Mu Tingyun felt that Shen He was indeed a girl with a sense of propriety. Shen He elegantly unwrapped the exquisite packaging, peeling away the tissue paper to reveal a black diamond-studded crocodile leather Birkin bag. The exorbitant value of an Hermes bag is well known, and this diamond-encrusted crocodile leather piece is particularly rare. Shen He had seen this bag in her previous life, within Qin Enong's collection. It was a high-end model that Mu Tingyun had reserved from the brand 10 months in advance, intended as a birthday gift for Qin Enong's 28th birthday, costing nearly $1 million. Qin Enong cherished this bag and frequently carried it to shopping malls and various gatherings of affluent ladies after marrying Mu Tingyun. Who could have anticipated that in this life, Mu Tingyun would choose to present the very bag meant for Qin Enong to her instead, in a bid to win her favor? If Qin Enong were to witness the bag that rightfully belonged to her being gifted to someone else by Mu Tingyun, one can only imagine her splendid reaction. Shen He feigned an irresistible fondness as she caressed the bag, inquiring, "Is this a new design? I haven't encountered this style in the store. It is a customized piece, requiring a year in advance for order." Mu Tingyun observed Shen He's reaction with keen interest. Noticing the surprise and delight etched upon her face, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, she was a girl from an ordinary family, A mere bag was sufficient to win her affections. Seizing the moment, Mu Tingyun continued, Shen He, my elder sister's actions today were unbecoming. Yet her demeanor does not reflect the Mu family's values, nor does it represent me. She and I are not of the same mother. Your goodness is evident to all. Her jealousy stems from the fear that I may bring home a remarkable and beautiful girl like you, worried that we might overshadow her in the future. Shen He, please do not let her influence you. You must trust in my love for you. Setting the bag down, Shen He nodded, affirming I understand. I saw through her tricks at first glance. My retort during lunch was in defense of you. Brother Mu, I will not allow her to slander your character. Seeing Shen He easily placated, Mu Tingyun felt entirely reassured. Shen He picked up her phone and turned off the camera function. Without needing Mu Tingyun's reminder, she declared, Do not worry, I will edit out the subsequent conversation. Mu Tingyun smiled appreciatively. You are such a considerate girl. He found himself lost in thought as he watched Shen He diligently edit the video. Such a wonderful girl. His heart ached for her more and more. Noticing Shen He engrossed in her editing, Mu Tingyun suggested, I shall take a brief nap. Wake me when it's time. All right, she replied. After dedicating some time to perfecting the video, adding subtitles and a virtual voice, she meticulously reviewed her work before publishing it on Weibo. Chapter 68. No More in Action. Return to Qing City. In H City, while Qin Yinong was indulging in a spa treatment at a beauty salon, her WeChat suddenly chimed. It was a friend request notification. Hello, Miss Qin. I am Mu Xiangyi. Mu Xiangyi, the elder sister of Mu Tingyun. Qin Yinong's heart skipped a beat. She accepted the friend request. And as soon as it was approved, Mu Xiangyi sent a greeting message. She initially inquired about Qin Yinong's life over the past few years in a sisterly manner, then expressed concern for her romantic life. Finally, she went on to embellish matters concerning Mu Tingyun and the protection of Shen He. Mu Xiangyi sighed. The last time I saw my younger brother risking everything for love was when he was 21. I never expected that after all these years, he would encounter his true soulmate again. But this time, my father has grown old, and my brother has matured. He will certainly be able to protect the one he loves. Despite knowing that Mu Xiangyi's words were intended to bait her, Qin Yinong found herself drawn in. She responded, Ms. Mu, why are you telling me this? I have long been separated from Mu Tingyun, and I am now engaged. Qin Yinong added, What Mu Tingyun does with whom is of no concern to me. Upon reading Qin Yinong's reply, Mu Xiangyi gritted her teeth. Could it be that this little minx truly had moved on from her brother? Not willing to concede, she replied, It seems my brother is about to get married. I simply thought of you and couldn't resist a few words. Nothing more. Married? To Shen He? Mu Tingyun had never mentioned any intention of marrying Shen He. Waves of jealousy and anger surged within Qin Yinong, stirring her heart. No, Mu Tingyun could only be hers. He absolutely cannot marry Shen He. There are countless ways to gain Shen He's trust. They would surely find another method. In the hospital, Mu Tingyun led Shen He to visit Mu Xiao. Mu Xiangyi glanced at the pair, her attention instantly captured by the dazzling new Hermes Birkin bag, adorned with diamonds, that Shen He held. Her brother truly dotes on Shen He. Mu Xiangyi, who had been struggling to find a way to provoke Qin Yinong, seized the opportunity. She discreetly took out her phone and snapped a picture of Shen He standing beside Mu Tingyun, speaking to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiangyi sent the photograph to Qin Yinong with a message, My brother and Shen He have come to visit our father. I'll talk to you later. Upon seeing the photo, what captivated Qin Yinong was not the luxurious Birkin bag, but the way Mu Tingyun held Shen He's hand tightly, gazing at her with such tenderness. She had never witnessed how Mu Tingyun interacted with Shen He. In truth, she had barely seen Shen He at all. Her understanding of Shen He was solely based on Mu Tingyun's descriptions. Each time Mu Tingyun spoke of Shen He did so with disdain and contempt. She had genuinely believed Mu Tingyun looked down upon Shen He's sweet but naive persona. Yet, the expression in Mu Tingyun's eyes in the photograph was anything but dismissive or impatient. It was unmistakably one of affection and adoration. In the tender days of youthful romance, Mu Tingyun's gaze towards her mirrored the way he now looks at Shen He. In Mu Tingyun's heart, a place has already been reserved for Shen He. Realizing this, Qin Yino felt as though her heart was being torn apart. "Miss Qin, would you like to have some honey water?" A staff member offered her a glass of honey lemon water. Qin Yino took a sip of this sweet and sour drink. Yet her heart felt heavy with anguish. "Mu Tingyun, have you truly changed your heart?" After a distracted spa session, Qin Yino exited the beauty salon and, out of habit, began scrolling through her phone in the car. It was then that she noticed a Weibo notification indicating that Shen He had updated her status an hour ago. Qin Yino had set special alerts for Shen He. Any update would prompt an app notification. Shen He had posted an unboxing vlog of an Hermes Birkin bag. Even though Mu Tingyun's face was not visible, Qin Yino easily recognized the hands delicately holding the gift box. They were Mu Tingyun's hands. Those hands had intertwined with hers countless times. How could she not recognize them? Additionally, the Patek Philippe watch adorning Mu Tingyun's left wrist was one she had accompanied him to select personally. This exquisite timepiece was limited to just 10 pieces worldwide, and Mu Tingyun was the sole owner in Qing City. She could never mistake it. As she watched Shen He retrieve the black Birkin bag from the box, Qin Yino's pupils trembled, and her soul felt as if it were being shattered by a hammer. This bag. Qin Yino instantly recognized that the Birkin bag in Shen He's hands was a custom order. How could Shen He's family possibly afford to spend over $1 million on a custom bag? This bag could only have been a gift from Mu Tingyun. Moreover, such a bag would require at least 6 months of advance ordering. Suddenly, she recalled last summer when Mu Tingyun had asked her what she wanted for her birthday. She had expressed a desire for a diamond-studded Hermes Birkin bag. Mu Tingyun had laughed and playfully flicked her nose, assuring her, "I will fulfill all your wishes." Mu Tingyun had always been a man of his word. Realizing that Mu Tingyun had given the bag originally intended for her to Shen He, Qin Yino's delicate features twisted in anguish. No, she could not remain passive any longer. If she allowed Mu Tingyun to continue his association with Shen He, he would inevitably fall in love with her. She must return to Qing City. Mu Zhao's condition had stabilized for the time being, posing no immediate threat to his life. However, his right hand exhibited signs of paralysis, rendering even self-feeding a challenge. This infuriated Mu Xiao, who wished to tear apart Song Jingcheng in his fury. Yet, in front of the children, he concealed his emotions well. He addressed Shen He, saying, "Miss Shen, I apologize for the embarrassment I caused you that day. Once I am discharged, I will personally host a banquet to invite you and your family for a meal. As for your union with our third son, it is time to discuss that matter in earnest." Upon hearing this, Mu Tingyun's expression brightened, and Shen He smiled gently, responding, "I am amenable to that. I will defer to Mr. Mu's arrangements." Referring to me as Mr. Mu feels a bit distant, Mu Xiao replied, "Just call me Uncle." "Uncle Mu," Shen He responded graciously. Mu Xiao feigned exhaustion as he addressed Mu Xiangyi, saying, "Xiangyi, it's time for dinner. Take Shen He out for a meal. Third brother, stay behind. We need to have a word." Understanding that Mu Xiao had something to discuss privately with Mu Tingyun, Mu Xiangyi, despite her displeasure, took Shen He to dine. Upon exiting the hospital room, Mu Xiangyi's expression darkened. Noticing the plaster on Mu Xiangyi's wrist, Shen He appeared remorseful and insincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, dear sister, for causing your wrist to be injured. You little wretch." Mu Xiangyi glared fiercely at Shen He, warning her, "Do not presume that my father's words imply his approval of your union. You'd better keep your true nature concealed, should my father discover it. Your dreams of marrying into wealth will shatter." Shen He maintained her serene demeanor, which only served to amplify Mu Xiangyi's appearance as a mere jester. Mu Xiangyi stifled her anger, casting a glance at the platinum bag on Shen He's arm, and mockingly remarked, "Do not think that just because my third brother gifted you a bag worth 100,000, you are indispensable to him. In the past, when he was enamored with his first love, he was even more extravagant. And what was the outcome? He merely moved on. Who was his first love?" Shen He feigned discomfort. Mu Xiangyi smirked knowingly, saying mysteriously, "That is all in the past, and Miss Shen need not concern herself with it. However, it is said that first loves are like white moonlight. Should she return to Qing City and actively pursue our third brother, whether he can resist the temptation is uncertain." Shen He replied, "Return soon. The sooner you return, the better it will be for me to deal with the two of them." Chapter 69. the mad old woman as Shen He left with Mu Xiangyi, the atmosphere in the hospital room suddenly turned heavy, evoking a sense of impending storm. Mu Tingyun pulled a chair beside the bedside table, seated himself, and poured a glass of warm water. He then used a damp cotton swab to moisten Mu Xiao's lips. "Old third," Mu Xiao said, smacking his lips, "there are some things I wish to discuss with you." Mu Tingyun maintained his grip on the cup, nodding attentively at the elder. "Please, I am listening. This matter relates to the secrets surrounding your abduction a decade ago." Mu Tingyun's expression shifted, a flicker of alarm crossing his features. "Is there more to that incident than I have been told? Wasn't it merely a case of kidnapping for ransom by an enemy?" This situation had received the approval of both his father and uncle, which had left Mu Tingyun with no reason to doubt its simplicity. What else could there possibly be? "You are a perceptive child. If I were to present this matter solely from my perspective, you would surely distrust me. However, with your uncle as a corroborating witness, you should have no reason for skepticism. That is indeed the case. You are astute. Why not ponder who else might be involved, compelling both your uncle and me to conceal the truth?" Mu Xiao let the bait dangle, leaning back against his pillow for rest. Mu Tingyun's fingers tightened around the cup, his eyes trembling with shock and sorrow. "Is it, grandmother?" Mu Xiao closed his eyes and nodded slightly. "It is she." For nearly 2 minutes, Mu Tingyun remained silent. "Why?" His voice, now husky, betrayed his grief, a stark contrast to his earlier vigor. Mu Xiao sighed deeply before responding. "You witnessed how your uncle treated me that day, did you not?" Mu Tingyun remained mute. Mu Xiao was unfazed by his silence. The enmity between the Mu and Song families can be traced back to the war era prior to the founding of the nation. You should be aware of these entanglements. The version known to Mu Tingyun aligned closely with what Shen He had learned. "What I understand is that our ancestors took advantage of the Song family's patriarch's illness to usurp their business. After the establishment of the People's Republic, my maternal great-grandfather returned to Qing City, discovering that the Song family had been utterly devastated by the Mu family, leaving them without a burial place for their deceased patriarch. This bred an enduring hatred toward the Mu family. Upon his passing, my great-grandfather left a decree forbidding the Song family from intermarrying with the Mu family." Mu Xiao listened intently as Mu Tingyun recounted this history. He did not defend the actions of their ancestors, but instead posed a question. "In Qing City, the 3 prominent families are the Mu, the Xie, and the Cheng. Let me ask you, if all 4 children of the Cheng family were to perish, leaving their elderly patriarch without an heir to manage the company, would anyone dare to act against them?" Mu Tingyun was momentarily taken aback by the question. Mu Xiao noticed his reaction, allowing a cold, sardonic smile to emerge. "Businessmen are inherently driven by profit. What fault lies with the Mu family?" Mu Tingyun furrowed his brow, unconvinced by his father's perspective. "Father, this is not a fair comparison. What is incorrect about it?" Mu Xiao retorted noncommittally. "The Cheng family's children were all patriotic youths, martyrs who sacrificed for the future of a nation. The children of the Cheng family are merely innocent merchants." Mu Xiao's expression shifted subtly. He was reluctant to acknowledge the faults of the Mu family's ancestors. Once he did, the descendants of the Mu family would find it impossible to hold their heads high again. Even if the Mu family had not acted against the Song family, other merchants would have sensed the opportunity to seize a share of the spoils. "Do not assume that people are inherently benevolent," Mu Tingyun replied without hesitation. "Yet, the only company involved in the annexation of the Song family's assets was the Mu family. You." Mu Xiao gasped with indignation, his breath short. He began to cough intermittently. Calmly, Mu Tingyun soothed his father, waiting for him to regain his composure, then offered him a sip of warm water. "Father, no matter how you attempt to justify it, our ancestors were indeed in the wrong regarding the annexation of the Song family's industries. Acknowledging our ancestors' mistakes is not a source of shame. What is truly laughable is our awareness of their wrongdoing. Yet we persist in denial, foolishly attempting to gloss over the truth. I believe the Song family's deep-seated hatred for the Mu family stems from our refusal to admit our faults. Is this behavior not akin to living a lie?" Mu Xiao fell silent, scrutinizing Mu Tingyun. This child bore half the blood of the Song family and would never fully commit his heart to the Mu family. The enmity between the Mu and Song families was inextricable. Mu Xiao scoffed. "Do you think the Song family is virtuous?" My love for your mother was genuine, yet they maliciously slandered us, claiming I married her solely to consume the Song family's legacy. I have borne the weight of such accusations because of my unwavering devotion to your mother. When I resolved to pursue a relationship with her, I braced myself for the worst. But how did the Song family respond? What did your grandmother do? Mu Tingyun spoke calmly. She and my grandfather refused to support you, even risking her health to give birth to my uncle. I have grown weary of hearing these tales, father. Repeating them serves no purpose. Mu Tingyun's patience was wearing thin. He was tired of these old grievances. But it is more than that, Mu Xiao exclaimed bitterly, his voice rising in anguish. That madwoman went so far as to arrange for someone to hide in the hospital, pushing your mother down the stairs during her checkup to prevent her from giving birth to a child of the Mu family. You were merely 7 months old then, and your mother fought for her life to bring a frail you into the world. She barely had time to glimpse you before she suffered from amniotic fluid embolism. Yet your cruel grandmother had the audacity to orchestrate the removal of the most skilled obstetrician from the hospital, causing a delay in your mother's treatment, leading to her death on the delivery bed. Mu Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. My dear third child, I refrained from sharing these truths with you out of consideration for the Song family, as they're your mother's kin, your other family. I once believed that patience would bring peace from that madwoman. Little did I know that upon learning of your excellent scores in the college entrance examinations, she feared your brilliance might pose a future threat to her son in the business world, and thus resorted to hiring a killer. The abduction you experienced was orchestrated by that madwoman. Mu Xiao was taken aback, his face drained of color. Is this truly the case? The terror in Mu Tingyun's eyes solidified into something tangible. My mother's death and the incident of my kidnapping at 18. Could it genuinely have been my grandmother's doing? That reticent elder, could she truly have committed such deeds? You doubt me? Seeing Mu Tingyun still questioning his words, Mu Xiao felt a surge of disappointment. Mu Tingyun, I am your father. I share a closer bond with you than Song Jingcheng and that deranged woman. You are my son. Would I resort to deceit over such matters? If you harbor skepticism, you may confront Song Jingcheng directly and inquire whether it was his mad mother who orchestrated your abduction during your senior year. Ask him if he was aware of the truth all along, which is why he discreetly sought protection for you afterward. Upon hearing this, Mu Tingyun was already inclined to believe Mu Xiao by about 70%. Chapter 70. The Maternal Deception. Song Jingcheng falls victim. I shall candidly reveal to you that Song Jingcheng is not only aware that his mother orchestrated those matters, but he had also foreseen the madwoman's scheme. Yet, he chose not to divulge this to you. Do you truly believe your uncle is a paragon of virtue? Mu Tingyun, within the Song family, there exists not a single soul who wishes for your survival. After voicing these sentiments, Mu Xiao's spirit could no longer endure the weight of the conversation. He leaned against the pillow, gasping for breath, shaking his head in a manner that conveyed utter disappointment in Mu Tingyun. Please rest. I shall take my leave for now and return to visit you tomorrow. Mu Tingyun endeavored to maintain his composure. Once outside the hospital room, however, his exquisitely handsome face fissured with myriad cracks, enveloped by an enigmatic and sinister aura. He stood by the elevator lobby window, smoking a cigarette, mentally preparing himself before retrieving his phone to call Song Jingcheng. Uncle, where are you? After confirming Song Jingcheng's whereabouts, Mu Tingyun smoked another cigarette before departing the hospital, heading straight to the Song family residence. En route, he received a call from Shen He. Mu Tingyun, where are you? I couldn't find you at the hospital. Shen He had returned to the hospital seeking Mu Tingyun, only to discover his absence and that his car was missing from the underground garage. Realizing that Mu Tingyun had abandoned her, she felt a surge of irritation. Mu Tingyun, in a foul mood, answered Shen He's call with an impassive tone. I have matters to attend to. You may return by taxi. He coldly ended the call, silencing his phone, refusing to entertain any further calls. Shen He, incensed by Mu Tingyun's demeanor, scoffed in disbelief. What kind of man takes out his frustrations on me? Her own spirits were low. Having endured the ire of Mu Xiangyi at noon and now Mu Tingyun in the evening, she felt disheartened. In a fit of vexation, she scrolled through WeChat until she found Melody. She inquired, Sister Melody, are there any discreet gatherings? preferably one where I can converse without interruptions, no intimate engagements involved. Melody replied, "Come to the headquarters in Xingyun District. There is a gathering with a good atmosphere." Xingyun District serves as the political epicenter of Qing City, home to the old government building and the city's most prestigious families, including the reclusive Song family. Upon receiving the information, Shen He hailed a taxi and made her way to the headquarters in Xingyun District. Song Jingcheng had not returned to the Song family's old residence in Xingyun District for some time. However, today marked the monthly dinner with his elderly mother, and as long as her health permitted, he would be there to share the meal. A century ago, following the Mu family's takeover of the Song family's enterprises, the ancestral home was severely damaged and subsequently demolished. It was only after the Song family regained their footing that they reconstructed the current structure, Song Garden, in the style reminiscent of the Republic of China era. Song Garden was uniquely designed, harmoniously blending Jiangnan courtyards with ancient Republican architecture. At this time of year, the lotus flowers in the pond bloomed splendidly. Accompanied by Ma Kai, Song Jingcheng strolled leisurely toward the small building where his elderly mother resided. The matriarch, known as Chu Ji, is 77 years old this year. Since the passing of her husband, Song Chang'an, Chu Ji has retreated into seclusion, often meandering in the courtyard, transcribing scriptures and reciting Buddhist prayers. When Song Jingcheng arrived, dinner had already been prepared in her abode. The housekeeper, a woman in her 50s named Jing, had devoted half her life to caring for her. Upon spotting Song Jingcheng approaching the small building from a distance, Jing swiftly turned and entered the Buddhist hall, announcing, "Madam, Jingcheng has returned." Chu Ji slowly lifted her gaze. She sported a chic, ear-length hairstyle with strands gently swept back, revealing her high and full forehead. Although her forehead bore wrinkles, it did not diminish her graceful demeanor in the slightest. Setting down her slender brush, Chu Ji rose with Jing's assistance, adjusting her unwrinkled silk qipao, and said, "Let us prepare for dinner." As Song Jingcheng entered the living room, he coincidentally encountered Chu Ji emerging from the Buddhist hall. "Mother," he greeted her with a respectful bow, his movements so precise it appeared as if an invisible ruler was measuring his posture. The moment he stepped into the small building, Ma Kai adopted an air of seriousness and tension. Chu Ji inclined her head slightly and extended her right hand towards Song Jingcheng. Adorning her delicate wrist was a jade bracelet of imperial green. Song Jingcheng gently grasped Chu Ji's hand, accompanying her to the dining area. Once Chu Ji was seated, he took his place at the table, pulling out his chair with decorum and settling down in an elegant and proper manner. Upon returning to Song Garden, Song Jingcheng resembled a gentleman from a prestigious drama, with every gesture and breath meticulously restrained and orderly. Chu Ji observed him for a moment before gently inquiring, "You have lost weight again, but your complexion appears healthier than the last time. Have you been resting well lately?" Chu Ji effortlessly discerned the changes in Song Jingcheng. He did not conceal anything, replying, "I switched to a new calming essential oil, and it seems effective." "That is good to hear. You are too thin. You must eat more," she urged, picking up the serving chopsticks to offer him a portion of each dish. Over the past few years, Chu Ji had embraced a vegetarian diet. The vegetable dishes were quite enticing, yet Song Jingcheng's palate had severely deteriorated, rendering him incapable of savoring their flavors. Despite his inability to appreciate the meal, he dutifully consumed everything she served him, which pleased Chu Ji immensely. After dinner, Chu Ji engaged him in heartfelt conversation, first inquiring about his health, then his work, and finally returning to the familiar topic, "When do you plan to marry?" Song Jingcheng furrowed his brow, instinctively replying, "With my current state, marrying anyone would only waste their life." To which Chu Ji remarked, "In Qing City, countless wonderful girls would not mind becoming the widow of the Song family." Chu Ji offered him a slight smile, adding, "If you wish, I could find you 100 or even 1,000 young women who would suit your heart's desire." Song Jingcheng frowned. "Jingcheng," she said softly, gently stirring the tea with the lid, gazing at the rippling water as she continued in a calm tone. "A century ago, the Mu family wronged the descendants of the Song family, taking advantage of your elderly great-grandfather, leaving him helpless and consuming the last remnants of the Song estate. Your grandfather could never come to terms with this matter before his death. Jingcheng, Do you wish to see the misfortunes of the Song family replayed in your lifetime? Do you intend to make me a sinner of the Song family? How shall I account for my actions to your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather? Should I descend into the netherworld? Ever since Song Jingcheng fell gravely ill, Chu Ji has persistently urged for marriage. Previously, her comments were mere trifles, seemingly innocuous. However, none of those instances bore the weight of today's urgency. Recognizing that this matter could not be dismissed lightly, Song Jingcheng took a step back, stating, "I shall consider this matter with great care." "There is no need for deliberation," Chu Ji replied, setting her teacup down. "You have conversed with me for nearly 20 minutes. The effects of the medication should be manifesting by now." "The effects?" Song Jingcheng's expression darkened abruptly. "Mother, have you drugged me?" He anticipated that Chu Ji would not easily relent, yet he never imagined she would personally administer the drug. "Jingcheng, your sense of taste has diminished. You cannot discern the flavor of the medication," Chu Ji informed him. "I have indeed drugged you, and at this juncture, even if you wish to go to the hospital to induce vomiting, it would be too late. In your room, as well as in the villa on Dongya's side, there are young, beautiful women awaiting you." Chu Ji firmly grasped the armrest of her chair and rose, stating, "Tonight, no hospital will attend to your needs. Jingcheng, do not cause your mother distress." With that, she turned and left for the Buddhist hall, not looking back. Chapter 71. The celibate days she endured in her past life. Song Jingcheng staggered out of the small building, his expression dark and foreboding, startling Ma Kai into extinguishing his cigarette and rushing to support him. "Mr. Song, what has happened? Has your condition suddenly worsened?" This seemed improbable, as Mr. Song's affliction typically escalated every 2 weeks. It had only been a week since the last episode. Song Jingcheng grasped Ma Kai's arm, his palm warmer than usual. "Ma Kai, can you procure an antidote for aphrodisiacs?" His tone remained relatively calm, yet a hint of crimson flickered in his gaze. Ma Kai was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. "I can, but my military doctor friend is not in Qing City. Even if I took a helicopter, it would be too late. The best course of action is to go to the hospital for gastric lavage." Song Jingcheng shook his head. "It's too late. The drug has already taken effect." Ma Kai's expression shifted to one of concern. "Then the only option left is an ice bath." "But Mr. Song, your body cannot withstand such treatment. We must leave Song Garden immediately." Feigning composure, Song Jingcheng exited Song Garden just as Mu Tingyun's car arrived at the entrance. Spotting Song Jingcheng emerging, Mu Tingyun opened the car door and approached him directly. "Uncle, I have something to ask." Song Jingcheng shot him a frosty glare, his voice low and unyielding. "I have matters to attend to. Return home and wait for my call." The fury in Song Jingcheng's eyes startled Mu Tingyun, causing him to take a step back, momentarily forgetting to explain his situation, watching helplessly as Song Jingcheng drove away. Casting a glance back at the discreet yet imposing Song Garden, Mu Tingyun clenched his fist, resolutely pursuing Song Jingcheng. He was determined to uncover the truth tonight. Ma Kai soon noticed Mu Tingyun trailing closely behind their vehicle. "Mr. Song, young Master Mu is following us. Should I drive him away?" For the first time, Ma Kai felt a surge of distaste for Mu Tingyun. Why is this kid so bothersome? What annoyance! Song Jingcheng loosened his tie and leaned back against the seat. Despite his efforts to distract himself, the rising heat within him threatened to shatter his composure. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor. "Shake him off." "Understood." Ma Kai's driving skills were exceptional. Within 3 minutes, they had completely outpaced Mu Tingyun. "Mr. Song, we need to switch cars." Ma Kai's other residence was nearby. He hurried home, assisting Song Jingcheng in transferring to a discreet black Audi, heading straight for the People's Hospital in Xingyun District. The effects of the drug intensified. Song Jingcheng's rationality was rapidly dissolving. In a moment of desperation, he bit down on his wrist, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Ma Kai gasped in horror. "Mr. Song, what kind of drug have you encountered?" The pain brought a semblance of clarity to Song Jingcheng's mind. Eyes closed, his breathing grew increasingly labored. In his past life, Chu Ji had drugged him during the sweltering summer. Yet, it was only April now. Everything had arrived sooner than expected. Song Jingcheng was acutely aware of the potency of this medication. In his previous life, He had endured its effects by immersing himself in ice baths. Yet his health deteriorated significantly, hastening his demise. He could not afford to perish so swiftly. Mon on Daikoi. Huh, not going to the hospital? Taking a long breath, Song Jingcheng, while still somewhat lucid, instructed Ma Kai, take me to the Listening Rain Club and find me a woman. The Listening Rain Club was a private establishment that Song Jingcheng had invested in during his youth. It was there that he had last met Meng Jin. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he bit his lower lip, murmuring in anguish, "Remember, it must be consensual." Understood. Ma Kai inwardly cursed profusely. Damn, how could such a remarkable gentleman as Mr. Song simply lose his virtue to just anyone? If one must indulge in romantic encounters, it should be with someone like Miss Shen. Miss Shen? Ma Kai's heart skipped a beat. Stealing a glance at Song Jingcheng, being the most trusted subordinate of Mr. Song, understood the nature of his feelings towards Miss Shen, which transcended mere familial affection. Thoughts of the incongruous lip glaze on the tea rack at Doña Villa and the talisman tucked within Mr. Song's wallet invaded his mind. Gritting his teeth, Ma Kai made a bold decision and texted Shen He, 3 kilometers away, at Melody's club. Shen He had just alighted from a taxi when she spotted Melody herself waiting at the entrance to greet her. Melody immediately recognized the considerable value of Shen He's new handbag. "I like your bag." Without hesitation, Shen He casually thrust the bag into Melody's arms, grinning. "You like it? Here, take a whiff of this $1 million bag. You can't expect sophistication from a mutt." Melody feigned ignorance, admiringly caressing the black bag while inquiring, "Did you buy this yourself? Or did Mu San Xiao gift it to you?" "It was a gift from Mu." "Ah." Melody's expression turned serious as she cautioned Shen He, "I've noticed that Mu Tingyun seems quite invested in you. If he discovers you're seeking a young plaything, it could lead to complications." Shen He remained unperturbed, replying, "I'm merely looking for a confidant to converse with, not to exchange skills." "That's fair enough." Melody led Shen He up to the 3rd floor, navigating through a dimly lit, winding corridor until they arrived at a closed private room. Pointing to the door, Melody remarked, "Inside, there's a group of university students. All young charmers. They engage only in conversation, not in transactions. Each one is a captivating conversationalist. There's a variety to choose from." Melody chuckled mischievously. Feeling somewhat awkward as it was her first time engaging in such an endeavor, Shen He hesitated. Melody, however, promptly swung open the door to the private room, pulling Shen He inside and clapping her hands to capture the attention of the young men present. "Brothers, we have a guest. Isn't she lovely? Hey, whoever can make her smile will receive a reward of 10,000. Upon hearing this, the young wolves sprang to their feet, each finding their most charming angle, smiling as they greeted Shen He. "Sister, good evening." Shen He observed the line of youthful wolves and noted, to her astonishment, that they all possessed chiseled 8-pack abs. Her heart raced, akin to water reaching a boil, gurgling and growing increasingly fervent. Goodness, what sort of ascetic life had she endured in her previous existence? Once she kicked Mu Tingyun to the curb and regained her freedom, she vowed not to deprive herself any longer. Melody, with a cheerful demeanor, gently pushed Shen He towards the sofa. "Enjoy yourself. I must attend to other matters." As soon as Melody departed, the pack surged towards Shen He, encircling her. She felt akin to a sumptuous delicacy, with the wolves eager to partake. "Sister, you resemble a superstar. Are you truly our sister? You appear even more youthful and radiant than the freshmen at our university." Shen He gradually succumbed to the sweet nothings of the young wolves, lost in their flattery. "Sister, is there anything troubling you? Share it with us. We'll help lift your spirits." Upon hearing this, Shen He promptly retrieved a stack of cash from her bag and tossed it onto the coffee table. "Here, you help me vent my frustrations. Curse as foully as you can. It will delight me. For every curse, I'll reward you with 100 as a tip." Chapter 72. Sleep well. Shen He, do not regret who are you cursing. "Sister?" The young wolves transformed into fierce warriors, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Shen He retorted, "Mugu. Money can make the devil turn the millstone." A boy clad in a blue shirt, possessing a voice fit for a voice actor, disdainfully began to scold. "Ha, Mugu, with your nose adorned with green onions. You think you look impressive? Have you ever taken a moment to glance in the mirror? You resemble a QR code, without scanning. One could hardly fathom your vulgarity and foolishness. Shen He clapped her hands and promptly drew out 5 yuan, handing it to the lad, exclaiming, "Well said. Here is a reward." Another young wolf in black, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Mugu, what makes you so arrogant with your measly wealth?" He brandished a lighter, igniting it before quickly extinguishing the flame, sneering as he remarked, "Did you witness that? A second of fire snuffed out. That is your ability." Astonished, Shen He, in her delight, bestowed 500 yuan upon the young man in black. "I must ask, Mugu, have you doused yourself in perfume today? Or is it merely to mask the stench of your own wretchedness?" Thanks to their contributions, Shen He amassed a wealth of material for her verbal assaults. Just as she was about to revel in her triumph, her phone vibrated suddenly. "Sister, someone is looking for you on WeChat," one of the young wolves thoughtfully informed her. Shen He picked up her phone, discovering a message from Ma Kai. "Miss Shun, our Mr. Song has been drugged. Are you aware of any reputable clubs near Xingyun District?" Shen He gasped. "Mr. Song has been drugged? Who would dare to do such a thing?" A golden opportunity for her to seize the moment. She would not let it slip away. With newfound purpose, Shen He rose, generously leaving all her cash on the table, declaring, "You all can divide this among yourselves. I have matters to attend to." With her bag in hand and heels clicking against the floor, she dashed out. Melody, attending to guests outside, caught sight of Shen He sprinting away, but was unable to call after her before she vanished from view. Where could she be headed? Shen He emerged from the club, standing by the street to reply to Ma Kai. The most discreet establishment in this vicinity is the Listening Rain Club, the same place you accompanied Mr. Song to meet Lawyer Meng. By the time Ma Kai received her message, he was nearing the Listening Rain Club. Slowing his vehicle, he responded, "Thank you, Miss Shun. Do you not know an intermediary named Melody? Might I request her assistance in finding a clean, willing young lady?" "Why seek Melody when she is readily available?" To prevent any misunderstanding about Mr. Song's character, Ma Kai added, "Mr. Song has been schemed against. The drug is potent, and for certain reasons, he cannot go to the hospital. If he takes an ice bath, his condition may deteriorate significantly. Such a decision is born out of desperation." Shen He replied, "Please provide the address and room number. I will have Melody send someone over." Ma Kai, the last room where Miss Shen rested is Mr. Song's private lounge. You may find him there directly. The code is Mr. Song. You are deeply indebted to Lao Ma, and Lao Ma holds you in high regard. Makai drove the car into the underground garage and took the private elevator to escort Song Jingcheng to his room. Song Jingcheng felt feverish, as if he were a piece of iron heated to a high temperature, which startled Makai. "Mr. Song, allow me to help you to the sofa for a moment." Makai gently laid Song Jingcheng down on the sofa, the very one where Shen He had rested last time. Noticing the discomfort as Song Jingcheng's throat moved incessantly, Makai inquired, "Would you like some water? I'll fetch you a glass." Song Jingcheng, eyes closed and silent, eventually spoke in a hushed voice, "Go to the pharmacy and buy some." This establishment was a proper place for business discussions, devoid of such items. Makai nodded vigorously, wiping the sweat from his brow as he replied, "I will go right away, Mr. Song. I've given the visitor the access code. When they arrive, they will open the door themselves. Do not open the door for anyone who knocks. Hurry." Song Jingcheng's tone grew impatient. Makai dashed off. The nearest pharmacy was 2 kilometers away. Just as Makai's car was leaving the underground garage, Shen He arrived in a taxi, having purchased a hat along the way. Upon exiting the vehicle, she lowered the brim to obscure her face and turned to enter the underground parking lot, taking the elevator upstairs. Upon reaching Song Jingcheng's resting suite, her fingers trembled as she entered the code. This was her first venture into such an escapade, and she felt both exhilarated and fearful, adrenaline coursing through her veins. The code was correct. Hearing the electronic chime, Shen He inhaled deeply and confidently opened the door. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for a few spotlights in the small living area, resembling the eyes of a demon, watching her intrude upon this forbidden space. Shen He cleared her throat, feigning the voice of a stranger. "Sir, I have entered. Are you here?" A low, commanding voice came from behind her. "Get out." Startled, she turned to find Song Jingcheng standing in the corner by the wall. Under the influence of the medication, His usually tranquil black eyes were ignited with fervor, now a deep, menacing red. The mere gaze from him instilled a profound fear within Shen He, as if she might be torn apart. She approached Song Jingcheng, instinctively reaching out to steady his arm. "Mr. Song, are you all right? Do not touch me." He rebuffed her grasp, clinging to the last vestiges of his composure. With a serious tone, he warned, "Shen He, leave immediately." Shen He stood her ground, quietly observing him, his anguish, his restraint, the beads of sweat on his brow, all while he endeavored to maintain his calm demeanor. The sight of Song Jingcheng's tortured expression struck a chord deep within her, igniting an irresistible allure. "I will not leave." She raised an arm, her cool skin wrapping around his neck, offering him a fleeting sense of relief. But it was swiftly consumed by the raging fire within him, heating her touch as well. "Mr. Song, you aided me during my hospital visit. I have yet to repay that kindness. Tonight, I come to express my gratitude, if you would allow it." On tiptoe, she leaned in to kiss his thin lips. Song Jingcheng fought the urge to turn away. He leaned against the wall with one hand, while gripping the door with the other, once again issuing an eviction command to Shen He. "Shen He, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Return at once. Do you dare challenge me to call Mu Tingyun and summon him here? Just see." Suddenly, Shen He seized Song Jingcheng's head with both hands, boldly tilting her head for a kiss. Shen He's kiss was fierce and forceful, compelling Song Jingcheng to retreat step by step. He found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from Shen He enveloped him, relentlessly assaulting the remnants of his rationality. Releasing her grip on Song Jingcheng, Shen He wore an inscrutable smile and asked, "What do you wish for him to witness?" With a malicious flick of his collar, she provocatively taunted him. "To see how his most esteemed companion shares a bed with my girlfriend? How delightful are my moans." Song Jingcheng's mind buzzed with confusion. "Shen He, you wicked woman. How brazen you are." He fixated on her bosom, his eyes flickering with turmoil and hesitation. Bang! Shen He forcefully kicked the door shut. Grabbing the skewed tie of Song Jingcheng, she continued her audacious advance. "Earlier today, you questioned why I addressed you as Mr. Song. What am I to do then? Each time I dream, Mr. Song is the finest inspiration. The Mr. Song of my dreams is exceedingly capable." With a playful smile, she kissed him again, pressing his hand against her waist, hinting, "Show me just how capable you truly are." Flames of desire ignited in Song Jingcheng's eyes as he suddenly lifted Shen He by the waist, binding her lithe form tightly within his embrace. "Shen He, do not regret this." The man took the initiative, gripping her chin, advancing into the depths of conquest. A spotlight illuminated them both. He pinned her against the dimly lit corner, discarding her cap onto the floor, shedding her garments beneath his feet. His fiery fingers became the sole covering on Shen He's body. They were akin to two unrepentant souls concealed in the shadows, unworthy of the light. Chapter 73. The older man indulges in desire. Song Jingcheng, please, not here. Feeling the immense reaction from Song Jingcheng, Shen He was somewhat alarmed. "Shall we go to the bed? It can be quite painful here." Her tone was soft and coaxing as she wrapped her arms around his neck, attempting to placate him. "You are several years my senior. You should know how to be gentle. Could you be a bit kinder to me?" Song Jingcheng inhaled deeply, muttering in irritation. Stop acting coy. How could she behave in such a manner at this moment? Yet, he acquiesced to her request, carrying her into the inner bedroom. Shen He asked him to turn off the lights, to which Song Jingcheng scoffed. Not a chance. "Let us turn them off," she kindly suggested. If Mr. Song were to extinguish the flame in an instant, it would be quite embarrassing. Let us spare each other some dignity. Song Jingcheng remained silent, resolutely refusing to comply. Under the glaring light, Shen He's every expression was laid bare. Her pain, discomfort, recklessness, shame, and the exhilaration of cursing were all too evident. Song Jingcheng observed her every subtle reaction, feeling his heart darken bit by bit. For the first time in his life, he contemplated encroaching upon his nephew's territory. Outside, Ma Kai stood vigil by the door, nearly crushing the box in his pocket. The establishment was soundproof, rendering him unable to discern the specific activities within. Yet he could see the light seeping through the crack beneath the door. Mr. Song had difficulty falling asleep and required darkness to rest. The light still shone, indicating that the fire had yet to be extinguished. It was truly disheartening. The items he had procured remained unused. After tonight, if Miss Shan were to bear a child for Mu Tingyun, it would be quite the spectacle. The gossip circles of the affluent in Qing City would be ablaze with tales of their trio. Ma Kai's eyes reddened with worry. It wasn't until after 3 in the morning that the lounge door finally creaked open. Song Jingcheng stood behind it, wrapped in a bathrobe, freshly bathed, with droplets still cascading down his neck. Ma Kai caught a glimpse of the marks on Song Jingcheng's neck and chest and quickly averted his gaze, thinking to himself, "What intense battle." He hastened to erase all surveillance footage. Having toiled through the night, Song Jingcheng's voice was not weary, but possessed an unsettling vitality. The older man had indeed indulged. This was a manifestation of satisfaction, with a lingering aftertaste. Ma Kai dared not inquire further and turned to head towards the monitoring room when Song Jingcheng called out, "Have someone deliver a set of women's clothing by tomorrow morning." After a pause, he added cosmetics and skincare products as well. Understood. After a decade of working alongside Song Jingcheng, this was the most challenging task Ma Kai had ever been assigned. As a rugged man, he had no clue how to select women's attire or purchase cosmetics. Thus, he reluctantly sought assistance from his wife. His wife, deep in slumber, was roused by his incessant phone calls, her anger flaring. Upon hearing Ma Kai's inquiries, her fury escalated. "Women's clothing? Cosmetics? Ma Kai, are you bringing a mistress to confront me?" She exclaimed. "What's next? Is the mistress expecting twins and expecting me to cater to her during her confinement?" Ma Kai found himself in a predicament, receiving scathing rebukes. Unable to divulge the specific circumstances surrounding Mr. Song to his wife, and thus resorted to a submissive demeanor. "I am constantly accompanying Mr. Song through wind and rain. Do I possess the time to pursue a mistress?" It seemed more credible to suggest that he was entangled with Mr. Song than to claim he was seeking an affair. Ma Kai's wife, being astute, immediately grasped the situation, deducing, "So, you are assisting Mr. Song?" "Ah, monantai koi." His wife understood the gravity of the matter. "All right then. I shall go to the mall tomorrow morning and have it delivered by local courier." Ma Kai's wife held the position of manager in the human resources department of a high-end shopping center, making such arrangements rather convenient. "You're truly wonderful. I can simply pick it up from the mall tomorrow," he replied. After ending the call, Ma Kai made a trip to the surveillance room to erase all footage related to Shen He and Song Jingcheng. After a mere 2 hours of rest, he set off at dawn, heading straight for the mall to collect the goods. That night, Ma Kai was in a whirlwind of activity. Since ancient times, when the emperor summoned his subjects, it was always the servants who were left scrambling. Shen He, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes to the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. What time could it be? She instinctively reached for her phone on the bedside table, only to have her fingers seized by someone. Almost immediately, something was fastened around her right wrist. Turning her head, she met the gaze of Song Jingcheng, who was perched at the edge of the bed, and her mind went blank. She had truly slept with Song Jingcheng. What she had only dared to dream about had come to fruition in reality, leaving Shen He in a state of disbelief. "Did you enjoy it?" Song Jingcheng inquired. Shen He glanced at her wrist, where a mesmerizing purple jade bracelet adorned her arm, resembling a luminous moon encircling her fair wrist. It was evident that this piece held considerable value. Having had a night with an exceptionally handsome man, she awakened to an extravagant gift. How advantageous it was to have been with Song Jingcheng. Tentatively, Shen He lifted her wrist, captivated by the enchanting glow, and cautiously asked, "Is this real or fake?" Song Jingcheng, exasperated, retorted with a cold laugh. "Do I seem like the type to gift my woman counterfeit goods?" That, indeed, did not seem characteristic of him. "It must be quite expensive," Shen He mused. Though she was not well versed in jewelry, she recognized its worth. In her previous life, this very bracelet was among Song Jingcheng's possessions. Mu Tingyun had bestowed all the jewelry upon Qin Yinong. Yet even she was reluctant to wear it for fear of damaging it. It was rumored to have been priced at 40 million at a jewelry exhibition. Wearing a bracelet worth 40 million, Shen He felt a wave of trepidation. "This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. She attempted to remove the bracelet and return it to Song Jingcheng. Turning away toward the sofa, Song Jingcheng coldly refused. It's a gift for you. Keep it. You may sell it, gift it, whatever you wish. After a brief pause, he added, such a high-quality jade bracelet could also be a lovely keepsake for a child. This thought struck a chord with Shen He. Indeed, Song Jingcheng was destined to meet an untimely end. If she were fortunate enough to conceive in that single night, the child would grow up without a father. She could retain the bracelet and, during the child's coming-of-age ceremony, present it in Song Jingcheng's name. If it is a girl, let her cherish it herself. If it is a boy, let him save it for his future wife. In this way, Song Jingcheng is also participating in the child's growth. With this thought, Shen He felt completely unburdened. Thank you, Mr. Song. The bracelet is exquisite, and I truly adore it. I shall accept it. She carefully wrapped the bracelet and placed it in her bag, clutching her bath towel and new dress as she headed to the bathroom to change. Upon emerging from her change of clothes, she found Song Jingcheng lost in thought on the sofa. Shen He approached him from behind and suddenly asked, how many times did we do it last night? Her question was rather blunt. Song Jingcheng fell silent, uncertain. 3 times? 4 times? He himself could scarcely recall. Shen He was elated. 4 times. How wonderful. With so many encounters, surely she had a chance of conceiving. Song Jingcheng looked up, pondering her thoughts. But the intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the sea. He found himself utterly perplexed. Your reaction has taken me by surprise. Song Jingcheng had anticipated that Shen He might scold him as a lecher or turn her back on him. Yet, Shen He unexpectedly remained composed. What did Mr. Song expect my reaction to be? Shen He smiled slightly, tilting her head as she replied, Mr. Song resolved the trouble, and I enjoyed myself several times. We both got what we needed, neither of us at a loss. That is the essence of it. However, Shen He's candid demeanor only served to highlight Song Jingcheng's own insecurities, rendering him a fool in comparison. Chapter 74. Are you playing with me? Shen He, you must give me a title. On the dressing table lay an array of skincare and cosmetic products. Shen He cast a glance towards the vanity, a smile gracing her lips. All were reputable items that she was accustomed to using. Mr. Song, I rate your service 5 stars, she remarked, acknowledging the thoughtful nature of Song Jingcheng. Seated at the dining table, Song Jingcheng consumed his breakfast alone, his movements mechanical, savoring neither taste nor texture, merely chewing and swallowing for sustenance. For him, food was but fuel to stave off hunger. After applying a light layer of makeup, Shen He prepared to leave, but Song Jingcheng called her back. Come here, eat breakfast first. I think it's too late for that. It's already 10 o'clock. If I eat now, I'll arrive at the studio around noon, and Princess Junlin will undoubtedly subject me to a rigorous interrogation, she replied. Song Jingcheng set down his chopsticks and looked at her with a serious tone. As a seriously ill person, I still cherish my health. As a young and healthy woman, you should not neglect your own well-being. His words struck a chord with Shen He. She placed her bag down and sat beside him. As she settled in, he handed her a warm glass of milk. Just as she was about to drink, she suddenly eyed him suspiciously and questioned, You haven't added emergency contraceptives to this, have you? I need to be cautious about this. Song Jingcheng stared at her for a full half-minute before placing a dumpling into her mouth, stating, Your mouth is not suited for talking. After swallowing the dumpling, Shen He, cradling the milk, smiled playfully at him and teased, If my mouth isn't suited for talking. What is it suited for? Kissing you? Nibbling your chest? Or perhaps tasting the essence of your fingertips? Song Jingcheng's breath hitched. Shen He, don't be mischievous. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths. Suddenly, Shen He straddled his lap, kissing his nose, his eyes, and finally his lips and collarbone like a dragonfly skimming water. Opening his eyes, he sighed in resignation. Shen He. She pressed down on his arm, saying, I have never seen a man look so enticing in the morning. Mr. Song, would you indulge me? Song Jingcheng found himself overwhelmed by her playful demeanor. He shifted roles, enclosing her in his embrace, pinning her against the dining table, and initiating an audacious display of intimacy. After their spirited antics, Shen He felt thoroughly satisfied. 5 times, her chances of pregnancy had significantly increased. Upon returning from the bathroom after washing his face, Song Jingcheng gazed at himself in the mirror, the reflection revealing a man consumed by desire. He couldn't help but scoff quietly. Song Jingcheng, you are no better than this. To be ensnared by lust is truly lamentable. When he emerged, Shen He was applying lipstick with a small mirror, the glass of milk untouched. Once she finished her makeup, she picked up her little black bag and, with utmost seriousness, bid farewell to Song Jingcheng. Mr. Song, I have truly enjoyed last night and this morning. You are exceptionally capable and remarkable. I will cherish the memories of you and your skills for a lifetime. So farewell. With that, Shen He turned and walked away. Shen He halted in her tracks and silently gazed back at him. Song Jingcheng inquired, what time do you finish work? I will come to pick you up and we can dine together in Dongye tonight. Their relationship warranted a thorough discussion. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen He replied, rest assured, Mr. Song, last night was merely a fleeting encounter. After today, we shall part ways, and if we meet again, let us treat last night as if it never occurred. As for your encounter with Mu Tingyun, there is no need for embarrassment. Upon finishing her words, Shen He turned to grasp the doorknob, yet it refused to yield. A warmth approached from behind. Song Jingcheng placed his left hand over Shen He's, his gaze descending upon the woman in his embrace, his voice chilling. Parting ways? You are inciting my ire. Surprised by Song Jingcheng's rising anger, Shen He thought to herself, could it be that Song Jingcheng wishes to pursue a romantic relationship? In the confined space, she pivoted, her back against the door, and stated rationally, Mr. Song, please be assured, I am not the type to expect responsibility or marriage from a night spent together. I will not entangle you. Furthermore, she revealed a calm and indifferent gaze. I also request that you do not pursue me. Upon grasping Shen He's intent, Song Jingcheng was genuinely infuriated. Are you toying with me? He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his voice laced with fury as he demanded, what do you take me for? Just a one-night stand? Shen He decided to abandon pretense. One-night stand is indeed the most fitting term for last night. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Song? Song Jingcheng scoffed, utterly dismissing her flawed rationale. Shen He pried his fingers away one by one, attempting once more to open the door, but it remained obstinately shut. Anger flared within her as she turned to glare fiercely at Song Jingcheng. What are you doing? Are you trying to force me into a relationship? Don't forget, I am Mu Tingyun's girlfriend. Are you attempting to undermine your nephew and turn us into a laughingstock in Qingshi? Song Jingcheng, with a defiant laugh, retorted, I am but a doomed soul destined to perish soon. How long could I be mocked? Shen He thought to herself, this is a disaster. Song Jingcheng seemed rather different from the man she had envisioned. She had presumed a mere night would be a mutual agreement, yet this man appeared to be quite serious. So, do you truly intend to pursue a woman already claimed by Mu Tingyun? Although Song Jingcheng did not explicitly confirm nor deny, he stated, Shen He, you are first for me. How long have you known Mu Tingyun? Your reluctance to engage with him suggests he does not hold significant weight in your heart. Shen He remained silent. Song Jingcheng grasped her right hand, tenderly caressing the non-existent bracelet on her wrist, his voice soft yet commanding as he warned her. If you are to be with me, do not entertain any other men. I comprehend the difficulty of your current predicament. Once Mu Tingyun officially severs ties with you, you must provide me with a commitment. Shen He felt suffocated. A sense of dread washed over her. It appeared she had entangled herself in a formidable predicament. First, have Mu Tingyun break up with me. Let us delay for as long as possible. Perhaps Song Jingcheng has merely tasted the allure of beauty and has become addicted. Once he regains his composure and realizes that entangling himself with her is unwise, his attitude will naturally cool. Moreover, that scoundrel Mu Tingyun, who covets her heart, would never willingly part ways with her. Open the door. Shen He glared at Song Jingcheng. This time, Song Jingcheng complied and opened the door for her. Shen He stepped outside, still seething with indignation. She reached out to block the door, delivering a sharp retort to Song Jingcheng inside. You, a short-lived wretch, have stolen Mu Tingyun's affections. How long do you think you can savor this? Song Jingcheng. Shen He deliberately pressed him. If you manage to survive, I might consider dating you. Song Jingcheng's face darkened immediately. Just then, Ma Kai, carrying his suit and shoes, was heading upstairs when he overheard Shen He's words and was taken aback. Fearing that Mr. Song might crush Miss Shen, Ma Kai braced himself to intervene. However, he then heard the man inside solemnly promise, "Shen He, I will strive to survive." Upon hearing this, not only did Ma Kai freeze in astonishment, but Shen He also fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 75, Song Jingcheng. Am I being used for breeding? Striving to survive? Seeing the intense will to survive radiating from Song Jingcheng's eyes, Shen He felt a heavy discomfort in his chest. Did he not realize that he had only 6 months left to live? Shen He regretted having called him a short-lived ghost earlier. Song Jingcheng, I wish you a long life, he muttered fiercely before bypassing Ma Kai. Ma Kai, holding a suit, stood outside the door, cautiously observing Song Jingcheng's reaction. Unable to discern Mr. Song's true emotions, Ma Kai awkwardly attempted to console him. Mr. Song. Miss Shen was merely speaking in anger. Yet, Song Jingcheng smiled, appearing to be in good spirits. Did you hear that? Ma Kai replied. Song Jingcheng continued. She wishes me a long life. She's trying to comfort me. Ma Kai, lowering his head, squeezed into the bedroom with the suit. Not giving Song Jingcheng a chance to voice his grievances, Ma Kai proactively admitted his fault. Mr. Song, it was I who contacted Miss Shen first. I take full responsibility. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept. Song Jingcheng's tone was light. I do not blame you. He instructed Ma Kai to take him to the clubhouse, hoping Ma Kai would discreetly inform Shen He. If not for his underlying feelings towards that individual, he would have preferred to endure an ice bath rather than allow Ma Kai to escort him to the clubhouse. Humans are inherently selfish beings. Even if Mu Tingyun desired someone wholeheartedly, if he set his sights on them, he would seize them without hesitation. It is often said that a nephew is akin to a son and an uncle like a father. A benevolent father fosters filial piety. But to hell with that. In his previous life, he had nearly uncovered clues about Su Miao, only to be outpaced by Mu Tingyun. That wretched cub had schemed against Su Miao, the divine doctor, to ensure his despair and demise. Upon learning this news, Song Jingcheng had severed all hope, extinguishing his will to survive, leading to a catastrophic decline in his health and, ultimately, his untimely death. Moreover, Mu Tingyun feigned deep affection toward Shen He for reasons he alone understood. And Shen He, recalling the day he inadvertently overheard Shen He muttering in her dreams, Song Jingcheng felt a weight in his heart. Shen He, like him, was likely also a reborn soul. She was acutely aware of his impending early demise, regretting her earlier harsh words, hence wishing him a long life. Shen He, did your heart ultimately fail to protect itself? Song Jingcheng changed clothes in front of Ma Kai without hesitation. As he removed his bathrobe, numerous fresh scratches adorned his back, intermingled with old whip marks, strikingly conspicuous and sinister. Ma Kai dare not look too long, feeling embarrassed. Instinctively, Ma Kai reached into his pocket for a lighter, only to grasp the box of condoms he had not had the chance to use. His heart tightened, and he quickly placed the box on a coffee table, softly reminding Song Jingcheng, Mr. Song, regarding the items you instructed me to purchase last night, should they be kept for future use? Or, as Song Jingcheng was tying his tie, he glanced down at the deformed box in Ma Kai's hand. Memories of Shen He's repeated claims of being allergic to condoms resurfacing in his mind. Allergic to condoms? Was this truly her excuse? Or was it something else? Glancing at the untouched glass of milk on the table, a ludicrous thought suddenly sprouted in Song Jingcheng's mind. Could Shen He be seeking to borrow his seed? Recalling Shen He's bold approach for affection earlier that morning, his suspicions regarding her ulterior motives deepened. He promptly retrieved his phone to consult the calendar. The last time Shen He visited the Donya villa with Mu Tingyun coincided precisely with her menstrual cycle. By calculating the dates, he deduced that this week marked her ovulation period. He had been used. Realizing this, Song Jingcheng felt a mix of amusement and irritation. No wonder she was so proactive, so eager to embrace him. It seemed she was intent on leaving a legacy. Well played, Shen He. Your schemes are quite astute. He picked up the packaging box from the table and tossed it directly into Ma Kai's arms, declaring, "This is for you." Startled, Ma Kai instinctively dropped it into the trash like a hot potato, muttering under his breath, If my wife sees me with a box of condoms in my pocket, she'll tear the roof off our house and then my skull. Song Jingcheng chuckled at this. Your sister-in-law loves you. Ma Kai couldn't help but beam with pride as he boasted. Of course. So many pursued your sister-in-law, yet I, old Ma, emerged victorious and claimed her heart. She says she loves my strong physique, my integrity, my intelligence, my patriotism, and my devotion to family. I do 300 push-ups every morning. Fearful of losing my shape to those young studs at the mall, Song Jingcheng winced at the sound of Ma Kai's incessant chatter. Every time that sultry sister-in-law was mentioned, Ma Kai transformed into a garrulous spirit, chattering on without pause. Enough reminiscing about your youthful exploits, Song Jingcheng interrupted, instructing him, look into Qin Enong's whereabouts. Who? Ma Kai responded, momentarily bewildered. The girl who had lived with the Mu family for a time, who had shared a secret romance with Mu Tingyan. Upon hearing the name, Ma Kai quickly recalled her. Was Song Jingcheng planning to use Mu Tingyan's first love to disrupt the budding relationship between Mu Tingyan and Miss Shen? Was he intending to exploit the situation for his own gain? Though such actions were rather unscrupulous, what did it matter? The most important thing was that Song Jingcheng achieved his desires. All right, I'll investigate right away. Unbeknownst to Shen He, her scheme to borrow seed had already been unraveled by Song Jingcheng. Upon exiting the club, she hailed a taxi straight to her studio. After disembarking, she made a special trip to a nearby pharmacy to purchase folic acid tablets. It is said that taking folic acid during the preparation for pregnancy is beneficial for the child. She intended to make the necessary arrangements. In the classic novel Lolita, there is a famous saying, there are three things that cannot be concealed: a cough, poverty, and love. Shen He felt this statement was only partially true. Both poverty and love could be hidden, but a woman's pregnancy was an undeniable truth. As the fetus developed, her uterus would expand, and her abdomen would gradually protrude. By then, everyone in Qing City would know that Mu Tingyun's girlfriend was pregnant, yet the child would not be his. Thus, prior to revealing her pregnancy, she must first decisively confront Mu Tingyun at the Wall of Atonement. It is imperative that she accelerates her quest for vengeance. As Shen He arrived at the office, she was intercepted by Jun Lin, who inquired about her whereabouts that morning, expressing concern over her unreachability by phone. Just as Shen He was about to concoct an excuse, Su Jin approached with a can of cat food in hand. Upon seeing Shen He, Su Jin exclaimed, "Meow meow, you're suffering from low blood sugar. Didn't I advise you to rest at home today? While work is important, your health is paramount." At these words, Shen He fell silent. Jun Lin, reassured by Su Jin's concern, asked, "Is your low blood sugar that severe? Wouldn't it be better to return and rest?" "No need. It's not a serious ailment. Just comes and goes. I will head to work first," Shen He replied, bypassing Jun Lin and entering the office, with Su Jin following suit. Once the office door was closed, Su Jin silently fixed her gaze upon Shen He. "Grandma, last night," Shen He hesitated between deception and honesty, ultimately opting for the latter. "Last night, I slept with Mu Tingyun's uncle." Su Jin's mouth fell agape, her hand trembling with the can. You slept with that Mr. Song?" "Yes. Song Jingcheng's illness is not hereditary," Shen He reassured Su Jin, offering a calming sentiment. She then articulated her thoughts with clarity and composure. "I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime, but I desire a child. In this city, how many men possess genes as favorable as Song Jingcheng's? Furthermore, given his health issues and limited lifespan, he will have no chance to interfere in my child's life. Considering these factors, I believe that having a child with Song Jingcheng is preferable to procreating with any number of other unsuitable men." Even Su Jin, typically open-minded, was taken aback by Shen He's revelations. Chapter 76. The Incorrigible Adulterer. Unashamed, Su Jin settled onto the sofa, lost in thought for a quarter of an hour before regaining her composure. She swiftly accepted the reality that if they were to raise a child, their current residence was insufficient. A larger home was imperative. Resolute, she rose and declared, "Grandma, let us find ways to earn more money to secure a bigger house for our great-grandchild." With that, Su Jin exited the office, her mind undoubtedly concocting grand ambitions. Shen He gazed in astonishment at the elderly woman's fervent departure. Initially, she had merely hoped that her grandmother would understand her choices and embrace the existence of the child. She had never anticipated that not only would her grandmother accept the child, but also be willing to co-parent. In that moment, Shen He was filled with boundless courage and strength. The support of her family erased all her worries. Now, it was time to assess Song Jingcheng's reliability. As evening approached, just before the workday concluded, Shen He received an anonymous package. Inside, she found a black gold card and a black mobile phone identical to the one she currently used. Beneath the phone lay a note, its bold script exuding a carefree nonchalance, stating, "Keep the phone for your clandestine affairs. The card is yours to use at leisure. Shen He." Who would want to engage in such affairs with you? With an impassive expression, she tore the note to shreds, but could not resist the curiosity to activate the black phone. Within it were the access codes to various properties owned by Song Jingcheng, along with his personal and work phone numbers, as well as 2 numbers for Ma Kai. Goodness. The meticulous preparation suggested that Song Jingcheng could very well be an inveterate adulterer. She decided to text him, "Incorrigible adulterer, utterly shameless." On his way home to Song Garden, Song Jingcheng received the message. A fleeting smile graced his lips as he replied, "And what are you, a heart arsonist?" Shen He was inclined to retort further when another message arrived. "Don't think you can insult others just because you're attractive." He even complimented himself. Shen He resolved to temporarily set aside her irritation. In the end, she accepted the phone, not to facilitate any secret rendezvous with Song Jingcheng, but rather to keep it for potential emergencies. Ma Kai observed Song Jingcheng's delight and felt a surge of happiness himself. However, upon spotting the Maybach parked in the open garage outside Song Garden, he promptly reminded Song Jingcheng, "That's Mr. Mu's car." Song Jingcheng furrowed his brow. While he was willing to acknowledge Mu Tingyun as his nephew, his mother, Chu Ji, had consistently refused to recognize Mu Tingyun's existence. Consequently, Mu Tingyun had seldom visited Song Garden, and when he did, it was often to face humiliation. What was transpiring? Let's go over there. Ma Kai drove up beside the Maybach. Song Jingcheng remained seated in his car. Ma Kai exited and approached the neighboring vehicle, tapping on Mu Tingyun's window. Upon lowering the window, Mu Tingyun took the initiative, asking Ma Kai, "Uncle Ma, where did you all go last night?" Ma Kai restrained his smile, adopting a stern expression as he inquired of Mu Tingyun, "Mr. Mu, Mr. Song is your uncle. On what grounds do you pose this question to me? You're the 3rd son of the Mu family, and Mr. Song is the head of the Song family. Do you truly believe that my family's master has an obligation to report his whereabouts to you? I think even a father and son would not go to such lengths." His question had clearly crossed the line. Mu Tingyun's expression changed upon hearing this. "I have asked the wrong question." Sensing the sharpness in Ma Kai's tone, Mu Tingyun felt a sense of bewilderment. Ma Kai's demeanor reflected the attitude of his uncle. Why was Ma Kai speaking so incisively today? While Mu Tingyun considered himself a person of significance, he remained merely a child in the presence of Song Jingcheng. Although Song Jingcheng was only 4 years older than him, he was a formidable figure in the business realm of Qing City, a true leader. When Song Jingcheng feasted, other businessmen in Qing City merely savored the broth. Everyone respected and feared him, while Mu Tingyun was just one of the young men trailing behind, enjoying the scraps. With 100 chances, Mu Tingyun would not dare to act recklessly in front of Song Jingcheng. To put it bluntly, the heights to which Mu Tingyun could ascend depended entirely on the elevation Song Jingcheng was willing to bestow upon him. As he composed himself, Mu Tingyun adopted a respectful demeanor of a junior. "Uncle Ma, I have a matter I wish to consult with my uncle. Mr. Song is waiting for you in the car." Mu Tingyun was not qualified to enter Song Garden. He nodded, exited his own vehicle, and entered Song Jingcheng's car. Once seated, he quickly assessed Song Jingcheng's demeanor, noting that he appeared relatively calm and in good spirits. Only then did he respectfully address him. "Uncle, mm." Song Jingcheng leaned back against the seat, aimlessly stroking the ring on his thumb. It was a white jade ring, intricately carved with the Song family crest, symbolizing the status of the head of the Song family. Mu Tingyun dared not gaze too long at the ring and quietly said, "I have something I wish to ask you, uncle." "Go ahead." Sensing his uncle's impatience, Mu Tingyun felt a twinge of anxiety. What had transpired? He dared not lose focus in front of Song Jingcheng. He lifted his gaze to the imposing structure of Song Garden ahead and hesitantly mentioned, "My father spoke to me about some matters yesterday, and they have somewhat affected my state of mind. I know my father harbors resentment towards the Song family, and I am cautious not to take his one-sided words at face value. There are certain matters I wish to hear directly from you for clarification." Mu Tingyun chose his words carefully and delicately. However, upon hearing this, Song Jingcheng quickly surmised the issue at hand. It concerned Mu Zhao's hospitalization due to anger. Although Mu Zhao had managed to preserve his life, his health had deteriorated significantly. Under such circumstances, Mu Zhao would inevitably attempt to sow discord between Mu Tingyun and the Song family. The matters that Mu Zhao could exploit were limited to only a few. Before Mu Tingyun could reveal the details of his conversation with Mu Zhao, Song Jingcheng confidently stated, "He has informed you of the truth surrounding your mother's death, hasn't he?" Mu Tingyun clenched his fists slightly. Did my grandmother truly orchestrate my mother's demise? Did she arrange for someone to push her down the stairs, resulting in her premature labor in July? Did she also transfer the best obstetrician, causing my mother to suffer from amniotic fluid embolism and ultimately die due to delayed treatment? Song Jingcheng raised an eyebrow. He did not deny it. Instead, he inquired of Mu Tingyun, "Do you believe it?" Mu Tingyun found himself momentarily speechless. "The things you have mentioned were indeed actions taken by your grandmother," Song Jingcheng shockingly acknowledged. Mu Tingyun's eyes widened in fury, his voice rising sharply. "After all, she is her daughter. How could she be so heartless and ungrateful? What kind of mother could kill her own daughter?" In stark contrast to Mu Tingyun's emotional turmoil, Song Jingcheng remained unervingly calm. "Your mother could commit an act on the first day of the month, and your grandmother could do so on the 15th. When two similar women become enemies, it becomes a matter of life and death. The moment Song Shonglian chose to betray the Song family and privately bind herself to your father, she severed all ties with the Song family." Tingyun, Song Jingcheng sighed. "Not every mother cherishes her child as a precious treasure." Mu Tingyun opened his mouth, wanting to vehemently condemn her grandmother as a heartless, cruel demon. However, upon witnessing the sorrow hidden deep within his uncle's eyes, he belatedly realized that his uncle's childhood had also been far from joyful. Due to the situation with their mother, their grandmother had learned a harsh lesson, resulting in an almost obsessive control over his uncle. As far as Mu Tingyun knew, his uncle's childhood and adolescence were filled with unhappiness. Every aspect of his life was strictly regulated by their grandmother, who he could befriend, what clothes he could wear, the character he should cultivate, and even the types of food he was allowed to eat. Song Jingcheng was a living embodiment of Chu Zhi's design. His existence served to dismantle the Mu family and strengthen the Song family. Yet, he was not alive to be himself. Throughout his life, his uncle had adhered to the rules. Had he ever experienced a mother's love? Mu Tingyun's anger suddenly dissipated. "Uncle, my father also mentioned that the incident when I was kidnapped at 18 was orchestrated by my grandmother." And Mu Tingyun hesitated, unsure whether he should question Song Jingcheng. Song Jingcheng completed the unspoken thought. "He also said that I was an accomplice?" Mu Tingyun abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on Song Jingcheng's cold, sharp visage, and anxiously asked, "Uncle, were you aware?" "I was indeed aware," Song Jingcheng admitted with remarkable forthrightness. At his words, Mu Tingyun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "You truly knew?" "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I must clarify one point," Song Jingcheng stated with composure. "When I discovered this matter, you had already been kidnapped." Pausing for a moment, he expressed regret. "I am sorry, Tingyun, for concealing the entire truth from you." Chapter 77. You are indeed gravely ill. Old nerve. Upon leaving Song Garden, Mu Tingyun appeared to have lost his soul, dazedly entering the car and departing. Ma Kai furrowed his brow as he watched the retreating vehicle. Although he was unaware of the nature of the conversation that had just transpired between the uncle and nephew, he surmised it was unlikely to have been a pleasant topic. Observing Song Jingcheng's reaction, Ma Kai hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Song, does young Master Mu know about your encounter with Miss Shen last night?" Song Jingcheng shook his head. "No." Then, to some old matters, he added, adjusting his glasses. "Last night, Shen He had been rather impudent, causing his glasses to tumble onto the table and dislodge the nose pads. He removed the glasses and handed them to Ma Kai, asking, "Can you adjust them?" "Yes." As soon as Song Jingcheng arrived, Hu Jing greeted him with a smile. "Jingcheng, you're here?" "And Jing, where's my mother?" "Madam is in the tea room." Upon hearing their conversation, Chu Ji's voice emerged from within the tea room. "Jingcheng, come in." Entering the tea room, Song Jingcheng saw Chu Ji seated at the table, engrossed in preparing incense. She was filling the incense burner with fragrant powder. Standing quietly beside her, Song Jingcheng waited until she successfully lifted the burner before he offered her a lighter. However, Chu Ji replied, "You do it." Nodding, Song Jingcheng bent down to ignite the fragrant powder himself. As he gazed at the burning incense, he mentioned, "Ting Yun came to see me earlier. He has learned the cause of his elder sister's death, along with the truth of his abduction when he was 18. Juzi Fawen Steli Dit Splet," and corrected Song Jingcheng. "What elder sister? You have no elder sister. Have you forgotten? Your elder sister passed away 33 years ago." Her animosity towards Song Shenglian was profound. She would never acknowledge the existence of such a selfish daughter, blinded by love. Song Jingcheng chose not to argue, pulling out a chair across from her. He was about to sit when he suddenly heard Chu Ji command, "Kneel." Song Jingcheng remained unmoved. Chu Ji lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing as she looked at her son. "Jingcheng, do you intend to defy your mother?" "I simply do not understand what I did wrong," Song Jingcheng replied, his expression contemplative. "You do not understand?" Chu Ji picked up a string of prayer beads resting nearby. As she fiddled with the beads, she probed, "Are you truly oblivious? Or are you feigning ignorance? You did not stay at Song Garden last night, nor did you return to Donya Villa. You made that young lady wait in vain all night." Casting a reproachful glance at Song Jingcheng, Chu Ji admonished, "Jingcheng, you have been exceedingly disrespectful." Song Jingcheng could not suppress a smile. "Wait for me." He settled himself comfortably in the chair, calmly retorting, "Are you implying I should wait to be summoned? To produce yet another puppet grandson for you? To endure a life of solitude? Mother, you may heartlessly use your own child as a tool, but I cannot." Chu Ji was somewhat taken aback. It had been many years since she had heard Song Jingcheng express such sentiments. The last time was back when he was still in high school. However, that act of defiance brought upon him irreversible consequences. After that incident, he became obedient and learned to temper his temper and behave himself. After so many years of compliance, he suddenly dares to oppose me today. Jingcheng, have you grown wings and decided to rebel? Have you forgotten how you attempted to resist me during your high school years and what punishment you ultimately faced? For a fleeting moment, Song Jingcheng appeared to have all his strength drained, rendered powerless. Despite Song Jingcheng having mastered the art of concealing his emotions, Chu Ji perceptively detected his change. Even if Song Jingcheng were an eagle soaring high above the grasslands, he was still the eagle nurtured by Chu Ji. The art of training an eagle is a skill, and it is no ordinary person who can tame Song Jingcheng. "It seems you still remember." Chu Ji, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, recalled the past. "Back then, you disregarded my words and paid undue attention to your impoverished female classmate. I warned you to steer clear of the allure of women, but you chose to ignore me. And what was the result?" Gazing at the slight tremor of Song Jingcheng's eyelids, Chu Ji feigned a sigh. "Poor girl, so young, ravaged by a vagabond, ultimately succumbing to the cruelty of rumor and jumping to her death in despair. Do you remember how she looked in her final moments?" Song Jingcheng suddenly gripped the armrest of his chair. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye, he envisioned that girl, staring at the spot where he stood, her eyes wide open in death. Chu Ji, with a veneer of false compassion, remarked, "Had you heeded my counsel and stayed away from women, that girl would not have lost her life because of you. Jingcheng, the girl named Xie Jing, died because of you. I had hoped her death would serve as a lesson for you, but to my dismay, you only behaved for a brief period before once again exhibiting defiance." Chu Ji set down the prayer beads in her hand and casually mentioned, "That driver by your side, Ma Kai, I hear his son is quite intelligent. A promising candidate for a university, isn't he?" Song Jingcheng remained silent, gazing at Chu Ji for a considerable time before suddenly exclaiming, "You truly are quite unwell, you old neurotic." Chu Ji was taken aback. In all her years, it was the first time she had heard Song Jingcheng curse. She doubted her own hearing. You dare to insult me? Song Jingcheng nodded. Yes, I cursed you, calling you a lunatic. Chu Ji abruptly stood up, losing her composure, and shouted at Song Jingcheng. Song Jingcheng, you are my child, a piece of flesh torn from my very being. How dare you utter such blasphemous words to me? I could train a dog, and even would know to obey me. Yet you? Not only do you lack gratitude, but you also dare to humiliate me. Enraged, Chu Ji seized the incense burner before her and hurled it with all her might towards Song Jingcheng's forehead. He deftly sidestepped, and the incense burner crashed to the ground, scattering ash everywhere. Song Jingcheng scoffed. You truly are aging, your eyesight failing, unable even to throw accurately anymore. With that, he bent down to pick up the fallen incense burner and suddenly hurled it toward the window. Bang! The sound of shattering glass startled Chu Ji, rendering her momentarily breathless. The child, who had always adhered to her commands, suddenly revealed his fangs and claws. This time, her son had fully grown strong, capable of easily tearing apart Chu Ji's flesh. She finally felt an overwhelming sense of losing control over Song Jingcheng. Song Jingcheng, are you not afraid that I will convene a board meeting and strip you of everything you possess? What I can offer you, I can also take away from you. Song Jingcheng, you shall not escape my grasp. In her youth, Chu Ji was a reasonable and loving mother. However, the incident involving Song Shenglian and Mu Xiao had pierced her heart, inflicting a traumatic wound. Learning from the past with Song Shenglian, Chu Ji exhibited an extreme desire for control in the upbringing of Song Jingcheng. From the day he began to walk, she engaged an etiquette teacher to instruct him on how to walk and dine properly. Even in sleep, he was required to maintain a proper posture, never deviating from a norm. Song Jingcheng was to be exemplary, surpassing any child of the Mu family, and certainly outshining Song Shenglian. He was to obey without question, akin to a loyal dog, never defying any decision made by Chu Ji, fearing that Song Jingcheng might become infatuated like Song Shenglian. She forbade him from forming too close a bond with female friends from the onset of his adolescence. If he smiled at a girl at school, he would be punished by being confined to the Song family ancestral hall upon returning home. Should he show concern for any girl, Chu Ji would find ways to expel her from his life, even resorting to extreme measures to teach him a lesson. Moreover, upon discovering Song Jingcheng's burgeoning curiosity regarding romantic matters, Chu Ji ordered a chastity lock to be crafted for him, ensuring that he would be compelled to wear it whenever he ventured outside. Song Jingcheng's life was suffocating, having exerted control over him for his entire existence. How could Chu Ji ever allow him to break free? Power and status were her most formidable trump cards. Hearing Chu Ji's threats, Song Jingcheng remained silent, observing his reticence. Chu Ji believed her intimidation had borne fruit. She took a deep breath and resumed her seat. In a tone laced with feigned benevolence, Chu Ji insisted, as long as you cooperate with me and father the next heir of the Song family with a woman of my choosing, I shall ensure your position as the head of the Song family remains secure until your last breath. Otherwise, I am sorry, but I cannot comply with this request. Song Jingcheng resolutely rejected Chu Ji's proposition, revealing a shocking revelation. I forgot to inform you. 2 months ago, I underwent a sterilization procedure. What? Chu Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Have you lost your mind? Song Jingcheng, are you determined to be the center of the Song family? Chapter 78. Dear Uncle, your nephew's bathtub is truly spacious. Song Jingcheng chuckled nervously, declaring, I am your child. You are unhinged, so how can I be any more sane? 2 months prior, while on a business trip, he experienced turbulence on a flight, causing passengers to panic and begin writing farewell notes. Only Song Jingcheng wore a look of incredulity, for he was a reborn soul. In his previous life, he had met an untimely demise. But fate had granted him another chance, returning him to the time 9 months before his death. Upon landing for his business trip, Song Jingcheng headed straight to a local hospital to undergo a sterilization procedure, doing so without a hint of hesitation. He resolved to sever Chu Ji's aspirations at their root. As of now, I am akin to a neutered tomcat, visually appealing yet utterly useless. Thus, dear mother, I advise you to abandon any misguided thoughts. Even if you were to arrange for 100 women, administering potions to ensure I perish in their embrace, I would still be unable to provide you with a grandchild. My life has been unbearably heavy and suffocating, devoid of even an ounce of parental affection. Until I learn how to nurture a new life, I shall never bear children. You may relinquish that hope. Song Jingcheng picked up a chipped jade incense burner from the ground and gently placed it before Chu Ji, who remained momentarily dazed. He gazed at the incense burner and shifted the conversation. Mother, do you still find the new agarwood to your liking? Chu Ji cast a suspicious glance at Song Jingcheng. Questioning the incense, he pointed to the antique shelf behind her, where a piece of agarwood lay, its outer layer meticulously shaved away. Focusing on that piece of wood, a sense of unease began to stir within Chu Ji. This agarwood was a gift he had brought back for her 2 months ago, a high-quality specimen. Chu Ji had a penchant for crafting incense, regularly instructing the steward, a Jing, to shave some agarwood for her daily use. Could it be that Song Jingcheng had tampered with it? This agarwood is a specially crafted fragrance for you, dear mother. Have you been experiencing headaches and trembling hands lately? Is your script often riddled with errors? And do you find yourself forgetting things easily? Chu Ji's face drained of color. Have you drugged me? Please, do not phrase it so harshly, Song Jingcheng corrected her. Since childhood, you have taught me the virtue of reciprocity. Last night, you bestowed upon me a grand gift. It is only fitting that I offer you a token of my gratitude in return. You little beast. Chu Ji seized the prayer beads and incense burner, hurling them towards him. This time, Song Jingcheng did not flinch. He allowed the hard incense burner to strike his chest and the prayer beads to collide with his forehead. He needed to etch this pain into his memory, lest he become soft-hearted. Furious and overwhelmed, Chu Ji spat a mouthful of blood into the air, her frail form swaying backward toward the antique shelf. Song Jingcheng stood motionless. A Jing, the female steward, rushed in just in time to catch Chu Ji. Madam, Chu Ji, trembling, pointed an unsteady finger at Song Jingcheng, her laughter cold and biting. Well, Song Jingcheng, you are quite ruthless. Song Jingcheng's expression remained impassive. A Jing prepared to call the authorities. Song Jingcheng did not intervene, but merely suggested softly, Aunt Jing has never married. Yet I recall you have a nephew who holds an executive position in a state-owned enterprise. He is indeed quite the handsome talent. A Jing abruptly turned her head, gazing at Song Jingcheng with a look of alarm, her lips trembling as she stammered. Mr. Song, are you threatening me? Yes, I am indeed issuing a threat, Song Jingcheng said, standing resolutely amidst the shards of glass, smiling at A Jing. You may also consider it a jest. The rule-abiding Song Jingcheng was not one to indulge in such frivolities. A Jing was torn, ultimately choosing to turn back and crouch beside Chu Ji. Mu Tingyun went to fetch Mu Xiao from the hospital, only to learn from him about the illness of the elderly matriarch of the Song family. According to the doctors of the nursing home, your grandmother is afflicted with dementia and has suffered a stroke, necessitating her long-term stay at the facility. The suddenness of this news took Mu Tingyun by surprise. How could this happen so abruptly? Tingyun, Mu Xiao said, patting the back of Mu Tingyun's hand with earnestness. Your uncle is, in comparison to your grandmother, far more severe. Given her age, the probability of her developing dementia is naturally high, and this condition may not solely be attributed to your uncle. Mu Xiao interrupted Mu Tingyun. Do you truly believe that your uncle is an innocent and virtuous man? Mu Tingyun was taken aback. Song Jingcheng was a man of ravenous ambition, harboring more sinister intentions than his father and grandfather combined. If he were to meet an untimely end, it would be one matter. However, if he were to recover successfully, the Mu family would undoubtedly be devoured by him. Song Jingcheng had struck at me in plain view. He had declared war on the Mu family. Third brother, you carry the bloodline of the Mu family. Song Jingcheng was ruthless. Even if he tolerated you, he would never trust you, nor would he lend you assistance. Mu Tingyun understood this reasoning. Yet the thought of Song Jingcheng's support and investment in him over the years made it difficult for him to view his uncle in such a negative light. Mu Xiao perceived Mu Tingyun's inner conflict. He gravely warned, Third brother, you are destined to be the future head of the Mu family. You and Song Jingcheng are ultimately not of the same ilk. It is time for you to draw a clear line between yourself and him. I am your father. I will not harm you. Mu Tingyun remained silent for a long while. After work, Shen He was picked up by Mu Tingyun's chauffeur and taken to the Mu family home, where they shared a dinner together, celebrating Mu Zhao's discharge from the hospital and formally introducing Shen He to the family. After the meal, Mu Tingyun took Shen He for a stroll in the estate. During their casual conversation, Mu Tingyun mentioned his grandmother's illness and her admission to the nursing home, cautioning Shen He, "My relationship with my uncle has recently soured. Shen He, you should also be vigilant and avoid contact with anyone from the Song family." Shen He thought to herself, "It may be too late. I was in close contact with your uncle just yesterday morning." "Understood," she replied. Lately, Mu Tingyun had been in a state of agitation, feeling the need to unburden himself. And thus he recounted to Shen He the various grievances his grandmother had inflicted upon their mother and son duo. "Last night, I found myself unable to sleep, consumed by a torrent of anger at the thought that my mother was directly harmed by my grandmother. How could a mother possess such a cruel heart?" Shen He feigned sympathy, tenderly embracing Mu Tingyun and soothing him with gentle words. "Brother Mu, do not be too sorrowful. Not every parent loves their child. The sooner you see this clearly, the sooner you can find relief. From now on, I shall treat you twice as well." Does this sound familiar? It echoes the night when Zhou Yulan sought to harm Shen He through a man, only to be turned against and sent to the police station by Shen He. Now, as the situation has befallen Mu Tingyun himself, he too begins to lament his fate. Look at that. Who escapes the clutches of fate? Mu Tingyun found the words somewhat familiar, yet could not recall their origin. Seizing the moment, he playfully grazed Shen He's waist and suggestively remarked, "Darling, stay with me tonight. I desire you." Shen He thought, "Damn it, was all that talk merely an attempt to elicit my sympathy?" Mu Tingyun had been in a foul mood these past few days, in need of an outlet for his inner turmoil. Engaging in an exhilarating encounter would serve as a release for his pent-up emotions. Yet, Mu Tingyun never sought solace in strangers, finding them repulsive. And with Qin Yinong far in H City, it was inconvenient for him to meet her in the near future. Thus, Shen He, as his girlfriend, became the object of his longing. Shen He quickly reminded Mu Tingyun, "You promised me that we would wait until our wedding night." Mu Tingyun's gaze deepened with intensity as he questioned her. "Darling, they say love is an uncontrollable emotion. We are both adults here, having met each other's parents. Given our feelings, can you truly endure this?" He turned the tables, accusing her. "Darling, do you perhaps not love me as much?" His expression appeared pitiful. Yet it was a warning for Shen He to cease her dramatics. Realizing she might not escape this night, Shen He feigned agreement. "All right." Mu Tingyun led Shen He back to the bedroom, cradling her face to kiss her. Shen He quickly raised her hands to shield her face, blushing as she timidly asked, "Brother Mu, may I take a shower first?" Gazing at Shen He's charmingly bashful demeanor stirred something within Mu Tingyun, akin to a cat's playful scratch. He restrained his desires and urged her into the bathroom. "Once you finish your shower, wear one of my shirts." Shen He shyly murmured her assent and seized the opportunity to extract her phone from her bag, saying, "I'll choose a song to set the mood." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of playful anticipation shone in Mu Tingyun's eyes. "All right, I shall have a few scented candles brought over." Understanding that it was Shen He's first time, Mu Tingyun resolved to create a romantic atmosphere. The bathroom was expansive, larger than Shen He's own room, with a bathtub so vast that both could fit comfortably within. Shen He locked the double doors of the bathroom, retreating to a corner to capture a photograph with her black phone. She promptly sent the image to Song Jingcheng, innocently asking, "Uncle, your nephew's bathtub is truly large. Is yours equally spacious?" Having just departed from the sanatorium and en route to Song Garden, Song Jingcheng received a text message that instantly darkened his gaze with a chilling intensity. Shen He is spending the night at the Mu residence? To the Mu residence. Ma Kai was taken aback at this hour? For what purpose? With a sense of righteous duty, Song Jingcheng proclaimed, "My brother-in-law has been discharged from the hospital. As a considerate brother-in-law myself, it is only proper that I pay my respects. One must never forsake the principles of courtesy." Chapter 79, Murder and Heartbreak. The eccentric uncle, after a leisurely half-hour bath, Shen He heard Mu Tingyun urging her from outside. Gritting her teeth, she hastily donned her fitted attire and slipped into one of Mu Tingyun's black shirts. As she opened the bathroom door, she was instantly captivated by Mu Tingyun's predatory gaze. As fierce as a wolf's, Shen He possessed a fair complexion, and the luxurious silk shirt accentuated her long, graceful legs. She and Qin Yinong were two beauties of contrasting styles. Although Qin Yinong was 28, her skin remained as youthful as a girl in her early 20s, with a frail figure that looked ethereal in a pure white gown, sporting a natural makeup look that epitomized the current trend of innocent beauty. In contrast, Shen He radiated a vibrant and healthy allure. Her figure was well-proportioned, with straight and sturdy legs beneath the hem of the shirt, whether in a formal dress, where her legs could dance the passionate tango, or in hiking boots, where she could effortlessly conquer mountains. She exuded confidence and vitality. Having grown accustomed to simple fare, Mu Tingyun's eyes sparkled with hunger as he caught a whiff of gourmet delicacies. He plucked the most strikingly beautiful red roses from a vase and deliberately tucked them into Shen He's shirt collar. The blossoms nestled into the deep neckline. The vivid crimson of the roses against the black silk and the hint of her soft, porcelain skin created a scene that would leave any man breathless. In a sudden surge of desire, Mu Tingyun scooped Shen He into his arms and roughly tossed her onto the bed, leaning in to claim a kiss. Shen He tightly shut her eyes, trying to convince herself that it was akin to being stung by a bee or bitten by a dog. At that moment, the butler, a middle-aged man named Zhong, interrupted from outside, his voice tinged with unease. "Mr. Song Jingcheng has arrived." Mu Tingyun's expression shifted instantly, the passion in his gaze evaporating. His brother Mu Xiao, unwell, had returned directly to his villa for recuperation after being discharged from a hospital. Thus, the responsibility of receiving Song Jingcheng had naturally fallen to Mu Tingyun. "Uncle is here?" Shen He pushed Mu Tingyun away and sprang to her feet, helping him straighten his disheveled clothing. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that something had happened to your grandmother, prompting such an unexpected visit at this late hour? She silently offered an apology to the elderly lady she had never met. With a stern demeanor, Mu Tingyun declared, "I will go meet him. You stay in the room until I return. I want to wait for you." Shen He seized the opportunity to decline his suggestion. Was she a fool, waiting to be ensnared by Mu Tingyun? Her grandmother was still at home. If she learned that Shen He had stayed over on her first visit, her thoughts would surely run wild. Reluctant to let Shen He leave, Mu Tingyun was nonetheless aware that Song Jingcheng rarely visited the Mu family. His presence at such a late hour was undoubtedly for an important matter, and he might not be able to extricate himself anytime soon. Reluctantly, Mu Tingyun acquiesced. "Then I will have the family driver take you home." "All right." Personally escorting Shen He to the car and watching her depart, Mu Tingyun furrowed his brow as he made his way towards the living room. As Mu Tingyun entered the reception room, he caught sight of a blind person's cane resting beside the sofa, where his elder brother, Mu Tingyong, was engaging in conversation with Song Jingcheng. At the age of 40, Mu Tingyong had once been a special forces soldier, but 12 years prior, he lost his sight due to an unfortunate encounter with toxic metals during a mission. After retiring and returning home, he fell into a deep despondency. It was only years later, upon meeting his destined partner, that he found hope for life once more. However, 4 years ago, his wife suffered a tragic miscarriage, leading to her devastating departure and a subsequent divorce, which left Mu Tingyong utterly shattered. He withdrew from the world, confining himself to his bedroom and rarely emerging to interact with others. Mu Tingyun had always held his elder brother in disdain, seeing him as a pitiful failure, believing it absurd to wallow in despair merely due to blindness. Thus, he was taken aback to see Mu Tingyong voluntarily welcoming Song Jingcheng. "Brother, what made you willing to step out tonight?" Mu Tingyun's contempt was evident in his tone as he spoke, betraying no hint of respect. Song Jingcheng sipped his tea, remaining unperturbed. Mu Tingyong instinctively reached for the cane, while Mu Tingyun observed without any intention of assisting. Successfully grasping the cane, Mu Tingyong explained, "Mr. Song has been here for some time, and noticing that my younger brother had yet to greet him, I decided to come down to meet our guest." A frown crossed Mu Tingyun's face. Was his brother implying that he had neglected their uncle? He hastily clarified, "Uncle, Shen He came over tonight as well. I was just seeing her off, which caused a slight delay." "Shen He is here?" Song Jingcheng inquired. "Why didn't you bring her along to meet me? It's getting late, and she has elders at home, so she left early." Upon learning that Shen He had returned home, Song Jingcheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Mr. Song, third brother, please continue your conversation. I shall retreat to my room," Mu Tingyang said, pressing his earpiece and following the guidance of his smart came back to his quarters. Once Mu Tingyang had departed, Mu Tingyan took a seat and discreetly asked Song Jingcheng, "What did my brother discuss with you just now?" Given his vision impairment, he has rarely ventured out in recent years. The last time I saw him was 10 days ago. "Tingyan, are you attempting to probe me?" Song Jingcheng discerned Mu Tingyun's intentions with uncanny clarity. A chill ran through Mu Tingyun, prompting him to fall silent. Song Jingcheng regarded him intently before stating, "The Song family has a long-standing decree. We shall not associate with the Mu family. Your brother bears the Mu surname. It is evident that there can be no connection between us, nor will I distance myself from you in favor of him." At these words, Mu Tingyun felt a surge of emotion and instinctively retorted, "But I share the Mu surname as well." Song Jingcheng responded, "And so, uncle, I carry half of the Mu family's blood within me. Do you also despise me?" The words spoken by Mu Xiao during his discharge from the hospital echoed in Mu Tingyun's mind, and he realized that claiming indifference was a falsehood. Deep down, he was indeed apprehensive. Over the years, he has garnered immense respect from the youth and younger generations in the Qing City business circle, as well as the care of many elders. However, these accolades are not merely due to his identity as the third young master of the Mu family. Rather, it is solely because he is the nephew acknowledged by Song Jingcheng. With Song Jingcheng's endorsement, the business community of Qing City embraces him. Song Jingcheng serves as Mu Tingyun's most formidable support and trump card. Should Song Jingcheng ever harbor feelings of disdain towards him, Mu Tingyun dares not contemplate the dire consequences. Song Jingcheng stated, "There is nothing of the sort." Mu Tingyun, caught between belief and skepticism, endeavored to discern Song Jingcheng's truest sentiments. Yet, Song Jingcheng has always been an enigma. Even Mu Xiao could not fathom this individual, and Mu Tingyun possessed even less capability to do so. Nevertheless, Mu Tingyun prudently refrained from probing further. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Uncle, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "That day, my words were inappropriate, causing your father to faint and be hospitalized. I felt quite remorseful. I heard he was discharged today, so I have prepared a small token of apology." At that moment, Ma Kai entered, carrying several gift boxes filled with nutritional supplements, placing them on the coffee table. Song Jingcheng explained, "I have heard that soy lecithin and walnut powder are beneficial for those suffering from dementia and strokes. I specifically instructed your uncle Ma to procure the finest products available, preparing one for your grandmother and one for your father. Do remember to deliver it to your father for him to try." As the hour grew late, he remarked, "I, ailing as I am, should return to rest. I will take my leave." Rising from his seat, Makai promptly draped a suit jacket over him. The two departed from the Mu residence with an air of confidence. Mu Tingyun gazed at the array of nutritional supplements on the table, his lips twitching several times as he could not help but massage his temples. "Someone, take these nutritional supplements and feed them to the dog." It was as though his uncle was intent on not just causing harm, but also inflicting emotional distress. Should his father discover that Song Jingcheng had deliberately brought gifts to the Mu residence to mock him, it would surely lead to another bout of anger-induced hospitalization.